Wake up, it's time for breakfast, Zealand. As Lin Bei lay in deep slumber, a gentle and familiar female voice suddenly broke through the silence. "Oh, coming," he murmured, his gaze vacantly fixed on the ceiling. Although 3 full days had elapsed since his arrival in this new realm, he still found it difficult to accept his circumstances. Lin Bei was once an ordinary basketball enthusiast, frequently engaging in the sport. However, upon entering university, he experienced an unexpected weight gain, leading to a diminished interest in physical activity. Thus, he could only savor the allure of basketball through the virtual realm of video games. The year 2020, marked by the pandemic, left its indelible mark across various sectors, and for students, that year was etched in memory as profoundly unforgettable. This was largely due to the excessively prolonged holiday. Returning to the main thread, during the protracted pandemic, Lin Bei, weary of the monotonous cycle of eating and sleeping, whimsically created an account on a whim and embarked on his rather tumultuous journey as a fledgling writer. Predictably, despite his usual 3-minute enthusiasm, Lin Bei surprisingly persisted for several months before ultimately resigning himself to the fate of discontinuing his nearly 1 million-word opus, the NBA's Mobile Koi. That very night, he summoned a few high school friends for drinks to commemorate the occasion. But what was this situation? It can't be that because I abandoned my book, I inexplicably traversed into another world. If so, wouldn't countless individuals join the ranks of time travelers every year? Approximately 5 minutes later, having shaken off his morning grogginess, Lin Bei donned his attire and proceeded directly to the bathroom. Swish, swish, swish. Hatchewy. In the bathroom, after completing his morning routine, Lin Bei gazed into the mirror at the unfamiliar yet recognizable visage before him, a trace of discomfort resurfacing. Reminiscent of his initial encounter with his face 3 days prior, he gestured at the mirror several times, then gently touched his face. The sensation of his fingers meeting his skin evoked a profound sense of reality, prompting Lin Bei to let out another sigh. Alas, it appears that this is indeed real. Never would I have imagined that I have become Wang Zealand. Goodness, goodness, goodness. Indeed, the original owner of this body was Wang Zealand, the remarkable rookie who, in his debut CBA season, averaged an impressive 20.3 points and 12.9 rebounds per game. Born on January 20th, 1994, in Fuzhou, Fujian, Wang Zealand stands tall at 214 centimeters. Father, Wang Changhai, was a key center for the Fujian men's basketball team and a teammate of the legendary war god Liu Yudong. His mother, Lin Huiqing, also had an illustrious career in the Fujian women's basketball team before transitioning to coaching, providing basketball guidance to schools and enterprises. With both parents being professional athletes and towering over 2 meters in height, Wang Zealand naturally inherited their remarkable athletic prowess, emerging from a veritable basketball dynasty. At the 5th grade, his height surpassed 1.7 meters, and by the age of 14, he had joined the Fujian youth team. In 10 years, he was selected for the U-17 national team, laying a profound and solid foundation for his subsequent stunning emergence in the CBA. Well, Wang Zealand is just Wang Zealand. To be honest, compared to him, I'm undoubtedly a winner in life. 3 days had passed since he traversed into this new existence, and Lin Bei gradually accepted his new identity. Rest assured, my brother, since I've taken over your body, I shall care for your parents. Although Lin Bei's first impression of Wang Zealand in his previous life was still that infamous WCNM meme, upon reflecting on Wang Zealand's accolades in the CBA, including being the regular season MVP, a member of the national team, and a player and owner of the Fujian team, Lin Bei increasingly felt that he had indeed struck a remarkable fortune. It is worth noting that in Lin Bei's past life, he was an orphan. Through his own perseverance, coupled with the support of national policies and benevolent individuals, he successfully completed his university education. However, he was merely an ordinary graduate, entering society as a laborer, ultimately just one among the masses of the 886, 996, and 007 groups. In contrast, Wang Zealand, who gained fame at a young age, despite being unable to advance to the NBA due to his innate talent, could already be considered a significant success. Compared to over 90 of the ordinary populace in the country, it was akin to a person earning $4,000 to $5,000 a month suddenly transforming into a mogul with an impending annual income of over $1 million. Lin Bei, or rather, Wang Zealand, suddenly lowered his head and, pulling down his trousers, made a rough comparison. He was much larger than his former self. Indeed, very manly. Just as a peculiar smile began to grace his face, a serious and familiar voice echoed from the first floor, startling him into a tremor. "Wang Zilan, what are you doing? Stop dawdling and come down." The voice belonged to Wang Changhai. His father, "Oh, I'm coming." Every boy harbors a natural reverence for their father, and Wang Zilan was no exception, perhaps even more so than the average child. The athlete couple, Wang Changhai and his wife, instilled a passion for basketball in their child from a young age. When Wang Zilan was 10, his parents took him to the hospital for a bone age test, which concluded that he could grow to a height of 2.08 meters. However, it is scientifically acknowledged that the most accurate assessments of growth occur between the ages of 12 and 13, so they had not anticipated Wang Zilan eventually reaching 2.14 meters. Of course, that was a matter for the future. Upon descending the stairs, Wang Changhai had already finished his breakfast and was seated, reading the newspaper. Wang Zilan stole a glance, and the cover prominently featured the Fuzhou Daily. "Dad, I'm going for breakfast at, Wang Zilan's family dynamic mirrored that of many households in the country, characterized by a strict father and a nurturing mother. After their brief exchange, he made his way toward the dining table. Why does it seem that Zilan has grown taller? He must be around 2.1 meters now. 8t. The very moment Wang Zilan turned to leave, his father subtly lifted his gaze towards his 17-year-old son. Well, if he's taller, so be it as long as the child is well. It was not until Wang Zilan's figure vanished from his father's sight that he resumed his focus on the newspaper in hand. The Chinese Sturgeon team has recorded 24 losses and 8 victories this season, with a win rate of merely 25, failing to qualify for the playoffs. Recruit foreign coaches and seek foreign players. The team's performance is far from that of previous seasons. Whose fault is this? The Shaquille men's basketball team is still quite young, and their future remains uncertain. Perhaps we should afford them more patience. As a former key center for the Fuzhou men's basketball team, Wang Changhai held a deep affection for the team, harboring a fervent desire for its improvement. Currently, the development of the Fuzhou men's basketball team appears to be mired in difficulty, causing a frown to crease Wang Changhai's brow. Chapter 2. The Veteran Inheritance System. Zilan, did you have a restless night? You've risen rather late this morning. After taking a seat at the dining table, Mother Lin Huiqing approached carrying a bowl of vermicelli soup. It must be understood that Wang Zilan, who had been placed under great expectations by his father since childhood, had been subjected to rigorous discipline from the age of 10, cultivating in him impeccable daily habits. These past few days, however, his routine had noticeably deviated from the norm. No wonder Mother Wang harbored such concerns. "Ah, well, just a little," Wang Zilan hastily replied, his guilty conscience flaring as he gazed upon the middle-aged woman before him, her lustrous raven hair, her bright, spirited eyes, and the ever-present smile of contentment gracing her features. Sigh. How could I possibly tell her that the beloved son standing before her now carries a soul that is no longer the same? In his previous life as an orphan, Wang Zilan experienced the warmth of family for the first time, which further strengthened his resolve. He was determined to protect this precious warmth. "Zilan, is it because the recent competition pressure has been weighing on you? Or perhaps there are some issues with your training?" Hearing her son's words, Lin Huiqing hastily pulled up a chair and sat beside him, the smile vanishing from her face as genuine concern took its place. "Don't worry, Mom. I'm just a little too excited, that's all. You really don't need to fret over nothing." Wang Zilan gazed at the woman who constantly worried for him and, for the first time in 3 days, called out with heartfelt sincerity, "Mom, excited? What could possibly be so exciting?" Although her son's response took her by surprise, the weight of worry in her heart lightened somewhat. "I was merely reminiscing about the charity all-star matches at the beginning of the month. It was my first time facing opponents of my own age who were so formidable. Yet, your son stood out as the most exceptional performer. Does that not bring you joy?" The philanthropic all-star game Wang Zilan mentioned was precisely the NBL Gansu Tour's charity all-star event, where the competing teams were the NBL 2011 All-Stars versus the Chinese men's basketball national Olympic team, with Wang Zilan serving as the starting center for the latter. During those matches, Wang Zilan dominated the paint, repeatedly scoring over 20 points and making significant contributions to the Olympic team's victories. This NBL All-Star game further elevated his reputation domestically, even drawing attention from some international media to this promising young center from China. All right, our Zilan is the best. Take your time eating, your father and I have some errands to run later." Seeing her son's face once again radiate the same bright, confident smile as before. Lin Huiqing finally felt at ease and left cheerfully. Sigh. Taking a deep breath, Wang Zilin turned his gaze to the sumptuous breakfast spread across the table. The first thing that caught his eye was the vermicelli soup, a renowned traditional delicacy from Quanzhou that had even been featured on a bite of China. The rest of the spread consisted of a boiled egg, a glass of milk, and of course, the original owner's favorite, beef. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The moment his eyes landed on the steak, Wang Zilin couldn't suppress the audible sound of his salivating anticipation. It appears that the later accounts of Wang Zilin's father, Wang Changhai, stating in interviews that his son could consume up to 2 pounds of beef in a single meal and had devoured over a dozen cattle before turning 18, were not mere fabrications. Well then, I shall commence my feast. After Wang Zilin finished his breakfast, the clock had already struck 7:30. His parents had already left for the day. Zilin, we probably won't be back until evening. There's food in the fridge. If you don't feel like cooking, you can always eat out. Take care of yourself, son. Mom's voice lingered in his memory. Upon entering the living room, Wang Zilin immediately noticed the conspicuous note lying on the otherwise empty table, along with $200 silver beneath it. After pocketing both the note and the money, he casually sprawled across the sofa, instinctively reaching for his phone to play games. Damn it, he suddenly remembered. This was 2011, long before the era of Honor of Kings. After retrieving his flip phone, Wang Zilin abruptly regained full consciousness. Truth be told, one could hardly blame him. Having been abruptly transported from the year 2020 back to 2011 while simultaneously inhabiting another person's body, such circumstances would challenge anyone's ability to adjust within mere days. As his gaze wandered across the cavernous emptiness of this unfamiliar residence, his eyes ultimately settled upon a spherical object resting beside the shoe rack. A basketball? Indeed. It was unmistakably a basketball. Listen, you must remember that you are no longer the ordinary laborer from your past life. Your name now is Wang Zilin, and your future lies in basketball. It shall bestow upon you all that you desire. Go forth, young one. The future belongs to you. After a whirlwind of brainstorming, Wang Zilin gazed dreamily at the vibrant orange basketball before him, his spirit instantly captivated. Sigh. Taking another deep breath, Wang Zilin rose to his feet and approached the basketball. How diminutive it appeared. This was his initial sensation upon lifting the ball single-handedly. Solid. Substantial. With both hands gripping the basketball and giving it a firm squeeze. A profound sense of reassurance welled up from the depths of his heart. To be honest, this was Wang Zilin's first intimate encounter with a basketball in the 3 days since his transmigration. The sensation it evoked was entirely different from merely holding a ball before. Though acutely aware of the heights he could potentially reach, he was no longer the Wang Zilin of yore. Searching his soul, he questioned whether he could ever attain the same pinnacle as his former self. After all, the relentless effort and sweat behind a successful professional basketball player's career were beyond ordinary comprehension. Truth be told, this Wang Zilin was but an average internet jester and homebody. While fond of boasting online about matching professional skills, now that he'd recklessly crossed over without the standard transmigrator system, uncertainty about the future inevitably clouded his mind. During the initial days, he'd indulged fantasies about possessing the obligatory transmigration perks, systems, golden fingers, cheats. But as the 4th day dawned, the ancient adage 3 strikes and you're out rang true. If such gifts hadn't manifested by now, they likely never would. Forget it, even without the perks of transmigration. I refuse to believe I can't surpass the original. Wang Zilin, who deeply understands that the future belongs to the era of small ball play, has roughly outlined his developmental path after confirming the absence of any transmigration benefits. 1. Defensive skills don't need to be elite, but at least reach the average level of NBA interior players. 2. Ideally, master a decent passing ability. 3. Absolutely must develop a reliable three-point shot. In this era of small ball basketball, lacking a reliable three-point shot to create spacing makes survival nearly impossible. Even Dwight Howard, once notorious for his rough offensive skills during his early career, developed a respectable three-point stroke during his Lakers tenure, at least capable of knocking down open looks. While others may doubt, Wang Zilin remains steadfast in his belief that his shooting talent far surpasses that of the offensively limited Howard. After all, big men produced in China have long been renowned for their exceptional shooting touch. Credit where it's due. Thank you, Chairman Yell. Naturally, coupling this with above-average defense and decent playmaking ability would significantly bolster one's prospects of making it in the NBA. As the saying goes, the bolder the ambition, the greater the harvest. Transcenders naturally possess their own sense of pride, stemming from an unshakable conviction deep within. Since Providence has bestowed upon Wang Zilan such a golden opportunity, he must seize it with both hands. Yet the pragmatic reality remains. Ever since Chairman Yao implemented the salary cap, even the most outstanding domestic players in the CBA can earn no more than 8 million renminbi annually. In contrast, the NBA presents a different prospect. Should Wang establish himself there while leveraging the vast Chinese market, he might very well aspire to an annual salary exceeding $10 million. Press onward, young man. Let financial ambition be your guiding star. After changing into his training attire, Wang Zilan arrived at his private basketball court with a ball in hand. Indeed, it was his own personal court, albeit only half a standard one. This inevitably made him lament how futile his previous life had been, toiling away year after year, only barely managing to afford the down payment for an 80-square-meter apartment in Kaili City by his late 20s. The disparity between his former self and his current circumstances was simply staggering. But let bygones be bygones. The true heroes shall be judged by their present deeds. After silently reciting a certain librarian's spring in a garden of snow and sensing the imperial grandeur in the venerable gentleman's heart, a fire ignited in Wang Zilan's chest. Though only half a court was available, its specifications undoubtedly met CBA standards, equivalent to international competition standards. Why not? Ahem. Why not start with a dunk? Gazing at the basketball hoop ahead, Wang Zilan suddenly realized that throughout his previous life, and these past 3 days in his current existence, he had never once executed a proper dunk. Well, those miniature hoops from elementary school didn't count. Action speaks louder than words. Time to make it happen. After dribbling the ball a few times in place to familiarize himself with the muscle memory inherited from his original body, Wang Zilan accelerated straight toward the basket. Dunk. He would use this dunk to punctuate the final chapter of his past and present lives. As he launched into the air, Wang Zilan's mind already conjured visions of his palms intimately embracing the rim. He was about to dunk. Beep beep. Detecting that the host has obtained the key item, with attire, venue, and spirit all meeting the activation conditions. The veteran inheritance system is now binding. Damn it. Startled midair, Wang Zilan lost his grip on the basketball, sending it crashing straight into the backboard. Chapter 3. The idiotic system glitched out. What in the world was that just now? After landing, Wang Zilan shook his head in disbelief, wondering if he had encountered a ghost or was merely hearing things. Get lost. What ghost could there possibly be? He muttered dismissively. Don't frighten yourself unnecessarily. It has long been established that supernatural manifestations are strictly prohibited since the founding of our nation. However, come to think of it, if something as extraordinary as time travel could happen to me, encountering ghosts isn't entirely beyond comprehension. The legacy system of the veteran has been successfully bound. Host, would you like to activate the system? As Wang Zilan was lost in suspicion and unease, that same synthesized electronic voice resonated once more within the depths of his consciousness. The system? It seems I have stumbled upon something extraordinary. The veteran inheritance system has been successfully bound. Host, would you like to activate the system? As the synthesized electronic voice echoed incessantly in his mind, Wang Zilan finally realized this was no auditory hallucination. The almighty system had truly arrived. Breathe. Stay composed. Remain calm. Remember, we are the outstanding successors of socialism, shielded by the 24-character motto. Commence. Activate. Wang Zilan forced himself to remain composed, his trembling voice whispering softly. Beep beep beep. Passcode received. System initialization complete. Scanning host physical attributes and overall basketball skills. Name: Linbei Wang Zilan, hereafter referred to as Wang Zilan. Team: Fujian Men's Basketball Youth Team, Chinese Men's Basketball Youth Team. Age: 17. Position: center. Height: 210 centimeters. Weight: 105 kilograms. After cross-referencing the 2012 Fujian team roster, Wang Zilan was listed at 214 centimeters and 100 kilograms. Here, we've given him a slight physical enhancement. Wingspan: 214 centimeters. Hidden physical attributes: lower body strength, 60 upper body strength, 49 speed, 40 explosiveness, 45 agility, 51 vertical leap, 45 jumping speed, 40 stamina, 47 injury resistance, 45 offensive abilities: post up, 36 layup, 58 mid-range shot, 44 long-range shot, 25 dunk, 51 passing, 32 ball handling, 45 free throw, 55 driving, 31 defensive abilities: perimeter defense, 25 interior defense, 31 rebounding, 41 shot blocking, 38 steals, 25 overall rating, 43, total of 23 individual attributes, minimum 25, maximum 99. A display resembling a 2K player stat panel suddenly materialized before his eyes, leaving him utterly astonished. I knew it all along as an inevitable perk of being a transmigrator. The benefits destined for me might arrive fashionably late, but they would never fail to appear. And lo and behold, here they come. After the initial surprise, the ability analysis chart displayed by the system in Wang Zielin's mind plunged his mood into the abyss. The highest attribute was lower body strength, rated at 60. While this might seem decent at first glance, for an interior player, especially a center, it was woefully inadequate. Strength is absolutely paramount for players in his position. Though Wang was merely 17 years old and theoretically still had room for improvement, the potential for significant growth appeared rather limited. This is likely one of the major reasons that hindered Wang Zielin's advancement to the NBA in later years. Let us proceed further. Standing at 210 centimeters with a wingspan of 214 centimeters, one cannot help but remark, truly worthy of being called the domestic Tyrannosaurus. His wingspan potential rivals even that of Griffin's remarkable genetic gifts. However, when you think about it, having the opportunity to compete against the top NBA draft pick in terms of talent is quite an accomplishment in itself. I shouldn't keep watching. Otherwise, someone's face might turn as dark as charcoal. According to the system's explanation, a player's individual skill ratings range from a minimum of 25 to a maximum of 99. That would mean my steals, perimeter defense, and long-range shooting are probably the worst in the NBA. The system's in-depth analysis reveals that my steals, perimeter defense, and long-range shooting actually didn't even meet the minimum threshold of 25, which is why it provided additional enhancements to these particularly weak areas. Damn it. So I'm considered a charity case now? Who the hell do you think you're looking down upon? Wait a minute. How on earth do you know what's going through my mind? The system is deeply rooted within the host's soul, capable of telepathic communication with you. Of course, you may also opt for verbal communication. The emotionless electronic voice resonated once more. Very well, you're advanced technology, and I'm simply ignorant. Wang Zielin replied helplessly before inquiring. Then, can I mute our communication? Since it was already established that telepathic communication was possible, he naturally wouldn't foolishly speak aloud to empty air. Such behavior would appear utterly deranged to outside observers. Very well then. Very well. May I inquire about the origin of this system? Was it your doing that caused my inexplicable transmigration? And is there any possibility for me to return? Soon, Wang Zielin poured out all the doubts swirling in his mind. The question was unanswerable. The question was unanswerable. This system seems rather rudimentary, doesn't it? It lagged during startup, and now it's stuttering again after just a few simple queries. Let me rephrase my question. What functionalities and utilities does this system possess? How exactly can it be of assistance to me? The system comprises two primary modules, the personal panel and the lottery panel. Kindly peruse their respective functionalities at your leisure. Damn it. How utterly primitive. Other systems instantly flood their hosts' minds with information, yet here I am having to read through everything manually, though filled with exasperation and sarcasm. Wang Zielin understood that this seemingly inept system might be his only path to the NBA, marrying into wealth and beauty, becoming the darling of his era, and ascending to the pinnacle of life. After a thorough examination, Wang Zielin grasped the functions of both the personal and lottery panels. The personal panel displayed his current ability analysis chart and could also assess other players' attributes, simple and straightforward. As for the lottery panel, it offered 5 tiers of rewards: bronze, iron, silver, gold, and amethyst. At this, Wang Zielin scoffed in disbelief. Shouldn't the legendary golden tier be the ultimate prize? Why is the color lavender reserved for the finale? Do you dare look down upon my golden legend? Wang Zielin had lost count of how many times he had cursed this absurd system. To participate in the lottery, one crucial element was required: popularity points. According to the system's explanation, popularity points represented the level of public attention and engagement directed toward the host. By accumulating these points, the host could enter the lottery to obtain player cards, ultimately inheriting the corresponding athlete skills and talents. The lottery was tiered as follows: bronze level 10,000 points per draw, maximum player rating of 60, allowing inheritance of only one specific attribute. Iron level 100,000 points, maximum rating of 70, permitting inheritance of 3 attributes. Silver level 100,000 points, maximum rating of 80, with 6 inheritable attributes. Gold level 10,000 points, star player rating up to 90. Granting 12 attributes plus 1 innate talent. Violet Diamond level, 100, 000 points legendary player card with maximum 99 rating, enabling complete inheritance of all abilities and talents. Bloody hell, Wang Zilan exclaimed in frustration. Upon seeing the popularity points required for the golden tier and amethyst tier draws, Wang Zilan's heart sank like a stone. A mere 10 million was already absurdly high. How could there possibly be 100 million? With such remarkable prowess, why not ascend to the heavens themselves? Wait, system. If there is a segment of the audience who frequently follow my content, yet harbor no particular fondness for me, could this demographic still contribute to my popularity metrics? Wang Zilan suddenly perceived that this popularity metric bore an uncanny resemblance to fan engagement metrics, though in later eras, fans were categorized into supporters, detractors, and indifferent bystanders. As the saying eventually went, infamy is still a form of fame, yet it remains uncertain whether this dim-witted system would acknowledge it. The most dreadful thing is the abrupt silence in the air. Wang Zilan sensed that this idiotic system seemed to have frozen. After verification, the rules regarding popularity points have been modified as follows. Popularity points can only be generated among individuals who possess some level of awareness of the host and maintain a favorable attitude in their hearts. Those who harbor aversion toward the host cannot generate any. What kind of absurdity is this? Did you lift a stone only to drop it on your own foot? In an instant, Wang Zilan's heart was not merely chilled to the core, but shattered into countless fragments. The acquisition of popularity points was already arduous enough. Must you be so fond of idle gossip? Are you truly this incorrigibly foolish? At this moment, he wished he could slap himself hard across the face twice. No, I refuse to accept this. I must voice my discontent. System. If this is the case, the so-called popularity metric might as well be renamed to follower count directly. What's the point of calling it popularity when the name doesn't reflect reality at all? After another prolonged silence, the cold, synthesized electronic voice finally responded. After review, the proposal is deemed reasonable. The popularity metric will henceforth be changed to follower count. I was utterly. Just as Wang Zilan was about to continue his tirade, the dim-witted system suddenly announced, due to the host's discovery of a system bug. The system has successfully initiated an upgrade. The upgrade will only require 5 minutes. Please temporarily exit. Upon successful completion, an additional compensation gift package will be provided. Before Wang Zilan could react, the once crystal-clear system interface vanished without a trace. Imbecile. Chapter 4. The Emerald-Hued Shark? During the system update, Wang Zilan finally seized the opportunity to successfully attempt several dunks, including the legendary Tim Duncan's signature move, the standing windmill dunk that once echoed through the NBA. After executing several dunks, he had to concede that his vertical leap, while not exactly matchbox level, was at best equivalent to a brick, stood upright. This was someone's final act of defiance. Beep. System upgrade successful. Host, would you like to activate the system? The frigid electronic voice finally resonated once more within his consciousness, and Wang Zilan's apprehensive state of mind gradually settled. Commence. He had been slightly concerned earlier about this foolish system potentially malfunctioning, but fortunately it didn't disappoint. Indeed, a host with such distinguished and handsome features like his was truly rare and precious. The system clearly cherished him dearly. A compensation reward package has been dispatched. Please claim it promptly, as it will automatically expire within 30 days. As if he would ever neglect to claim it. Without hesitation, he opened it immediately. Upon entering, Wang Zilan was nearly blinded by the dazzling glow of a magnificent violet gift box. The rule about unclaimed packages expiring after 30 days seemed oddly familiar, but before he could ponder further, the package burst open. In recognition of the host promptly identifying a system bug, a special Violet Diamond Tier lottery opportunity has been granted. May the host persevere and continue uncovering the system's inherent flaws. At this moment, Wang Zilan's heart was no longer icy cold, but rather, radiant with warmth. He felt an overwhelming urge to burst into song. What a glorious day today. Let me sing to bless you. The dramatic vicissitudes of life proved far too exhilarating, stirring within him an almost unbearable excitement. Why hesitate any longer? If not now, then when? Upon switching to the lottery panel, Wang Zilan was astonished to discover that not only had the entire interface transformed into a regal shade of purple, but there was also a prominent numeral 1 displayed at its center, clearly indicating an available lottery draw. However, his gaze was immediately captivated by a sequence of numbers in the panel's upper right corner. 14588. You're my father. What on earth is this supposed to mean? Could the system kindly elucidate the meaning behind this sequence of numerals? This sequence of numbers reminded Wang Zilan of his naive youth when his roommates took advantage of him, a dark chapter he still refuses to revisit. Faced with the host's bewildered expression, the system explained, "This is the total sum of your current fan value." Oh, that's quite profound, I suppose. Considering he was only 17, his influence likely extended no further than QZ City, or at most the Fujian province. Beyond local fans who knew their hometown had produced such a talented player, few elsewhere would recognize him. Thus, he found the 14,588 fan value somewhat acceptable. Forcing himself to ignore that string of digits, Wang Zilan shifted his focus to the circular purple roulette before him. This will bore an uncanny resemblance to those promotional lottery wheels in supermarkets, the kind where spending a certain amount granted you a spin. Though the wheel is divided into 8 small sections, each segment occupies an equal portion of space. In other words, whichever one you land on, you must accept it with grace. A genuine 1 in 8 probability. However, what astonished Wang Zilan the most was that among these 8 small sections, there wasn't a single thank you for your patronage in sight. Indeed, you heard it right. Astonishingly, truly, not a trace of thank you for your patronage. The heavens bear witness to this benevolence. However, upon closer inspection, he began to realize that something seemed amiss. System. Why are all the players available for me to draw exclusively interior players? Indeed, gaze upon the names gracing the raffle board: Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, Hakeem Olajuwon, Wilt Chamberlain. It could be said that more than half of the NBA's top 10 centers in history have gathered here, with the exception of Duncan, the greatest power forward of all time. However, upon closer examination, that quiet fellow spent a significant portion of his career playing the center position, especially during playoffs. Therefore, Wang Zilan could accept the system categorizing him among those legendary centers. Duncan would likely remark, "Just kidding, you guys can't even decide who's the greatest center of all time. But I'm universally acknowledged as the greatest power forward, all right? That's what you call prestige." Given that the host primarily plays the center position, most of the emerging stars are naturally centers, though there are also some notable power forwards. Your point is quite valid. I find myself at a loss for words in response. Very well then, let us commence the lottery. At the command, the lottery wheel immediately began spinning clockwise, accelerating rapidly until within mere seconds, Wang Zilan could no longer discern the contents. Having drawn a purple diamond tier superstar card on his first attempt, Wang found himself so overwhelmed with tension that he instinctively closed his eyes. After silently counting to 20 in his heart, he presumed the process must have concluded and cautiously reopened his eyes, only to discover, to his astonishment, that the system's wheel continued its relentless rotation. Upon opening my eyes, the first sight that greeted me was still that hazy, spinning violet wheel. The host must vocally command it to halt. Only then will the lottery conclude. Otherwise, this carousel of chance persists in its perpetual motion. Might I inquire why this crucial detail wasn't disclosed earlier? The host never asked this question. After a foolish exchange, Wang Zilan decided to end it all. How many floors can a sack of rice carry? Divine retribution. Stop. At this moment, Wang Zilan could truly be described as wielding divine authority. His words manifesting reality with celestial potency. With a single command, a vividly lifelike violet dragon suddenly emerged from the roulette center, surging toward him amidst a resounding draconic roar. "Stay away from me," he cried out in alarm. Before he could utter the words in his heart, the majestic violet dragon had already transformed into a delicate purple card, hovering ethereally before his chest. How ostentatious! After offering a brief yet relatively objective comment, Wang Zilan retrieved the card that had been spinning and leaping before his chest. Upon closer inspection, why is it green? Legendary player card. Shaquille O'Neal, 2010-11 season edition. Team, Boston Celtics. Age, 38. Position, center. Height, 216 centimeters. Weight, 155 kilograms. In the twilight of his career. Per physical conditioning, wingspan, 231 centimeters. Standing reach, 287 centimeters. Hand size, 27.9 centimeters. Physical attributes: lower body strength, 92 upper body strength, 88 speed, 32 explosiveness, 65 agility, 57 vertical leap, 50 jumping speed, 48 stamina, 55 injury resistance, 81 offensive skills: post-up, 76 layup, 86 mid-range shot, 35 long-range shot, 25 dunk, 70 passing, 40 ball handling, 51 free throw, 55 driving, 46 defensive skills: perimeter defense, 30 interior defense, 62 rebounding, 51 block, 65 steal, 45 overall rating, 66, a reliable bench player. Still trustworthy in clutch moments. Evaluation. In the twilight of his illustrious career, Shaquille O'Neal, despite averaging merely 20 minutes per game off the bench, achieved a career-high 66. 7 field goal percentage, contributing 9. 2 points, 4. 8 rebounds, 1. 1 blocks, 0. 7 steals, and 0. For assists per game. Clearly, the colossal diesel engine still had fuel left in the tank. However, the pride of a superstar could not endure the indignity of being traded like a mere bargaining chip, prompting him to make a brief yet resolute farewell. Innate talents, born strength, Violet Diamond. This talent grants the player a natural maximum strength attribute of 99. Note, allows the player to achieve max strength through training. Dunk Maestro, Silver. Upon physical contact with an opponent within the key, the player can forcefully execute a dunk, slightly increasing dunk success rate. Additionally, dunking, Vertical Leap, and jumping speed attributes each receive a temporary 4 boost for 5 seconds. A successful dunk also inspires teammates, restoring 5 of their stamina. So this is O'Neal during his Celtics era. Wait a moment, if I recall correctly from the system records, isn't this the Purple Diamond Superstar card? The maximum rating is as high as 99, yet why have I received this green shark with a mere score of 66? Shouldn't it be a majestic purple gold shark instead? Wang Zealand expressed profound condemnation towards such deceptive practices targeting customers. Chapter 5. The terrifying might of an external reinforcement. Firstly, this system is the veteran inheritance system. As the name suggests, the player cards drawn are from the later stages or even twilight years of their careers. Secondly, the host is advised to review the drawing rules. Upon obtaining a player card, what can be inherited are the abilities and talents of that player. The superstar card indicates that the ability rating cap is 99, not the overall rating cap. Stunned into silence. Very well, you're the boss. Your rules prevail. After receiving the official response, Wang Zealand had no choice but to accept this outcome. Why couldn't it be the Shaquille O'Neal from his Cavaliers or Suns era? Alas, although the Celtic version of O'Neal remains an unattainable existence for Wang Zealand at present, the mere thought that he could have obtained the Suns or Cavaliers O'Neal from the 1210 to 178 era still stirs a tinge of unwillingness in his heart. After all, human nature is ultimately governed by insatiable greed. Who does not yearn for greater abundance? After gathering his thoughts, the legendary Shaquille O'Neal player card still left Wang Zealand utterly awestruck. Lower body strength, 92. Upper body strength, 88. The layup is 86. It's all mine. Every last bit of it. Although this marked the twilight of Shaquille O'Neal's illustrious career as the dominant Big Shark, his ability ratings still completely overshadowed Wang Zealand's in every aspect. Apart from possessing an 8-point advantage in speed and a 9-point edge in mid-range shooting over the aging O'Neal, Wang found himself inferior in all other skill categories. This stark comparison implied that the 21 years, his senior O'Neal could have effortlessly dominated the 17-year-old Wang with paternal ease. To borrow a phrase from Uncle Ben Sean, this truly makes me grieve for your predicament. System, why on earth does O'Neal's injury resistance attribute reach 81? This is utterly unreasonable. Even if O'Neal's free throw ability was as mediocre as his own at 55, Wang Zealand could accept it. After all, despite the outside world constantly emphasizing how supposedly terrible O'Neal's free throws were, in reality, his free throw percentage consistently remained above 50, peaking at an impressive 62 in his best season. However, what Wang Zealand absolutely could not tolerate was O'Neal's injury resistance being nearly twice his own. Upon verification, throughout Shaquille O'Neal's entire career, he never suffered any catastrophic injuries. This was due to several factors. First, O'Neal habitually coasted through the regular season only to dominate in the playoffs. Second, he skillfully utilized his strength and size to simplify his movements, minimizing unnecessary wear and tear. And third, simply put, the man was a freak of nature, uncertain if it was merely his imagination. He couldn't shake the feeling that the system's volume distinctly amplified when mentioning O'Neal's extraordinary talents. Scratching his head in contemplation, Wang Zealand begrudgingly acknowledged the system's argument held considerable merit. In my recollection, this formidable shark would typically engage in a dozen or more battles each year, if not more. One could argue that he sacrificed the accolades of the regular season in exchange for an extraordinarily prolonged career as a center and legendary performances in the playoffs. Otherwise, given the sheer dominance he exhibited during his prime, how could he have been awarded merely a single, unremarkable MVP title in the regular season. Evidently, his vision extends far beyond that of the ordinary. Truly a rare intellectual talent in the NBA, if memory serves, he is poised to obtain his Ph.D. in human resources from Barry University come May next year. Remarkable. System, how might I inherit the capabilities of this card? After switching to the personal panel, simply place the corresponding superstar card over your personal avatar. As he positioned this Shaquille O'Neal superstar card onto his own avatar, the card instantly dissolved into shimmering violet particles, gradually merging into the image. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully acquiring the superstar card. You may choose to fully inherit Shaquille O'Neal's version 1011 abilities and talents, or selectively inherit specific aspects. Selective inheritance, intriguing. Exclude speed, mid-range shooting, long-range shooting, and free throws, these 4 attributes. I want everything else. As you wait, Wong Zealand suddenly realized that certain physical attributes such as height, weight, wingspan, and vertical reach had not yet been clarified regarding whether he could inherit them. If only I could inherit such traits, perhaps I could finally shed the moniker of the domestic T-Rex. You must understand, even in his twilight years, when Shaquille O'Neal's explosive athleticism had largely faded, his static physical gifts remained nothing short of legendary. Take his wingspan, for instance. Had Blake Griffin been blessed with such an advantage, his career might not have plateaued at mere all-star status, forever falling short of true superstardom. But the question lingers, could I ever inherit O'Neal's towering height, his staggering reach? After uttering these words, Wong Zealand couldn't help but swallow hard. There was simply no resisting it. The flesh of this great shark was irresistibly tempting. It could be inherited. After a brief silence, the system finally responded. Wong Zealand hesitated for a mere fraction of a second before bursting into uproarious laughter. Moments later, he regained his composure and tentatively inquired, System, can I selectively inherit just a portion of O'Neal's body weight? System, you currently possess the most prestigious star card. Certainly. Yes. Yes. After much deliberation, Wong Zealand ultimately chose to become a 130-kilogram version of a baby shark. Knowing full well that the golden age of basketball would evolve into the small ball era, he naturally had to protect his precious ankles. It's worth noting that as of 2020, when he time-traveled, the heaviest active NBA player was the 231-meter-tall Boban Marjanovic, weighing in at 132 kilograms. Ranked second is the so-called once-in-a-century basketball prodigy, Zion Williamson. Standing at 201 meters tall, Zion astonishingly weighs 129 kilograms. It remains a marvel how he manages to perform free-throw line dunking while carrying such substantial mass. Truly an extraordinary phenomenon in the sporting world. Yet the mere thought of his 130-kilogram frame, which would undoubtedly qualify him as a prehistoric behemoth even in this era of small ball dominance. Not to mention his theoretically attainable peak strength rating of 99 through training, filled Wong Zealand with grandiose fantasies. As he indulged in visions of dominating the small ball era, his personal attribute panel materialized once more. Name: Wong Zealand affiliated teams: Fujian Men's Basketball Youth Team, Chinese National Men's Basketball Youth Team. Age: 17. Position: center. Height: 212 centimeters. Weight: 112 kilograms. Wingspan: 227 centimeters. Standing reach: 284 centimeters. Hand size: 27.9 centimeters. Physical hidden attributes: lower body strength, 66, upper body strength, 60, speed, 40, explosiveness, 47, agility, 52, vertical leap, 45, jumping speed, 45, stamina, 49, injury resistance, 58, offensive abilities, post up, 51, layup, 62, mid-range shot, 44, long-range shot, 25, dunk, 55, passing, 33, ball handling, 46, free throw, 55, driving, 33, defensive abilities, perimeter defense, 25, interior defense, 38, rebounding, 43, shot blocking, 45, stealing, 33, overall rating, 52, CBA foreign player tier. Evaluation: despite his youth, he possesses immense potential. Currently not recommended for the NBA, requiring further refinement. Innate skills: natural titan strength, amethyst. This talent enables the host to achieve max-level strength attributes through training. Dunk overlord, silver, within 3 seconds of physical contact with an opponent. Executing a forceful collision dunk slightly increases dunk success rate. Attributes for dunking, vertical leap, and jumping speed each increase by 4 points for 3 seconds. A successful dunk inspires teammates, restoring 5 of their stamina. Chapter 6: The Bronze Dog's Unyielding Spirit through the system's feedback. Wang Zilin understood that the abilities granted by this Shaquille O'Neal superstar card would not take immediate effect. Instead, they would integrate progressively, beginning with the simplest attributes. First to merge were static physical traits, height, wingspan, and weight, which assimilated most efficiently. The remaining dynamic attributes, such as strength, vertical leap, and explosive power, along with various skill ratings, required a more extended period of adaptation. According to the system's explanation, player cards of the same tier could be swiftly converted into one's own capabilities, almost instantaneously upon activation. For instance, if he had drawn a bronze tier player card, the corresponding player's abilities would immediately transfer to him. For iron tier cards, the process demanded more time, anywhere from a week to a month, depending on the individual attribute, ranging between 60 to 69. Silver tier cards required 1 to 3 months. Gold tier 3 to 6 months, while the mightiest violet diamond tier cards necessitated approximately a year of integration. Naturally, Wang Zilin could accelerate this fusion through dedicated training. In essence, though the system could elevate his potential, it remained merely a supplementary tool. To truly ascend to the pinnacle and behold the vistas of greatness, relentless personal effort remained indispensable. System, what does the symbol after the Dunk Emperor talent signify? Could it possibly be upgraded? Indeed, during his prime, Shaquille O'Neal possessed 5 innate talents: Divine Strength, Amethyst tier; Dunk Emperor, Amethyst tier; Finisher, Amethyst tier; Brawler, Gold tier; and Paint Dominator, Gold tier. However, apart from the unique Divine Strength, the remaining 4 talents have nearly dissipated entirely. By the time of retirement, even the silver tier Dunk Emperor will fade away. The host can enhance these talents through fan value, including elevating the Dunk Emperor back to its Amethyst tier peak. 5 talents. What an absolute monstrosity. The innate divine strength and the title of Dunk Emperor alone filled Wang Zilin with yearning for the legendary prowess of a peak-era Shaquille O'Neal. Yet the harsh reality cruelly reminded him that he had still underestimated these monstrous talents. Wait, did that imply the current NBA's reigning king, the venerable LBJ, also possessed such heaven-bestowed abilities? Suddenly, Wang Zilin felt as though he had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. Indeed, your conjecture was correct. After a fleeting moment of astonishment, a surge of exhilaration welled up in Wang Zilin's heart, an indomitable fighting spirit that springs from the very core of masculinity. Since ancient times, our ancestors have proclaimed that nobility is not an inherent privilege. He refused to believe that with his cheat-like advantages, he couldn't surpass the likes of old BJ, elementary school kids, or laborer do. If one aging Shaquille O'Neal wasn't enough, he'd add an aging Hakeem Olajuwon, an aging Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He was convinced that one day, he would assemble the top 10 centers in history. When that time came, he wouldn't just be equipped with 6 divine artifacts, but 10. Who's afraid of whom then? At the very least, we can share equal honors and achievements. After regaining his confidence, Wang Zilin's gaze fell upon the plus sign behind the Dunk Master skill. Without much hesitation, he decisively tapped it. Ding. Talent skill. Silver tier Dunk Master requires 5 million fan points to upgrade to Gold tier. Current fan points insufficient. Please continue your efforts. 5 million fan points could already fulfill half the requirement for a Golden tier draw. Pardon me. Once again, I switched to the lottery panel, only to find the entire interface had turned white, a blank slate. Gazing at the string of numbers in the top right corner, 14, 588. A flood of unpleasant memories resurfaced in my mind. System, initiate a bronze tier draw. Current fan points sufficient for 1 bronze tier draw. Please confirm whether to proceed. Indeed. Although the master initiated this lottery partly due to his disdain for that string of numbers, the primary motivation stemmed from his gambling instincts resurfacing once more. As anticipated, the roulette will transform into a bronze hue this time, suggesting that each tier of the draw possesses its own distinct color. Halt. What woof. The disparity between the amethyst and bronze tier effects is staggering. One manifests as a majestic dragon, while the other merely conjures a common canine. The hierarchy of disdain truly permeates every corner. System, you have sorely disappointed me. Player card, Maris Spites 2018 to 2019 edition, Team, CBA Guangzhou Long Lions age, 31 position, center height, 208 centimeters weight, 125 kilograms wingspan, 217 centimeters physical attributes, hidden, lower body strength, 35 upper body strength, 32 speed, 51 explosiveness, 40 agility, 48 vertical leap, 41 jumping speed, 35 stamina, 50 injury resistance, 52 offensive abilities post-up, 44 layup, 50 mid-range shooting, 55 long-range shooting, 58 dunking, 45 passing, 40 ball handling, 50 free throw, 52 driving, 36 defensive abilities, perimeter defense, 25 interior defense, 28 rebounding, 35 shot blocking, 30 steals, 33 overall rating, 55 CBA superstar tier, evaluation. A quintessential stretch big man of the small ball era. Possessing respectable mid to long-range shooting, but offering negligible defensive presence. Well then, having no recollection whatsoever of this particular black player, after reviewing his export stats and the system's assessment, he could roughly discern the archetype. Offense, 2 sharp blades. Defense, a sieve for all to exploit. Cheap goods are never good. The ancients spoke the truth indeed. After experiencing the impact of superstar cards, the mere bronze cards could no longer spark even the slightest interest in Wang Zilin. Those bronze cards, only worthy of canine special effects, were truly nothing but bronze mutts. Though he wore an expression of disdain on the surface, certain attributes of Mari's spites still caught Wang Zilin's eye. 55 in mid-range shooting and 58 in long-range shooting. This guy really made a living purely off his shooting skills. However, soon enough, those talents would become mine at a bargain. He had also reviewed the statistics of this player from the Guangzhou Long Lions in the system. 29 appearances, 14 starts, averaging 31. 8 minutes per game with 22. 7 points and 7. For rebounds, his shooting averages were 7. 9 made field goals out of 19 attempts, including 3. 1 3-pointers made from 8. 7 attempts, accounting for nearly half of his total shots. Though Mari's spites averaged 7. For rebounds per game, only 6. 1 were defensive rebounds, while a mere 1. 3 were offensive. Hardly surprising that his final rebounding rating was just 35. The bronze player card draw is complete. The host may designate any one of his abilities to inherit. Please make your selection. Was there even a need to deliberate? I choose the 3-pointer. This guy's value lies almost exclusively in his shooting ability. With a mid-range shot rating of 44, which is already decent, reaching 50 through additional practice is merely a matter of time. In contrast, his 3-point shooting ability is embarrassingly low at a mere 25. For old-school basketball players like his father, Wang Chonghai, the center's role was to dominate the paint, scoring primarily through dunks, hook shots, or mid-range jumpers. The 3-pointer? Forget about it. They never even practiced it. But knowing that the future belongs to the 3-point centric era of small ball, Wang Zilin unhesitatingly chose to develop his long-range shooting. Ability extraction complete. Host's remaining fan value, 4588. Keep up the good work. Upon reopening his personal stats panel, he noticed his 3-point rating had surged to 58, while his overall rating climbed from 52 to 56. Beside the rating, the label CBA All-Star level gleamed just as before. With the lottery concluded, Wang Zilin dismissed the system interface, scooped up the basketball from the ground, and gazed at the hoop ahead with fiery determination. Chapter 7. What reason could possibly hinder a man from setting sail? This time, Wang Zilin refrained from attempting a dunk, opting instead to test his 3-point shooting. Had anyone witnessed this peculiar scene, they would undoubtedly have found it bizarre. A towering 1-meter center eschewing the paint to position himself beyond the arc, poised to launch a 3-pointer. In this era, such behavior would be deemed incomprehensible and unforgivable. Firstly, stretch big men had not yet proliferated as they would in later years. Secondly, Dwight Howard, the last bastion of traditional centers, still reigned as the league's premier big man, ensuring the fundamental ethos of the game remained unchanged. Exhale, taking a deep breath out of habit, Wang Zilin fixed his gaze intently on the basketball hoop ahead, with his calves propelling him upward. He raised the ball above his head as his body naturally extended. A flick of his fingers sent the ball soaring through the air, tracing a graceful arc as if guided by an invisible tracking system. Swish! The ball struck the rim with a resounding clang. How utterly mortifying. That was non-existent. Wang Zilin's brows first furrowed tightly, then quickly relaxed again, although his 3-point ability had suddenly soared to 58. This was after all the first 3-pointer of his life. Missing was perfectly normal, making it would have been bizarre. With an indifferent expression, he ran over to pick up the ball and continued dribbling beyond the 3-point line. Thump, thump, thump. Clang, 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 swoosh. The rhythmic sounds of metal striking metal echoed incessantly across the training ground, occasionally interspersed with swift swooshing noises. Before long, the clock struck noon. Wang Zilin had already been practicing relentlessly for 4 full hours. It was just 3-pointers, mid-range jumpers, hook shots under the basket. He drilled them all. Of course, what he practiced most were dunks. No boy who has never dunked can truly fathom the sheer exhilaration of completing that first genuine, soaring slam. And once you start dunking, it becomes an addiction. This brought back memories of when he first discovered the NBA 2K games, how he had splurged a whopping 588 yuan on the Michael Jordan dunk package. Then spent an entire afternoon in the game-esque training camp, leaping from the free throw line again and again. Ladies, never ask your boyfriend whether the game or you matter more. The moment you uttered those words, the answer had already revealed itself. This was a personal experience of one of his friends. Left alone at home, Wang Zilan had no desire to trouble himself. At noon, he hastily boiled some noodles and paired them with leftovers from the previous day, settling for a simple meal. By 7:30 in the evening, Wang Changhai and his wife had already returned, preparing a sumptuous dinner. Come, Zilan, this is your favorite stir-fried beef. Try it. How does it taste? After placing the final dish of stir-fried beef on the dining table, Mother Wang immediately picked up a piece of tenderloin and placed it in Wang Zilan's bowl. Mother, do you think I'm unaware of your culinary skills? Without even tasting it, the mere aroma was enough to tell me it would be absolutely delicious. Though he said so, Wang Zilan couldn't resist the temptation as his hands moved almost involuntarily, lifting that piece of beef tenderloin from the bowl straight into his mouth. Exquisite. As the beef first touched his lips and he gave it a gentle chew, its tenderness surpassed all expectations. Yet upon further mastication, he discovered that while exquisitely smooth, the meat still maintained a delightful resilience. A wave of extraordinary pleasure immediately coursed through his entire being. How utterly delectable. One must certainly indulge in more of such exquisite fare. A mother's greatest joy is hearing words of praise from her child, for it serves as the most profound encouragement. Observing this tender moment, Father Wang smiled gently and remarked, Huiqing, don't you think our Zilan seems to have grown taller recently? Ah, I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but now that I look, he does appear a bit taller, she replied. As former professional basketball players, Wang Changhai and his wife were particularly sensitive to changes in height. With just a brief glance, they could discern that their son had indeed grown. I measured myself this afternoon, I chimed in, barely pausing between bites of beef. Without shoes, I'm now 2.11 meters tall, and with shoes, it's about 2.14 meters. 2.11 meters. They exclaimed in unison. Old Wang, this differs from the results we obtained when we performed the bone assessment procedure on him years ago, said Mother Wang with evident concern. Faced with his wife's apprehension, Father Wang chuckled reassuringly. Rest assured, I've researched this thoroughly. The optimal age for adolescents to undergo bone assessment is actually around 12 or 13 years old. We conducted it 2 years earlier than recommended, which accounts for the discrepancy. Then, will our son continue growing indefinitely like this? Although her husband had already explained, she still harbored some concerns. Rest assured, while there may be slight deviation from the initial projection of 2.08 meters, Shaolin will likely reach no more than 2.15 meters at most, which won't affect his basketball performance. That's a relief. That's wonderful. All right, Dad, Mom, there's no need for you to fret unnecessarily. I am perfectly aware of my own physical condition. I'm perfectly fine. Let's have dinner quickly before the dishes get cold. In the blink of an eye, it was already 8 o'clock. The family of 3 had finished their meal and were sitting neatly in the living room. What's the matter, Zilan? Is something troubling you? Seeing his son's hesitant expression, Father Wang took the initiative to speak. As parents, no one could understand their own child better than the two of them. Though usually cheerful and optimistic, whenever he had something weighing on his mind, he would immediately become tongue-tied. Dad, I want to play in the CBA. Upon hearing his father speak first, Wang Zilan seemed to exhale in relief, then raised his head to meet his father's gaze and spoke the words weighing on his heart. The queen mother nearby overheard and turned her gaze in surprise. Could you share with me, when did this idea first take root in your mind? Although Father Wang was somewhat surprised, he had long anticipated the arrival of such a day, merely not so soon. In fact, ever since those charity all-star games last time, this idea had already taken root in my mind. As Wang Zilan spoke, he subconsciously clenched his right fist. Among his peers, there were hardly any left who could truly challenge him. He yearned to ascend to a grander stage and compete against mightier opponents. But you're only 17. Yao Ming joined the Sharks at 17, and Yi Jianlian entered Guangdong Hanyuan at just 16. Dad, I don't believe for a second that your son is any less capable than them. Wang Zilan's words completely silenced Wang Changhai's subsequent remarks. But this. Beside them, Mother Wang glanced anxiously between the two, momentarily at a loss for words. Dad, Mom, please believe in me. My goal is the NBA, and for that, I need greater challenges. Gazing at this suddenly unfamiliar yet determined son, Wang Changhai fell silent. Yet, what surged within him was not hesitation, but pride. Through the fiery resolve and unshakable conviction in Wang Zilan's eyes, he understood his son was growing up, learning to carve his own path. After a prolonged silence, Wang Changhai turned to exchange a glance with his wife, then faced his son with solemn gravity. If this is your choice, then go. Thank you, Dad. As Wang Zilan was brimming with excitement, Wang Changhai spoke up. But remember, you're a man now. The most important quality for a man is responsibility. Once you've made your choice, you must persevere down that path. I don't want you to live with regrets someday. No problem. At that moment, he nearly roared with emotion. That very night, Wang Zilan remained exhilarated until 3:30 in the morning before gradually succumbing to slumber. Not far away, through the crevice of a door in another dwelling, a faint glow of lamplight could still be discerned within. Old Wang. How did our Zilan suddenly develop this aspiration to join the CBA? After all, he's still just a child. Old Wang, do utter a word. I implore you. Unable to sleep, Lin Huiqing kicked her husband beside her with restless agitation. Zilan was already developing his own opinions, no longer a mere child. Wang Changhai reached for the water glass nearby and took a sip of the cool boiled water. Yet he, alas. All right, you always worry too much. The younger generation will find their own happiness. Wang Changhai smiled and gently drew the woman who had weathered nearly 2 decades of life storms beside him into his embrace, his existence brimming with tender devotion. Moreover, what possible reason could deter a man from setting sail upon his destined voyage? Chapter 8. The bench press attracts attention on the morning of September 10, 2011. After breakfast, Wang Changhai took his son by car to the Jinjiangzuchang Gymnasium. The complex consists of a main gymnasium, training halls, and underground training facilities, with a total floor area of 17,000 square meters and seating for 4,000 spectators. It also serves as the home court for the Fujin Xuanxing men's basketball team, where both the senior and youth squads regularly train. Upon arriving at the entrance of Zuchang Gymnasium, Wang Zilan followed his father inside with familiar ease. When they reached the training hall, over a dozen people were already gathered there. The first to catch Wang Zilan's attention was a middle-aged man with a crew cut, wearing black-rimmed glasses, whose face was perpetually lit by a radiant smile. Coach Fan Bin, long time no see. You've grown taller too, Zilan. A year apart. Not only have you shot up in height, but you've also become considerably more handsome. This person was none other than Fan Bin, Wang Zilan's head coach during his U17 national youth team days. Upon recognizing the visitor, he quickened his pace and warmly embraced the slender young man before him. Old Lu. Long time no see. You too, old Wang. You're still as spry as ever. Meanwhile, Wang Zilan's father, Wang Changhai, had wandered to the other side, engaged in cheerful conversation with a man standing roughly 2 meters tall, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and a square-jawed face, a hallmark of Chinese masculinity. This was none other than his father's former teammate from the Fujin men's basketball team, a legendary figure in Chinese basketball, the war god Lu Yudong. Uncle Lu. After exchanging a few brief words, Wang Zilan promptly approached Lu Yudong to greet him. Clap, clap, clap. Examining the physique. Not bad. This frame is indeed more robust than when we last met. It seems you've been training diligently in private. Lu Yudong began by patting Wang Zilan's shoulder, then circled around to his back before finally revealing a satisfied smile. The remaining individuals were not to be neglected either. Wang Zilan promptly stepped forward to greet each one respectfully. It couldn't be helped. After all, half of them were familiar faces, some even having watched him grow up. Lu Yudong, the god of war of Chinese men's basketball, was the only legendary figure in the team's history to serve as the Olympic flag bearer for 2 consecutive editions before Yao Ming's era. Ma Lianbao, former head coach of the Fujin men's basketball team, was then serving as the U17 national youth team leader and assistant coach. He had immediately recognized Wang Zilan's potential and made an exception to bring him into the national youth team, a mentor who had ignited his early spark. Gong Songlin, the renowned king of Fujin basketball, was a national team veteran who dedicated his entire career to the Fujin men's basketball team. He had even taken a young Wang Zilan out for fun in his childhood. Xiao Guangbi, a Fujin men's basketball player since the 1970s, transitioned into coaching after retirement, nurturing talents like the famed national player Lu Yudong and the rising star Gong Songlin, a figure of grandfatherly stature. Among the 7 or 8 figures surrounding his father, any one of them held significant influence in Fujin's basketball circles. Even figures like Xiao Guangbi and Liu Yudong commanded towering reputations in the broader landscape of Chinese basketball. Their presence here today was not only due to the earnest efforts of his father, Wang Chonghai, but also, and more crucially, a testament to Wang Zilin's own extraordinary talent. It has been confirmed that this will be the final season for Fujian's basketball legend Gong Songlin before his retirement. However, Fujian's men's basketball team has yet to find a worthy successor to carry the torch. Wang Zilin, born into a basketball dynasty and demonstrating exceptional talent from a young age, naturally became the focal point of attention from these veteran players. Historically, Wang did not disappoint them, averaging an impressive 20 points and 10 rebounds in his debut season, seamlessly inheriting the mantle from Gong Songlin as Fujian's new star. Now, enough reminiscing. Let us not forget we have important matters at hand today. As the appointed time arrived, Fan Bin, the current head coach of Fujian's men's basketball team, approached accompanied by a robust Caucasian gentleman. Xiao Wang, allow me to introduce Mr. Tom Bruce, our club's head trainer. Mr. Bruce will be conducting your physical assessments today. I've heard from your father about your aspirations to follow in the footsteps of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian into the NBA. Therefore, we will be measuring your physical attributes using NBA-level standards. Any objections? Of course. None at all. Very well, Bruce. Kindly escort young Wang to warm up first. Once we complete the physical measurements, we shall then evaluate his technical abilities. Understood, Van. According to the NBA's standard player evaluation metrics, physical measurements typically include barefoot height, height with shoes, weight, bench press, wingspan, standing reach, vertical leap, and other key indicators. After approximately 10 minutes, Tom Bruce handed the report to Fan Bin with a somewhat earnest demeanor. Congratulations, my friend. You've stumbled upon a rather promising young talent, he remarked. Oh. Tom Bruce's words immediately piqued the interest of Fan Bin and others. Player evaluation, Wang Zilin, barefoot height, 212 centimeters, height in shoes, 215 centimeters, weight, 112 kilograms, wingspan, 227 centimeters, hand length, 27. 9 centimeters, body fat percentage, 9. 6, standing reach, 283 centimeters, 3 forecourt sprint, 3. 88 seconds, vertical jump, no step 32 centimeters, vertical jump, running 46 centimeters, bench press, 84 kilograms 7 reps, max bench press, 115 kilograms assessment, a historically elite static athletic profile paired with rather mediocre dynamic athleticism. His static physical gifts are beyond reproach, whereas his explosive abilities leave much to be desired. However, considering the player is merely 17 years old, there remains significant room for theoretical improvement. Of course, this was Tom Bruce's personal evaluation of Wang Zilin. As a professional basketball trainer from America, he had witnessed countless prodigies. Wang Zilin's static measurements briefly caught his attention, just a fleeting spark of intrigue, before he dismissed it with casual indifference. Zilin's talent, May. After reviewing the physical measurements of Wang Zilin, Fan Bin, Liu Yudong, Xiao Guangbi, and others were secretly astonished, especially head coach Fan Bin, who now harbored only one thought in his mind. I must acquire this young talent. Just this static physical talent alone surpasses even Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, the pride of Chinese basketball. Although his dynamic physical attributes pale in comparison to Yi Jianlian's, there are still some remarkable aspects worth noting. Take his maximum bench press of 115 kilograms, for instance. It must be emphasized that the average bench press capacity among Chinese basketball players falls below 100 kilograms, making those who can surpass this threshold exceptionally rare. Yao Ming, the illustrious first overall pick in the 2002 NBA draft, is rumored to have a bench press capacity around 160 kilograms. As for Yi Jianlian, estimates vary between 120 kilograms and 130 kilograms, but it undoubtedly exceeds 100 kilograms. Apart from these two, in the Xinjiang team's Minkbotter, virtually no current Chinese male basketball player can bench press over 100 kilograms. This makes Wang Zilin's demonstrated maximum of 115 kilograms particularly extraordinary. What's even more astonishing is that he's merely 17 years old. Chapter 9. Fujian's new reinforcement today was not in vain. As I've said before, my son certainly wouldn't let you down. When the physical test results came out, Wang Chonghai was utterly astonished internally, yet maintained an air of composed indifference on the surface. Enough already, you rascal. Don't push your luck just because you've gained an advantage. We get it. You've got an outstanding son, all right? Liu Yudong had long noticed the barely concealed glee in his old friend's brow and couldn't resist teasing him with a knowing chuckle. This time, Wang Chonghai couldn't hold back either, breaking into a foolishly gleeful grin. What on earth are you grinning about? Just look at that smug expression of yours. If only this young man were my son. A certain someone who had just eaten a lemon began cursing silently in his heart. Yao Ming's sudden retirement had an enormous impact on the people of China and basketball fans worldwide. Though nearly 2 months had passed, many Chinese fans still found themselves engulfed in sorrow and bewilderment. Yet, as he observed the fresh-faced youth before him effortlessly pushing over 100 kilograms, Liu Yudong felt a glimmer of consolation. Perhaps the future of Chinese men's basketball wasn't so bleak after all. Coach, shall we continue? Wang Zilin observed Fan Bin and his team remaining silent for a long while, so he took the initiative to inquire. Ah, very well, very well. Let's proceed with the testing. After completing the most fundamental physical assessments, Wang Zilin then underwent a series of skill-based evaluations. Watching Wang Zilin, who had already finished the tests and was now showcasing dunking techniques, Fan Bin and the others exchanged knowing smiles before gathering to discuss. So, Coach Xiao, Yudong, what are your thoughts on Zilin's performance? Fan Bin did not immediately voice his own opinion, but rather sought to hear the perspectives of his friends first. With a solid foundation of fundamental skills, coupled with remarkably soft hands for a big man and a reliable mid to long-range shooting ability, he could hold his own even when compared to contemporaries like Yao Ming or Yi Jianlian at the same age. Xiao Guangbi, the eldest and most seasoned among them, cast a sweeping glance over the group before delivering his conclusion with a genial smile. His stance was unequivocal. He held Wang Zilin in high regard. I share the same perspective as the teacher. Wang Zilin is a young man brimming with immense potential. His static physical attributes are undoubtedly the most exceptional I've witnessed domestically. Although his dynamic abilities require refinement, considering he's merely 17, there exists substantial room for growth. Liu Yudong's remarks resonated deeply with everyone present. As is widely recognized, the center position in basketball demands the longest developmental period among the 5 positions, with peak performance typically emerging later in their careers. Generally, centers don't reach their prime until after 22, sometimes even around 25. Even legendary centers like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Shaquille O'Neal, and Hakeem Olajuwon, despite their extraordinary talents upon entering the league, were mostly around 22 years old when they debuted. Their most illustrious achievements often materialized closer to 30. Wang Zilin's youth significantly enhances his standing in the eyes of these seasoned veterans. As the lively conversation continued, a striking woman with a chic short haircut entered the gymnasium accompanied by a tall African-American basketball player. When the lady approached, Wang Zilin unexpectedly felt his heartbeat accelerate inexplicably. What could this sudden reaction possibly mean? I felt no sensation at all, yet why did it suddenly accelerate with such rapidity? But after inadvertently glancing at her chest, Wang Zilin immediately regained his composure and lowered his gaze. It seemed this was not his handkerchief after all. Better keep his distance. President Wu, what brings you here? Fan Bin recognized the visitor as Wu Bolin, the deputy general manager of the team, and suddenly recalled this year's recruitment plan. Coach Fan, I happen to have some good news for you. The gentleman beside me is. Wu Bolin began introducing the black player standing next to her. Player, Will McDonald team. Undecided age, 32 height, 212 centimeters weight, 105 kilograms wingspan, 216 centimeters standing reach, 263 centimeters hand size, 23. 7 centimeters physical attributes, lower body strength, 48 upper body strength, 51 speed, 42 stamina, 45. Overall rating, 53, CBA foreign player tier, evaluation. This player has no remaining potential. Merely an average offensive-minded player with defensive weaknesses. His scoring relies heavily on corner three-pointers, mid-range jump shots, and hook shots near the basket. After briefly glancing at the attributes of this potential rival, Wang Zilin quickly relaxed. According to the system's records, the Fujian men's basketball team would invest heavily this season to sign 3 foreign players. Among them, McDonald, a center from the European League, was supposed to play for Fujian for 3 consecutive seasons starting from the 2011 to 2012 season, delivering solid performances of around 20 points and 10 rebounds per game. In his debut season, he even posted star-level stats, 27, 6 points, 9 rebounds, and 1 assists per game. However, when Wang Zilin noticed that McDonald's team affiliation was still listed as undecided, he couldn't help but smirk. Looks like this guy will make a decent stepping stone. Barring any surprises, McDonald would be Wang Zealand's first direct competitor in the CBA. Only by overpowering him in a head-to-head matchup could Wang secure the starting center position for the Fujian Xuanqing men's basketball team. Apart from speed and mid-range shooting, none of McDonald's other attributes surpassed his own. Honestly, I don't even know how I could lose to him. As expected, while Wu Bolin grew increasingly enthusiastic in her pitch, she failed to notice Coach Fan Bin's deepening frown, especially when she mentioned Fujian Xuanqing's intention to sign McDonald for 2 years at $1.2 million. Finally, Fan interrupted her. Director Wu, coincidentally, there's something I'd like to discuss with you as well. Oh, what is it? After a brief exchange, Wu Bolin took the physical examination report handed over by Fan Bin and began scrutinizing it meticulously. Unbelievable, truly astonishing that Zealand possesses such extraordinary innate talent. At the tender age of 27, Wu Bolin had already ascended to an executive position, a testament to her exceptional capabilities that clearly distinguished her from mediocrity. Driven by her passion for basketball, she had chosen this career path, which naturally endowed her with the discernment to grasp the significance of this physical assessment report. Sister Bolin, I think I'm pretty strong too, Wang Zealand interjected unexpectedly, whispering the words into her ear. The original host of his body had joined the Fujian youth team at just 14 years old, and from what he recalled, the original had maintained a rather close relationship with his sister who wasn't much older than himself. In fact, he could faintly sense a subtle, unspoken affection the original had harbored for this short-haired woman before him. No misunderstanding here. It was simply the naive, ineffable flutter of a young boy's heart for an understanding older sister. After all, men are only human. Now Wang Zealand understood why his heart had been racing so intensely just moments ago. It was the lingering influence of his former self's memories. Otherwise, as an experienced driver who had already piloted countless luxury vehicles in his past life, how could he possibly be so easily stirred? For his heart had long since shattered into countless fragments. But a true hero does not dwell on past glories. Chapter 10. Donald, really? I find that hard to believe. You little rascal, daring to tease your elder sister now, do you wish for a spanking? Wu Bolin epitomizes the quintessential career-driven woman, a veritable workaholic, which explains her perpetual single status at the age of 27. Yet, being a woman of her years, she is hardly naive to the ways of the world. Wait a moment. Wasn't this boy always rather shy around me before? How has he become so audacious today? After regaining her composure, Wu Bolin suddenly raised her head and gazed intently at the youthful, delicate face before her. His smile remained as radiant as ever. Yet his eyes, once brimming with innocent naivety, now gleamed with an unexpectedly sharp and penetrating intensity, as though they could see right through her. Don't stare like that. I'm still just a kid. It's embarrassing, a voice suddenly whispered by her ear, startling her. Snapping back to reality, she realized the people around them were casting peculiar, scrutinizing glances at both her and Wang Zealand. I'm dying. Wu Bolin, what on earth were you doing just now? At this moment, Wu Bolin seemed to be trapped in an excruciatingly embarrassing situation, her delicate face quickly flushing crimson. You little rascal, daring to tease your elder sister now? I never noticed you had such audacity before. It was merely your lack of perceptive insight before, and today you happened to gain enlightenment. For some inexplicable reason. The oppressive mood from transmigrating unexpectedly dissipated upon seeing this woman, and flirtatious remarks began flowing from my lips one after another. Can we not engage in proper conversation? I came here to attend to serious matters, did I not? What peculiar behavior is this young man exhibiting today? How infuriating. My chest aches with frustration. Though his mind was clouded with countless doubts, Wu Bolin eventually recalled his pressing duty. Yet, the mere thought of what lay ahead caused the suppressed vexation to resurface once more. Originally, the Fujian men's basketball team had planned to recruit 3 foreign players during the off-season, while McDonald, Sonny Sakakini, and Anthony Roberson. The latter 2 had already been secured, only McDonald remained. Not long ago, headquarters had dispatched Wu to negotiate with McDonald in the European League. After painstaking efforts and a lucrative offer, he had finally persuaded the player to join Fujian for a trial. But then, out of nowhere, an unexpected rival emerged, and to make matters worse, this rival was not only an acquaintance of Wu's, but had also completely captivated Coach Fan Bin with his medical report and technical evaluation. At this moment, Wu Bolin's gaze toward Wang Zealand was laden with resentment. This is too much to bear. Bolin, is this tall African-American gentleman the foreign player Fujian's basketball team intends to sign? How did you know? Wu Bolin turned to Wang Zealand with surprise, as the recruitment of this foreign athlete hadn't been officially announced yet. Apart from the club's internal staff, outsiders shouldn't have been privy to this information. Our club has been recruiting talent since 2009, aiming for outstanding playoff performances. Yet last season's results fell short of the previous 4-year standards. Were I the owner, I too would be compelled to make substantial investments, lavishing funds on foreign reinforcements. After such considerable expenditure with underwhelming outcomes, we now resemble a determined gambler unwilling to concede defeat. Moreover, that fellow stands approximately 1 meters tall like myself, with remarkably maintained physique. If told he weren't a basketball player, would you, in all honesty, believe it? After listening to the explanation, Wu Bolin found himself somewhat underestimating this young man. If my conjecture holds true, you must currently be struggling with how to handle the situation between me and that. Although Wang Zilin already knew the name of this African-American player, he still had to maintain appearances. His name is Will McDonald. Indeed, this McDonald fellow, since he has already arrived. It would be impolite to neglect him. Why not arrange a trial training session for him first? Observing Wang Zilin's expression brimming with confidence, Wu Bolin's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Soon, the basic physical measurements for McDonald were completed. While his results were undoubtedly superior compared to the average centers in the domestic league, they paled in comparison to Wang Zilin's. The coaching staff, led by Fan Bin, exchanged glances and unanimously shook their heads in disappointment. Nevertheless, the evaluation process had to proceed, and McDonald proceeded with his skill assessments. After more than 10 minutes, the testing concluded. Apart from his decent three-point shooting from the corners and relatively polished close-range finishing, the rest of his measurements were rather underwhelming, particularly his bench press, where he managed a mere 4 repetitions. It was well understood that European big men like McDonald excelled in refined technique, nimble footwork, and respectable shooting range. Yet, as the saying goes, when jade stands before it, even the finest stone appears dull. McDonald's performance, though surpassing most centers in the CBA, simply couldn't measure up to Wang Zilin's brilliance. Mr. Wu, you must already have a suitable candidate in mind. Please go inform Mr. Donald. Since Wu Bolin had personally recruited these individuals, it was only fitting that she should be the one to dismiss them. I understand, Wu Bolin replied coolly before striding directly toward McDonald. Mr. McDonald, I regret to inform you that you are not a suitable candidate for our team. Oh, is this about the contract? I was already prepared. Wait, Miss Wu. Are you implying that I wasn't selected? Overjoyed and fully prepared for the signing, McDonald never anticipated being met with such an utterly disappointing outcome. Why? This outcome was evidently not what McDonald had anticipated. She urgently desired the other party to provide her with a reasonable explanation. Had these Chinese forgotten how they had pleaded with her back in Europe? Mr. Donald, I regret to inform you that our team has already secured a more suitable candidate. As Mr. McDonald's expression darkened, Mr. Wu Bolin quickly added, however, please rest assured that we will provide appropriate financial compensation for the inconvenience caused by this delay. The club will cover the expenses for your round-trip airfare. A more suitable candidate? Surely you're not suggesting that your so-called superior choice is that insignificant little creature. How utterly ridiculous. The $1 million contract that was almost within grasp had slipped away, and this gradually darkened McDonald's mood. Soon his gaze fell upon Wang Zilin in the distance. Here are the measurement results for both of you. See for yourself. Mac Turner's words ignited an inexplicable fury within Wu Bolin's heart. Yet years of cultivated refinement allowed her to maintain composure as she continued explaining in measured, gentle tones. Do you truly expect me to place credence in this fabricated report? Roughly snatching the report from Wu Bolin's hands, after discerning the stark contrast between his own physical assessment and that of the 17-year-old youth named Wang Zilin. An unmistakable smirk of derision crept across his face, a mocking expression laid bare without the slightest pretense of concealment. Chapter 11. A lack of experience. Though the young man from Tianzhou stood nearly as tall as him with a seemingly superior physique, years of experience told him this opponent couldn't be older than 20. Moreover, he'd heard countless rumors about the intricate web of connections within Tianzhou society. He preferred to believe he'd been bested by such underhanded influence rather than genuine skill. Yes, it must be those damned connections. That was the only explanation for losing to some obscure nobody. At this moment, McDonald was utterly convinced the report before him was fabricated. Damn those Tianzhou people, going back on their word. How am I supposed to explain this humiliation back home now? Damn you, wretched boy. You have stolen what rightfully belongs to me, my vast fortune, my mountains of banknotes. Indeed, one could hardly blame McDonald for harboring such skepticism. With China's vast population of over 1 billion, only Yao Ming has ever made a name for himself on the global basketball stage. Any reasonable person would doubt that an unknown Chinese youth could possess physical talents rivaling Yao's. Mr. McDonald, I must insist you show some respect. We are a professional basketball club and would never stoop to deceitful tricks. McDonald's words had finally ignited Wu Bolan's suppressed fury, her tone growing increasingly icy. Yet McDonald, as if oblivious to Wu Bolan's darkening expression, continued with his mocking sarcasm. Oh, Miss Wu, 212 centimeters in height, a 227 centimeters wingspan, and a bench press of 115 kilograms? And you expect me to believe these measurements belong to a 17-year-old boy? Really? Let me be frank. Even Yao Ming, the NBA's #1 draft pick that your nation takes such pride in, never possessed physical gifts of this caliber. If your club insists on toying with me, you will surely come to regret it. Wu Bolan felt the sting of his words, and truth be told, a flicker of doubt stirred within her. Though McDonald's smug demeanor was repulsive, some of his points held weight. When it came to sheer physical potential, even Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian might pale slightly in comparison to Zealand. At the end of the day, data is merely data. Wu Bolan had never personally witnessed Wang Zealand's testing process. As much as she wanted to trust the authenticity of those numbers, a sliver of skepticism lingered. Mr. McDonald, is it? Wang Zealand held the ball and sauntered leisurely between McDonald and Wu Bolan. You are Wang Zealand, he declared, while waving the two reports in his hand with a flourish. Zealand, what brings you here? Since some individuals refuse to acknowledge my capabilities, I shall personally demonstrate my competence for them to witness. Bolan. Wang Zealand then turned his head and remarked with effortless grace, Mr. Donald, we are both basketball players. Discussing anything else seems rather trivial. Why don't we let the ball do the talking? Excellent. McDonald could scarcely believe that this so-called genius in his eyes had the audacity to challenge him. Yet an exhilarating thrill surged through his veins. Come then. I shall expose you for the fraud you are, you shameless celestial. Wang Zealand's sudden challenge took everyone by surprise, but upon brief reflection, they quickly understood. After all, what young man doesn't harbor some fire in his heart? For Fan Bin and the others, this situation wasn't entirely unfavorable. Competition invariably fosters progress. Moreover, they were genuinely curious to witness Wang Zealand's actual combat capabilities firsthand. It's much like examinations. Countless individuals excel in mock tests, only to falter when the decisive moment arrives. Bolan, come here. Let's see just how capable our young Wang truly is in action. Having observed from the sidelines for quite some time, Ma Lianbao gestured to Wu Bolan, beckoning him to his side. Very well, Uncle Ma. As the former head coach of the Fujian men's basketball team, Ma Baolian and Wu Bolan were naturally quite familiar with each other, with the latter always maintaining a respectful demeanor toward the former. However, what puzzled Wu Bolan at this moment was, how had this young man suddenly become so proficient in English? Has anything intriguing transpired during my absence? I seem to have missed some fascinating developments. It must be acknowledged that a woman's intuition is remarkably accurate. Young man, how exactly do you intend to proceed with this game? At this moment, McDonald appeared rather impatient. Quite simple. We'll play 1-on-1 to 10 points. Each possession has a 14-second shot clock, and the scoring player retains the ball. The first to reach 10 points wins. How does that sound? Wang Zealand replied with cheerful ease, certainly, no issue at all. However, I shall take the initiative to attack first, for respecting the elderly and cherishing the young is, after all, one of your esteemed Chinese traditions, is it not? Although McDonald would rather die than believe that this young man possessed such extraordinary physical prowess, one could never dismiss the possibility of encountering the utterly improbable. Thus, McDonald, acutely aware of his strengths in offense rather than defense, shamelessly sought to secure the first attacking possession. Whoever claims foreigners are all straightforward, dare say it to my face again, and I'll give you a proper slap or two. Fine. After a brief pause, Wang Zealand swiftly acquiesced to the opponent's request. Apart from speed and mid-range shooting, McDonald possessed no capability that could rival his own. Even in those two supposedly superior aspects, the advantage was marginal at best. The likelihood of McDonald emerging victorious was infinitesimal. Of course, one couldn't entirely dismiss the possibility of him catching fire from beyond the arc, sinking 10 consecutive shots, but the probability of that happening was as slim as Zhou Qi successfully executing an inbound pass. Zealand might have been a tad overconfident. As a father, Wang Chahai was the one most fervently hoping for Wang Zealand's victory among all present. Seeing his own family acquiesce to the opponent's shameless request, he couldn't help but feel some resentment. Don't worry, old Wang. Young Zealand knows his limits, Lu Yudong said with an ever-cheerful expression. his demeanor so warm that one might mistake him for Wang Zealand's actual father. While the group exchanged casual remarks, Wang Zealand and McDonald had already completed their warm-ups, with the latter now positioned beyond the three-point line. McDonald, gripping the ball in his right hand, dribbled inward a few steps before turning his back to press against Wang Zealand, attempting to overpower him, only to find himself unable to budge the younger man. Impossible. There's no way this kid possesses such formidable strength. McDonald swiftly lowered his center of gravity, then with a forceful thrust of his back, he rammed into Wang Zealand with considerable might. This time, Wang was jolted backward a small step, despite the disparity of over 10 points in their strength metrics. His own upper body power of 51 and lower body strength of 48 made complete immobility impossible. It was this sudden collision that disrupted Wang's defensive positioning. Though he swiftly closed the gap again, McDonald had already seized the fleeting opportunity to elevate for his shot. Swish. Though the shot was somewhat forced, it still found its way into the net. 1 o'clock. After scoring, McDonald roared triumphantly, "Come on, baby." In terms of Chinese meaning, it roughly translates to, "Young man." Is that all you've got? This missed defensive play was largely due to Wang Zealand's lack of experience. When defending, he exerted excessive force, failing to maintain a balanced stance of 70% offense and 30% defense. Had it been the Wang Zealand of old, he might not have fallen for it so easily. But alas, that version of Wang Zealand is gone forever. Now inhabiting this body is merely an ordinary basketball fan who has just awakened his golden finger. The first round saw him defeated by his opponent's seasoned tactics, yet he wasn't overly disheartened. He understood all too well that in terms of raw ability, he undoubtedly surpassed his adversary. Experience, however, was something only time could cultivate. Nevertheless, his confidence in victory remained unshaken. Though his opponent boasted a respectable skill rating of 53, only 3 points below his own, the gap between a CBA-level foreign recruit and a superstar was still a chasm. Those mere 3 points could very well determine the difference between mediocrity and greatness, such as the unshakable confidence every protagonist with cheat abilities must possess. Onward. After picking up the ball, Wang Zealand casually passed it to McDonald. Humph. Seeing that the opponent's emotion showed no signs of faltering, McDonald realized his scheme had failed. Retrieving the ball, he repositioned himself beyond the three-point line. This excessively youthful lad maintained remarkable composure in the face of provocation, truly extraordinary. Chapter 12. Maximizing Fan Value. Old man, you'd better pray you make every single shot from now on. Otherwise, I swear you won't get another chance to touch the ball, not even once. Wang Zealand spread his arms wide, fixing an intensely earnest gaze upon the basketball in Michael McDonald's hands. Heh, anyone can boast, he remarked with a sardonic edge to his voice. You'd better focus on defending the shot first. Though his mouth kept spewing taunts, McDonald's heart sank to the depths. He had a premonition this young man before him was dead serious. Most crucially, that last shot he'd made hadn't been nearly as effortless as it appeared. Wang Zealand had come perilously close to blocking it, those impossibly long arms flailing before his eyes like twin serpents, suffocating him with their reach. When Wang Zealand failed to stop McDonald's first defensive play, his father Wang Changhai's face once again creased with worry. Ah, Zealand has the talent, but he's only 17, still lacking in experience. Wu Bolin also expressed concern. Tom Bruce chimed in at the right moment. Indeed, McDonald is a formidable center who averages 15 points and 4.8 rebounds per game in the European League. The basketball atmosphere and overall player competency there still surpass the CBA by a considerable margin. Wang, you might be overestimating yourself. The surrounding chatter, with everyone voicing their opinions, sent a chill down Wang Changhai's spine. All right, everyone, stop worrying needlessly. Noticing the growing pessimism toward Wang Zealand, Ma Lianbao, the first to recognize his potential, stepped forward to defend his protege. Though Zealand's experience pales in comparison to McDonald's, let's not forget that on the court, raw talent reigns supreme. Experience may provide a temporary advantage, but it is not everlasting. I believe he can bridge that gap with sheer ability. Ma Lianbao's words lifted the group's spirits momentarily, though skepticism lingered. As Tom Bruce had pointed out, the European League undeniably outclasses the CBA. And McDonald's 15-4 stat line in that league is nothing to scoff at. Amid the heated discussion, McDonald had already initiated his second offensive possession. Attempting to replicate his earlier success, he found himself stifled by Wang Zealand, who had shed all complacency. The play grew sluggish, and despite a desperate last-second shot, fortune did not favor him. The ball clanked off the rim, Frustrated after nearly committing a 14-second violation, McDonald tossed the ball to Wang Zilin with a curt remark. Your turn. You must be vigilant now. After receiving the ball beyond the three-point line at the top of the arc, Wang Zilin's fierce combativeness was on the verge of eruption. McDonald remained silent, assuming a defensive stance with meticulous positioning. Wang Zilin angled his body, dribbling the ball to the left 45-degree spot outside the three-point line before gradually driving it inward. Swiftly, McDonald exerted tremendous force to contain Wang Zilin. Fully aware that he must summon every ounce of his strength to defend against this 17-year-old prodigy. Should he fail, how could he possibly return to Europe and face his compatriots with dignity? Quite the valiant effort. But this is still insufficient. Feeling the force from behind, Wang Zilin's smile gradually twisted into something more sinister. His sculpted, muscular buttocks tensed abruptly as he thrust backward into McDonald. Despite being braced for impact, McDonald could scarcely believe such formidable power emanated from a mere 17-year-old. The collision sent his legs buckling beneath him. Seizing the moment, Wang pivoted on his right foot, spinning gracefully before covering the distance to the penalty area in 2 swift strides. Forced to brace himself with hands on knees, McDonald could only watch helplessly as Wang Zilin charged into the paint and slammed the ball home. Though the latter's impressive vertical leap was noteworthy, such details mattered little. Roaring in triumph was all that counted. If this is the extent of your abilities, he declared with cold certainty, then I can unequivocally state, game over. After landing, Wang Zilin couldn't resist raising his index finger and swaying it rhythmically as he slowly glided past McDonald. Within merely 5 minutes, this duel had already concluded. 110. Wang Zilin fulfilled his promise, leaving McDonald no opportunity to touch the ball again. This duel was nothing short of a brutal humiliation for McDonald, who could scarcely recall how he exited the arena. Of course, that no longer mattered. What truly signified was Wang Zilin's impending contract with the Fujian Xuanqing men's basketball team. Under the current CBA league regulations, all clubs must adhere to the standard domestic player employment contract when signing new agreements. Within this framework, domestic player contracts are categorized as follows: Type A, rookie contract; Type B, protected contract; Type C, standard contract; Type D, maximum salary contract; Type E, veteran contract. Wang Zilin fully met the criteria for a Type A rookie contract. To better understand this arrangement, one might draw parallels to the NBA's rookie scale contracts. According to CBA rules, players developed through a club's youth training system must initially sign a Type A contract upon entering the league. For youth-trained players, the duration of a Type A contract ranges from a minimum of 1 year to a maximum of 4. Financially, the annual salary must not fall below 120,000 yuan, with 60 of the contract value guaranteed. Crucially, upon the expiration of the Type A contract, the club retains exclusive signing rights over the player. As for Type B contracts, Zilin, how many years do you intend to sign for? Wang Zilin remained deep in thought, pondering whether Coach Fan Bin was exhibiting the classic case of the emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuch is. Beside him, his father Wang Changhai initially parted his lips as if to speak, yet ultimately closed them without uttering a word. In truth, his heart leaned toward his son signing a 4-year contract with the Fujian men's basketball team. Firstly, Wang Zilin was merely 17, even with a 4-year commitment. He'd only be 21 upon its completion. Secondly, the uncertainties of the future are far too numerous. Like all parents under heaven, they undoubtedly wish for their son to lead a stable life. Yet in the end, Wang Changhai chose to relinquish his own perspective, for after last night's conversation, he realized his son had begun to develop independent judgment. Now, he was more inclined to first listen to his son's thoughts. After a prolonged silence, Wang Zilin lifted his gaze, sweeping his eyes across those present, and finally voiced his decision. I'll sign for 1 year. 1 year. What? Why? Not only Fan Bin and Fan Songlin beside him, but even his father Wang Changhai was astonished. I intend to declare for the 2012 NBA draft next year, so I only want to sign for 1 year. After a brief pause, Wang Zilin ignored the complicated expressions around him and continued explaining his decision. Zilin, I understand your ambition to challenge the NBA, but as far as I recall, the league's regulations for international players require a minimum age of 19. Even by next year, you'll only be 18. Why not stay another year to refine your skills further? Wang Zilin's mentor Ma Baolian was the first to step forward, earnestly persuading with heartfelt sincerity. Indeed, young Wang, you still have your youth ahead of you. Another year of tempering would benefit you greatly. You must understand, Even Yao Ming did not enter the NBA until he was 22. Precisely, and Yi Jianlian also went around the age of 20 or 21. Why must you be in such haste? Where one leads, a multitude follows in chorus. Though Wang Zilan and the others genuinely cared for him. Only he knew the truth. Endowed with the veteran inheritance system, he wouldn't even need to wait a year. By the time the CBA season commenced in November, his abilities would likely surpass the 60-point threshold. What meaning was there in being an invincible loner within the CBA league? Moreover, if one desires rapid advancement in capabilities, substantial fan support becomes indispensable. During this pivotal era when Yao Ming has retired and Yi Jianlian's NBA career hangs by a thread, nothing could harvest fan devotion more effectively than emerging as the next Chinese prodigy poised to conquer the NBA. Chapter 13. I don't need your approval, Professor. I am fundamentally different from them. Faced with his mentor's persuasion, Wang Zilan had no choice but to steal his heart and refuse. Wang Zilan meant exactly what he said. With the system he possessed, his potential ceiling was higher than even Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. His growth trajectory would undoubtedly surpass everyone's wildest expectations. Yet to the others, his words merely sounded like the brash overconfidence typical of every passionate young man. After another half hour of futile debate, Wang Zilan realized he couldn't convince these stubborn mules. Finally, he proposed a compromise. How about this? I'll sign a one-year contract with the club first. I guarantee I'll lead the Fujian men's basketball team to a CBA championship next season. If I fail to deliver, then I'll sign for another year. What do you think? This. Very well, let us proceed accordingly for now. Fan Bin initially intended to persuade Wang Zilan to delay for a few more years. But upon witnessing the latter's resolute and unyielding expression, he had no choice but to acquiesce with a nod. Upon further reflection, he realized that Zealand's ambition of clinching the championship was indeed an exceedingly formidable challenge. It must be noted that since its establishment in 1999, the Fujian Xuanqing men's basketball team had only once captured nationwide attention during the 2002-2003 season when they achieved a remarkable two-tier promotion within a single year. Beyond that fleeting moment of glory, the team's trajectory had steadily narrowed. To expect a team that had never advanced beyond the first round of the playoffs in its entire history to suddenly contend for and seize the championship trophy within a single season was nothing short of audacious. Even Yao Ming in his prime with the Shanghai Sharks would have hesitated to make such a bold guarantee. Zilan, forgive my bluntness, Fan Bin ventured. But isn't 18 too young for the NBA? Why not wait another year? Besides, at 18, you wouldn't even be eligible to declare for the draft. As the situation seemed all but settled, Wu Bolin couldn't resist stepping forward to continue her persuasion. Sister Bolin, I'm someone who values reason. Back in the days of the CBA, or what we called the AB League, players were particularly fond of altering their ages. However, while most chose to make themselves younger, I opted to increase mine. If they could easily subtract 3 or 4 years from their age, surely adding just 1 year to mine shouldn't pose much difficulty for you, should it? You should exercise your own discretion. In the end, Wang Zilan successfully signed a contract with the Fujian Xuanqing club. The initial agreement was structured as a 1-1 deal, with a pre-tax salary of 400,000 RMB for the first year, along with the club's exclusive right to renew under the same conditions for the second year, where the salary would increase by 20 to 30. However, a notable clause was appended at the bottom. If the player could lead the Xuanqing club to a CBA championship in the 2011-12 season, the club would fully support his pursuit of an NBA career. Beyond this, Wang Zilan also secured various incentive clauses, meeting certain benchmarks, such as winning CBA Rookie of the Year, making the All-League team, being selected as an All-Star, leading statistical categories, or even securing the regular season MVP, would grant him additional bonuses beyond his base contract. In the plans of Wang Changhai and his wife, their son Wang Zilan was not expected to enter the CBA until adulthood. Consequently, they had never sought a professional basketball agent for him. Up until now, all contracts and agreements related to Wang Zilan's basketball career had been handled by the couple themselves. However, from this day forward, Wang Changhai resolved to carefully select a professional agent for his son. After all, once one steps into the realm of professional sports, the intricacies and complexities involved are far beyond the grasp of an amateur like himself. Specialization is paramount in such matters. But the question remained, who should they choose? By the way, I heard that Oldie recently stepped down as COO of Peak USA and is preparing to transition into becoming a basketball agent. Having successfully managed operations for such a large corporation, taking on the role of a basketball agent should be well within his capabilities. In a moment of inspiration, Wang Changhai recalled an acquaintance who had studied sports management in the United States, someone fully qualified to serve as his son's agent. Just as Wang Changhai and his wife were lost in thought, Fan Songlin and the others had already gathered around Wang Zilan, chatting away quite animatedly. Xiao Wang, welcome to the Xiuanqing men's basketball team. After witnessing Wang Zilan's formidable prowess firsthand, Fan Songlin, the captain of the Fujian men's basketball team, was overjoyed. Brother Fan, come now. I know you joined the club at just 14, Wang teased with a grin. Ha ha, true enough. We were practically family from the start, Fan Songlin chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. All right, enough teasing, Songlin. Coach Fan Bin interjected, his heart warmed by the camaraderie between his players. Zealand. The CBA 2011-12 season is set to begin on November 19th, though the full schedule hasn't been released yet, as per tradition. The team must report 2 weeks prior, meaning training camp starts November 5th. Understood, coach. I'll train relentlessly over the next month without a moment as slack. You'll see an even stronger version of me by then. Ha ha ha, splendid. I'll be sure to put you to the test, Coach Fan replied jovially. Wang Zilan sensed the underlying skepticism. After all, a single month was hardly enough time for drastic improvement. But he saw no need to argue. His plan was simple, silently refine his skills and then astonish them all. For most players, mastering even 1 or 2 new techniques in such a short span would be an achievement. But for Wang Zilan, time was his greatest ally. The longer he had, the more of Shaquille O'Neal's legendary abilities he could inherit. Then, as if struck by inspiration, a mischievous smirk curled his lips as he leaned toward Coach Fan's ear. This might not be appropriate. I can't help but feel this is somewhat unkind. That being said, he still noticed the eager anticipation on the coach's face, then decisively embodied the spirit of a know-it-all. It's not about what you think. It's about what I think. On the journey home, Wang Changhai and his wife noticed the radiant smile on their son's face, his round little head brimming with boundless curiosity and wonder. At precisely 3:30 in the afternoon, the Fujian Xiuanqing men's basketball club issued an official announcement across their verified accounts on Weibo, Hupu, and other prominent social media platforms. With great pleasure, we welcome the promising young talent Wang Zilan to join Xiuanqing men's basketball. Next season, we set our sights firmly on the championship. Indeed, regardless of the media outlet, sensationalist headlines seem to flow effortlessly from their pens. Many fans well-versed in the CBA team hierarchy have expressed nothing but disdain. Come now, aspiring for championship glory next season? Your Fujian men's basketball team has never advanced beyond the first round in its entire franchise history. Championship aspirations? Where does such audacity come from? Meanwhile, a report detailing Wang Zilan's physical attributes unexpectedly went viral online, accompanied by a hyperlink to an ultra-high-definition video. Upon clicking, viewers discovered a rather explosive 10-minute clip featuring the newly signed Fujian prospect Wang Zilan engaged in intense one-on-one action with an unidentified African-American player. Almost instantaneously, Wang's name dominated basketball forums across the nation, if not the entire internet. Chapter 14. The ripple effects of the viral video. At 7:30 the following morning, the Wang family was gathered for breakfast. However, Wang Changhai, the father, appeared distracted, his gaze repeatedly drifting toward his son Wang Zilan. Father, what troubles you this morning? You've barely touched your favorite water chestnut cake, Wang Zilan inquired with concern. Wang Zilan faintly sensed that his father had something important to convey. Zilan, answer me truthfully, was it you who instructed Old Fan to orchestrate this viral online incident? Wang Changhai could no longer suppress the doubts in his heart and set down his chopsticks. That's not true. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Zilan instinctively offered a triple denial without hesitation. Joking aside, the renowned Chinese literary luminary Lu Sun once articulated this profound adage: enter the village in stealth. Refrain from firing a single shot. The matter he had the club handle was rather unsavory after all. At this moment, to preserve his innocent and endearing image in his father's eyes, how could he possibly admit to having done such things? Then why are you so nervous? Although Wang Changhai still harbored some doubts in his heart, under Wang Zilan's insistence on the principle of confess and be severely punished, resist and go home for the new year, he finally let go of his suspicions. After all, Zilan was only 17, he was still just a child. How could he possibly come up with such a cunning scheme? How could I have doubted Zilan? It must have been that old Fan's doing. Before long, the guilt-ridden Wang Zilan quickly finished the food in his mouth. Dad, take your time eating. I'm off to club training. Be careful. Wang Changhai, without a second thought, casually responded before picking up his bowl again. Gazing at the chaotic mess on the table, his face darkened instantly. Where's my braised beef? Where are my water chestnut cakes? Damn. Zichong Gymnasium. Zealand, you're here so early today? After all, I have my professional match in just over a month. Time waits for no one. Indeed, young people should endure hardships early on, lest they regret it in old age. After a brief chat with Uncle Lee the security guard, Wang Zealand deftly slipped into the gymnasium, or rather, the men's restroom. Upon entering, he casually chose an unoccupied stall, locked the door, settled onto the toilet seat, closed his eyes, and promptly accessed the system. At first, Wang Zealand felt as though he were traversing an endless, shadowy tunnel, but soon enough, the darkness gave way to clarity. He found himself in a pristine white space, not particularly vast, roughly the size of a classroom that could accommodate 50 people, with a large square screen hovering before him. Truth be told, this was his first deliberate entry into the system's domain. The initial encounter had been an involuntary summons, thrust upon him without regard for his readiness. Yet now, having taken the initiative, he couldn't deny the novelty of the experience. Naturally, Wang Zealand had a purpose for this visit. System, display the lottery panel. Let me see the current changes in my fan value. As the words faded, the massive screen before him suddenly flashed with a blue light, then illuminated entirely. The familiar whiteboard reappeared, and his gaze was swiftly drawn to the string of numbers in the upper right corner, 54, 188. Not long ago, after the bronze-level lottery draw, his follower count had dwindled to merely 588. Yet now, it has astonishingly surged by nearly 50,000. Evidently, that short video clip wasn't posted in vain. Sacrificial lambs must be offered for the protagonist rise to glory. The online novel authors of your spoke true wisdom indeed. Donald, I fucking thank you. Someone, you're most welcome. Staring at the number 54,188 before him, Wang Zealand found himself engulfed in profound internal conflict. Should he indulge his gambler's instincts and take a bold leap of faith, or exercise restraint and wait until his fan count surpassed 100,000 to attempt the black tier lottery? Ultimately, reason prevailed over reckless impulse. As the system's rules dictated, the bronze tier lottery had its inherent limitations. With the passage of time, bronze tier players would offer diminishing returns to his progress. To put it bluntly, even the strongest bronze players had their ceilings. The last stroke of fortune, drawing Mari's Spites with a 58 3-point rating, had been sheer luck. He harbored no illusions that such serendipity would strike again, granting him another bronze player capable of compensating for his weaknesses. A deep exhale. Patience now would bring tranquility later. The bronze-level lottery is already so thrilling. Imagine how exhilarating it would be when we reach the iron, silver, and gold tiers. It would be absolutely phenomenal. As for the purple diamond, although he obtained one by discovering a bug, it remained an elusive dream. With the solemn vow to never gamble again or else face dire consequences, Wang Zealand emerged from the system space with resolute determination. Zealand, what brings you here? What a coincidence. As soon as he pushed open the restroom door, Wang Zealand encountered his former youth team teammate, Zhang Wei. What a coincidence. How is it that we always seem to meet in the lavatory? Alas, my stomach is upset again from eating something disagreeable. You go ahead first. We shall converse later. All right, take your time then. After exchanging a few brief words, Wang Zealand turned and walked away. But the moment he stepped out, he muttered under his breath, damn. Love apartment was T-lying. No wonder even the official sources joked about it. According to incomplete statistics, there are over 200,000 men named Zhang Wei in our country. Indeed, the buzzcut guy in the white training suit he had just met was also named Zhang Wei. What a coincidence. This guy was also someone Wang Zealand had run into in the restroom. Of course, don't get the wrong idea. This Zhang Wei was not that Zhang Wei. He was genuinely Wang Zealand's former teammate from their provincial youth team days. The difference was, while Zhang Wei was just an ordinary benchwarmer, Wang Zealand was the undisputed golden boy of the team. As for why this Zhang Wei was frequently spotted in the restroom, well, it was simply because he had a habit of overindulging in food, often suffering from stomach aches as a result. Hence, Wang Zealand would often bump into him there. Soon enough, the guy emerged from the restroom. Huh, Zealand, you still here? Ah, I see. You must have been waiting for me here. What a true friend you are. Come on. Let me treat you to lunch this afternoon. I forgot to mention that this Zhang Wei is not only a chatterbox but also possesses an extraordinary talent for wild imagination. Watching this fellow whose mouth rattles on like a machine gun, we could only manage an awkward yet polite smile. Sure. Sounds great. As the two appeared arm in arm at the gym, Many of their former teammates came forward one by one to congratulate him on his promotion from the youth team to the provincial squad. Zealand, we always knew you were strong, but never imagined you'd reach such heights. To utterly dominate McDonald from the European League, remarked one passerby with admiration. Indeed, you have no idea how viral your solo combat footage has become online. It absolutely captivated me at the time. Oh, captivated me? Upon hearing the second bystander's remark, Wang Zealand subtly retreated 2 steps. Though the phrasing seemed somewhat ambiguous, it undeniably encapsulated the current online discourse surrounding him. A 17-year-old prodigy, a homegrown center, had effortlessly bested McDonald, the starting center of Spain's Juventud basketball team, in a one-on-one match. In recent times, hardly any news has electrified the Chinese basketball community more than this. What, you say McDonald merely averaged 15, 3 points and 8 rebounds per game as a rotational center in the Spanish league, hardly qualifying as a starter? Jesting aside, the sensationalist department of China's major media outlets and the so-called netizen representation units are certainly not without merit. They commence with a handful of images, weaving their narratives entirely from imagination. Moreover, this time it's not merely images, but also accompanied by video footage. Chapter 15. Signing with an agent. Wang Zealand understood clearly that as the situation continued to develop, the benefits for him would only grow. After all, during this particular period, the Chinese men's basketball team desperately needed a strong morale booster. All he needed to do now was one thing: wait. Awaiting the opportune moment to showcase one's formidable prowess under the spotlight of public attention. The greater the current buzz, the more fanfare it will ultimately generate. Soon, over 2 weeks had passed, and the fervent discussions surrounding Wang Zealand gradually subsided. After all, when it comes to stealing the limelight, nothing rivals the entertainment industry. Recently, a certain singer announced a new single. Another celebrity was embroiled in marriage and divorce scandals, while others were revealed to have children. Yet, for Wang Zealand, this was not necessarily a setback. Beneath the surface calm, he was like a dormant volcano, quietly gathering momentum, poised to erupt into an overwhelming force at the pivotal moment. These 2 weeks were not idly spent. Name: Wang Zealand Team, Fujian Men's Basketball Youth Team, Chinese National Men's Basketball Youth Team. Age: 17. Position: center. Height: 213 centimeters. Weight: 112 kilograms. Wingspan: 228 centimeters. Standing reach: 285 centimeters. Hand length: 27.9 centimeters. Physical attributes: hidden, lower body strength, 72, upper body strength, 67, speed, 41, explosiveness, 50, agility, 52, vertical leap, 45, jumping speed, 45, stamina, 50, injury resistance, 64, offensive skills, post-up, 55, layup, 68, mid-range shooting, 48, long-range shooting, 58, dunking, 57, passing, 34, ball handling, 50, free throw, 55, driving, 33, defensive skills, perimeter defense, 26, interior defense, 44, rebounding, 44, shot blocking, 48, stealing, 35, overall rating, 58, CBA superstar, evaluation. Despite his youth, his potential is immense. Currently not recommended for the NBA, still requires further refinement. Innate abilities: 1. Natural strength, purple diamond, grants the host max-level strength attributes through dedicated training. 2. Dunk emperor, silver, within 3 seconds of physical contact with an opponent, forcefully executes a collision dunk, slightly increasing dunk success rate. Enhances dunking, vertical leap, and jumping speed by 4 points for 3 seconds. Successful dunks inspire teammates, restoring 5 of their stamina, perhaps influenced by Shaquille O'Neal. His free throw ability remained stagnant over the 2 weeks, while the remaining 23 individual attributes showed varying degrees of improvement. The most notable progress was in the 2 strength attributes. Lower body strength surged to 72, while upper body strength was on the verge of surpassing 70. In his conjecture, the reason for such a rapid increase in strength attributes, apart from the original 92-point strength cap of the aging O'Neal, was likely also due to the enhancement from the innate talent skill divine might. Of course, it was also inseparable from Wang Zealand's own relentless training. In the current CBA, aside from feeling uncertain when facing the once O'Neal-toppling veteran Monk Botter, he didn't believe anyone could rival him in terms of raw power. Another thing was that Wang Zealand often felt his recent playing style unconsciously mimicked O'Neal's, yet something intangible seemed missing. as if he had grasped the form but not the essence. He had a premonition that if one day he could truly master the core of O'Neal's game, the fusion efficiency of this O'Neal superstar card would improve dramatically. Perhaps he could seek a breakthrough from this very aspect. Just then, his mother Lin Huiqing's voice called from outside, "Zealand, aren't you ready yet? The guests have arrived." "Oh dear, I'll be ready momentarily." "My child, you truly are quite troublesome these days. Have you consumed something disagreeable? Why must you visit the restroom with such frequency? I warned you not to eat recklessly, yet you refused to listen." As his mother continued her admonishments while walking away, Wang Zealand found himself reflecting. Had his recent restroom visits truly become excessively frequent? It seems, indeed, there was a bit too much. With a trace of melancholy, Wang Zealand finally emerged from the restroom. "Zealand, allow me to formally introduce you. This is Zhou Yang, a dear friend of mine from back in the day. Come over here and greet Uncle Zhou properly." Upon seeing Wang Zealand emerge, his father Wang Changhai warmly introduced him to a middle-aged gentleman seated on the sofa. The man was dressed in a white shirt and dark blue jeans, appearing rather ordinary at first glance. Yet the congenial smile gracing his features effortlessly bridged the distance between them. "Zhou Yang, isn't that the agent from my previous life?" At the very first glance of this middle-aged man, Wang Zealand froze for a mere 0.0001 second before swiftly regaining his composure. It was this very individual who, in their previous life, had masterfully orchestrated Wang Zealand's selection by the Memphis Grizzlies as the 57th pick in the second round of the 2016 NBA draft through his exquisite maneuvering. Though Wang ultimately never set foot in the NBA, this operation indeed propelled Zhou Yang to fame, successfully catapulting him into the limelight. During that year's draft, the entire nation's gaze was fixated upon the highly publicized Zhou Qi, who had boldly declared for the draft. As for Wang Zealand, frankly, no one had ever imagined he would be selected, not even Wang himself, who exclaimed in disbelief during post-selection interviews. "Uncle Zhou, hello? It appears you are already an exceptionally remarkable individual, for you must know my father seldom bestows such high praise upon anyone." After recognizing the other party's remarkably professional expertise and noticing his father's seemingly favorable connections, Wang Zealand's face immediately blossomed into a radiant smile. "Oh, I must say I feel rather flattered by this unexpected honor." Zhou Yang promptly rose to his feet and grasped Wang Zealand's hand. "Zealand, may I address you as such?" "Of course. Well, let's all sit down and talk properly. Standing around is hardly appropriate." Yes, you chat first. I'll go prepare some fruit for everyone." Under the harmonious coordination of Wang's parents, Wang Zealand and Zhou Yang gradually eased into conversation. Slowly, Zhou Yang revealed the purpose of his visit, and the parents turned their attention to their son. "I certainly have no objections, having someone as accomplished as you. Uncle Zhou, a former COO of Peak's American operations, serve as my agent almost feels like squandering your talents." Wang Zealand chuckled before continuing. "Moreover, I trust my mother's judgment." "Nonsense. I see immense potential in you. I believe you'll inevitably become the next Yu Ming. By then, I might be the one worrying whether I'm still qualified to represent you." Seeing that his objective was nearly accomplished, Zhou Yang began to relax. He was utterly convinced of the boundless commercial value this young man possessed. More importantly, he firmly believed no one could serve as his agent better than himself. Yao Ming. Huh? Perhaps, who knows what the future holds? Upon hearing Zhou Yang compare him to Yao Ming, Wang Zealand inexplicably let out a faint smile. Oh. Perceiving the young man's ambition that transcended merely becoming the next Yao Ming, and recalling the detailed report he had previously reviewed about him, Zhou Yang couldn't help but smile. Indeed, who could predict what the future holds? Chapter 16. No one understands O'Neal better than me under the watchful eyes of his parents. Wang Zealand formally signed a 3-year contract with Zhou Yang at home. The agent's commission was set at 3.2, a gesture of considerable sincerity. After all, Wang was still a complete novice, with numerous areas requiring Zhou Yang's expertise and connections in the early stages. However, unfamiliar with the intricacies of agent contracts, Wang Zealand specifically requested the system to scrutinize the document for any hidden clauses. Fortunately, the system's analysis yielded satisfactory results, which emboldened him to sign without consulting a lawyer. To Zhou Yang, this act reflected the Wang family's unwavering trust in him. Deeply moved, he resolved to dedicate his utmost efforts to securing substantial rewards for his client. When treated with the honor of a scholar, one must repay with the loyalty of a scholar. He, Zhou Yang, was precisely such a man. As Zhou Yang was lost in boundless reverie about the future, darkness abruptly engulfed his vision. "Uncle Zhou, snap out of it. I have something important to discuss with you. Witnessing Zhou Yang's sudden dazed state, Wang Zilan couldn't help but feel that his earlier contract signing had been somewhat rash. Feel free to share your request. I'll assist you to the best of my ability. This being the employer's first requirement, Zhou Yang was fully prepared to give his utmost effort. Ahem. Actually, there's no need to be so formal. I simply wish for you to help me locate some game footage or training videos of Shaquille O'Neal, the former NBA superstar. Is that all? After getting so worked up for this, certainly, within a week at most, I can help you obtain all the game footage of O'Neal's career. Though training videos might be uncertain. No worries, actually there's no need to gather so much at once. Prioritize finding game footage from O'Neal's post-Heat era. I'd like to study that. Wang Zilan waved his hand, specifying his request to Zhou Yang. If that's the case, then within 3 days at most, I can deliver the relevant footage to you. Though curious about Wang Zilan's preference for O'Neal's twilight years over his prime, Zhou Yang ultimately suppressed his inquisitiveness. After all, there would be plenty of time ahead. As their bond deepened, Wang Zilan would likely reveal the reason himself, so why rush now? All right, I appreciate your help. 2 days later, the collection of game footage from the latter stages of O'Neal's career had arrived in Wang Zilan's hands. He had to admit, his agent's professional competence was truly impressive. Staring at the box of game tapes before him, Wang Zilan suddenly felt the weight of responsibility pressing upon his shoulders. Hundreds of gigabytes of footage? You might as well just kill me. After all, this was a video featuring an obese individual rather than an instructor. The prospect of viewing hundreds of gigabytes worth of content filled him with trepidation. Would his little brother emerge psychologically scarred from such an experience? Would it still be able to rise to the occasion afterwards? Alas, the path ahead is long and arduous, yet I shall seek knowledge from high to low. At first, the thought of studying O'Neal's game footage reminded him of the early days when Kobe first entered the league. It was revealed by his teammate Van Exel that Kobe had borrowed Jordan's tapes to study and never returned them. From then on, no matter how stubbornly Kobe denied it or even claimed Magic Johnson as his idol, the indelible impression of him emulating Jordan remained in people's minds. Of course, there was no shame in learning from Jordan. Many perimeter players in the league at the time had done the same. It was just that Kobe mastered it best. No one understands Jordan better than Kobe was not an empty boast. Precisely because of this, Wang Zilan decided to adopt Kobe's approach and thus immersed himself in O'Neal's extensive game footage. One day, he would proudly proclaim to the world, "No one understands O'Neal better than I do." With an indomitable resolve of do or die, Wang Zilan inserted the first videotape. Welcome to the world of Shaquille O'Neal's Cavaliers era. Time swiftly flowed from mid-September to late October. Over this month, Wang confessed he had grown utterly weary, even nauseated, from incessantly studying O'Neal's game footage. Yet ultimately, he found himself compelled to pay heartfelt homage to the 21st century's eminent philosopher, Mr. Wang Jingzi. Indeed, humanity's immutable essence remains the eternal truth of delicious irony. What we scorn inevitably becomes our craving. By meticulously analyzing the game footage of the aging Shaquille O'Neal, one cannot help but marvel at his masterful utilization of physicality and sheer power, truly proving that experience triumphs over youthful vigor. As early as September 20th, Agent Zhou Yang had already obtained all the game footage of Shaquille O'Neal's career and delivered it to him. He spent considerable time studying how the prime O'Neal dominated the court, yet ultimately discovered that reviewing the latter stages of O'Neal's career proved most enlightening for his own development and the integration of his superstar abilities. For him personally, the good news was not only his rapid improvement in skills but also the fortunate fact that his physical condition remained intact. The downside, however, was a slight decline in his shooting accuracy. Upon consulting the system, he learned that his explosive growth and strength had altered his shooting mechanics, inevitably affecting his touch and consistency. This, in fact, is a common struggle among dominant big men. When a player possesses overwhelming power and massive hands, their shooting proficiency often suffers. The perfect embodiment of this phenomenon was none other than the original owner of his current physique, Shaquille O'Neal himself. The epitome of a defensive guard is Rajon Rondo, renowned for his exceptionally large hands. After all, not everyone can emulate LeBron James or Kawhi Leonard in overcoming the adverse effects that immense strength and oversized hands have on their shooting mechanics. The system presented two potential solutions. First, to wait for his body to adapt naturally over an indefinite period until his shooting ability recovered. Second, to fundamentally alter his shooting form to resolve the issue permanently. He leaned toward the latter. as he could distinctly sense that his original shooting stance no longer suited his current physique. After all, his former self possessed the arm span of a T-Rex. Coupled with vastly inferior strength, it was absurd to expect his old shooting mechanics to work now. Name: Wangjilin Team, Fujian Youth Team, Chinese National Youth Team. Age: 17. Position: center. Height: 213 centimeters. Weight: 112 kilograms. Wingspan: 228 centimeters. Standing reach: 285 centimeters. Hand length: 27.9 centimeters. Hidden physical attributes: lower body strength, 79. Upper body strength, 75. Speed, 43. Explosiveness, 52. Mid-range shooting, 46. Three-point shooting, 54. Dunking, 60. Additional stats omitted to avoid unnecessary detail. Seeing his strength metrics nearing the 80 mark filled Wangjilin with immense satisfaction. His relentless training had not been in vain. He nearly burst into song. "Brother, you've slimmed down." Yet, despite his joy, the decline in his mid-range and long-range shooting gnawed at him. According to the system, if left unresolved, his shooting proficiency would continue deteriorating. Though his explosive surge in strength had enhanced his explosiveness, layups, post-ups, and dunking, even elevating his overall rating to 60. Placing him on the fringes of NBA viability, he refused to accept this regression in shooting. After all, he was the protagonist. Since when did a protagonist blessed with advantages grow weaker over time? Such disgrace would tarnish the reputation of countless main characters across fiction. He had his pride to uphold. Chapter 17. The Straight-Arm Jump Shot, Legacy of the War God. From a professional standpoint, such specialized matters naturally require consultation with experts. But where might one find such professionals? Coincidentally, there happened to be an American trainer in our own club. The phrase "a drowning man will clutch at a straw" perfectly described Wangjilin's current predicament. Yet one must admit, Tom Bruce earns his annual salary of $360,000 and holds the prestigious position as the head trainer for Fujian Shuanxing Men's Basketball Club for good reason. The man undoubtedly possesses remarkable skills. Gazing at the delicate-looking young man who had just successfully completed his fourth 148 kilograms bench press, Tom Bruce's mind was utterly thunderstruck. What kind of monstrous creature was this? He is merely 17 years of age. How on earth did he accomplish such a feat? Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that this young man before him appeared significantly more robust than during their last encounter. How utterly perplexing! What extraordinary muscle-building regimen could possibly yield such remarkable results? To understand the muscle gain of a basketball player is vastly different from ordinary fitness training. The former requires careful consideration of numerous factors, such as how much muscle to add without compromising agility, speed, explosive power, and overall bodily coordination. In contrast, the latter is often pursued purely for aesthetic purposes, with little regard for other functional aspects. Filled with curiosity, he watched Wangjilin's bench press demonstration. Not only him, but also many onlookers, including Coach Fanbin, Fan Songlin, and other members of the men's basketball team, were left in awe, clicking their tongues in amazement. Xiao Wang's talent is nothing short of extraordinary. Brother Fan mentioned to me not long ago that our club had recruited an exceptionally talented young player. At the time, I was skeptical, but now I see he truly lives up to the reputation. Moreover, have you all noticed how much more robust Xiao Wang's physique has become compared to when he played in the NBL All-Star Game over 2 months ago? It's evident he's been putting in tremendous effort behind the scenes. Most members of the Fujian men's basketball team have essentially witnessed Wangjilin's gradual ascent from the youth team to this level, which makes them all the more astonished by the prodigious talent he has displayed. Fox blood, my heavens! It is truly inconceivable that I witnessed a 17-year-old youth bench pressing 148 kilograms before my very eyes and accomplishing this feat 6 times consecutively. The world has gone utterly mad. No wonder Tom Bruce and Fan Songlin's expressions were so exaggerated. After all, a 148 kilograms bench press. Let's just round it up to 150 kilograms. Such bench press levels are quite rare even in the NBA. Leaving aside behemoths like Shaquille O'Neal, Karl Malone, and Ben Wallace who could bench press over 190 kilograms, let's consider Dwight Howard, currently the league's premier center. During his draft combine, he astonished the entire league by bench pressing 157 kilograms, undoubtedly even more impressive now. Moreover, today's league no longer resembles the era when Shaq dominated the courts. Back then, every championship contending team would carry at least 12 defensive-minded centers, sometimes even more, just to contain the prime Shaq. In this era where dominant centers are a rarity, The sheer awe-inspiring impact of 17-year-old Wang Zilan's 148 kilograms bench press is undeniably palpable. King, I'm beginning to grasp the challenges you're currently facing. Though barely over a month has passed since Wang Zilan's last fitness assessment at the club. The dramatic surge in this young man's strength is unmistakable. No wonder his shooting consistency has fluctuated. Having already set his sights on an NBA future, Wang Zilan had long envisioned a succinct yet commanding English name for himself. King, perfectly harmonizing with his surname. Bruce, do you possess a solution? Though Tom Bruce was clearly teasing him, Wang Zilan understood that when seeking help, one must maintain the proper attitude, so he chose not to dwell on it. As for the astonishment of the coach and others, he had long been prepared. If an 80-point strength attribute corresponds to the elite bench press level among NBA players, then he was now just a hair's breadth away from that standard. You've come to the right person, King. While your situation is exceedingly rare in China, in the States, such cases are practically innumerable. As he spoke, Wang Zilan noticed the irrepressible pride on Tom Bruce's face. He could empathize. After all, the U.S. was hailed as the kingdom of basketball, teeming with prodigies, among whom were even those who sprouted a staggering 10 to 20 centimeters in height within a single year. If memory served, there was the basketball deity Michael Jordan from the 80s and 90s, followed by triple-double titans like Westbrook and AD. These were all iconic figures of secondary athletic development. Thus, he wasn't overly concerned that his sudden surge in strength would attract undue scrutiny. At the very least, no one would be dissecting him in a lab. After all, while such cases of late-blooming talent weren't exactly commonplace in the U.S., every year or so, one or two fortunate individuals would emerge. King, for someone like you, I highly recommend mastering the straight-arm shooting technique. Swiftly, Tom Bruce presented his solution. A straight-arm shot? Indeed, it was the straight-arm shooting technique. Tom Bruce then proceeded to analyze the advantages and disadvantages of straight-arm shooting for Wang Zilan. First, superior stability. The straight-arm shot relies solely on wrist movement for projection, thereby maximizing the consistency of shooting posture and effectively enhancing accuracy. This precisely compensates for Wang Zilan, who is currently in a phase of explosive physical strength development. Second, an elevated release point. As a towering center standing at 12 meters and projected to reach 16 meters barefoot, mastering the straight-arm shot would render him virtually unguardable in one-on-one situations, provided he remains mindful of defensive rotations. Regarding Wang Zilan's potential to master this technique, Tom Bruce expressed considerable optimism. At this point, credit must be given to Chairman Yao, whose influence has made the world recognize the exceptional touch of Chinese players, particularly their towering talents. Yet, where there are merits, there are inevitably shortcomings. The drawback of this shooting technique lies in its low trajectory, rendering it less suitable for long-range attempts. Additionally, such a method typically doesn't allow for significant elevation during the jump. After thoroughly analyzing the pros and cons of the straight-arm shot, Tom Bruce concluded that the ultimate decision rested with Wang Zilan himself. Following careful contemplation, Wang Zilan ultimately resolved to master this particular shooting form. Though the impending small ball era would herald a golden age of three-point shooting, that revolution primarily belonged to perimeter players. As an interior player, it would be impractical for him to frequently drift beyond the arc and launch threes. After all, a center's foremost duty remains anchoring the paint. Moreover, Wang Zilan didn't believe he needed exceptional three-point shooting skills. He considered it sufficient to pose a perimeter threat when left open. For a player endowed with the divine power of a shark to forsake dominating the paint in favor of obsessing over three-pointers would be the epitome of foolishness, like discarding watermelons to pick up sesame seeds. A truly idiotic approach. Congratulations, my king, you have made a most judicious decision. I sincerely hope this proves to be the optimal choice. When shall we commence our practice sessions? I deeply regret that I can only assist you with the initial hand positioning techniques. The advanced training is beyond my capability. Gazing at Wang Zilan's expectant expression, Tom Bruce spread his hands helplessly. Aren't you just toying with me? As Wang Zilan was silently cursing in his heart, Tom Bruce continued, to be precise, it's not that I cannot teach you, but I've suddenly discovered someone far more suitable than myself to be your mentor. Who? It is none other than the revered god of war Liu Yudong, whom you Fujin natives incessantly chant about with such devotion. Having resided in China for several years now, Tom Bruce still finds himself occasionally interspersing English when encountering particularly abstruse, convoluted, or incomprehensible terms. Uncle Liu? Indeed. How could I have failed to consider that possibility? Though it felt somewhat oddly dissonant to hear the name of China's basketball legend Liu Yudong from a foreigner's mouth, Wang Zilin quickly grasped the reference when reminded. In the annals of Chinese basketball history, when it comes to the art of straight-arm shooting, if Liu Yudong claimed second place, none would dare proclaim first. Domestically, Liu dominated what was then called the CBA League, formerly Jia A, with his unstoppable straight-arm mid-range jumpers. His three-point prowess was equally formidable, averaging 1.5 threes per game at an absurd 43.5 accuracy throughout his career. Simply outrageous. On the international stage, despite his height disadvantage as a power forward and the impact of injuries, which led to a noticeable decline in Liu Yudong's performance compared to his domestic dominance, a healthy Liu still proved formidable with his signature straight-arm mid-range jumper. During the 1994 World Championships and the 1996 Olympics, the warrior Liu Yudong contributed averages of 11.5 points and 4.2 rebounds, and 8.6 points with 4 rebounds respectively, serving as the team's third leading scorer. His efforts were instrumental in propelling the Chinese men's basketball team to historic top 8 finishes in both tournaments. No wonder basketball fans and later generations often say, the further back in time you go, the grainier the footage becomes. Yet the more formidable the Chinese men's basketball team appears. Setting aside the familial connection between his father and the legendary war god Liu Yudong as former teammates, even the war god himself had long harbored a secret wish in his heart, to find someone worthy of inheriting his signature straight-arm shooting technique. Thus, upon realizing that such a basketball luminary was within his reach, Wang Zilin decisively abandoned Tom Bruce and made a beeline straight for Uncle Liu's home. Chapter 18. The core status like Chow Guy, the Heavenly King. What? You intend to learn the straight-arm shooting technique from me? Upon learning Wang Zilin's intentions, Liu Yudong first inquired about the specific reasons. After understanding the situation, he agreed without hesitation. Truth be told, veteran basketball players like Liu Yudong, with their glorious pasts, do not wish to see their signature skills fade into obscurity. He was genuinely delighted that a younger generation showed interest in learning his straight-arm jump shot. In the following days, Wang Zilin's life settled into a simple routine of 3 locations. He would first go to the club to continue pushing his physical limits, then visit Liu Yudong's home to practice the straight-arm jump shot, and finally return home in the evening to watch some films. And no, don't get the wrong idea. These were simply films featuring large African-American gentlemen as the main characters. Bruce, I never expected you to be knowledgeable about strength training as well. You're quite the versatile fellow, aren't you? Indeed, during this period of in-depth communication with Tom Bruce, he came to realize just how multifaceted the man's expertise was. Although Bruce's primary focus remained on specialized basketball training, his proficiency in physical conditioning, encompassing strength, speed, agility, and other athletic attributes was equally formidable. As Wang Zilin aptly summarized, a veritable arsenal of tricks. Oh my, your words are making me feel quite bashful. Tom Bruce repeatedly waved his hands in modest refusal, yet the subtle smile playing upon his countenance silently conveyed his acceptance of Wang Zilin's gracious compliment. It appears this fellow has truly grasped the essence of Chinese culture, even mastering the art of superficial modesty. Bruce, I find myself somewhat perplexed. With your exceptional professional expertise and capabilities, why did you choose to develop your career in our country rather than your homeland? In my opinion, someone of your caliber would be far better suited for elite sports leagues like the NBA, where fortunes await those with talent. Faced with Wang Zilin's inquiry, Tom Bruce's usual cheerful demeanor faded quickly. There are reasons for staying and reasons for leaving, he replied. Wait a moment. This phrase sounds strangely familiar. Suddenly it dawned on me. Isn't this the iconic line from Detective Chinatown, spoken by the protagonist Tang Ren? Could it possibly be because of love? Wang Zilin tentatively inquired. How did you know? Tom Bruce's pupils contracted slightly as he turned his head in disbelief. It must be because the woman you loved betrayed you. King, you. Gazing at the utterly speechless Tom Bruce, Wang Zilin's mind was also reeling in sheer astonishment. Xiqing is truly a man of remarkable talent. Not only did his film eerily predict Bao Qiang's future, but now he has even found a real-life counterpart for the character. After relentless pursuit by Wang Zilin, Tom Bruce finally opened his heart to him. For the full backstory, one might refer to Tang Ren's experiences, though the key difference is that Tom Bruce has fared far better in life than Tang Ren ever did. Bruce, you know, what exactly am I supposed to know? I will be entering the NBA draft next year. Perhaps you could serve as my personal trainer then. Extended version. What do you think? Your Majesty, to be honest, I was quite content staying in the Celestial Empire and wasn't particularly inclined to. What? You've granted my request? Splendid. Thank you for placing your trust in me. With these words, Wang Zilan departed gracefully, heading straight for Liu Yudong's residence. Meanwhile, Tom Bruce, still standing disheveled in the wind, suddenly came to his senses. Wait a moment. Did I actually agree to this? Did I truly give my consent? Could it be true that I have actually consented to him? Half a month later, as the CBA season opener approached, Tom Bruce gradually acquiesced to becoming Wang Zilan's quasi-personal trainer, unable to withstand the latter's persistent persuasion and relentless bombardment. Beyond this welcome development, another piece of good news emerged. His lower body strength had successfully surpassed the 80-point threshold, while his shooting ability showed no further decline. Evidently, altering his shooting form had indeed proven beneficial. Of course, one could not dismiss the possibility that Wang Zilan was naturally suited for the straight-arm shooting technique, especially given Liu Yudong's repeated praise for his rapid learning curve. At 3:00 p.m. on November 18th, inside the Zuchang Gymnasium, over a dozen burly men were drenched in the sweat of youthful exertion. Beep, beep, beep. The game concluded with the blue team's victory. Big Wang, you're just too damn good. Wang Zilan was currently engaged in a 5-on-5 inter-team scrimmage organized by head coach Fan Bin. The match was divided into red and blue teams, lasting 15 minutes, with the side scoring the most points by the countdowns and declared victorious. Notably, this already marked his third triumph of the day, 28 points, 11 rebounds, and 8 blocks. This is the staggering performance Wang Zilan delivered in those 15 minutes. Head coach Fan Bin had experimented with fielding Wang alongside 4 substitutes, reserving the starting 5. Yet to his astonishment, or perhaps exhilaration, he realized Zilan was simply too dominant, a force that should never have graced the CBA league. As a core player during the Bai Rockets' 5 consecutive championship runs, Fan had witnessed firsthand the terrifying dominance Yao Ming exhibited in the CBA, particularly in those final 2 seasons before his departure for the NBA. Back then, Yao's supremacy over the league was akin to Wilt Chamberlain's reign in the NBA. And now, to his amazement, Fan found himself glimpsing shadows of Yao's Shanghai Sharks era in the towering presence of Wang Zilan. King, you are truly terrifying. A player of your caliber does not belong in the CBA. The NBA across the ocean is your rightful stage. As the power forward in the red team's starting 5, Saeed Abbas, alongside teammate Guolei, desperately attempted to double-team Wang Zilan, yet the outcome was nothing but relentless and once. Today marks the 18th. And the Fujian men's basketball team, officially known as the Fujian Xuanzhou Bank men's basketball team, has already undergone nearly 2 weeks of intensive training. During these 2 weeks, Wang Zilan's overwhelmingly dominant prowess won over all his teammates, solidifying his position as the undisputed tactical cornerstone of the team. His current standing within the squad could aptly be likened to the legendary Chao Gai. When he raises his arm in command, followers rally like gathering clouds. A far cry from certain individuals who remain mere scholarly figures like Wang Luan. Coach Fan Bin's strategy was equally straightforward, directly replicating the tactical approach once employed by the Shanghai Sharks. By any means necessary, get that damned basketball into Wang Zilan's hands. As a former Bai Rockets player who had witnessed Yao Ming's formidable dominance firsthand, Fan Bin understood all too well the devastating consequences when such an overwhelmingly dominant big man established position in the paint. It's crucial to note that the CBA follows FIBA regulations, which notably omit the defensive 3-second violation. Indeed, under FIBA rules, only the offensive 3-second rule exists while its defensive counterpart is absent. This fundamental difference explains why NBA stars reliant on penetration often struggle internationally, while skilled big men flourish effortlessly on the global stage. Chapter 19, The Rim-Rattling Performance Boom. Crash. Thud. All right, today's training session concludes here. Everyone gather around. I'll announce the starting lineup. After the match, Fan Bin summoned the team with a round of applause. This season, the Fujian men's basketball team consists of 12 players, with the following 5 starters: Xie Kai, Fan Songlin, Zhao Tailong, Sani Sakakini, and Wang Zhilin. Their shooting prowess from the 14-foot range ensures opponents cannot recklessly double-team the interior. Clearly, this lineup was crafted by Fan Bin to maximize Wang Zhilin's dominance. The bench rotation, led by foreign player Anthony Roberson, serves as the supporting cast. Regarding the foreign player policy, the current CBA regulations allow 2 foreign players per team, excluding the Bai team, under a 2 foreigners for quarters, 6 appearances system. Against the foreigner-free Bai team, it's adjusted to 2 foreigners for quarters, 5 appearances. In other words, Teams can deploy 2 foreign players simultaneously in the third and fourth quarters if they stagger their appearances earlier. Unlike later seasons, where only 1 foreign player is permitted in the final quarter, many teams now conserve their foreign players for a dual-threat surge in the latter half. Though Anthony Roberson undoubtedly outmatches Fan Songlin in skill, the latter remains Fujian's captain and spiritual leader, leaving Roberson relegated to the bench. After a brief pep talk, Fan Bin dismissed the team, urging them to rest and recharge for the season opener against the Shaanxi men's basketball team on the evening of the 20th. Beijing time, November 20th, 2011, 1915. The CBA season tipped off with electrifying energy as the Fujian Chuanzhou Bank men's basketball team hosted the Shaanxi Finqiu Group men's basketball team. Historically, Fujian held a slight edge over Shaanxi with 6 wins in their 10 encounters. A quick overview of both teams. Fujian's previous season was marred by injuries, plummeting to a dismal 8-24 record, second worst in the league, snapping their 4-year playoff streak. Shaanxi, meanwhile, narrowly missed the postseason with a 15-17 record, ranking 9th. This season, they've undergone a youth-driven overhaul, eyeing a playoff return. 15 minutes before tip-off, both teams were immersed in vigorous warm-ups. Though this clash between underdogs lacked the spotlight reserved for powerhouses like Guangdong or Xinjiang, Fujian's renowned basketball culture ensured a packed Zuchang Stadium, roaring with hometown support. Is this what professional basketball truly feels like? Is this the electrifying atmosphere of Asia's premier basketball league? The ambience, the lighting, the resounding cheers that pierce the soul. Never before had he witnessed such a grand spectacle. This is merely the CBA, but what about the NBA across the vast ocean? The electrifying atmosphere on the court instantly ignited Wang Zilin's passion, fueling his burning desire for the NBA future. He could already feel an indescribable tremor emanating from the depths of his soul, a sensation best described by one word: euphoria. Pure, unadulterated ecstasy. Zilin, why are you still standing there frozen? Hurry up and warm up. Seeing Wang Zilin still sitting dazed on the bench, veteran teammate Fan Songlin instinctively assumed the young lad was overwhelmed by the grand occasion. With a resounding cheer, Wang Zilin rose from the bench, instantly capturing the attention of the entire arena. Standing at a barefoot height of 14 meters and 17 meters with shoes, he was undoubtedly the tallest figure in the stadium. His towering stature, robust physique, and the striking blue headband adorning his brow combined to make him the most dazzling presence on the court. Wow, Dad, that man is so tall. Of course. He's the new center forward our team just signed this year. Dad, what exactly is a center forward? Seated near the front, a father and son were instantly captivated by Wang Zilin's towering stature. Members of the opposing Shaanxi men's basketball team also turned their gazes in unison as Wang took to the court for warm-ups. Wang casually attempted a few shots to test his touch, yet found the routine somewhat uninspired. Brother Mello, come here for a moment. What is it, King? Regarding Wang Zilin referring to himself as Brother Melon, although Anthony Robertson expressed some confusion, out of respect for the strong, he still scurried over eagerly. Buddy, don't you think the atmosphere here still lacks intensity? Upon hearing Wang Zilin's words, Anthony Robertson's eyes darted shrewdly, as if suddenly comprehending. Perhaps we should demonstrate our skills? Very well then, let us display our prowess. Clap, 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 the familiar voice resonated once more, instantly drawing the gazes of everyone on the Fujian team. Exchanging knowing smiles, they dispersed to either side of the court, leaving the space beneath the basket for Robertson and Wang Zilin who were about to perform. The unusual movement from the Fujian team immediately caught the attention of surrounding spectators. What exactly were these two preparing to do? Could it be that he's planning to start with 2 blocks right off the bat? Soon enough, Wang Zilin demonstrated to everyone exactly what he intended to do. Robertson dribbled the ball leisurely at the front, then suddenly accelerated near the 3-point line and executed a graceful bank shot. At that moment, Wang Zilin, who had been trailing behind, sprang into action. With 2 rapid strides, he entered the free throw line area, slightly crouched, and then leaped into the air with lightning speed. Raising both hands precisely, he caught the rebounding ball and slammed it through the hoop with tremendous force, even performing a pull-up on the rim for good measure. Bang! A deafening roar, like thunder from a clear sky, echoed through the home stadium as the basketball hoop, seemingly unable to withstand Wang Zilin's brute force, emitted pitiful creaks and groans. The breath of every spectator hitched in unison, all because of that ferocious dunk he had just executed. Though Wang's leap wasn't particularly high, the terrifying power he displayed, coupled with the bone-chilling intensity etched across his face, left the entire crowd in awe. That two-handed rim-hanging slam bore an uncanny resemblance to Shaquille O'Neal's iconic wild boar hanging from a tree dunk. The essence radiates with an overwhelming aura of dominance. Could this truly be a mere 17-year-old youth? This is nothing short of an untamed beast unleashed. In the ensuing minutes, Wang Zilan showcased several more dunks. Though his vertical leap was not extraordinary, he fully displayed his raw, powerful aesthetic to the world. Do not provoke me. This is precisely what he wished to convey to the opposing Shaanxi basketball team players. Gulp, gulp. Shaanxi team's starting center, the 2.05-meter tall Shangping, watched Wang Zilan's explosive dunk performance and instinctively touched his own bald head. If he had to defend against that brute for an entire game, he wasn't sure he'd make it back home in one piece. Hey, Monk, what are you spacing out for? The game's about to start. Time for the pre-game handshake. Shaanxi's captain Duan Jiangpeng nudged the dazed Shangping. Oh, as he approached the basket and faced Wang Zilan, who stood nearly a head taller. His already grim mood plummeted to rock bottom. Hello, I'm Wang Zilan. Hello, my name is Shangping. A deep and magnetic voice came from above. Shangping looked up and saw that it was Wang Zilan. Very pleased to meet you. My friends usually call me, Just as Shangping was about to engage in deeper conversation, he realized the other party had already turned away, leaving him staring at the back of their head. Damn it, this youngster. Chapter 20. The ruthless block. As this was a match between two underperforming teams, the CBA officials didn't place much emphasis on the game, assigning mostly rookie commentators. Nevertheless, one commentator immediately captured the attention of numerous viewers and players upon appearance. This was none other than Li Nan, who had transitioned into a basketball commentary guest after retiring in 2009, making his debut on the commentary platform. Li Nan quickly established himself as an outstanding commentator in the eyes of fans due to his earnest and professional approach. His ability to leverage his professional experience to analyze the game provided audiences with a more intuitive understanding. Coach Li, what are your thoughts on the opening dunks by Fujian's young player Wang Zilan? The people of the Middle Kingdom well understand the wisdom that men and women working together makes the labor lighter. Thus, Li Nan's partner was none other than the 22-year-old beauty commentator Zhang Ku. It seems the CBA officials had long grasped the secret to capturing viewership. Coming from a modeling background, Zhang Ku naturally understood her role as the supporting cast. She deftly initiated the discussion with a question. On the surface, Wang Zilan's dunks were undeniably spectacular. I believe everyone could clearly perceive the immense power contained within this young player through his slam dunks just now. But delving deeper, I feel Wang Zilan was making a statement of dominance. At this point, Li Nan deliberately paused. Zhang Ku swiftly picked up on the cue, gazing at him with wide, dewy eyes brimming with innocent curiosity, embodying the very image of a naive and vulnerable maiden in need of protection. Close-up. Get me a close-up shot of her face immediately. The director seated before them instantly brightened at the scene. Oh, a statement of dominance? Precisely, a statement of dominance. After all, Wang Zilan was currently the youngest player on the court, and he needed such methods to assert his presence. The results spoke for themselves. He succeeded. Oh, what an enlightening revelation. Who would have thought that these seemingly ordinary dunks concealed so much intricacy and technique? Amidst the casual banter of the two commentators, the game was about to commence. Fujian team starting lineup: Xie Yikai, Gong Songlin, Zhao Tailong, Abbas, and Wang Zilan. Shaanxi team starting lineup: El Xiaoming, Duan Jiangpeng, Zhang Xuan, Charles Gaines, and Shangping. During warm-ups, Wang Zilan had already assessed the opposing players' abilities through the system. The highest-rated players on the Shaanxi team were naturally their two foreign reinforcements, Charles Gaines, a power forward with a rating of 54, and Marcus Williams, a swingman with a rating of 57. The former represented standard foreign talent, while the latter was nothing short of a CBA superstar. Beyond these two, no other player on the Shaanxi team boasted a comprehensive rating above 50, not even their captain, Duan Jiangpeng, who only managed a 48. Yet, alas, the Shaanxi team was doomed to failure from the very beginning. As their opponent, the prowess of Fujian men's basketball team's new core player Wang Zilan has long surpassed their wildest imaginations. As early as late October, his comprehensive rating had already surpassed 60, possessing the capability to become a fringe NBA player. By then, his lower body strength had broken through 80, while his upper body strength reached 78, causing his overall rating to skyrocket by 3 points, a comprehensive score of 63. This is the confidence that Wang Zilan now holds as he towers over the CBA elite. I am a Twilight Shark who can still shoot. Tell me, aren't you afraid? Ding. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. The centers from both teams leapt for the opening tip-off, and Wang Zilin, with his towering stature, effortlessly outstretched his opponent by a full palm's length, securing the first possession for the Fujian team. The Shaanxi squad seemed prepared for this outcome, swiftly retreating to their defensive positions without hesitation. The moment his teammate Zhao Tailong received the ball to initiate the offense, Wang Zilin, having just landed, abruptly accelerated toward the front court. A familiar tactical movement allowed Zhao Tailong to immediately spot Wang cutting baseline toward the paint, his right hand raised skyward in signal. Though they had only trained together for a brief 2 weeks, their budding chemistry was evident. Zhao Tailong instantly understood. Just a step beyond the three-point arc at the top of the key, he lofted the ball high into the air. All eyes were drawn to the soaring orange sphere as it traced its arc, until a pair of powerful hands materialized near the rim, firmly grasping the ball mid-flight. With the force of splitting mountains, Wang Zilin emphatically slammed it through the hoop. The breathtaking alley-oop instantly electrified the entire arena. 2 o'clock. Wow. The Fujian team's morale is soaring high. Opening with an impressive alley-oop right from the start, they're making a bold statement about their determination to dominate this match. Though positioned as the supporting commentator, Zhang Ke demonstrates professional competence as a seasoned sports broadcaster, skillfully balancing playful banter with serious analysis while occasionally teasing the male audience watching at home. Indeed, Fujian has come out with overwhelming momentum from the opening whistle. Now we'll see if Shaanxi can mount an effective counterattack. Failure to respond promptly would put them in a rather precarious situation. What a splendid pass! Wang Zilin and Zhao Tailong exchanged a firm high-five before swiftly retreating to defense. Pass me the ball. I'll return the favor. The sudden turn of events left the Shaanxi team momentarily stunned, but their bewilderment quickly gave way to smoldering indignation. Charles Dennis, the foreign recruit, who prided himself on being leagues above the domestic players, was particularly incensed. His usual arrogance made this humiliation unbearable. Xiaoming hesitated, his gaze flickering uncertainly toward Captain Duan Jiangpeng. Give it to him. Duan Jiangpeng replied with icy composure before sprinting back into position. Yet, his tightly clenched fist betrayed the seething resentment beneath his calm facade. But what could he do? The bitter truth remained, he simply wasn't strong enough. This serves as a microcosm of the current CBA league landscape. With the exception of the Bai team that resolutely refrains from utilizing foreign players, and the Guangdong team, boasting the formidable 7-8 duo of Wang and Zhu. All other teams rely excessively on the prowess of imported talents. Consequently, ball possession within CBA teams becomes concentrated in the hands of these foreign players, depriving young domestic athletes of sufficient opportunities for development. Little wonder then that Chairman Yao would later implement various restrictions on the foreign player system. He who controls the ball controls the game. This was the surging emotion coursing through Charles Dennis at this very moment. A mere unknown in the European leagues. Yet here in the CBA, he could summon winds and command rains, breeding a sickening arrogance within his heart. The moment he crossed half-court, he signaled his teammates to spread the floor. He would take on Zhao Tailong one-on-one. With a meager rating of 44, Zhao Tailong stood no chance against Charles Dennis, who operated an entire tier above him. Feinting left before driving hard right, Charles left his defender utterly flat-footed. Is this the defense of a Chinese player? Charles sneered, voice dripping with derision. Even a woman could pressure me more than this. The merciless taunt burned in Zhao Tailong's ears. Clenching his fists, biting his lip, he pursued with resolute, powerful strides. Pointless struggle. Though aware of the approaching defender, Charles felt not a shred of fear, his gaze locked onto the rim ahead. At this moment, nothing but a thunderous dunk could unleash the fury boiling within him. This one, I'm slamming it down. But at that very moment, a massive yellow palm suddenly materialized between Charles Dennis and the Fujian team's basket, like an inescapable net that imprisoned him completely. In a daze, Charles Dennis found the basketball had vanished from his grasp. Turning around, he saw, to his dismay, the accursed ball already clutched in the hands of a towering giant who stood like an iron fortress. Clearly, his would-be triumphant dunk had been thwarted, and in the most humiliating manner possible. A rejection. Chapter 21. The third largest point differential in history, Wang Zilin swiftly passed the ball to Captain Fan Songlin, who initiated a fast break. With a 3-on-2 advantage in the front court, Fan cleverly assisted Abbas in driving to the basket for an easy layup. The Fujian team took an early 4-0 lead over the Shaanxi team. Refusing to back down, Charles Dennis demanded the ball again at half-court, and his teammates reluctantly obliged. However, he failed to notice, or perhaps simply ignored, the growing resentment in the Shaanxi player's eyes. After all, he was only here for the money. Why bother forming any genuine camaraderie with these amateurs? Damn it, I got careless last time. This time, I'll score for sure. That mediocre Chinese center can't possibly stop me. We're not even on the same level. Once again, Charles Dennis launched an aggressive offensive, effortlessly blowing past Zhao Tailong's defense. The gap in their abilities was simply too vast. Fortunately, Wang Zilan, already mentally prepared to clean up his teammates' defensive lapses, instantly positioned himself in the paint, glaring at Charles Dennis just a few steps away. He roared in flawless American English, thanks to the diamond-tier Shaquille O'Neal superstar card that had drastically improved his language skills. Come at me, ugly. Try and dunk on me if you dare. You dare call me ugly? Do you have any idea that in my country, I'm renowned as a strikingly handsome young man? Insult my basketball skills, and I might tolerate it for money. But if you dare disparage my dashing looks, that I absolutely cannot endure. For some inexplicable reason, Wang Zilan sensed that this opposing player was glaring at him with fiery intensity, brimming with aggression. Yet, despite his bewilderment, what surged stronger within him was exhilaration. Come here, boy. Let us see if Daddy rewards you with a slap, your favorite treat. With gritted teeth, Charles Dennis charged forward, launching himself into the air with relentless momentum. He pulled the ball back with his right hand before slamming it downward with ferocious force. Stationed beneath the basket, Wang Zilan tensed every muscle in his body. He knew that in moments like these, composure was paramount. Opportunity was fleeting, gone in an instant. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 now? At the very moment Charles Dennis leaped into the air, Wang Zilan soared upwards with lightning reflexes. Though his vertical leap fell short, his extraordinary wingspan compensated magnificently. With the same static athletic gifts as Shaquille O'Neal, Wang Zilan once again unleashed that terrifying defensive pressure upon Charles Dennis. Damn it, I won't be blocked by you again. In utter desperation, Charles Dennis was forced to abandon his dunk attempt for an underhand layup, merely to evade Wang Zilan's towering reach. Yet tragically, he still underestimated the latter's extraordinary wingspan. Swat. Before a home crowd of over 4,000 spectators, Wang Zilan once again valiantly defended his team's basketball stronghold. The ball was fiercely swatted out of bounds by him. The timer showed that the Shaanxi team had only 4 seconds left for this offensive possession. Captain Duan Jiangping received the ball and forced a shot that missed. Xie Yikai caught the ball in the backcourt and advanced as usual. Upon reaching the three-point line, Wang Zilan came over to set a screen, allowing the former to drive left along the baseline. At that moment, a dark figure precisely cut off his path. It was Shaanxi team's guard, L. Xiaoming. However, Zhao Tailong paid no heed and simply lofted a high pass toward the left low post, where Wang Zilan had already established position. With a casual glance at the defender behind him, Shang Ping, who stood at 2.05 meters with a modest overall rating of 45, Wang Zilan began exerting force, backing him down with a few powerful bumps. Once he created enough separation, he pivoted, raised his elbow, and leaped for a thunderous dunk. Bang! The disparity in strength between the two was ultimately too vast. Lacking in height and power, even Shang Ping's technique paled in comparison to Wang Zilan's, rendering his defense as flimsy as paper against Wang. Moreover, Wang Zilan possessed the innate skill of silver-tiered Dunk Emperor, which, when activated, boosted his dunking ability, vertical leap, and agility by 4 points each for 3 seconds. This dual onslaught of sheer prowess and natural talent left Shang Ping utterly overwhelmed and suffering. From an outsider's perspective, Wang Zilan merely received the ball near the left side of the basket, casually bumped a few times, and effortlessly sent his defender flying. The Shaanxi team's interior defense was to Wang Zilan what Chang'e and Slope was to Zhao Zilong. With a single spear, he could charge in and out 7 times, dominating the court with no one able to withstand him. The rhythm of the game became straightforward thereafter. Terrified of Wang Zilan's shot-blocking prowess, the Shaanxi team resorted to timidly shooting from the perimeter, utterly unwilling to venture inside. Meanwhile, the Fujian team adhered to a steady and methodical approach. Once past half-court, their point guard would immediately deliver the ball to Wang Zilan, allowing it to flow through his hands before he decided whether to take the shot himself or set up a teammate. This was, in fact, the very strategy coach Li Qiuping had devised for Yao Ming during his time with the Shanghai Sharks. Every offensive possession had to pass through Yao Ming's hands first. This philosophy honed Yao Ming's playmaking abilities, elevating them far above those of most big men in the league. Even in the highlights of Chairman Yao's illustrious career, Those ingenious no-look passes remain unforgettable. Fully aware of how invaluable a center's playmaking skills would be in the league, Wang Zilan naturally seized every opportunity to develop his own. In the CBA, he reigned supreme as the undisputed leader, but once he stepped onto the NBA stage, he would likely have to start anew as a rookie. Opportunities to dominate lesser opponents were dwindling. Cherish them while they lasted. If not now, then when? Toot. The match concluded, and the Shaanxi team players finally put an end to what could only be described as a nightmarish evening. 148-89. A staggering 59-point deficit. However, it's actually not that bad. The largest point differential in a regular season game in CBA history exceeds this by a full 10 points. The scores of 69 and 63 points, ranking first and second respectively, were both achieved during the 9,900 season. The third-place record of 59 points was set in the 0809 season. Now, this match between the Fujian and Shaanxi teams has tied for third place in this infamous ranking. For the Shaanxi team, this is an immense sorrow. They have now equaled the third-largest point differential in CBA regular season history, previously held by the Dongguan team. They are painfully aware that this defeat will forever be etched into the annals of CBA history as a mark of disgrace. Duan Jiangpeng, who managed only 13 points, 1 assist, and 3 turnovers throughout the game, gazed at his teammates, their faces ashen with despair. His eyes welled up with tears. Yet, as the team captain, he remembered his duty. After scanning the devastated group, he wiped away his tears and, voice choked with emotion, said, "Let's go. Let's go home." No one knew how those disheartened Shaanxi team players left the arena, nor did anyone care, for they were the defeated. This is the harsh reality of competitive sports. The flowers and applause are eternally reserved for the ultimate victor. MVP, MVP, MVP. At this moment, within the Fujian team's home stadium, the Zuchang Gymnasium, over 4,000 spectators are chanting the MVP slogan in unison. But to whom shall this most valuable player honor be bestowed? That towering figure clad in the number 36 jersey, standing proudly on the court above all others. With a staggering 55 points, 28 rebounds, 4 blocks, and 3 assists. This was the performance data Wang Zilan delivered in his CBA debut. His parents, who personally attended their son's first professional game at the home court, couldn't contain their exhilaration when the match concluded. Like all proud parents across the world, they jubilantly proclaimed to everyone around them, "Do you see that number 36? That's our son. That's our boy." Chapter 22, The Next Yao Ming. At this moment, Wang Zilan was basking in the adoration of flowers, applause, and countless praises, his heart surging with fervor. Yet soon, this exhilaration faded into dullness. For in this very instant, he remained more lucid than anyone else. For in this very instant, something ceaselessly spurred him onward. For in this very instant, he had not forgotten his true capabilities, merely an NBA fringe player at best. Through the myriad distractions of worldly affairs, within the system space, that glaring overall rating on his personal panel, NBA fringe player, Wang Zilan quickly regained his composure. The intoxicating allure of flowers and applause. Standing at the center of the court with hands on hips, Wang Zilan surveyed the ecstatic fans cheering for him, yet he felt no genuine joy in his heart. In this moment, the stark contrast between the NBA and CBA leagues became painfully clear to him. Though merely a fringe player by NBA standards, he found himself dominating effortlessly in the CBA. Beyond the initial shock, what overwhelmed him was an indescribable sorrow and inexplicable shame. With crystalline clarity, he realized once more, the road ahead stretched long before him. The path ahead for the Chinese men's basketball team is equally long and arduous. At the post-game press conference, Wang Zilan undoubtedly became the center of attention, the undisputed star of the show. His teammates wisely chose not to accompany him, leaving only the newly appointed head coach Fan Bin by his side. Coach Fan Bin sat to Wang Zilan's left, gazing at him with an affectionate, almost paternal smile. "Hello, Zilan. I'm Yin Lu, a frontline reporter from Shohu Sports. May I address you this way?" "Of course." Ordinary and unremarkable. After an absent-minded glance, Wang Zilan casually nodded. "Zilan, achieving such a glorious result in your debut match, even setting the third-largest point difference in CBA regular season history. Did you anticipate any of this before the game?" "To be honest, I have contemplated it." "Oh, you considered it as well?" "Indeed, prior to the commencement of the match, our team was virtually certain of securing victory. However, I must confess I hadn't anticipated such an effortless triumph." "Ah." The female journalist named Yin Lu was instantly stunned. "Bro, did you grab the wrong script? Logically speaking, as the winner, Shouldn't you be modest at this moment, then comfort the loser to demonstrate your magnanimity? This guy is such a straight man. A promising and affluent straight man. This was the label Yin Lu instantly assigned to Wang Zilin in her mind. So, what would you like to say to your fans or opponents at this moment? As a professional athlete just starting my career, I currently don't have many fans, though I sincerely hope to gain more supporters who enjoy watching me play in the future. Regarding my opponents, I must say they haven't lived up to my expectations. Could you elaborate more on what you mean by these expectations you mentioned earlier? The primary reason I chose to pursue a professional career was that I no longer felt challenged in youth team competitions. Yearning to face stronger opponents, I joined the CBA. Yet unfortunately, at this point, Wang Zilin trailed off. To summarize this lengthy statement, is this what the CBA is? Nearly this? Such competitive spirit. The second tag was generated. Half an hour later, the entire press conference had concluded. Upon returning to the locker room, Wang Zilin was completely drenched, victimized by his teammates' celebratory assault. With a staggering 59-point margin, the Fujin team, as the triumphant victors, will undoubtedly be etched into the annals of CBA history. To borrow a popular phrase from later generations, we've never fought a battle with such overwhelming superiority. After all, the Fujin team has long been a perennial playoff fringe squad whose ultimate ambition was merely advancing past the first round. Having suddenly delivered such a soul-stirring performance, how could they not indulge in proper celebration? Indeed, the club executives personally visited the locker room, presenting each player with a bottle of champagne, eagerly awaiting the arrival of their protagonist, Wang Zilin. Upon understanding the reason behind his teammates' exhilaration, Wang Zilin raised the largest bottle of champagne reserved for himself and unleashed a torrent of spraying liquid in every direction. Tonight, no one would leave this locker room dry. Zilin, your performance today was truly extraordinary. Having watched the CBA for so many years, apart from those foreign players, only Yao Ming during his time with the Shanghai Sharks has displayed such a dominant performance. As the club's deputy general manager, Wu Bolin naturally watched the entire game. Now, her hair dampened by champagne, she approached with a flushed face. Clearly, Wu Bolin is also a genuine fan who passionately supports the Fujin men's basketball team and the sport itself, exhilarated by every point scored. Is that so? Then I can promise you right now, there will be many more games like this in the future. Just wait and see. These words from Wang Zilin came from the heart. After this match, he realized his current standing in the CBA is undoubtedly unparalleled. Although the Guangdong club officially announced this season that Yi Jianlian, after 4 seasons in the NBA, has signed a 1-year contract to return, he won TB back in China until at least December. Until then, Wang Zilin doesn't believe anyone in the CBA can stand in his way. No, with his rapid improvement, he is confident that even Yi Jianlian's return one team make him a match. Is that so? I must say, I'm rather looking forward to this. Witnessing Wang Zilin's dominance on the court, no one dared to question the words spoken by this young man before them. Lower your head, I have something to tell you. Suddenly, Wu Bolin leaned in mysteriously. What? Though somewhat perplexed, Wang Zilin nevertheless inclined his torso forward. Mwah. Suddenly, Wang Zilin felt 2 velvety soft petals brush against his right cheek, vanishing as swiftly as they came, leaving only a lingering dewy trace behind. Am I being ambushed in this manner? Bolin's sister Yu. Staring at the woman who had just stealthily kissed him, Wang Zilin was momentarily stunned. Well, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first. Wu Bolin's heart was a turbulent sea of conflicting emotions. Initially, she had merely been curious. How had that timid younger brother, who used to blush at the mere thought of speaking to her, transformed in such a short time into someone so radiantly confident, with basketball skills that had soared to new heights? Driven by this curiosity, she couldn't resist drawing closer to Wang Zilin. Yet, the moment she truly neared him, as if guided by some inexplicable impulse, she committed that utterly shameless act. Watching the figure fleeing in disarray, Wang Zilin suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of amusement. Truth be told, what he really wanted to say was, "You could have gone all the way and kissed me properly. What is the point of just a peck on the cheek?" Shaking his head, Wang Zilin resolved to set aside such personal matters as emotions for the time being, as his primary duty remained playing basketball. The revelry lasted until late at night before concluding, with Coach Fan Bin dismissing everyone to return to their respective homes. Unbeknownst to Wang Zilin, who slumbered peacefully upon returning home, under this very same starry sky, there were still groups of people diligently scribbling away. Indeed, those burning the midnight oil at this hour were none other than the editorial teams from various major media outlets in China, specifically the astonishment department and the netizen commentary section. Here, one of the most eye-catching headlines has emerged. Astonishing, netizens exclaim. The next Yao Ming of Chinese basketball has finally appeared. Chapter 23. The Championship Prediction Battle 145,800. Upon awakening, Wang Zilin's first act was not to wash his face or brush his teeth, but to enter the system space to check his fan value. As expected, his original 80,000 plus fan count had surged by 60,000 after a single match, now qualifying him for the bronze-level lottery draw. Yet his ambitions had already evolved. To be precise, he was no longer content with mere bronze-level rewards. As the renowned literary figure Lu Xun once remarked, "Our great nation lacks many things, but one thing we never lack is people." This statement can be interpreted both positively and negatively, and the same applies in the realm of basketball. At this moment, Yao Ming had just retired, and basketball was undoubtedly the most influential sport domestically. Don't argue with me about football being the world's most popular sport, even if it holds that global title. What relevance does that have to our national football team? Unless the Chinese national football team can produce a Yao Ming-like figure on the global stage, there's no point discussing domestic influence. The greater the influence, the larger the fan base naturally becomes. For now, Wang Zilin needs to focus on excelling in the CBA, building his reputation and proving his worth. He must make everyone acknowledge wholeheartedly that he, Wang Zilin, is the sole successor capable of carrying the torch for Chinese men's basketball after Yao Ming's retirement. At that point, a mere 100,000 followers would be trivial. Millions, tens of millions, even 100 million would not be out of reach. Having resolved this in his mind, Wang Zilin emerged from his contemplative state with newfound clarity. It was 6 a.m, the sky over Quanzhou still shrouded in a hazy dawn. Yet, from a certain residential complex, the rhythmic thud-thud-thud of a basketball against concrete echoed persistently. Any basketball enthusiast would recognize it instantly, the unmistakable sound of a ball meeting the pavement. Having a private court at home was a luxury, sparing him concerns about disturbing the neighbors. The only drawback was the single ball after each shot. He had to retrieve it himself. After all, this was a professional club, who kept a whole basket of basketballs at home. As for his parents, they had long grown accustomed to their son's early morning training sessions. At their age, sleep was already fleeting. Sometimes they rose even earlier than Wang Zilin. After a solid hour of dribbling drills and mid-range jump shots, his mother, Lin Huiqing, had breakfast ready. This child, once he starts practicing, it's like he is possessed. Doesn't he even think about resting? Look at you, drenched in sweat. As a former professional basketball player herself, Lin Huiqing understood, while that mastering the sport demanded pushing the body to exhaustion, forging muscle memory through relentless repetition. But this young man before her was still her son, flesh of her flesh. He was only 17, still just a boy. Don't worry, Mom. I know my own body better than anyone. This level of training is far from reaching my limits. When it gets a bit brighter, I'll head to the club to train with Tom Bruce. He's a professional trainer after all. Surely that puts your mind at ease? All right. As long as you know your limits. Just don't push yourself too hard and harm your health. Got it. As Wang Zilin swiftly devoured the meal before him, he took only a brief respite before returning to the basketball court. Unlike the NBA with its 82-game regular season, the CBA typically schedules around 30 games per team each season. This year, the Fujian team was slated for 32 regular season matches. From the season's opening, the Fujian men's basketball team stunned the league, maintaining their dark horse momentum. Led by their star player, Wang Zilin, the team achieved an impeccable 12-0 record, securing 24 points and claiming the top spot in the regular season standings. In the CBA, teams play double round-robin matches, earning 2 points for a win, 1 for a loss, and 0 for a forfeit. This 12-game winning streak not only set a franchise record for Fujian, but also propelled them to an unprecedented position as regular season champions. Witnessing this historic breakthrough, the team's owner, Shaq of Xuanqing Group, hosted a grand celebration at the city's most prestigious hotel. Naturally, the generous boss also rewarded the entire club with substantial red envelopes. Wang Zilin, as the most dazzling rookie, received a 6-figure bonus. After the brief revelry, Fujian faced their toughest challenge yet, the Guangdong Southern Tigers, a dynasty team fresh off the CBA's second-longest championship streak of 5 consecutive titles. This season, Guangdong aimed for a 6th crown to match the legendary 8-time champions, the Bai Rockets. With an 11-1 record, Guangdong trailed only Fujian in the standings. Many believed the clash between these two powerhouses would effectively decide the season's champion. The Beijing Ducks, once considered contenders, had faded from contention after crushing defeats by both Fujian and Guangdong. On the evening of December 21st, Fujian hosted the formidable defending champions, Guangdong. Despite an early season stumble against the Qingdao Eagles, Guangdong had regained their dominance, riding a 7-game winning streak into this pivotal matchup. Currently, the Guangdong team ranks second among the 17 teams in the CBA league with an average net score of 107, 8 points per game, trailing only the Fujian team, which leads with an average of 112 points. Their defensive prowess is equally impressive, conceding a mere 94, 6 points per game, placing them among the league's elite. This truly exemplifies a team excelling in both offense and defense. Despite the absence of the signed but yet to return Yi Jianlian, Guangdong remains the dominant force in the CBA. With Zhu Fengyu boasting a comprehensive rating of 56, Wang Shipeng at 53, Chen Jianghua at 44, and the formidable foreign duo of Aaron Brooks, 68, and James Singleton, 55. Their roster exudes championship pedigree. Is this the unwavering confidence of a 5-time CBA champion? It appears rather intimidating. Wang Zilan was initially quite eager for his first encounter with Yi Jianlian, the future star of Chinese men's basketball. Unfortunately, he seems to have been delayed by certain matters related to the 5th NBA lockout in history and hasn't returned to China yet. Perhaps it's for the best that he hasn't come back. If memory serves, he suffered a knee injury during a domestic game due to a teammate's accidental collision, which subsequently delayed his contract with the Dallas Mavericks and hindered his integration with the team. From that point onward, Yi's NBA career could practically be considered concluded. This formidable Guangdong team is currently ranked second in overall strength among the 17 teams. Hopefully, Little Black Bean and Zhu Fengyu can ignite some competitive spirit within me. With a comprehensive rating of 68, this already marks his highest score in the CBA. Yet, Wang Zilan harbors some regret. He would have preferred to compete against a 60-rated interior player rather than a perimeter player like Little Black Bean. Players adept at driving and breaking through defenses, such as Little Black Bean, often fail to showcase their true NBA prowess under FIBA regulations, which is precisely why he feels somewhat disappointed. He recalls a foolish netizen once remarking, "In the CBA, the Celtic Shaq would undoubtedly outperform your Qingdao McGrady." Well, isn't that stating the obvious? Shaquille O'Neal dominated the court not only through favorable rules tailored for him, but also by possessing unparalleled physical prowess, a dual advantage that made him truly formidable. In contrast, while Tracy McGrady claimed 2 scoring titles during the regular season, when juxtaposed with O'Neal's legacy, his achievements appear somewhat, how shall we put it, lacking in substantial distinction. In the CBA, if Shaq wants to dunk, he can simply charge straight in with giant strides. Forget opposing players, even the security guards wouldn't dare to stop him. Chapter 24, The Veteran. On December 21st, the 27th day of the winter month in the lunar calendar, it was arguably the coldest period of the year. Outside, a bitter winter gale howled mercilessly, painting a desolate landscape where all life seemed to wither. Yet within the Zuchong Gymnasium, an overwhelming tide of cheers and roars surged like the first warm rays of spring sunshine, bathing the over 4,000 spectators in its glow and warming every heart present. Greetings to our dear audience watching from home. I am your old friend Zhang Weiping Yujia. This match is the 14th round of the CBA regular season, featuring 2 teams that are among the top championship contenders this season. It can be said to be one of the most anticipated and high-profile games of the season. For this reason, the CBA has specially invited the nation's premier commentators. Now, all that's left is for the game to officially begin to truly take off. After exchanging a knowing smile, the more seasoned Zhang Weiping was the first to speak. Yujia, before this season started, did you ever imagine that the Fujian team would achieve an unprecedented 12-game winning streak, currently leading the league standings? Coach Zhang, you must be jesting with me. I believe not just you and I, but even the most devoted fans of the Fujian men's basketball team could scarcely have imagined their home team reigning atop the regular season standings. Yujia responded with a dismissive wave. Indeed, it's utterly inconceivable. Yet if people were to examine the statistics of Fujian's star player, Wang Zilan, their surprise might quickly fade. As they spoke, both men turned their attention to the large screen behind them. Wang Zilan, born in 1993, currently 17 years old, officially joined the Fujian Xuanqing Basketball Club in the 2011-12 CBA season. Has played 13 professional games to date. Averages 35, 2 minutes per game. Records 35, 4 points, 22 rebounds, 5 2 blocks, 1. 5 assists, 2. 3 steals, and 2. 5 turnovers per game. Field goal percentage, 75. 2. Currently leads the league in scoring, rebounds, blocks, and dunks this season. At that moment, the screen split in two. The left side displayed Wang Zielin's detailed statistics, while the right revealed Yao Ming's averages from his final and peak season in the CBA 2001-2002. Yao Ming 2001-2002 CBA season, 32. 4 points, 19 rebounds. 4. 8 blocks, 2. 6 assists, 1. 7 steals per game. Field goal percentage, 72. 1. These figures alone demonstrated the sheer dominance Yao Ming once wielded in the CBA. Yet what was even more staggering was that the 17-year-old Wang Zilin, aside from slightly trailing in assists, surpassed Yao Ming in every other statistical category. As the comparison materialized on screen, an audible gasp swept through the arena, enveloping staff, players, and spectators alike. This young man was nothing short of terrifying. He should never have been allowed to participate in the CBA league. Since things have come to this point, I shall no longer conceal the truth. I myself am actually a decade-long devoted male fan of the Fujian men's basketball team. Disgusting. As if I were some elderly female admirer. Suddenly, a multitude of longtime Fujian men's basketball team fans emerged rapidly like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. At the center of this whirlwind, Wang Zilin remained composed and unperturbed, sitting quietly in the rest area with his eyes closed in meditation. Superficially, his statistics seemed to surpass Yao Ming's performance during the 2001-2002 season in every aspect. However, in reality, his current capabilities likely still fall short of Yao Ming's caliber. It must be noted that in his very first NBA season, Yao Ming achieved averages of 13. 5 points, 8. 2 rebounds, 1. 8 blocks and 1. 7 assists per game, numbers that Wang currently lacks the confidence to replicate in the NBA. Had it not been for the Houston Rockets failing to make the playoffs that year while Stoudemire's Phoenix Suns did, the Rookie of the Year award's rightful recipient might have been debatable. Moreover, during the early 2000s, the CBA league still boasted numerous formidable players of exceptional talent. When discussing the scoring leaders, the indomitable Liu Yudong, known as the God of War, dominated the league with an astonishing average of 36. 4 points per game, firmly overshadowing Yao Ming. Not to mention the legendary Tiger King Sun Jun, another prolific scorer who averaged 30 points per game, cementing his reputation as one of the CBA's most formidable offensive talents. As for the rebounding charts, Wang Zilin vividly recalls the year Yao Ming snatched an unbelievable 19 rebounds per game, yet still failed to claim the rebounding title. That honor went to Shaanxi's foreign player, Gates, who averaged a staggering 9 rebounds per game. Even Yao's monumental stat line of 32 points and 19 rebounds per game couldn't secure him the scoring or rebounding crowns, leaving him with only the shot-blocking title as a modest consolation. Such was the caliber of players in the CBA back then, a league so fiercely competitive that it could only be described in 4 words: absolutely terrifying. And now, the landscape has undoubtedly shifted. The only formidable opponent worth anticipating, Yi Jianlian, has yet to return. Foreign players are largely outmatched by him, and among domestic interior players, few pose any real challenge. Frankly speaking, the current CBA league no longer holds the slightest interest for Wang Zilin. Is this the pinnacle of Yao Ming's legacy in the CBA? Excellent, though slightly lacking in oxygen. The warm-up concluded as players from both teams took to the court. Fujian's starting lineup remained unchanged, while Guangdong fielded Aaron Brooks, Zhou Peng, Zhu Fengyu, Dong Hanlin, and Su Wei. The key figures to watch in this starting 5 were the diminutive Black Bean and Zhu Fengyu, Guangdong's twin pillars of strength at this juncture. As for Wang Shipeng, now a seasoned veteran, he gracefully yielded his position to the younger Zhou Peng. A worthy exchange of Pengs indeed. The first quarter commenced with Wang Zilin securing the tip-off, granting Fujian the initial possession, just as Xie Yikai received the ball and prepared to advance. A shadowy figure darted past him. Disaster struck. No one anticipated that Aaron Brooks would forego retreating on defense, instead launching a ferocious press against Xie Yikai, cleanly stripping the ball from his grasp. After securing the steal, Brooks accelerated at full throttle, effortlessly converting for an uncontested 2 points. Heads up. If you repeat such a fundamental mistake, you will be disqualified from this competition. Although Xie Yikai was well aware of the considerable disparity in skill between himself and Aaron Brooks, he certainly shouldn't have been utterly incapable of protecting the ball. Evidently, Fujian's 12 consecutive victories had begun to inflate certain players' egos, clouding their judgment of their true capabilities. This displeased him greatly. Understood. Gazing at Wang Zilan's face, darkened with an intensity that seemed on the verge of dripping gloom, Xie Yikai swiftly offered his assurance. If off the court, Wang Zilan was an optimistic and cheerful young man, one who could even take a joke in stride. Then on the court, he transformed into a stern and unrelenting figure, demanding nothing short of excellence from both his teammates and himself. Only when the final whistle, heralding victory, pierced the air would his teammates catch a glimpse of his smile. Indeed, Wang Zilan had no intention of making pointless back-and-forth runs. He positioned himself firmly in the front court, while the boss, playing as the power forward, wisely retreated to their own half to inbound the ball. As Xie Yikai advanced with the ball, Aaron Brooks applied pressure once again. However, this time, Xie, fully focused, managed to dribble steadily past the half-court line. Now that's more like it. After Zhao Tailong set a solid screen for Xie Yikai, the latter drove the ball to the left side. Meanwhile, Wang Zilan made a sharp cut from the right, securing his position before swiftly receiving the pass. Though Su Wei, his defender, stood at an imposing 2.13 meters, Wang found him unremarkable. With a powerful bump of his hip, he easily dislodged Su Wei. Zhu Fangyu, sensing the danger, rushed to help defend, but alas, it was too late. Bang! Wang Zilan effortlessly executed his signature two-handed rim-hanging dunk over Su Wei and Zhu Fangyu. Wang Zilan, MVP. Wang Zilan, MVP. At this very moment, Fujian basketball fans are undoubtedly fortunate and blissful. For this is yet another visual feast Wang Zilan has brought them. One has lost count of how many such spectacles he has provided. The taste of victory is always so intoxicating. Although the Guangdong team's head coach Li Chunjiang had devised comprehensive strategies against Wang Zilan before the match, such as when to double team, when to front, when to employ rough tactics, it proved utterly futile once the game commenced. His so-called foolproof plans were rendered laughable in the face of the monstrous dominance on the court. The double-teaming and physical aggression merely left faint red marks on Wang Zilan's body, exerting no tangible influence on the game's trajectory. If anything, they only slightly delayed the inevitable defeat. In the first quarter, the Guangdong team managed to keep the deficit within single digits, thanks to Zhu Fangyu's 3 three-pointers, ending the period at 27-18. However, in the second quarter, once Wang Zilan decided to unleash his full potential, Guangdong's once proud interior defense crumbled like fragile paper. The scoreline told the story, 56-28. By the end of the second quarter, the defending champions Guangdong team had only managed to score a meager 10 points against the dark horse Fujian squad. As the third quarter concluded, the point differential had widened to 35, with Fujian star player Wang Zilan retiring to the bench after amassing a monumental triple-double of 43 points, 25 rebounds, and 11 blocks. This phenomenon of securing victories so decisively that Wang can comfortably clock out after 3 quarters has become a dazzling hallmark of the Fujian team under his leadership. Analysts have even calculated that had Wang played full games, his current statistics would likely surge by at least 15. To quote an anonymous basketball commentator, presumably still lounging in a sauna, I've said it before, there's nothing left to discuss about Wang Zilan. He's just like this, always winning, day after day. Witnessing his victories has become a customary delight. His performance consistently exudes an aura of unwavering reliability. Pray tell, what more remains to be discussed? Chapter 25, The Era of Wang Zilan. The final buzzer sounded, marking the end of the game. The defending champions, the Guangdong team, suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Fujian team with a staggering score of 121-83, a devastating 38-point margin. Amidst the thunderous MVP chants from the entire arena, Wang Zilan retreated to the locker room with an expressionless face. While victory can indeed be intoxicating, crushing inferior opponents holds no allure. He now yearns impatiently to conclude this season and embark on his NBA journey. Eager to taste the blood of competition against the planet's most elite league players. To outsiders, over the next half-season, Wang Zilan appeared to undergo yet another evolution. On the court, he not only exhibited overwhelming aggression but also adopted an even more ruthless playing style than before. Numerous interior players from opposing teams remarked that facing Wang Zilan in a single game required at least 10 days of recovery. While this statement undoubtedly contained some hyperbole, it vividly conveyed the profound impression Wang Zilan had left upon the CBA's frontcourt players. When the final game of the 2011-2012 CBA regular season concluded, the Fujian team returned to Xinjiang with a resounding 45-point victory on Xinjiang's home court. Such an extraordinarily dominant performance naturally earned him bountiful rewards. This season, Wang Zilin participated in a total of 30 games, elevating his average statistics to unprecedented heights with 35. 6 points, 23 rebounds, 6. 2 blocks, 2. 5 assists, 2. 8 steals, and even 3. 1 turnovers, an increase that speaks volumes about his aggressive playstyle. Undoubtedly, such performance is unparalleled in the history of the CBA, surpassing even the legendary Yao Ming. Wang Zilin dominated the league this season, securing titles as the scoring champion, rebounding champion, block champion, dunk champion, and claiming his first, and possibly last, regular season MVP award. In the playoffs, he led the Fujian team with unstoppable momentum, sweeping through the competition to seize the 2011-2012 CBA championship trophy. Individually, he delivered a near triple-double performance, averaging an astounding 52 points, 28 rebounds, and 6 blocks per game, earning him the finals MVP honor. Thus, in just his debut year, Wang Zilin achieved a near-complete sweep of both individual and team accolades in the CBA, missing only the steals leader and assist leader titles. And all this at the tender age of 18, after suffering a crushing 3-0 defeat. The Guangdong players trudged out of the Zhuchang Stadium with their heads hung low in dejection. No defeated team wishes to witness the victors ascend to the pinnacle of glory in their entirety. The roaring cheers from the spectators had subsided, while the staff had long prepared the championship podium, awaiting only the Fujian squad who were freshening up in the locker room. When the Fujian players emerged from the tunnel adorned in their championship jerseys, a hushed silence fell over the arena, followed by an eruption of thunderous applause and ceaseless acclamations that reverberated throughout the stadium. At last, the championship ceremony commenced, and the identity of the presenter left the entire audience in stunned disbelief. Standing upon the podium was none other than the recently retired Chinese basketball legend, Yao Ming. Why was the championship presenter not the usual official as in previous years? To everyone's surprise, the guest presenter for this awards ceremony turned out to be none other than Yao Ming. How could this be possible? If Yao Ming didn't wish to attend, no one could possibly compel him. In my opinion, he must have come of his own volition. As the foremost figure in Chinese basketball, Yao Ming remains the most captivating presence wherever he goes. This isn't merely due to his towering stature, but more importantly, the monumental contributions he has made to Chinese basketball. Greetings, our beloved Yao. As the primary contributor to the championship victory, Wang Zilin led his teammates onto the awards podium with dignified grace. How magnificent! This is the greatest sentiment in Wang Zilin's heart. He never imagined a day would come when he could be cast as the slender one in comparison to others. Hello, Zilin. I've watched quite a few of your games this season. You're far more impressive than I was in my prime. The future belongs to you. As Wang Zilin shook hands with Yao Ming, the latter casually quoted a famous NBA saying, "Well, to be honest, I wish it were mine right now." Wang Zilin slightly raised his head, his intensely aggressive eyes locking directly onto Yao Ming's. Aha, you're absolutely right. In the CBA today, you call the shots. But I aspire for the same in the NBA. Then you must brace yourself for even harsher setbacks and be prepared to exert far greater effort. I know, but I have faith in my ability to achieve it. Then I shall watch with anticipation. After this brief exchange, Yao Ming even took the initiative to warmly embrace this ambitious young prodigy. Talent, ambition, and fighting spirit, these are rare virtues. What Chinese basketball lacks now is precisely such individuals. The finals award ceremony proceeded step by step, finally arriving at the moment to present the finals MVP trophy. Before Yao Ming could even announce the result, the crowd was already chanting Wang Zilin's name in unison. Ha ha, it seems I don't even need to say it. Everyone already knows the answer. So, Zilin, do you have any words for the fans and supporters who've yeasted by you? Taking the microphone handed over by Yao Ming, Wang Zilin slowly turned in a full circle, surveying the surrounding crowd before finally raising the microphone to speak. How should I put this? First and foremost, I extend my deepest gratitude to my parents for bestowing upon me this physical vessel, and I take immense pride in having lived up to their expectations. Secondly, my heartfelt appreciation goes to the coaching staff and my teammates. This championship trophy is the sweet fruit of our collective struggle and shared battles. Reaching this pinnacle would have been impossible without everyone's tireless dedication. Lastly, and certainly not least, I must express my profound thanks to the devoted fans who have supported me throughout this journey. Your silent sacrifices behind the scenes have been the wind beneath my wings. Finally, there is one more thing I wish to share with everyone. After a brief pause, Wang Zilin continued, the CBA no longer presents any challenge for me. I shall now prepare to register for this year's NBA draft. Well, the rumors turned out to be true. as early as during the playoffs. Rumors circulated about a special clause in Wang Zilin's rookie contract. If the player could help the club win the CBA championship in the 2011 to 2012 season, the club would fully support his entry into the NBA. Initially, the credibility of this rumor was questionable, but as Wang Zilin demonstrated increasingly outstanding performances in the playoffs, more and more people began to believe it. Finally, Wang Zilin himself has now personally announced, "This is absolutely real." After a couple of minutes, Wang Zilin sensed that the crowd's emotions had likely settled somewhat. "I still remember when I first started achieving some success. Someone told me, your future goal should be to become the next Yi Jianlian. I still remember that night when I achieved an undefeated record in the regular season. Someone told me that my future goal should be to emulate Yao Ming. But today I want to say, I don't want to become someone else's shadow. I just want to be myself. If I must make a declaration, then let it be known to all that this era of Chinese basketball belongs to me. This age shall be remembered as the reign of Wang Zilin," gazing at the verdant youth standing at the center of the pitch. Microphone clutched in his left hand while his right index finger pointed resolutely earthward. The entire crowd was spellbound. Yet inexplicably, every soul present felt an undeniable truth resonating within his words. For whose springtime of life isn't touched by madness? Perhaps, as he said, this era should rightfully be named after Wang Zilin. Chapter 26. Endorsement for Seven Wolves Come. Zilin, let me propose a toast to you. Thanks to you, our Fujin team has undergone such a tremendous transformation. Naturally, the host of this celebration was none other than Shaq, the owner of the Xuanxing Men's Basketball Club and the chairman of the Xuanxing Group. If not for his genuine passion for basketball, Shaq would not have founded the Xuanxing Men's Basketball Club as early as the last century, nor would he have continued to provide unwavering support when the team was trapped in the curse of never advancing past the first round year after year. You're too kind, Chairman Shi. Fujin is my hometown, and fighting for the hometown team is my duty without hesitation. By now, Wang Zilin was already 18, and the occasional sip of alcohol was hardly a concern. Hey, didn't we agree last time? Just call me Uncle Kong. Chairman Shi sounds too formal. As a seasoned veteran who had navigated the business world for decades, Shaq could sense the sincerity in Wang Zilin's words, and his smile grew even brighter. Then I'll take the liberty of addressing you as such. Thank you, Uncle Kong. With that, Wang Zilin raised his glass and downed it in one go. Shaq, aware that his presence might make the players feel restrained, handed out red envelopes before excusing himself to another private room. Once the aura of the influential figure faded from the room, the atmosphere instantly became livelier. After all, surrounded by peers of similar age, it was easy for the excitement to take over. The celebration lasted from 3 p.m. until 9 p.m., with every intoxicated attendee escorted home by designated personnel, Wang Zilin included. Perhaps his teammates understood all too well that this might be the only time in their careers they'd share the court with Wang Zilin, a hidden dragon yet to rise. Building a rapport now would give them bragging rights in the future. See that Triple X? He was once my teammate. Look at Triple X over there? I used to pass him the ball back in the day. Tonight marked the first instance of intoxication since Wang Zilin's rebirth. Oblivious to the identity of his benefactor who escorted him home, only one reality pierced through his haze, the excruciating agony throbbing within his skull. My child, why must you learn such unseemly habits as drinking and indulge so excessively on your first attempt? As Wang Zilin stumbled downstairs in a daze, his mother Lin Huiqing presented him with the sobering soup she had prepared in advance. See, I knew you'd take care of me, Mom, Wang Zilin murmured playfully, setting the soup aside before gently embracing his mother and planting a kiss on her cheek. Honestly, at your age, you should know better than to act so shamelessly. She chided, though her tone held warmth. Enough of your foolish antics. Drink the soup now. It should ease your discomfort. Your father and I must leave for work soon. With a smile, she wiped the left cheek that had just been kissed, as Lin Huiqing couldn't resist repeating her instructions once more. I understand. Please be careful on your way, and remind Dad to drive slowly. All right, I'll make your favorite stir-fried beef when you return. MMM. Not long after Wang Zilin finished his hangover soup, the doorbell unexpectedly rang. Could they have forgotten something? He initially assumed his parents had forgotten something and hastily trotted over to open the door. Oh, Uncle Zhou, what brings you here? Upon opening the door, I found my agent Zhou Yang standing there. What's the matter? Am I not welcome? He inquired. Zhou Yang raised an eyebrow at Wang Zilin with a playful smirk. Nothing of the sort, he replied. My parents just stepped out. I thought they might have forgotten something. So, may I come in now? Oh. After the two settled in the living room, Zhou Yang stated the purpose of his visit. The national team intends to recruit you this time, barring any unforeseen circumstances. March 20th will be the reporting date for the first batch of players, and you are included among them. Oh, Wang Zilan took a sip of tea and nodded casually. Aren't you surprised? He asked. What is there to be surprised about? I was already a member of the national team's second squad, and with my performance this season. If the management doesn't call me up, the entire nation would probably never forgive them. Indeed. Only then did Zhou Yang recall that the person before him was no longer just an ordinary 18-year-old youth fresh into adulthood, but a prodigious center whose reputation had already resounded across the sports world, even drawing attention from several NBA teams in the U.S. Then, the second matter concerns the endorsement deal I mentioned earlier. Oh, any promising endorsements in the works? In fact, endorsement deals had long been in the works. As Wang Zilan gradually built his influence, countless businesses began approaching him. However, at that time, both he and his agent Zhou Yang declined commercial endorsements, citing his status as a minor and the priority of completing the regular season. But now, with the entire season concluded and Wang having come of age, those merchants naturally came knocking again. The offers were plentiful, one might even say innumerable, like subjects eagerly awaiting the emperor's selection. When discussing endorsements, Wang Zilan could distinctly sense his agent's breathing grow heavier. Clearly, some brands were offering quite substantial sums. First, reject all endorsement offers from outside the province. Since this is my first endorsement opportunity, it would be truly unjustifiable not to give priority to my hometown folks in Fujian. No objections there. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement. Secondly, decline any sports brand endorsements, whether for sneakers, jerseys, or sports equipment. Signing now would undermine my future value. Are there any other requirements? Ultimately, I insist on signing a shorter contract, preferably for 12 years. That is my bottom line. After some contemplation, Wang Zilan presented his final demand. Let me see if there are any suitable options. Here we go. These three seem to fit the criteria. Wang Zilan took a look and recognized them instantly. These were all well-established, household name brands. Dali Yuan, Tiguanyan, and that infamous father sees son and draws the 7 wolves. Speaking of the brand Sept Wolves, it originally gained fame for its menswear collections. However, at some indeterminate point in time, the internet memes about their leather belts unexpectedly surged in popularity. While brands like Dali Yuan and Tiguanyan are household names across China, he had never realized until now that these iconic labels all originate from the city of Quanzhou, especially Dali Group's brands like Dali Yuan, Heichidian, and Kabike. I indulged in them quite often during my previous life as a shut-in. All three brands are acceptable to me. Go negotiate the endorsement fees with them. By the way, if possible, I'd like to endorse the men's belts under Septwolf's brand. Fine. Though baffled by Wang Zilan's peculiar preferences, Zhou Yang still nodded in agreement. Watching his agent Zhou Yang gradually disappear into the distance, Wang Zilan's smile grew increasingly peculiar. Driven by a mischievous curiosity to toy with history, he could hardly wait to witness whether that future internet meme would still emerge if he endorsed Septwolves. TSK, merely imagining it feels delightfully amusing. Chapter 27. 8 consecutive draws, the familiar tunnel, the familiar dimness, and that familiar sudden enlightenment. Wang Zilan once again entered that vast expanse of pure white system space. System. Summon the lottery panel. Familiarity breeds indifference. Having entered and exited countless times, Wang Zilan found himself utterly jaded. Such is the nature of men. Once entering the sage mode, their words carry an unyielding weight. Current fan count, 3.85 million. After surpassing 1 million, new fan increments are displayed in units of 10,000 for reference. 3 silver tier draws, 8 iron tier draws, and 5 bronze tier draws. Such were the fruits of Wang Zilan's relentless efforts over nearly 5 months. The bronze tier draws no longer held any significance in Wang Zilan's considerations. His minimum threshold had now risen to expenditures of at least 100,000, for he sought nothing less than ability values exceeding 60. Though he possessed the formidable foundation of a purple diamond tier Shaquille O'Neal superstar card, O'Neal's skills were alarmingly lopsided. While the card granted him the most crucial attribute for a center, raw power, along with elite-level injury resistance and layup proficiency, the aging O'Neal's interior and perimeter defense, as well as his shooting, were woefully inadequate. Most critically, whether it was the declining O'Neal or his original self, their stamina was pitiful. In the CBA, he might maneuver with ease and finesse, but in the NBA, such endurance would scarcely last 20 minutes. To endure the brutal physical battles until the final buzzer. He desperately yearned to draw a player card capable of compensating for his glaring weakness and stamina. Otherwise, once he reached the NBA, beyond his Herculean strength and respectable finishing ability near the rim, he feared not a single skill of his would prove truly formidable. At present, he could be described as lacking both speed and rebounding prowess, utterly deficient in both. To be perfectly honest, this caliber of player would struggle to secure even a blue-collar role in the NBA. After all, typical blue-collar players possess at least some defensive prowess and rim protection skills, whereas he would likely be relegated to serving as nothing more than an ordinary backup center, a mere physical presence on the court with negligible impact beyond that. System. Is consecutive summoning possible? Before the lottery draw, Wang Zealand suddenly recalled the infamous 10-draw gimmicks from those absurdly catchy advertisements in his past life. Phrases like 10 draws guarantee Demon Guan Yu or Golden Legend assured. The brainwashing power of those ads was truly unparalleled. Fair enough, but a friendly reminder, performing 10 consecutive draws won't alter your odds of obtaining rare cards, as the probability ceiling is already fixed. Without realizing it, the system had once again eavesdropped on his inner thoughts. Oh, I see. Well then, let's start with 8 iron tier draws. System. Understood. The frigid system could never comprehend humanity's devotion to consecutive draws. Nay, this borders on religious fervor. To forsake sequential pulls for solitary attempts is the mark of mediocre players. A practice Wang Zealand regards with utter disdain. This occasion differs from all prior ones. The lottery wheel above didn't darken first, but cleaved directly into 8 segments, arranging themselves in 2 floating rows before him. Has this unlocked yet another visual effect? The familiar banter concluded, and the 8 lottery panels before me swiftly transformed from milky white to a dazzling shade of black, then began rotating clockwise. As the spinning lottery panel had just begun to accelerate, Wang Zealand suddenly shouted, "Stop!" This time, the entire lottery process concluded within mere seconds. Woe is me. The 8 prize-drawing panels simultaneously emitted a dark glow, followed by a series of sharp and piercing screeches. Wang Zealand focused his gaze and saw, to his astonishment, 8 black eagles swooping toward him. Alas, these creatures were utterly insignificant in the eyes of Wang Zealand, who had already endured the roars of dragons and the barks of dogs. Instead, his mind brimmed with curiosity. If bronze dogs, iron eagles, and amethyst dragons have appeared, what creatures might be paired with silver and gold in the future? Tiger or leopard, or perhaps a lion? If it were a leopard, wouldn't it need to urgently seek cough syrup? After dismissing those chaotic thoughts, Wang Zealand shifted his gaze to the 8 black cards before him. According to the lottery panel's regulations, the iron tier draw function selects 3 specific ability values from corresponding player cards, with none of the attributes exceeding 70 points. Kevin Serafine, 2015-16 season version 60 Miles Plumlee, 2013-14 season version 65 Will Purdue, 1999-2000 season version 61 Chris Mim, 2007-2008 season version 62 John Henson, 2019-20 season version 63 Ben Paquette, 1985-86 season version 66 Luke Longley, 1998-99 season version 69 Jim Peterson, 1991-92 season version 60. Staring at this lineup of players whose names, let alone reputations, were utterly unfamiliar, Wang Zealand could only sigh in speechless despair. Sigh. I knew cheap goods wouldn't be top tier, but this is just abysmal. Among the 8 player cards, many had overlapping abilities, essentially rendering them identical duplicates. From this moment onward, Wang Zealand resolved to raise his standards slightly. Perhaps it was better to invest in the million-tier draws. The 100,000-tier iron-level lottery cards had an absurdly high redundancy rate. At least there was Luke Longley, a passable choice among this sea of mediocrity. Regarding Luke Longley, whose career rating in his later years was 4 points higher than Shaquille O'Neal, Wang Zealand was quite intrigued. A few minutes later, after reading through Luke Longley's career profile, Wang Zealand's expression turned rather peculiar. The starting center for the Chicago Bulls during their second three-peat, a 3-time NBA championship ring holder. Even more astonishingly, during a fire in 2007, he lost all 3 of his championship rings. Wang Zealand couldn't decide whether to call this misfortune or twisted fortune. Such a life could undoubtedly be described as legendary. However, what Wang Zealand cared about most were the man's 69 mid-range shooting, 62 passing, and 60 rebounding stats. Luke Longley was a late-blooming player, with the 97-98 season marking the pinnacle of his career. The 98-99 card Wong Zilan obtained corresponds to the year Longley was traded to the Phoenix Suns. Though it was the third-to-last season of his professional journey, he still managed averages of 8, 7 points, 5, 7 rebounds, and 1.2 assists per game. What secured his starting center position during the Bulls' second three-peat was his reliable mid-range shooting off the catch and decent playmaking. After all, with Jordan and Pippen locking down the perimeter and Rodman dominating the paint, his role was simply to knock down those wide-open shots when the ball found him. And now, his abilities belong to me. Among the remaining players, only Miles Plumlee's attributes, 67 vertical leap, 60 quickness off the ground, and 62 explosiveness, stood out as enticing. The other 6 were utterly unremarkable. Fortunately, since abilities could be directly inherited between players of the same tier, no additional training time was wasted. In the end, Wong Zilan chose to inherit Miles Plumlee's leaping ability, quickness, explosiveness, and Luke Longley's mid-range shooting, passing, and rebounding. As for the remaining cards, after consulting the system, useless player cards could only be discarded. Those worthless scraps weren't even worth keeping. Such is the harsh reality. Chapter 28. Wasted efforts. Yet again, the preparatory groundwork has fully ripened, ushering in the nerve-wracking, adrenaline-pumping million-tier lottery draw. As Wong Zilan gazed upon this silver-tier prize pool worth 1 million memories of the 800,000 fan points he had just squandered resurfaced, 600,000 of which had vanished into thin air. Damn it all. If this silver-tier draw fails to satisfy me, I swear I'll never dabble in iron-tier lotteries again in this lifetime. With a tinge of trepidation and burning desire, he initiated the silver-tier draw. Nay. The system's operations never ceased to surprise him. This time, it conjured forth a magnificent white steed. Truth be told, it was far more impressive than the Bronze Hound or the Iron Eagle. One might even say it rivaled the legendary Jade Lion of the Night that once carried Zhao Zilong into battle. Jermaine O'Neal, NBA 2012-13 season overall rating 65. At last, a player whose name rang familiar. Indeed, premium commodities justify their price beyond mere expense. Wong Zilan retained some recollection of Jermaine O'Neal, after all. The man had graced the All-Star stage 5 consecutive times. Such pedigree spoke volumes of his caliber. Though this version of O'Neal hailed from his Phoenix Suns' twilight years, he still retained 60 to 70% of his prime abilities. 78 free throw, 74 mid-range, 68 interior defense, 63 rebounding, 61 ball handling. Even in decline, the All-Star skills remained formidable. Yet Wong Zilan resisted immediate inheritance, for 2 more lottery opportunities awaited. Resolving to draw consecutively, he sought to dispel the lingering apprehension swiftly. Nay. Amidst the neighing of 2 horses, 2 cards once again floated before Wong Zilan. The first card depicted Andrew Bynum from the 2013-14 season, once the league's second-best center. Yet another tragic squanderer of prodigious talent, forced into retirement by the age of 29 due to his own undoing. At this sight, Wong Zilan felt a twinge of foreboding. He already carried the legacy of the big shark within him, and now, here came the little shark. Sure enough, after reviewing Bynum's player card stats, he couldn't help but curse his rotten luck. This was Bynum during his brief stint with the Pacers. On paper, his numbers dazzled: 11, 5 points and 9.5 rebounds per game, making him seem utterly misplaced in the silver prize draw. But here lay the problem. The man lasted only 2 games with the Pacers before being unceremoniously cut. 2 games worth of stats. What kind of reference was that? Thus, the system preserved only Bynum's 70-rated strength and 70-rated layup on this card. And what damned use was that? He already had the Big Sharks card. Now he was saddled with the Little Sharks too. What a bloody waste. Growing increasingly furious, Wong Zilan shifted his gaze to the second card, clinging to the faint hope that it might offer him some solace. Oh, my dear boy. When he caught sight of the portrait on the card, that particular phrase suddenly surfaced in Wong Zilan's mind. JaVale McGee, affectionately dubbed by fans as the best center from the neck down, is truly an eccentric figure. In reality, far from being intellectually challenged, McGee is actually an academic prodigy. His occasional lapses on the court stem from his innate attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, ADHD, which hinders his ability to maintain focus during games, leading to those infamous comedic blunders. Upon seeing McGee's grinning portrait on the card, Wong Zilan couldn't help but mirror the smile. Don't misunderstand. He wasn't infected by McGee's goofiness, but rather because he sensed a potential bargain. JaVale McGee, 2016 to 17 season edition, 67 rating that season. My boy appeared in 77 games for the Golden State Warriors, starting in 10, averaging 6, 1 points, 3, 2 rebounds, and 0.9 blocks per game. But statistics hardly tell the full story. What truly stands out is McGee's extraordinary physical gifts. Speed, 65, explosiveness, 71, agility, 68, vertical leap, 78, second jump, 75, stamina, 64 for a big man. Possessing a near-elite 78 vertical is nothing short of astonishing. So this is the legendary best center from the neck down? You must understand, by this time, JaVale McGee had already spent nearly a decade in the league, no longer the high-flying dunk contest phenom who wowed audiences with his two-handed triple dunk. Yet, his explosive athleticism remained remarkably preserved, quite impressive indeed. Unlike Andrew Bynum. Wait. Wang Zealand suddenly recalled that the abilities from the two-player cards he inherited during his first-round 8 consecutive draws had already been overwritten by the newly acquired Shaquille O'Neal and McGee cards. Not to mention the utterly useless silver-tier Bynum card. This round had essentially cost him nearly 1.8 million fan points. A staggering 1.8 million. Enduring for a moment only fuels greater fury. Retreating a step merely deepens the sense of loss. He could no longer contain himself. What absurdity is this? Just now I foolishly squandered 600,000, and now I've completely lost everything. What's even the purpose of this wretched bronze-tier lottery system? My hard-earned fan credits. Damn system. Return my fan credits immediately. After wailing dramatically, yet failing to squeeze out a single tear, Wang Zealand realized the system showed no intention of offering compensation. So he abandoned his mediocre acting skills that were only marginally better than amateur performances. As the saying goes, a fall into the pit, a gain in your wit. Following this lottery experience, Wang Zealand felt his moral boundaries had descended yet another notch. From now on, it would be wiser to set the minimum spending threshold at 1 million rather than being stingy with mere 100,000. He had completely lost any affection for those worthless black-tier trash items. Hurry up and perish. I never wish to lay eyes upon you again. With overwhelming grief and indignation, he obliterated all 6 previously forged black iron cards. Each act of destruction simultaneously heralds rebirth. Now is the moment of renewal. Jermaine, McGee, lend me your strength. Let us merge, Makiki-san. Of course, the simplified version follows the usual straightforward procedure. Simply place the card over your profile avatar and wait for it to vanish. Name, Wang Zealand Team. Fujian Men's Basketball Team, Chinese National Youth Men's Basketball Team. Age, 18. Position, center. Height, 216 centimeters. Weight, 130 kilograms. Wingspan, 231 centimeters. Standing reach, 287 centimeters. Hand size, 27.9 centimeters. Physical attributes, hidden, lower body strength, 88, upper body strength, 84, speed, 59, explosiveness, 63, agility, 61, vertical leap, 68, jumping speed, 65, stamina, 60, injury resistance, 75, offensive skills, post-up, 70, layup, 80, mid-range shooting, 69, long-range shooting, 62, dunking, 70, passing, 62, ball handling, 55, free throw, 68, driving, 48, defensive skills, perimeter defense, 30, interior defense, 62, rebounding, 60, shot blocking, 55, stealing, 45, overall rating, 71, core rotation player, evaluation, an offense-oriented player with defensive weaknesses. Already possessing the capability to secure a place in any NBA team, he can serve as an impactful sixth man when starters struggle, with the potential to become a super sub. Innate talents, natural strength, purple diamond, dunk master, silver. The original Shaquille O'Neal superstar card primarily enhanced his upper and lower body strength, injury resistance, layups, and post-up abilities. However, through relentless training over nearly half a year, he has successfully assimilated the remaining attributes. Watching game footage and then practicing has proven remarkably effective. Those who try it swear by its results. Though the lottery draws initially seemed futile, the final outcome left him satisfied. The emergence of JaVale McGee significantly boosted his dynamic athleticism, elevating him from subpar to a solid NBA tier level. Within another week or two, he will fully integrate McGee's dynamic gifts, combining them with O'Neal's static attributes. Wang Zilan believes he can now rival the natural talents of elite black athletes. At this point, I must possess about 60 of Prime Shaq's abilities, Wang Zilan mused. Chapter 29. An amicable parting within a luxurious villa in the magical city. Two men clad in oversized, loose-fitting athletic were sat upon an expansive sofa, engaged in conversation. Their laughter, however, revealed the warmth and ease of their reunion. Brother Yao, it's been far too long. Ha ha, you seemed quite audacious at the award ceremony that day, didn't you? What's the matter today? You're being unusually humble. Come on, Yao. Don't be modest. In my heart, I've always held you in the highest esteem. I grew up watching you play basketball. You've been my idol since childhood, without equal. All right, enough with the syrupy flattery. It's making me cringe so hard I could shed my skin. Honestly, I preferred your unyielding, rebellious attitude from the other day. Please revert to that version of yourself. This time, Wang Zilan set aside his previous playful demeanor and spoke with utmost sincerity. Understood, elder brother. Actually, this time I simply wish to seek your wisdom, that I may learn from your experience. This accursed delicacy, how it evokes nostalgia. Yao Ming took a deep sip of the long-missed sugary soda, then leisurely remarked, so you're inquiring about that incident from back in the day? Indeed. I've only managed to muddle through a single year in the CBA, still unfamiliar with the temperaments of those higher-ups. In this regard, I must rely on Brother Yao's guidance. Wang Zilan nodded earnestly. If you call that muddling through, then what on earth was I doing back in the day? Sensing the veiled implication in the other's words, Yao Ming couldn't help but grumble inwardly. Well, there are just a few key points to note. Listen carefully. At that moment, a plump and rather endearing crab scuttled past, but soon disappeared. Do you understand now? Understood. My gratitude to Brother Yao. After seeking wisdom from Yao Ming, Wang Zilan returned to his hometown. Inside the Xuanxing Club, Big Wang, must you really leave? I must. Won't you reconsider? My mind is made up. Alas, life is full of storms and hardships. May you treasure yourself dearly, and may you, likewise, be blessed. Here's the refined version. Wake up from your poetic reverie. This is an era where wealth reigns supreme. If you truly wish to indulge in matters of the heart, prepare to pay the price in gold. The reality is this: if Wang Zilan were indeed selected in the draft, as a gesture of gratitude for the club's professional nurturing since he was 14, he would voluntarily contribute $2 annually from his NBA contract earnings back to the club, limited to the first 4 years of his career. This deduction applies solely to his NBA contract income, excluding any off-court revenue. The club has already secured this arrangement, but the more substantial obligation looms ahead. The authorities have stipulated that, in recognition of the nation's investment in his development, Wang must allocate 3 of his NBA contract earnings annually to the state, a commitment extending throughout his entire career. Similarly, this 3 levy does not encompass off-court income. Moreover, the authorities impose an additional non-negotiable condition. Wang is mandated to return and represent the country in all international tournaments. Participation in continental competitions may be assessed case by case, but for global-level events, his presence is compulsory whenever summoned. Though these terms appear excessively harsh, they are indeed somewhat unreasonable. After all, such conduct by the authorities constitutes outright exploitation. No, worse than exploitation. It's akin to demanding payment after the act, then turning around to rob the victim. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, compared to the ordeals endured by Daji and Dayo, Wang Zilan considers himself rather fortunate. One generation plants the trees under whose shade another generation rests. This is precisely the case. The reason why the authorities were willing to let me off so easily, apart from learning their lesson from Yao Ming, was largely due to the pressure exerted by Yao Ming and those behind him. Of course, Wang Zilan didn't get away without offering something in return. Yao Ming once demanded that he make a promise. If he truly established himself in the NBA and achieved success in the future, during critical moments, he must guarantee to stand by Yao Ming's side. Is this what they call forming factions? Well, I like it. Evidently, Yao Ming's willingness to intervene stemmed not merely from fraternal camaraderie, but also carried an element of calculated risk. He was gambling on Wang Zilan's future potential. Victory brings universal joy, while defeat would scarcely cast a shadow upon Yao Ming's future political trajectory. Indeed, the words of that certain star ring true: the affluent extend their aid solely to their own kind. Similarly, those with resources only assist others who possess resources. After all, if you have an apple and I have an apple, exchanging them leaves us with the same. But if you have a seed and I have a him, let us return to more serious matters. Having resolved the domestic troubles, Wang Zilin, now unburdened, finally embarked on his journey to join the national team. Unnoticed, the date had already arrived, March 18th. As one of the first batch of players reporting for the men's basketball national team, Wang Zilin prepared to fly to Beijing. Outside the airport security line, his parents bid him farewell. "Zilin, listen to the coaches and Yao Ming when you're abroad. Stay safe, don't act recklessly, and avoid breaking any rules. Follow the leader's guidance." A mother's heart aches when her child travels far. Tears welled up in Lin Huiqing's eyes. "All right, Huiqing, our son is already grown. Crying in front of so many people. How embarrassing," Wang Changhai chided gently. A hardened man, he could never bear to see his wife weep. Even iron resolve softened into tenderness. "Exactly, Mom. I'm an adult now, no need to worry. Besides, this isn't my first national team training camp. I know what I'm doing." After embracing his parents one by one, Wang Zilin lifted his luggage and set off on his flight to Beijing. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he would remain there until around May before flying directly to the United States to prepare for this year's NBA draft. Beijing, China, inside the Three Trees Gymnasium. At that moment, 11 towering men were engaged in intense, sweat-drenched exertion within its walls. These individuals are precisely the first group reporting to the national team, including Han Dejuan, Li Xiaxiu, Yang Ming, Wang Zhizhi, Zhang Bo, Yili, Ding Jinhui, Zhang Xiaoxiu, Lu Wei, and the currently undisputed CBA top player Wang Zhilin. As for Yi Jianlian, Zhila Jiang, and others in the second batch, they will assemble with the national team in 10 days. Yao, who would have thought that shortly after your retirement, the Celestial Empire would produce another exceptionally talented big man? How profoundly heaven favors your ancient and illustrious nation. Since the commencement of the 5v5 inter-team training matches, the then national team head coach Deng Huada's gaze never strayed from the player donning the crimson number 20 jersey for even a moment. This player was none other than Wang Zilin, who had exchanged his former number 17 for the fresh number 20 during this national team training camp. The reason was simple: his birthday fell on the 20th. Yet the true significance behind this change was likely known only to Wang Zilin himself. It was his silent farewell to the past. Chapter 30: Intensive Training. I must say I share that sentiment. For the 2012 London Olympics, the newly retired Yao Ming was appointed as the head of the Chinese men's basketball team. Consequently, for the following months, he would live and train alongside the players until the final day of the Olympic basketball tournament. I thought you Chinese people were always known for your modesty? To outsiders, it may seem so, but old Deng, you are one of our own. Though Deng Huada was well aware that Yao Ming's words were merely polite pleasantries, he couldn't help but feel a warm glow of satisfaction in his heart. A quiet chuckle escaped his lips. Deng Huada glanced at his watch, realizing that 20 minutes had already elapsed. Beep, beep, beep. The third round of inter-team training has concluded. Sigh, it's finally over. I feel like my entire body is on the verge of collapsing. Who doesn't feel the same way? That king is an absolute beast. Why do I feel his skills have broken through again? His mid-range shots are way more consistent than before. That's precisely why I say he's just an animal. As soon as the game ended, the crowd couldn't help but vent their frustrations. Wang Zilin, long accustomed to such remarks, casually tossed the basketball aside and strode directly toward Yao Ming and the others. "King, you've maintained excellent form. I thought after winning the CBA championship, you might ease up a little," remarked Deng Huada, who, after witnessing Wang Zilin's prowess, had elevated his tactical role to the same level as Yi Jianlian. The starting frontcourt duo for this Olympics was already clear in his mind. "Coach Deng, my goal has always been the NBA. I'm fully aware of the gap between the CBA and the NBA, so I dare not slack off for even a moment." Wang Zilin replied firmly. "Zilin, Deng Huada does have a point. A little relaxation is necessary sometimes," Yao Ming interjected, speaking from experience, knowing all too well the dangers of pushing oneself too hard. "It's fine, brother Yao. Why sleep long in life when eternity awaits in death? If I don't push myself now while I'm young, there won't be time left when I'm old." Wang Zilin waved off Yao Ming's advice with a determined smile. As long as you know your limits. Yao Ming found himself unable to argue with the young man's words. Introspectively, he recognized that his own dominance in the NBA had been forged through relentless effort. Before the Olympics, to keep the national team in competitive shape and expose them to world-class opponents, the authorities arranged over a dozen matches in the following 2.5 months. From May 16th to 20th, they would face the U.S. All-Star team in 3 games. From June 9th to 13th, They would travel to Perth and other cities in Australia for warm-up matches against the Australian national team. From June 22nd to 29th, the Sino-European Challenge would take place domestically, spanning 2 legs with 4 participating teams. From July 6th to 10th, the Stankovi Cup would be held in Guangzhou, featuring 4 matches. On July 20th, they would head to Poland for a final warm-up against their national team before the Olympics commenced. This year's draft is scheduled for June 29th, so he won't be able to participate in the first 4 regional matches. However, he'll have the opportunity to compete against Poland, and surprisingly, he's already brimming with anticipation to face off against their center. Let me emphasize, we're talking about a genuine Polish center. He harbored absolutely no intention of disparaging anyone. Indeed, this is the unvarnished truth. In the blink of an eye, it was April 20th. The location remained the Three Trees Gymnasium. But this time only 12 individuals remained, the officially selected members of the men's basketball team heading to the London Olympics. Head coach, Bob Dunwald. Assistant coach, Li Nan. Team leader, Yao Ming. Player roster. Centers, Wang Zhilin, Han Dejuan. Forwards, Yi Jianlian, Wang Zhizhi, Zhu Fangyu, Zhou Ping, Yi Li, Ding Jianwei. Guards, Chen Jianghua, Lu Wei. Wang Shipeng. Sun Yu. Apart from Zhang Zhaxiu being replaced by Wang Zhilin, the remaining 11 players remained unchanged from the original timeline. Though this Chinese national team might not rival the 2008 squad, with Wang Zhilin's addition, they certainly wouldn't suffer the same fate of struggling to secure a single victory as in the original history. At the gymnasium entrance, teammates gathered to bid Wang Zhilin farewell. Big Wang, may your journey be smooth, and may you disappear halfway. Sun Yu, who was usually the most jovial and playful, couldn't resist teasing. Shoo, shoo. Just wait till I get back. See if I don't turn you into a complete fool. He recklessly slapped Sun Yu's backside repeatedly. Alright, enough fooling around. Yi Jianlian, the newly appointed leader of the men's basketball team, stepped forward to interrupt the playful antics of these 2 spirited youngsters. Gazing at the 18-year-old boy before him, he was suddenly reminded of his own past, how he had once charged into the NBA with lofty ambitions, dreaming of carving out his own legacy. Yet, in the end, he had returned with his head bowed in defeat. As for Sun Yu, one could only say he squandered his innate talent. Best not to dwell on that. Zealand, as someone who has tasted failure, I have little wisdom to offer you. May you realize your NBA dreams. Don't say that, brothery. You were once my idol too. I grew up watching you play basketball since childhood. Noticing Yi Jianlian seemed somewhat downcast, Wang Zhilin promptly stepped forward to console him. This time you weren't struck in the knee during training. There's still a good chance for you to establish yourself with the Mavericks. Alright. I'm not one to admit defeat so easily. You go ahead to the NBA first. I'll catch up with you sooner or later. Then I'll be waiting for you. After exchanging a few more words with Yi Jianlian, Wang Zhilin turned and embraced each of his teammates in farewell. Goodbye, everyone. See you in London. After waving one last time from the vehicle, Wang Zhilin and his agent Zhou Yang departed from the stadium where they had spent an entire month. Zhilin, the endorsement deals with Septwolves and Dali Yuan have been finalized. Here are the proposals I negotiated with them. Please review them, Zhou Yang said. Once aboard the plane, seizing this rare moment of leisure, Zhou Yang brought up the 2 endorsement discussions with Wang Zhilin. Oh, really? If Zhou Yang hadn't mentioned it, Wang Zhilin would have almost forgotten about the 2 endorsement offers he once received. One was from Septwolves, a 1-year endorsement deal worth 5 million yuan. Dolly Garden, 1-year endorsement period, endorsement fee of 4 million yuan. At first glance, the duration and remuneration of the endorsement immediately captured Wang Zhilin's attention. After all, money remains the foremost concern for most. As for the other specific requirements listed afterward, those would naturally fall under the purview of Zhou Yang and a specialized legal team. Uncle Zhou, I'm not particularly well-versed in matters like endorsement fees, so just tell me straight. Is this contract worth it? Wang Zhilin's question was entirely within Zhou Yang's expectations. With a light chuckle, he responded, let's take celebrities in the entertainment industry as an example. The way you feel now is no less than those A-list stars. From the current perspective, it's absolutely worth it. Oh, Zhou Yang's intention was more or less clear to Wang Zhilin. Signing the contract now was indeed reasonable. But if he truly established himself in the NBA, the endorsement fee would seem somewhat inadequate. Had it been a significant loss, Zhou Yang would never have recommended signing it. Nevertheless, they proceeded with the agreement. After all, it was a well-known brand from their hometown, and offering support was only fitting. Very well, once we land, I'll arrange the shooting schedule, Zhou Yang replied. 2 weeks swiftly passed, and Wang Zealand had already completed the endorsement commercial shoot. Now, his gaze turned toward the distant shores of the NBA. Chapter 31. A gathering of villains. Oakland, nestled along the western coast of California, stands as the 8th most populous city in the state. Situated at the heart of the San Francisco Bay Area, it is embraced by mountains and caressed by the sea. Blessed with abundant natural beauty. Moreover, with an average annual temperature of 13°C, Oakland's mild and pleasant climate has long been a magnet for travelers from around the globe. Having completed endorsement shoots for brands like Septwolves and Dalian in his hometown of Chuanzhou, Wang Zealand, accompanied by his agent Zhou Yang and trainer Tom Bruce, made his way to the United States. Coincidentally, Oakland happened to be Tom Bruce's hometown, making it an inevitable stop for the trio to explore. Yet, sightseeing was merely incidental. The true purpose of their journey was to acclimate to the competitive rhythm and intensity of American basketball well in advance. It was only early May, and the 2012 NBA draft lottery had yet to commence, let alone the various training camps that typically followed. As a sports league with over half a century of history, the NBA had long established its own meticulous procedures. Generally, the conclusion of the annual draft lottery marked the beginning of the NBA's scouting frenzy, setting the entire league into motion like a well-oiled machine. Training camps, both those organized by the NBA itself and those hosted by individual teams, would soon open their doors, welcoming all draft-eligible players to showcase their skills. This year, the NBA draft lottery was scheduled for May 31st, with the draft itself set for June 29th. Thus, Wang Zealand still had over a month to refine his abilities. However, this particular phase of improvement would prove to be unconventional. Inside an Oakland training facility, sweat dripped incessantly from Wang Zealand's face, splattering onto the hardwood floor. His hands, planted firmly on his knees, were the only things keeping him upright. Admittedly, this was the first time since his transmigration that he had pushed himself to the brink of exhaustion through sheer training. Ha ha ha. Kid, where's all that bravado from earlier? How quickly you've weakened. Rick, after all these years apart, it seems your skills have deteriorated far beyond what they once were. You can't even handle some greenhorn kid now. Charles, spare me your sarcastic remarks. If you're so confident, let's settle this outside. Bring it on. Who's afraid of you? Come to think of it, it's been ages since we last sparred. Seeing the two towering figures seemingly preparing for a brawl, Bruce Bowen, the self-proclaimed gentleman and former Spurs player, stepped between them. Enough. You've had your verbal jabs. Do you really intend to throw hands now? Do not forget the purpose for which we were hired with remuneration. Bowen turned his spear towards the still panting Wang Zealand. That brat hasn't fallen yet, which somewhat tarnishes the reputation of us three brothers. Though I dislike you immensely, I must concede your words ring true. Seconded. As the three burly men approached him with sinister grins, Wang Zealand couldn't help but feel a sudden tightening in his posterior. Rick Mahorn, the center position player, was one of the infamous Bad Boys members, virtually synonymous with aggression. Within that Pistons team, he served as the enforcer. Charles Oakley, primarily a power forward, Michael Jordan's personal enforcer. He was not here to play the game, but to fight, a villain in the eyes of his opponents, yet a beloved elder brother in the hearts of his teammates. This is the renowned label attached to Charles Oakley. While the first two veterans might not be as familiar to Wang Zealand, the last one, Bruce Bowen, was someone he knew all too well. The seventh player in Spurs franchise history to have his jersey retired, a renowned ankle breaker in the league, and one of the premier perimeter defensive specialists of his era. These three veterans were deliberately recruited by Zhou Yang as specialized trainers for Wang Zealand. Their purpose was to expose him to the brutal realities of the NBA's darker side. Under the guise of fostering Wang Zealand's growth and acquainting him with the harshness of the professional world, Zhou Yang orchestrated this arrangement. Though the modern NBA has evolved into a far more civilized league compared to its 20th century counterpart, certain unavoidable elements persist. Compared to the NBA, the CBA is undeniably gentler. Both Zhou Yang and Tom Bruce agreed that Wang Zealand remained too inexperienced, necessitating further refinement in his craft. Thus, today's session unfolded. Rick Mahorn and Charles Oakley now serve as his post-play mentors, instructing him in the subtle art of positioning under the basket, and more crucially, how to employ calculated maneuvers within the rules to safeguard himself from injury. As they succinctly put it, the best way to protect yourself is to make your matchup hit the floor. Now that's what you call protection. As for Bruce Bowen, he naturally taught Wang Zealand how to deal with all sorts of dirty tricks beyond NBA rules. Similarly, Bowen once said, before learning how to counter them, one must first learn how to use them. Isn't this the legendary notion that to master fighting, one must first learn to endure blows? Although Wang Zilan personally detests employing underhanded tactics, he couldn't deny that Bowen's experience was remarkably effective. As the saying goes, there's a world of difference between not having a sword and choosing not to wield it. His current mission was to become an exceptional swordsman, for only then could he protect himself without harming others. Another half-hour passed, beep, with a crisp whistle piercing the air. The taut string of tension in Wang Zilan's mind abruptly snapped, leaving his body collapsing onto the hardwood floor in exhaustion. Huff, huff. Today's training session has finally concluded. Wang Zilan, whose stamina was on the verge of complete depletion, could at last heave a profound sigh of relief. I must admit, your talent is truly remarkable. While you may not reach the legendary status of the four great centers, you are undoubtedly far superior to your compatriot Yao. After the training session, Charles Oakley approached Wang Zilan and handed him a bottle of water. Thanks. Oh, I see you still have the strength to speak. Clearly you haven't reached your limit yet. Tomorrow's training intensity needs to be increased further. Rick Mahone appeared at some point and casually tossed out this remark. Please, big brother. Spare me. At that very moment, Wang Zilan felt an overwhelming urge to faint. All right, that concludes today's training session. Same time tomorrow, don't be late. After completing today's training regimen, Mahone and Oakley exchanged light-hearted banter with Wang Zilan before departing the practice grounds. Zilan, do you now feel as though you've undergone a profound metamorphosis? Dressed in pristine white athletic attire, Zhou Yang strode through the doorway, clutching 2 dry towels in his hands. Step aside. This so-called rebirth feels nothing like transformation. What I've truly experienced is the excruciating agony of being shattered to pieces. Wang Zilan couldn't be bothered to engage with Zhou Yang at the moment. After taking the towel, he simply turned his head away. Don't be like this. I went through great lengths to track them down, and the payment's already been made. We're only halfway through the process. He then added pointedly, and might I remind you, it was your money. Understood. Despite the complaints, Wang Zilan harbored profound gratitude towards Zhou Yang for introducing these 3 seasoned veterans to impart their invaluable NBA survival wisdom, while the talent system could bestow abilities upon him. Realizing their full potential demanded relentless dedication and perseverance. Chapter 32, Born from Death, the making of a warrior. As the ancient proverb states, diligence compensates for inadequacy, and every ounce of effort yields its own reward. This is an exceedingly evident truth, yet few possess the perseverance to adhere to it. For one endowed with innate talent, diligence can pave the way to success with greater ease. Take Wang Zilan as a prime example. In terms of sheer ability, he is not merely on par with his peers, but often surpasses them. What he currently lacks is experience. And the trio of Rick Mahorn and his companions serve as his invaluable experiential treasure trove. During the initial phase of training, Wang Zilan's performance was undeniably clumsy and juvenile, compounded by an undercurrent of lingering trepidation within him. Understandably so, the reputations these 3 once held in the league were, to put it mildly, rather notorious. Though they have been retired for years, with the youngest, Bruce Bowen, having stepped away 3 years prior, none have strayed far from the basketball court, remaining immersed in the sport through various capacities. Thus, while their prowess may no longer rival their prime, it would be unwise to underestimate them. Certain unorthodox techniques, in particular, only grow more cunning with age. As the adage goes, what does not kill you makes you stronger. Wang Zilan is convinced that enduring the grueling regimen of these seasoned veterans will ultimately yield substantial growth. Yet, as another saying cautions, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. The facts prove that Wang Zilan had clearly overestimated himself. On the evening of May 8th, merely the 5th day of this grueling training regimen, his heart was already engulfed in immense struggle and torment. Collapsed on his bed, Wang began reflecting on the emotional journey of these past 5 days, from initial panic and excitement to the current brink of despair, teetering on the edge of breakdown. If memory served him right, this was the first time since his transmigration that he encountered such rigorous, even borderline fanatical training. Should he persevere through the ordeal, or surrender to defeat? These 2 questions incessantly haunted his mind like angels and demons locked in eternal struggle, tormenting him profoundly. At times, Wang Zilan wondered why he should endure such hardship when he possessed the system. With an endless stream of fan support, his rapid ascension was guaranteed. Why should he subject himself to this grueling ordeal? Yet when he wished to conclude this grueling training, a voice from the depths of his soul persistently restrained him. The name of this voice was unwillingness. Wang Zilan was acutely aware that hastily terminating the training regimen would, to some extent, brand him as an utter failure. For in the face of adversity, He had chosen retreat rather than wielding his sword with the valor of a true warrior, battling relentlessly until the final moment. Yet, was such unwavering persistence truly necessary? Examining his conscience, he had never truly considered himself a warrior, nor a man of lofty aspirations. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary homebody, trapped in the monotonous cycle of work, home, meals, and sleep. Even the pursuit of a romantic partner seemed too arduous for him to bother with. Now, blessed with a system and cheat abilities, why should he be expected to endure grueling training sessions? For what reason? In the end, Wang Zilin's heart chose compromise, deciding to tread upon a more comfortable path. Yet why does this faint unease persistently linger within his soul? Am I truly destined to remain a coward? System, display my personal panel. To thoroughly convince himself, Wang Zilin summoned his personal interface. He didn't believe that so-called devil training could assist him. His journey to this point had relied entirely on the system. He no longer wished to exert effort. Wait, what on earth is this situation? Wang Zilin had always believed that the sole path to enhancing his abilities was through acquiring star player cards via fan points and assimilating them into himself. Yet now, he discovered an unexpected development. His rebounding prowess, inherited from Shaquille O'Neal at 63, had mysteriously improved by another point, reaching 64. System, explain this phenomenon. Why has my rebounding ability increased when historically, such growth was exclusively attainable through obtaining star player cards? A trembling voice echoed through the hollow expanse of the Grand Mansion. Perhaps even Wang Zilin himself failed to realize that in this moment, he resembled a traveler who had wandered the desert for 3 days and nights, upon the brink of surrendering to death, only to suddenly behold an oasis before him. This could undeniably be described as a miraculous sanctuary capable of pulling him back from the abyss into the light once more. Yet he dared not trust his own eyes, for he feared this vision before him might merely be a cruel mirage. This is the ability you've cultivated through training. The frigid, synthetic voice of the system soon echoed within Wang Zilin's consciousness. Training? Despite my persistent training, why have my abilities not shown any improvement? Wang Zilin was far from satisfied with this response. The system's voice resonated once more. Firstly, your initial physical potential was derived from the aging Shaquille O'Neal, primarily manifesting in static athletic attributes such as rebounding, shot blocking, and interior and perimeter defense, which had already reached their ceiling. Now, with JaVale McGee's dynamic athleticism, your abilities in rebounding, shot blocking, and defense possess a far greater upward trajectory. Secondly, surpassing the foundational skills granted by the star card requires more than ordinary training intensity. To achieve secondary growth, you must first shatter your own limits. Only then can you unlock sufficient potential for further advancement. Upon hearing the system's explanation, a thought suddenly struck Wang Zilin. There exists a kind of effort that deceives one into believing they are truly striving. Indeed, through sufficient effort, I can genuinely enhance my abilities without relying on chance. Some things can truly be accomplished without depending on external systems. At last, I realize my perseverance and diligence hold true worth. A mere sliver of difference creates worlds apart. After comprehending all this, Wang Zilin's previous lethargic mindset underwent a profound transformation. The training regimen proceeded as usual on the second day. However, whether it was the trio of Rick Mahorn on the court or Zhou Yang and Tom Bruce observing from the sidelines, they all distinctly sensed something amiss with Wang Zilin today. What's gotten into this Chinese kid today? Did he take stimulants or suffer a heartbreak? He's like an indomitable cockroach. Could he possibly mistake me for his romantic rival? Exhausted and panting heavily, Bruce Bowen gazed at the young man before him, who kept tumbling under the basket yet stubbornly rose each time, with profound astonishment. Did this youth not realize he was facing Rick Mahorn and Charles Oakley, two of the most notoriously ruthless enforcers the league had ever seen? Where had his trepidation from days prior vanished to? How had it simply dissipated? During these brief days of interaction, Bowen had already discerned the essence of this young man's character. Yet another arrogant upstart who disdained rigorous training, believing his innate talent alone could conquer the NBA. However, today's practice session revealed a side of Wang Zilin that defied expectations in every conceivable aspect. In this moment, Bowen's condescension began to dissolve, gradually transforming into genuine respect. It was the reverence reserved for a true warrior, as well as heartfelt admiration for every dreamer who dared to chase greatness. The once mediocre Bowen managed to carve out a place for himself in the league and even became a formidable presence, not just through the petty antics that infuriated opponents, but more importantly through the unwavering support of his dreams. Bowen, too, had once been a dream chaser, which is why he could so profoundly sense the transformation occurring within Wang Zilan. Old man, what's gotten into you today? Did you skip breakfast or something? You must have exhausted your vigor with women last night. You insolent brat, what did you just utter? I'm inquiring whether you've neglected to nourish yourself properly. Put more strength into it. Do you really think such feeble efforts can stop me? Dare to repeat that again. Harder. Chapter 33. The End of Grinding. The assignment of position today's training focus, boxing out under the basket. Wang Zilan's current task was to secure rebounds over Rick Mahorn and Charles Oakley. Though he held a clear advantage in physical attributes, their seasoned positioning and impeccable footwork made it nearly impossible for him to penetrate the paint and establish favorable positioning. Despite their age, the two veterans retained their innate defensive instincts, coupled with decades of cunning experience. Every time Wang Zilan faced them, it felt like punching cotton, frustratingly ineffective. If that wasn't agonizing enough, worse was yet to come. Whenever Wang Zilan finally fought his way into the paint, Mahorn and Oakley would greet him with an array of subtle, borderline illegal moves, tricks that would go unnoticed in an NBA game. Mahorn had once advised him, in the regular season, use these sparingly, they'll get whistled. But come playoffs, a little more leeway. By then, even if the refs see it, they might let it slide. Of course, all three were careful not to cross the line, ensuring Wang Zilan wouldn't suffer actual injuries during training. Watching Wang gradually shed his reliance on raw talent and dedicate himself to refining fundamentals, Zhou Yang and Tom Bruce exchanged knowing smiles. This was precisely why they had invested heavily to bring in these three old-school enforcers. Because this was the kingdom of basketball, the NBA, its grandest stage, where countless prodigies roamed. Some might ride their gifts to early riches, but those who endure? Rarely them. Even Michael Jordan, whose physical dominance was monstrous in his early years, evolved. By his second three-peat, his unstoppable weapon was no longer acrobatic layups, but the unguardable fadeaway. Then there was LeBron James, the current face of the league, whose physique arguably ranked among the greatest ever, at least unmatched at the small forward position. Yet, despite possessing a body sculpted for legend, James remained one of the most disciplined players in NBA history. Anyone paying attention could see it. His skills sharpened yearly, sustaining his dominance for over a decade. If Wang recalled correctly, the year he transmigrated, that ageless wonder had stormed into the finals yet again, clinching his fourth championship and finals MVP. If icons like Jordan and James, men blessed with generational gifts, relentlessly honed their craft, what excuse did Wang Zilan have not to grind? May 31st arrived. After his morning run, Wang headed to the gym as usual, bracing for another session of torment from the three old foxes. But this time, to his surprise, Mahorn and the others weren't in training gear. Instead, they stood on the court, dressed in crisp suits. Rick, what happened with you guys today? Facing the three solemn figures before him, Wang Zilan could distinctly sense something amiss. Could it be? Ha ha, Rick. I told you he'd figure it out. Charles Oakley burst into laughter beside them. This time, Rick Mahorn paid no heed to Oakley's antics. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Wang Zilan and spoke with utmost sincerity. King, you are an exceptionally gifted big man. Keep striving. Do not squander the talent bestowed upon you by the heavens. Though I am well aware of your distaste for such matters, I still believe it is imperative for you to acquaint yourself with these materials. The ultimate decision of whether to utilize them rests solely within the depths of your conscience. With that, Bowen retrieved a USB drive and 2 books from his coat and extended them forward. Wang Zilan understood precisely what these contained. Yet this time, without the slightest hesitation, he accepted them. My gratitude to you all, he murmured. Perhaps in the beginning, his relationship with Bowen and the other two was purely professional. But over time, genuine bonds inevitably formed. Remember this, young man. This league operates with ruthless pragmatism. History's annals only immortalize the names of victors, while the defeated are condemned to oblivion. And never be swayed by the media's hollow rhetoric about uncrowned kings. The legendary Utah duo were formidable, weren't they? Yet without championship rings, their legacy perpetually dims beside those who claimed the ultimate prize. Now then, what exactly are you all up to? This is not some tragic parting of life and death. As long as King continues playing basketball in the U.S., we will surely meet again someday. Seeing that what was meant to be an ordinary farewell gathering was veering toward deeper emotional territory, Bowen quickly stepped in to cut short everyone's sentimental words. I understand. Wang Zilan replied, then bowed deeply to the 3 men before him. When he straightened up, The old-timers had already pushed through the door and left. What had started as a mere financial transaction had somehow evolved into something more meaningful. Yet, Wang Zealand found it all worthwhile. Getting to know these veterans had truly broadened his perspective on the NBA. Zhou Yang, observing Wang Zealand standing motionless, approached and patted him on the back. "Zealand, it's time for us to attend the NBA draft lottery." It was May 31st, 2012, and the second round of the NBA playoffs was unfolding in thrilling fashion. Notably, this year carried a sense of royal succession in the league. This was the year LeBron James, the chosen one, would ascend to the throne with the Miami Heat, solidifying his place as the undisputed king of the NBA. This year shall mark the final glorious peak of the previous league legend, Kobe Bryant, with the Los Angeles Lakers. After this year comes the next, and then F4. Yet all of this holds little relevance to Wang Zealand. His current focus is entirely on the imminent 2012 NBA draft lottery. The significance of this day cannot be overstated. It heralds the commencement of the NBA draft, an event that every aspiring NBA player watches with bated breath, meticulously tracking its unfolding. The NBA draft lottery commenced at 3 p.m. in the New York Times Square studio. The Charlotte Bobcats currently hold the highest odds for the first overall pick at 25, having endured a dismal season with only 7 wins against 59 losses. Trailing behind are the Washington Wizards 46-20, Cleveland Cavaliers 45-21, and New Orleans Hornets 45-21, with probabilities of 19, 9, 13, 8, and 13, 7 respectively. Teams like the Sacramento Kings, Brooklyn Nets, and Golden State Warriors lag further behind with less than 10 chances. From both contemporary perspectives and the experienced viewpoint of Wang Zealand, the 2012 draft class appears exceptionally promising. Beyond the undisputed future superstar Anthony Davis, Portland's Damian Lillard would also ascend to near superstar status. Other notable talents include Andre Drummond, Bradley Beal, Draymond Green, and Chris Middleton, names destined to resonate across the league. As Wang Zealand mentally reviewed the draft's potential stars, the lottery unfolded on screen, defying expectations. The Hornets, later rebranded as the Pelicans, with only a 13.7 probability as the fourth worst team, miraculously secured the top pick. Their representative, Monty Williams, erupted into euphoric laughter upon the revelation. Anthony Davis, fresh off leading Kentucky to an NCAA championship, stood as the consensus generational talent. Media comparisons likened him to an enhanced physical version of Kevin Garnett. His declaration for the draft all but guaranteed his status as the undisputed no. One selection, barring any eccentric decisions from certain franchise icons. With the lottery concluded, attention swiftly returned to the intensifying playoffs. Yet disbelief lingered. How could the catastrophically inept Bobcats still fail to land the top pick? Fortune had favored another. After the lottery concluded, Zhou Yang still felt a tinge of astonishment. Indeed, Boss Chiao must be absolutely livid by now. Ha ha ha. Chapter 34. King dislikes Houston's. Whether on the evening after the draft lottery concluded, Wang Zealand refrained from training. Instead, he conserved his energy, preparing for the team tryouts that would commence the following day. "Uncle Zhou, how does my draft projection look now?" At this moment, Wang Zealand was wrestling with the sizable grilled salmon before him. Since recruiting Tom Bruce onto his team, the latter had devised a rigorous dietary regimen for Wang, which he accepted without complaint. Take LeBron James, often hailed as the archetype of professional athletes, whose extraordinary discipline and meticulously balanced nutrition have preserved his explosive athleticism well into his 30s. Not everyone is blessed with the innate gifts of a prodigy like bottled centenarian mountain. Thus, exercising restraint and adhering strictly to a nutritionist-tailored meal plan is the fundamental ethos every professional athlete must uphold. To draw a parallel from the more familiar realm of entertainment, memorizing scripts is to actors what rifles are to soldiers, who would march into battle unarmed. Your draft hype currently maxes out at a 5-star rating, with 4 stars for potential, Zhou Yang reported, citing the compiled scouting data. Among 21 draft projection agencies, your highest predicted slot is 7th overall in the first round, while the lowest places you 35th in the second round. After the CBA finals concluded, Zhou had mobilized every resource at his disposal, wealth, connections, even online brigades, to amplify Wang's profile. By the time Wang set foot on American soil, his name had already reverberated across the nation. Yet, while his buzz was undeniable, he still lacked the tangible validation of NBA teams convinced by his prowess. "Oh, which team is willing to offer me that 7th pick?" Wang Zealand had long been mentally prepared for his draft position. Because the times have changed. Yi Jianlian was selected as the 6th overall pick not only due to his extraordinary physical attributes rare among Asian athletes, but also because many NBA team owners saw in him the potential to become the next Yao Ming. Yao Ming's mere 8-year tenure with the Rockets exponentially multiplied the fortune of owner Leslie Alexander, an economic windfall impossible to ignore. Unfortunately, the subsequent performances of Yi Jianlian and Sun Yu made it clear that Yao Ming was one of a kind, gradually diminishing the curiosity NBA teams once held for Chinese players because of him. Thus, despite Wang Jilin's dominance in the CBA, rivaling even Yao Ming's early performances, few truly believed he could replicate that success in the NBA. Even domestically, skepticism remained. This explains why Wang Jilin's fanbase barely surpassed 3 million. A CBA championship alone wasn't enough to validate his prowess. The 7th pick belonged to the Golden State Warriors, followed by the Portland Trail Blazers at 11th. As for the 12th pick, well, let's just say this franchise is quite familiar to both of us. Zhou Yang deliberately teased, leaving the name unspoken. The Rockets? Wang Zilin's brow furrowed deeply in displeasure. Indeed, Yao Ming has just retired, but the Chinese cultural atmosphere in Houston remains vibrant. I believe the Rockets are currently the most suitable team for you. You would become their new cornerstone. Just as Zhou Yang enthusiastically elaborated on the Rockets' prospects, Wang Zilin interrupted him. I don't think Houston is the right fit for me. Are there any other teams? Teaming up with the future Harden is indeed an immensely tempting choice. After all, this superstar can effortlessly claim scoring titles when he desires, seize assist crowns at will, and occasionally dominate the paint with his versatility. Should he truly form a partnership with Harden, the potential of their inside-out duo would undoubtedly surpass even the legendary Yao McGrady pairing. Setting aside other factors, their durability alone already far exceeds that of Yao and T-Mac. Yet, knowing full well the foolishness MG would commit in the future, he would never allow himself to be reduced to mere pixels. Why? Zhou Yang was somewhat perplexed. If the Marseille team was willing to select him, with his innate talent, he was more than capable of matching the 12th overall pick in the first round. Moreover, their team was currently in a rebuilding phase. Going there would guarantee ample playing time and possession. Wasn't this a mutually beneficial arrangement? Alexander is too stingy. Yao has helped him earn so much money, yet he still refuses to pay the luxury tax. I'd rather join a team with championship potential. Wang Jilin's reasoning is simply irrefutable. After all, every NBA player harbors an innate yearning for that coveted championship ring. Looking back at the Rockets' 40-plus-year franchise history, they've only paid the luxury tax once, a mere $760,000 in 2010. Later, for the Harden-Paul duo's title pursuit, they reluctantly paid again, but even that was underwhelming. Honestly, who could endure such frugality? And what about the Warriors? Located in San Francisco, the Chinese market is thriving, ranking among the top in the entire U.S. The Warriors are more than just good. They are poised to dominate the NBA for years to come. However, it's quite unfortunate that in March, the Warriors signed Bogut, the top draft pick from Australia. For this reason alone, he couldn't possibly join them. After inheriting this veteran mentorship system, his vision for his own future is to become a dominant, legendary center, one of the elite Big Four who once ruled the paint. Undoubtedly, the Warriors will be the architects who push the small ball era to its peak. Joining them would offer a faster and smoother path to the pinnacle of the NBA. He firmly believes in his own ability and potential, enough to convince the Warriors management to part ways with Bogut. Yet, deep down, a voice urges him to resist this incredibly tempting idea, rather than joining them. Wang Zilin's heart leans toward facing the future 73 when Super Warriors head on, the team destined to sweep the league. In March, the Warriors just signed a decent center. What they truly need now is to strengthen their wing positions. Inviting him for a tryout is likely just a formality, no need to waste time on it. Well, fine. Among the subsequent teams, those showing interest in you are primarily those lacking interior players or currently undergoing a rebuilding phase. As an agent, his relationship with Wang Zilin resembles that of a strategist and his lord in ancient times. Though Zhou Yang may offer counsel, the ultimate decisions rest with Wang Zilin, his sovereign. The Trail Blazers with the 11th pick, the Suns at 13th, the Bucks at 14th, and the Mavericks at 17th. In the general manager's office of the Houston Rockets, GM Daryl Morey and team owner Leslie Alexander were engaged in conversation. The latter's cheerful expression suggested their discussion was proceeding quite pleasantly. Rest assured, boss. So far, we're offering Wang Zilin the highest draft position among all teams. I guarantee you'll see him at the Toyota Center first thing tomorrow morning. Maury rested his plump chin on his hand, exuding an air of supreme confidence, as though the fate of the world lay within his grasp. Oh, so the Chinese market will once again gravitate toward us. Is that what you're saying? After hearing MG's repeated assurances, Alexander the Great began to fantasize about his fortune doubling once again. Well, not to be presumptuous, but since you've already amassed such considerable wealth, boss, don't you think it's time we paid a bit more in luxury taxes? Witnessing Alexander's blatant avarice, MG wisely swallowed his words. Though the man's character was questionable, one had to concede that among the 30 general managers in the league, MG's competence ranked among the elite. Otherwise, he wouldn't have swiftly resolved the team's burdensome contracts shortly after assuming office, nor facilitated the Yao-McGrady duo in achieving the most glorious 22-game winning streak of their careers. Yet regrettably, he must now bear the consequences of his subsequent actions. Beep beep, beep beep. At that moment, the landline in the general manager's office suddenly rang. MG walked over to check and immediately burst into laughter. Haha, speak of the devil. Boss, Wang Zealand's agent is calling us. They must want to discuss tomorrow's trial procedures. Oh, then don't hesitate. Answer it quickly. Upon realizing it was the team's future cash cow on the line, Alexander immediately stubbed out his cigar. No matter. Let's leave them hanging for a while. They need to understand who holds the reins here. MG couldn't resist playing a little psychological warfare with evident relish. After precisely calculated moments, MG picked up the receiver at the 11th hour. Wow. Beep beep beep. What's going on? Alexander noticed MG's expression stiffen slightly and asked with visible concern. They seem to have hung up on us. Suddenly, MG fell into silence. But this silence only provoked Alexander's outburst. Then hurry up and call them back. If we let this golden goose slip away, I'll hold you personally responsible. Dial now. Alexander instantly flung the cigar from his hand, his face flushing crimson as he bellowed. Very well, I'll make the call immediately. Beep beep beep. MG dialed over, and Zhou Yang responded with remarkable swiftness. My apologies, Zhou. My assistant accidentally spilled coffee on my suit earlier, which caused me to miss your call. The reason for my call was to discuss tomorrow's trial training session. Oh, that would have been wonderful. We were truly eager to nurture King as Yao's potential successor and build our strategy around him. However, King mentioned he dislikes Houston's weather, so there's no need to proceed with the trial. Goodbye, then. Alas, wait. Beep beep. Boss. They declined to come to Houston for the trial. Why? According to his agent, King dislikes Houston's weather? At this moment, MG's expression was utterly incredulous. So much so that he could barely articulate his words. Upon hearing such an absurd reason, Alexander was so enraged that he violently hurled the entire freshly opened cigar box onto the ground. Chapter 35, The First Trial Training Session. Zealand. Are you absolutely certain this approach is appropriate? After hanging up the phone with MG, Zhou Yang smiled awkwardly yet gracefully. Bullshit about not liking Houston's weather. Who would believe that? Whether they believe it or not is their business. Whether I say it is mine, Wang Zealand said with a chuckle. All right, aside from the Rockets. Among the teams currently interested in you, those holding top 21st-round picks are the Trailblazers, Suns, Bucks, and Mavericks. Let us eliminate the Mavericks first. After winning the championship last season, that team is essentially just keeping Dirk Nowitzki company in his twilight years. I don't want to waste my time there. Besides, their owner Mark Cuban might not be keen on making me the franchise cornerstone, because I'm not white. At this point, Wang Zealand's smile carried profound implications. Though Mavericks owner Cuban has long been praised by domestic fans as the most humane franchise owner, beneath the surface he might very well harbor racist tendencies. Since acquiring the team in 2000, Cuban has consistently built the Mavericks around white players as their core, from Nash in the early days to Nowitzki in the present, and eventually Don I in the future, all of them white. Even Chandler Parsons, frequently mocked by fans as Chandler Money over everything Parsons, was signed by Cuban at an inflated market price, despite Coach Carlisle's objections. These patterns strongly suggest Cuban's problematic inclinations. Very well. Let's start with the Trailblazers for tomorrow's tryout, though they've already signaled their intent to select a guard with the 6th pick to bolster their roster. I believe your talent could very well compete for that spot. Failing that, we could aim for the 11th pick they acquired from the Nets in last year's trade. Having worked together for some time, Zhou Yang had grown accustomed to his employer's peculiar demands. Coach Adelman guiding me? This trio of superstars might actually have some serious potential. Upon disembarking from the plane, Wang Zealand and his agent, Zhou were immediately swarmed by dozens of reporters. Alongside local Portland media, journalists from other teams, and even those from China jostled within the crowd. Wang Zilin cheerfully greeted the press before turning his head slightly and murmuring with quiet satisfaction, "Seems like my popularity isn't too shabby after all." Of course, your popularity is off the charts with a perfect 5-star rating. Witnessing Wang Zilin's immense appeal, Zhou couldn't help but share in the glory. Eventually, with the concerted efforts of the Trailblazers PR team, Wang managed to carve a path through the thronging crowd and boarded the car bound for the Rose Garden Arena. "King, welcome to Portland. I'm David Vanderpool, assistant coach for the Trailblazers. In approximately 13 minutes, we'll arrive at the Rose Garden for your scheduled tryout," introduced the robust, 2-meter-tall African-American man in the car, briefing Wang Zilin and Zhou on the arrangements. Zhou gazed at the black man before him, finding his features increasingly familiar. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. "Mr. Vanderpool, you must have been a professional athlete before, right? I feel like I've seen you somewhere." "Haha, Zhou. You've got a sharp eye indeed. Not only was I a professional athlete, but I also played for 5 years with the Jilin Northeast Tigers in the CBA, what used to be known as the Chinese Basketball Association's top league. Perhaps you didn't know. But back then, I was one of the most dominant foreign players in the league. Those 5 years in China were incredibly fulfilling and joyful, and to this day, I remain good friends with your country's Tiger King." Sun Jun, seated in the passenger seat, David Vanderpool began recounting his CBA experiences with great enthusiasm. Thanks to his background in the league, Wang Zilin subconsciously warmed up to him quickly. By the time they exited the vehicle, Wang had already transitioned from addressing him formally as Mr. Vanderpool to the more familiar David. Perhaps it was precisely Vanderpool's unique resume that led the Trailblazers management to assign him as Wang Zilin and Zhou Yang's liaison. Before long, Wang arrived at his destination, the Rose Garden Arena, which had not yet been renamed the Moda Center. This venue, the 6th largest in the NBA, could accommodate a staggering 20,000 spectators. Beyond basketball, it also hosted ice hockey and other sporting events, making it a truly multifunctional arena. The moment the tall, dark-haired, yellow-skinned giant stepped into the Rose Garden, the dozen or so players undergoing tryouts, along with the staff present, all turned their attention toward him. "That guy is enormous. He must be at least 7 feet tall. He must be the much-talked-about Celestial King from the Eastern Empire. Among our current batch of players, only the highly touted top draft prospect Anthony Davis can rival his popularity. Rumor has it that in his domestic professional league, he averages 30 points and 20 rebounds per game, with playoff performances reaching astronomical triple-doubles of 50 points, 30 rebounds, and 10 blocks. In a competition of that caliber, I could easily average 50 or 60 points per game." Let us not forget, there's only one Yao Ming, the last Chinese player to make it to the NBA. Yi Jianlian is already on the verge of fading into obscurity. Amidst the clamor of opinions, a lone figure stood out, a black player, utterly indifferent to the surrounding commotion, engrossed in his own dribbling routine. Damian Lillard. He caught Wang Zilin's attention. The 4th unanimous Rookie of the Year in NBA history. A prodigy who made the All-NBA team in just his sophomore season. The legendary Damian Lillard we know today. In the hearts of countless fans, Dame was born for the grandest stages, yet regrettably, he never truly experienced the brightest spotlight. The Dame time has arrived. It has been nearly a year since the transmigration, and Wang Zilin finally encountered one of the most formidable players from his contemporary era. Soon, Wang Zilin and Zhou also realized that the training trials here were far more extensive than those back in China. It seemed that compared to the truly elite leagues, the CBA still had a considerable journey ahead. "Welcome to Portland, young man. I'm Terry Stotts, the new head coach of the Trailblazers. We've prepared the training facilities and equipment for your trial. Please, follow me." Terry Stotts, freshly appointed as the 14th head coach in Trailblazers history by team owner Paul Allen. Terry Stotts brimmed with vigor and determination, unwilling to miss a single moment of the team's growth. As one of the high draft pick teams that offered an exclusive workout after Wang Zilin declared for the 2012 NBA draft, the level of attention he received spoke volumes. In truth, Stotts and his coaching staff had long dispatched scouts to the CBA to observe Wang Zilin's performances firsthand. The scouting report returned as follows: strengths, astonishing physical strength, exceptional finishing ability near the rim, strong offensive aggression while maintaining commendable team awareness, possesses the refined touch and shooting ability characteristic of skilled Chinese big men. Weaknesses: lacks speed, defensive awareness, is average. relying primarily on raw physical gifts. Stamina may not yet meet NBA intensity, of course. This was merely a preliminary assessment. A deeper understanding would hinge on the results of this workout. Wang Jilin was genuinely taken aback by how warmly he was received by the Trail Blazers, momentarily flustered by the hospitality. Coach Stotts, I truly never imagined you would personally welcome me. This is an immense honor. I'm fully prepared for the workout. Let's begin. Haha, young man. We actually sent scouts to evaluate you back in the CBA. We believe you have what it takes to become part of Rip City. Our Rip City. Brother, please don't say that. The mere mention of tearing fills me with genuine trepidation. Wang Jilin had long heard of the notorious reputation of the Trail Blazers medical team. And as a center, he harbored an inexplicable fear towards the city. If it weren't for the fact that the Trail Blazers offered the second highest draft position after the Warriors, coupled with their roster being quite suitable for him, Wang Jilin truly wouldn't have wanted to come here. Chapter 36. The Trailblazers' Dilemma. After brief formalities, the official proceedings finally commenced. However, to ensure confidentiality, the Trailblazers management deliberately waited until the other tryout players had finished and were escorted to another court before allowing Wang Jilin to undergo his private evaluation. Let me see what you're truly capable of. Damian Lillard, who had already secured the Trailblazers' promise of the 6th overall pick and was tacitly regarded by the management as one of their own, was permitted to stay and observe the tryout. The first segment involved measuring the player's physical attributes: barefoot height, height in shoes, wingspan, hand size, and other dimensions. This was a relatively relaxed process. Wang Jilin simply had to assume the required positions while the female recorder took her measurements. Soon, the results of the first segment were revealed. Barefoot height, 216 centimeters. Height in shoes, 220 centimeters. Wingspan, 231 centimeters. Standing reach, 287 centimeters. Weight, 130 kilograms. Body fat percentage, 8. 7. Good heavens. Are you certain the man standing before me isn't Shaquille O'Neal? Tristas and his assistants gazed at the report before them, lost in contemplation. For basketball players, whether inside or outside players, wingspan is of paramount importance. Take this year's top draft prospect, Anthony Davis, for example. His wingspan measures an impressive 227 centimeters. Yet Wang Jilin surpasses even that. However, Anthony Davis stands 8 centimeters shorter than Wang Jilin, further highlighting the latter's extraordinary gifts. But let us not forget, the athlete before them is of Asian descent. This is not a statement of racial prejudice, but an undeniable fact, generally speaking. The wingspan of individuals of East Asian descent tends to be shorter compared to those of African or Caucasian descent. Yao Ming, once the premier center in the Western Conference of the NBA and the face of Chinese basketball, was a classic example of this. Standing at 229 centimeters with a wingspan of only 221 centimeters. The astonishing wingspan Wang Jilin displayed was enough to convince the Portland Trail Blazers management of his immense defensive potential. With such physical attributes, through dedicated training, his defensive capabilities were bound to rise. It seemed the scouting report's note of average defense could now be crossed out. Next came the test of speed and leaping ability. A 100-meter dash time of 12.85 seconds, a vertical leap of 64 centimeters, and a running jump of 70 centimeters. This time, the talent Wang Jilin exhibited was far less dazzling than in the first category. Yet, in the eyes of Tristas and his team, this seemed far more reasonable. After all, one could not expect a player whose physique resembled a young Shaquille O'Neal to also match the athleticism of the legendary Shaq. The dominant force that was Shaq in his prime dictated the league's trajectory, his explosive speed and leaping ability rivaling even his static measurements. Even so, such abilities in an Asian athlete were nothing short of remarkable. Generally speaking, centers towering over 2.10 meters rarely possess exceptional vertical leaps or remarkable speed. If they did, the game of basketball wouldn't necessitate guards. Teams could simply field 5 giants. Wang Jilin's 70 centimeters running vertical jump is actually quite impressive for a center position. Moreover, his 12.85-second 100-meter dash isn't sluggish by center standards, especially when compared to Yao Ming's approximately 14-second performance. How then did Wang earn this reputation for being slow? This raises serious questions about that scout's professional competence. Coach Terry Stotts shook his head in visible dissatisfaction. The Trail Blazers management promptly discarded this dubious scouting report. Wow. King's physical gifts might even surpass Yao and D in their prime. This is absolutely mind-blowing. After quietly observing for quite some time, Trail Blazers general manager Neil Oldie had an inkling that the team might be onto something extraordinary. The raw talent displayed by this young man before him, in what was considered a relatively weak draft class, could very well propel him into the top 5, perhaps even the top 3 picks. Apart from Anthony Davis, he couldn't think of any other prospect whose physical gifts could rival those of Wang Zealand. I must inform Paul immediately, Oldie thought. We absolutely must secure this big man. He could very well be the cornerstone of our franchise's resurgence. As Portland's management indulged in visions of a promising future, Wang Zealand's workout proceeded to its final segment, the bench press. All right, King, we're moving on to the standard NBA rookie bench press at 185 pounds. Do you need a moment to rest first? The female scribe responsible for documenting the data inquired softly. No need, let us proceed. Wang Zealand shook his head, dismissing any notion of rest. At this moment, he was consumed by curiosity. Just how far could his bench press go with 92 in lower body strength and 88 in upper body strength? Indeed, nearly 9 months had elapsed since he acquired the aging Shaquille O'Neal's legendary card, and at last, Wang Zealand had fully assimilated the abilities of this purple diamond superstar. Strength, without question, stood as the most pivotal attribute for an interior player, bar none. Now, he could scarcely contain his eagerness to discover the true zenith of his power. Zealand, push forward. Zhou Yang, who had been closely observing the subtle shifts in the expressions of the Trail Blazers management team, could barely contain his inner excitement. It appeared that Zealand's prodigious talent had thoroughly captivated the franchise. With just a bit more effort, there was a genuine possibility he might secure the 11th overall pick in the first round. Rest assured, Wang Zealand responded with an okay gesture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The recorder's voice announcing the numbers grew increasingly impassioned with each bench press Wang Zealand completed. Coaches Neil Oldie and Terry Stotts, observing from the sidelines, suddenly exchanged glances as a shared realization echoed in their minds. We absolutely cannot let this young man leave Portland. When the recorder reached the count of 17, the spectators who bore witness to this moment were inwardly exclaiming in utter disbelief. Ultimately, Wang Zealand's bench press count with 185 pounds, 84 kilograms, came to a halt at 23 repetitions. In the 2012 NBA Draft Combine rankings, Wang Zealand achieved the highest standing in height, standing reach, bench press performance, and hand size among his peers. Gazing upon this extraordinarily gifted young man, Neil Oldie felt an impulsive urge to secure him with the 6th overall pick. Yet, his thoughts drifted back to Damian Lillard, who had just completed his workout prior to Wang's arrival. A rare senior graduate in today's impatient league, Lillard bore striking resemblance to legends like Tim Duncan and Brandon Roy. His seamless transition to the NBA was nearly flawless, showcasing remarkable adaptability and immediate impact. Among the draft prospects that year, Lillard, standing at 6 feet 2 inches barefoot and 6 feet 3 inches in shoes, possessed equally impressive physical attributes: a 6 feet 7 inches, 5 wingspan, and 8 feet 0 inches standing reach, weighing 185 pounds with a mere 5'9" body fat. Beyond these measurements, his athleticism dazzled. An 84 centimeters, 33 inches, standing vertical leap ranked second in his draft class, while his max vertical of 100 centimeters, 39 inches, placed 7th. His 13 repetitions of the 185-pound bench press secured the 2nd spot among guards. Most crucially, the Trail Blazers management saw in Lillard the same poise, clutch mentality, relentless competitiveness, and maturity that once defined Brandon Roy, a seasoned veteran in a rookie's guise. These labels inevitably evoke memories of the once second-best shooting guard in the West, Brandon Roy. Thus, after Damian Lillard's workout, the Trail Blazers management had essentially decided to draft the young guard with their 6th overall pick. Yet unexpectedly, Wang Zealand's emergence has cast doubt upon what seemed a foregone conclusion. The Trail Blazers hold 2 first-round picks this season, the 6th and the 11th. Initially, the plan was to select Lillard at no. 6 and then use the 11th pick to secure a defensive-minded center, thereby unleashing the full offensive prowess of their franchise player, LaMarcus Aldridge. Aldridge has repeatedly voiced his frustration. He truly no longer wishes to be forced into playing the 5. Now, a player capable of shoring up their interior deficiencies has arrived. But his talent appears to exceed their expectations. The sheer potential displayed by both Lillard and Wang has left the Trail Blazers front office in a quandary. Had this been the later small ball era, with Aldridge already on the roster, Portland would have undoubtedly chosen Lillard to bolster their perimeter without hesitation. However, in the current landscape, Centers have yet to experience a fundamental decline in value. They haven't been reduced to mere role players. Many teams still go to great lengths to find a promising young big man as a cornerstone for their franchise. Well, in my opinion, why not divide King and Damian into separate teams and arrange a scrimmage? That way, we can evaluate their performance in actual competition. Having served as an assistant for quite some time, David Vanderpool cautiously raised his right hand and proposed his suggestion. What does everyone think? How about it? As all eyes converged upon David Vanderpool, the young teaching assistant felt a flutter of nervousness. Excellent suggestion. We shall proceed according to your proposal. General Manager Orsey approached and gave Vanderpool an encouraging pat on the shoulder, his gaze brimming with admiration. Chapter 37. Paul Allen. I want it all. Gentlemen, it appears you've encountered some troubles. Might I be of assistance? At some indeterminate moment, a Caucasian gentleman appearing to be in his 50s materialized within the basketball arena. The bespectacled man, with his warm brown spectacles and a beatific smile reminiscent of the Mithra Buddha, exuded an aura of serenity. Though his hair bore traces of silver, his voice resonated with a soothing, measured cadence that enveloped listeners like a gentle spring breeze. Paul, you finally arrived. Upon seeing the visitor, Orsey felt the weight in his heart finally settle. I heard the team has discovered 2 exceptionally promising young talents today, even giving our outstanding management quite the dilemma. Why don't you let me have a look as well? Paul Allen approached with a gentle smile, accepting the 2 reports from Tristan Stotts. Having acquired the Trail Blazers back in 1988, Allen stood as one of the longest-tenured owners in NBA history, which endowed him with profound expertise in analyzing and evaluating basketball talent. These 2 young prospects appear exceptionally promising, he remarked with genuine admiration. Paul Allen instinctively adjusted his glasses, shifting his gaze toward a group of young athletes engaged in a scrimmage. Soon, his focus settled on 2 players, one clad in jersey number 1, an outside player, and the other in number 14, an inside presence. His eyes brimmed with admiration, as if beholding exquisite works of art. Mr. Allen, both King and Damian are exceptionally talented. It's proving quite difficult for us to choose between them. Which is precisely why we sought your counsel, said the newly arrived Terry Stotts, his tone laced with deference. Fortunately, Paul Allen took no offense. As a co-founder of Microsoft, he was long accustomed to such reverence. With a light chuckle, he replied, then why not sign them both? Yet given their exceptional talents, it's inconceivable they would fall beyond the top 10 picks. Our team only possesses the 6th and 11th selections. Wouldn't pursuing a higher draft position be the logical solution? But this requires... Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Rich friend. I want to be your companion. Although he had long been aware of his employer's passion for sports and generous investments in strengthening the team, the sheer disregard for money still nearly made Tristan's jaw drop in astonishment. Is this the joy of the affluent? Truly magnificent. I have the money. But you must guarantee me that the arrival of those 2 young men will bring tangible change to the team. This time, Paul Allen's gaze toward his own management team was no longer filled with amusement, but rather sharp and penetrating. The lifelong bachelor Paul Allen possessed an extraordinary passion and interest in sports, owning 2 professional teams, the Portland Trail Blazers in the NBA and the Seattle Seahawks in the NFL. The Seahawks had consecutively won 3 Super Bowl 48 championships and also claimed victory in 3 NFC championship games. In the realm of rugby, he had already found fulfillment. Now, the only thing left unclaimed was the NBA championship trophy. Eventually, all eyes converged on General Manager Oldie, who, after rounds of meticulous deliberation and calculation, finally lifted his gaze to meet Paul Allen's piercing stare. Paul, if we acquire King and Damian, along with LaMarcus, I guarantee that in a year or 2, the Trail Blazers will be the next Supersonics. Though the Sonics owner, Bennett, had relocated the team to Oklahoma City 3 or 4 years prior and rebranded them as the Thunder, people still instinctively referred to them as the Supersonics. The reason was simple. Last season, this young squad had delivered an astonishing performance. Consider that Kevin Durant, the oldest core player on the Thunder, was merely 24, not even 25 yet. Yet, they had battled their way to the finals and snatched a victory against the Miami Heat's Big Three, led by LeBron James, avoiding a sweep. Nearly everyone believed the future of the NBA belonged to the Thunder's young trio. They were seen as the most likely successors to the Shaq and Kobe dynasty, poised to establish their own era of dominance. It was widely accepted that with just a little more time, just a sliver, the Thunder, under the leadership of their 3 stars, would unleash an unstoppable force across the league, turning their dynasty dreams into reality. at this moment, before the bewildering trade on October 28th. When comparing the Heat's Big Three and the Thunder's young trio, most analysts favored the latter as the future dynasty builders. The Sonics' young trio, huh? I hope you won't let me down again. Reflecting on the Thunder's meteoric rise, Paul Allen couldn't help but feel a pang of nostalgia. Once upon a time, the Trailblazers had their own trio, Roy, Aldridge, and Odin, three prodigiously talented young men who had been Portland's greatest pride. Many had believed they were destined to claim at least one championship. Alas. Meanwhile, the scrimmage continued on the court, with players divided into red and blue teams. Alongside the rookies trying out were free agents and fringe players desperate to prove their worth. Yet today, they were mere supporting actors, overshadowed by the undisputed leaders of each squad. Wang Zilin in red number 14 for the red team and Damian Lillard in blue number 1 for the blue team. On the blue team, though Lillard controlled most of the possessions, he wasn't fixated on showcasing his individual scoring prowess. Instead, he contributed across the board, playmaking, rebounds, steals, blocks, his sole focus fixed on victory. For the red team, the point guard duties fell to Ronnie Price, a 7-year NBA journeyman who had bounced between 4 teams. Firmly entrenched as a fringe player. Knowing the front office wanted to evaluate the towering Chinese prospect, Price relentlessly fed Wang Zilin the ball, not for any other reason, but simply to leave a favorable impression upon Wang Zilin. In case the latter is indeed selected by the Trailblazers with a high draft pick, then all his efforts today would prove worthwhile. As the Rockets shooting guard Armin Johnson desperately signaled for the ball, Ronnie Price paid him no heed, leisurely dribbling across half-court before delivering the ball to Wang Zilin. Hey buddy, are you blind or what? Can't you see that Chinese kid is double-teamed while I'm wide open? Why one do you pass to me? Upon witnessing yet another instance of being disregarded, Armin Johnson's fury erupted uncontrollably, unleashing a torrent of vehement exclamations. TSK, blind fools. I am ashamed to share the same space with such imbeciles. With an air of nonchalance, Ronnie Price cast a cursory glance in his direction before shaking his head and departing. Chapter 38. Twin Stars shine over Portland. A teammate lobbed the ball inside, and Wang Zilin secured it with steady hands before backing down his defender. Through over 10 minutes of relentless play, Chris Johnson had already proven utterly incapable of containing him. Yet, with the head coach refusing to call a timeout, Johnson, bound by duty and livelihood, had no choice but to grit his teeth and press on. With a sudden surge of power, Wang unleashed a force as overwhelming as a tidal wave against Johnson. The first bump sent the defender stumbling backward. By the second, Wang had already planted himself firmly in the paint. This time, however, he chose not to rely solely on brute strength. Instead, he decided to showcase the finesse of his silky smooth technique. Cradling the ball with both hands, he pivoted on his right foot away from the basket, then lofted the ball high with a graceful flick toward the rim. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. His layup skills at 86 were truly formidable, making Wang Zilin's finishing ability under the basket exceptionally dominant. The exquisite fusion of delicate touch and brute strength allowed Wang to dominate the paint at will, all of which caught the keen eyes of Paul Allen and his management team. Good. King possessed an excellent shooting touch, far from being a mere brute who could only score under the basket. On certain occasions, he could even step out and knock down jumpers, a rare and valuable trait. As for Wang Zilin, all she found himself growing fonder with every glance. Wow. Oh my goodness. Player number 1's speed is astonishingly swift, reminiscent of Derrick Rose from the Bulls and Russell Westbrook from the Supersonics. Just as the crowd was marveling at this, sudden exclamations erupted on the court. It turned out that after Wang Zilin scored again under the basket, the proud Damian Lillard couldn't wait to retaliate. Quickly receiving the inbound pass from his teammate, he blazed past defenders with breathtaking speed, charging straight toward the opposing team's court and finishing with a soaring dunk. Though Lillard and Wang Zilin don't play the same position, the game's momentum had already been subtly shaped by their duel. Both teams were essentially trading explosive plays. The red team couldn't contain Lillard on the perimeter, while the blue team struggled to defend Wang Zilin in the paint. Name, Damian Lillard. Team, undecided age, 21 position, point guard height, barefoot 188 centimeters weight, 85 kilograms physical attributes, hidden lower body strength, 65 upper body strength, 70 speed, 94 explosiveness, 88 agility, 92 vertical leap, 90 jumping speed, 84 stamina, 95 injury resistance, 94 offensive skills, post-up, 52 layup, 85 mid-range shooting, 72 three-point shooting, 84 dunking, 75 passing, 76 ball handling, 96 free throw, 86 driving, 78 defensive skills, perimeter defense, 62. Interior defense, 45 rebounding, 47 shot blocking, 35 steals, 68 overall rating, 81, borderline all-star, strengths, a rare, highly polished older rookie with a complete offensive arsenal, fully capable of starting as the primary point guard for any team, immediate impact player. Weaknesses: 1. Below average height with limited ability to break double teams, significantly reducing passing threat and accuracy when trapped. 2. Questionable shot selection with inconsistent shooting efficiency, particularly struggling with low percentage drives to the rim. 3. Defensive capabilities rank in the lower tier among NBA guards, lacking impact as a reliable stopper. Overall assessment: offensive prowess outweighs defensive shortcomings. Innate talent: 1. Clutch gene, silver tier, awaiting awakening. This was Damian Lillard's rookie profile within the system interface. From his debut regular season performance of 23 points, 11 assists, and 3 rebounds onward, Lillard scarcely encountered the so-called rookie wall throughout his inaugural year. Averaging 19 points, 5 assists, and 1 rebounds per game, he secured unanimous Rookie of the Year honors, swept Western Conference Rookie of the Month awards, and led the league with a staggering 38.6 minutes per game. Simply phenomenal. Here is Wang Zielin's evaluation of Damian Lillard. It is foreseeable that once the NBA regular season commences and Lillard faces off against numerous elite players, his overall rating could very well ascend to all-star caliber by the season's end. To some extent, Lillard can be regarded as one of those rare talents in NBA history who reached their peak from the moment they stepped onto the court. Even in his rookie season, he nearly established himself among the league's premier point guards, and by his sophomore year, he had already secured a spot on the All-NBA team, solidifying his reputation as one of the most formidable floor generals in the game. As for Lillard's yet-to-awaken clutch gene, his Dame-time ability, Wang Zilin learned from the system that such innate talents are exclusive to all-star caliber players, with some all-stars never even possessing one. As for Lillard's remarkable 94 injury resistance rating, Wang Zilin understood perfectly. Consider C.J. McCollum, the other half of Portland's backcourt duo, who was perpetually sidelined by injuries, often missing entire seasons. Then there's Lillard, aside from one season-ending injury in college, who has been an Iron Man in the NBA, consistently playing full regular seasons. Even in his least active season, he started 73 games. In the injury-cursed city of Portland, such durability is nothing short of miraculous. When the scrimmage concluded, Wang Zilin and Lillard, now mutual admirers, met at center court and embraced. "King, your talent is truly extraordinary. I still can't fathom how those so-called experts left you out of the top 10 picks. It's utterly baffling," Lillard remarked. As a 4-year college veteran, he had witnessed countless promising big men, yet the prowess of this Chinese center left him in awe. "Dame, the same goes for you. Those short-sighted media pundits underestimated you as well. You're a generational guard who should have been a top 3 pick," Wang Zilin replied, unable to suppress a hint of pride at receiving such praise from a future All-NBA first-team guard. After all, flattery is the one thing no one can resist. Upon hearing Wang Zilin's praise, Damian Lillard's eyes crinkled with delight. "King, Dame, you are both exceptionally talented players, and I stake my professional career on this. We will undoubtedly draft you in the first round." Blazers general manager Oldie wasted no time in expressing his admiration for the two young men before him. "Haha, Mr. Oldie, your discernment is truly remarkable. I have no doubt Damian will prove worthy of your 6th pick," interjected Goodwin, Lillard's agent, seizing the moment. His intent was clear. He was asserting that his client, Lillard, was the rightful contender for the 6th pick, relegating Wang Zilin to the 11th. "Is that so? Yet I believe my client is equally deserving of the 6th pick," Zhou Yang countered without hesitation. After all, the disparity between the 6th and 10th picks was evident in contract value alone. "Aaron, Uncle Zhou." Wang Zilin and Lillard exchanged uneasy glances, tugging at their agent's sleeves. Moments ago, they had shared a moment of mutual respect. But now they found themselves rivals for the higher draft position, an awkward shift indeed. "Ha, of course. Both King and Damian are more than worthy of the 6th pick. In fact, our owner, Paul Allen, has expressed his desire to keep both of you in Portland. To that end, we will exhaust every effort to secure higher draft picks," Oldie reassured, attempting to placate the agents. He even promised that if Wang Zilin and Lillard both ended up with the Blazers, their contracts would reflect minimal disparity. Secrets are rare in the NBA. By the time Wang Zilin returned to his residence after the workout, Media outlets were already buzzing about his first trial. Yet, for reasons unknown, despite his stellar performance and the Blazers management's clear endorsement, reports painted his workout as a failure, downgrading his draft stock from a 4-star prospect to 3.5 stars. Wang Zilin's workout deemed underwhelming? The path to the NBA draft for Chinese players proved far more arduous than he had envisioned, with Wang Zilin potentially facing a return to the CBA. The Trailblazers remained silent about the trial results. Where should Wang Zilin go next? What audacity drives this arrogant Chinese youngster to crown himself king? Does he fancy himself the next LeBron? Not only the domestic media in the United States, but also many outlets within our own country began stirring up controversy. Zhou Yang had long grown accustomed to such sensationalist reporting from local media that jumps at every whisper. At this moment, he was preparing arrangements for Wang Zilin's next team tryout. Uncle Zhou, why did they promise me a first-round pick at the Rose Garden? Only to go back on their word now? The sudden turn of events dealt a heavy blow to the ambitious Wang Zilin, leaving him bewildered and even starting to doubt whether he could truly make it into the NBA. The issue of racial discrimination is far too deeply entrenched in the NBA. Jeremy Lin in the 2010 NBA draft serves as the most poignant example. Despite possessing undeniable talent worthy of the NBA, he faced blatant discrimination solely due to his Asian heritage, ultimately going undrafted without even securing a second-round pick. Had he not seized that miraculous opportunity in 2012 to prove his worth, the world might never have witnessed the legendary phenomenon of Linsanity. Zilin, you remain naive and inexperienced. I surmise the Trailblazers management is attempting to conceal your immense potential from other teams, ensuring they can confidently draft you. Zhou Yang explained to Wang Zilin regarding the situation. Given these circumstances, should we proceed with additional tryouts? Of course we must go. Everyone knows not to take a capitalist's words at face value. Trying out with one more team means opening another potential path for ourselves. You're right. Wang Zilin nodded in agreement and continued on his journey of trial trainings. Chapter 39. The draft storm. The NBA's official combine soon arrived. As expected, Wang Zilin appeared on the list of invited players for the comprehensive trials. Likewise, his outstanding physical attributes were unveiled to the world for the first time, sparking widespread discussion. The most immediate effect was the rapid surge in his fan value within the system space. NBA official scouting report. It is truly astonishing. This Chinese center's static physical measurements bear an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. Though his running and leaping abilities fall short of the young Shaq's, they remain on par with most elite black interior players. Even more remarkable is that, despite possessing such formidable physical gifts, he retains the exquisite touch characteristic of skilled Chinese big men. This young Chinese center may indeed live up to the name king. His talent could very well challenge Anthony Davis for the top draft spot. However, historical precedent reminds us that the durability of Chinese athletes' physiques remains a subject for debate. Evaluation: 5-star hype, 4.5-star potential. The final half-star is reserved for injuries. This is a high-caliber, sharp-shooting version of Shaquille O'Neal, whose ceiling might rival his compatriot Yao Ming, while his floor could mirror another Greg Oden. To borrow the most cliché yet timeless phrase, the sky's the limit for him. As soon as the comprehensive tryouts concluded, Wang Zilin erupted into the spotlight as anticipated, a blazing inferno of attention, a towering shark with the finesse to shoot. An elite specimen whose ceiling remained unfathomable save for the specter of injury. Prior to the tryouts, merely 6 or 7 teams had extended individual invitations his way. Yet in the aftermath, every franchise capable of mustering adequate assets, save those already anchored by budding stars, flooded him with requests for private workouts. The days ahead promised relentless activity for Wang Zilin. Monotonous. Numbingly so. This encapsulated his sentiments about the trial journey. Fortunately, each training session allowed him to glean invaluable experience from competing against NBA-caliber players and NCAA stars. To put it bluntly, these individuals undoubtedly rank among the top few hundred basketball talents on the planet. The mere opportunity to test his mettle against such elite opposition had already enriched him profoundly. After facing a diverse array of opponents, the interior techniques imparted by Rick Mahorn and Charles Oakley, whether offensive or defensive, had grown increasingly refined in his repertoire. As for Bowen's signature moves, he secretly hoped he would never find himself in a situation where he needed to employ them. Having witnessed Wang Zilin's entire trial process firsthand, the management teams of these franchises unanimously concluded that their organizations should make every effort to secure this towering talent from the East. He possesses the potential to blossom into a league superstar, provided he can stave off the specter of injuries. The twin specters of prodigious talent and injury susceptibility have propelled Wang Zilin into frequent trending discussions, resulting in an oddly fluctuating draft stock within NBA circles. Teams enamored with his abilities extol him to the heavens, even drawing comparisons to this year's consensus top pick, Anthony Davis. They claimed his team was weak, though not to the extent of devaluing him below late second-round prospects, yet the situation wasn't much better. This drama played out daily until the eve of the NBA draft. This year's NBA draft, as in previous years, took place at Madison Square Garden in New York. For Wang Zilin, this day might hold profound significance in his career. Thus, Wang Chahai and his wife had flown to New York days earlier to accompany him to the iconic venue. Finally, the day arrived. Wang Zilin and his entourage of 5 made their way to Madison Square Garden. Unsurprisingly, as one of the most anticipated prospects of the draft, Wang became the second Chinese player after Yi Jianlian to be seated in the green room, a space with emerald green walls reserved for top prospects invited by the league commissioner. Years ago, Yao Ming had also earned this privilege, though due to certain circumstances, he could only witness his selection as the No.1 overall pick by the Houston Rockets via broadcast from China. In a way, Yao made history, becoming the first player in NBA history to be drafted first overall without setting foot in the green room, or even the draft venue itself. There is a certain air of though the legend has left the arena, his tales still linger in the wind about this scene. Now, let us turn our gaze back to Wang Zilin. After entering the small green room with his companions, they located the tables bearing their names and took their seats. King. Damian Lillard donned a light blue dress shirt today, paired with brown dress pants. The most flamboyant touch was undoubtedly the floral patterned bow tie at his collar. You look absolutely dashing today. One might mistake you for a supermodel. Haha. King, your flattery is truly overwhelming, to the point where I'm almost embarrassed. Yet, despite such words, Wang Zilin couldn't detect even the slightest hint of genuine embarrassment from this fellow. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wang's gaze wandered around the room. Within these green walls stood the future premier power forward of the league's second greatest shooting guard in the making, the mighty Drummond, the eternal deity of 2K. The verdant cottage exterior is equally delightful, the master of Green's formula. That legendary man. Although the 2012 NBA draft may not rival legendary classes like those of 84, 96, or 03, one must acknowledge that from 2010 until Wang Zilin's temporal transition in 2021, the 2012 cohort stands as the most distinguished selection of talents over that decade. This particular draft class undoubtedly merits the prestigious designation of a golden generation. Amidst a cacophony of boos and jeers, the league commissioner finally emerged after prolonged anticipation. "Ladies and gentlemen," he proclaimed. As the spotlight illuminated the stage, a benevolent elderly gentleman with silvered hair and golden-rimmed spectacles emerged on the talent show platform. Only then did the audience suddenly realize that this marked David Stern's 28th year serving as the league commissioner. How swiftly raven locks turned to snowy white. In that fleeting moment of retrospection, what profound vicissitudes stirred within the heart. How many 28 years can one have in a lifetime? According to later recollections, this should have been the penultimate year of David Stern's tenure as NBA commissioner. Nostalgic sentiments aside, the familiar chorus of boos soon reverberated throughout the venue. Then, when a certain document appeared in David Stern's hands, an immediate hush fell over the audience. That list seemed to possess an almost magical allure, capturing the undivided attention of everyone present. The 2012 NBA draft selections. The first overall pick in the first round belongs to the New Orleans Hornets, who will have 5 minutes to deliberate. As expected, without suspense, the Hornets management selected Anthony Davis from the University of Kentucky, hailed as the chosen one, to become the cornerstone of their franchise. Although Wang Zilin recently emerged as a top contender for the top pick, he still lacks the pedigree compared to the anointed American prodigy. With the second pick, the Charlotte Bobcats chose another Kentucky standout, small forward Michael Kidd-Gilchrist. Owner Michael Jordan's discerning eye for talent remains as sharp as ever. Meanwhile, as the draft unfolds, another battleground simmers with intrigue. Neil. Breaking news, the Pistons have suddenly developed intense interest in King, announced an unsettling update within the Trail Blazers draft suite, delivered by head coach Terry Stotts. What? Weren't the Motor City's primary target always Andre Drummond? Why the sudden change of heart? I recall that King had recently attended a trial in Detroit not long ago. Could it be, for a moment, Figures like David Vanderpool and Kim Hughes were visibly unsettled, despite Wang Zealand's current radiant facade. The cautionary tales of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian loom far too ominously to ignore. Even now, among the teams that incessantly touted Wang's supposedly boundless potential, only the Rockets and the Trail Blazers had publicly declared their intent to draft him with their respective picks. Through backdoor dealings, the Trail Blazers had already persuaded their sole competitor, the Rockets, to relinquish their pursuit of Wang. Thus, they were now convinced that this Chinese center was destined to be theirs. Yet now, something seemed to have slipped beyond their grasp. Chapter 40. Settling in Rip City while panic spread among the crowd, Neil Alshie remained as composed as ever, reclining on the sofa with an air of nonchalance, even leisurely swirling his wine glass. "Neil, you. Rest assured, everyone," he interjected smoothly. "I anticipated this scenario before the draft. Last night, we finalized a trade with the Raptors, who hold the 8th pick. As for our owner's financial prowess, well, you're all well aware. Having a powerful patron indeed makes things much easier to accomplish." Orsini smiled faintly and took a delicate sip of red wine. The mere mention of Paul Allen, coupled with thoughts of his extraordinary financial prowess, instantly reassured everyone like a soothing balm, allowing the convivial atmosphere to swiftly return to its initial warmth. In the first round, 6th overall pick of the 2012 draft, the Portland Trail Blazers select Damian Lillard, a senior graduate from Weber State University. Let us congratulate this young man with a round of applause. Damian, congratulations. The Trail Blazers selected Lillard with the 6th pick, though Wang Zealand felt a tinge of disappointment. His predominant emotion was joy for this newly acquainted friend. "Thank you, King. I believe your turn will come soon." "Let's hope so." After watching Damian Lillard step onto the grand stage of the draft, Wang Zealand settled back into his seat. It seemed they would use the 11th pick. "Zealand, don't worry. Your turn will come soon," his mother Lin Huiqing said softly, concerned that her son might be having second thoughts, as she reached over to hold his hand. "I'm fine, Mom," he reassured her. Soon, the Golden State Warriors made their selection with the 7th pick, choosing Harrison Barnes, the Black Falcon from North Carolina. The previous season, Barnes had been a potential contender for the top pick, but his decision to stay another year, driven by passion rather than strategic foresight, without a significant leap in performance had caused his draft stock to drop. However, since Wang Zealand had previously declined the Warriors' invitation for a workout, they naturally weren't inclined to grovel for a player who had snubbed them. When the 8th pick arrived, belonging to the Toronto Raptors, the moment the envelope was opened, viewers watching on TV could clearly see, through the close-up shot, the famously composed NBA commissioner momentarily freeze in surprise. This was going to be interesting. At this moment, those who understand have already comprehended. Immediately after, David Stern raised his head and flashed that familiar smile towards the camera. With the 8th pick in the first round of the 2012 draft, the Toronto Raptors selected the young center from China, Wang Zealand. Let us congratulate this young man. May he be blessed with a most splendid and prosperous future. "Oh, no." Wang Zealand took the Toronto Raptors cap handed to him by the staff, wearing a bewildered expression as he stepped onto the stage. "I don't recall attending any training sessions in Toronto. How could they possibly have drafted me? Don't go. I have no desire to visit that godforsaken place." "Young man, welcome to the NBA. I'm delighted to meet you as well, Mr. David Stern. Haha, it's evident that your English is quite proficient, far surpassing my own abilities in the past. This will undoubtedly facilitate your integration into the NBA. Thank you." The two then proceeded to take commemorative photos together. Upon returning to his seat, Wang Zealand immediately cast a questioning glance toward Zhou Yang, just as he was about to demand an explanation from his agent. The latter's phone rang. "Zealand, it turns out the Trail Blazers and the Raptors have finalized a trade. Portland exchanged their 11th overall pick along with some additional assets to acquire Toronto's 8th overall selection. So, it seems my destination remains Portland after all." "Indeed, our destination remains Portland." "Splendid, simply splendid." After the brief commotion, the draft resumed. The Pistons had initially intended to intercept Wang Zealand early to facilitate a potential trade with the Trail Blazers or Rockets. However, seeing their covert maneuver fail, they had no choice but to revert to their original plan, selecting the young Drummond from UConn with their 9th pick. Drummond's physical prowess was exceptional among centers, and had it not been for Wang Zealand's sudden rise, he would have been Detroit's undisputed first choice. As the draft concluded, Wang Zealand, selected 8th overall, was inevitably swarmed by a throng of reporters. Ever since he publicly declined the Golden State Warriors training camp invitation, His projected draft position in recent NBA mock drafts had peaked at the Rockets' 12th pick. In fact, most analysts believe that while Wang Zilin might indeed possess the talent to compete in the NBA, his draft range should have fallen somewhere between the middle and the end of the first round. Yet, against all expectations, the Trail Blazers went so far as to trade for the Raptors' 8th pick just to secure him. What made him worth it? He has yet to prove himself. This remains a question for everyone except the Trail Blazers, including fans and media across the ocean in the Celestial Empire. Congratulations, King. As the highest drafted Chinese player after Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian, could you share with us your emotions at this very moment? Subsequently, a barrage of cameras and microphones were thrust toward Wang Zilin's face. Fortunately, having played in the CBA domestically, he was no stranger to such overwhelming attention and had cultivated ample experience in confronting the relentless flashes. First and foremost, I must express my gratitude to the Trail Blazers management for their faith in me. Moreover, I firmly believe I have fully justified this now. 8 overall pick, time will bear witness to everything. The confidence and dominance Wang Zilin exuded at this moment far surpassed that of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian when they first entered the league. The lingering question, however, was whether this young man truly possessed elite talent or was merely indulging in bravado. Regardless, Wang Zilin had momentarily navigated the media gauntlet. Now, the true test lay in the demonstration of his abilities. What sorcery does this Chinese big man truly wield? Why are they consistently selected with high draft picks in the first round? The future of Kings, Yao, Yi, or Odin? A slow start with a stunning rise. The biggest underdog story has emerged. The first trade of the draft has been finalized. The Celestial Empire's center joins Portland. At that moment, numerous fans and journalists from major media outlets were eagerly seeking answers. Why did Wang Zilin, whose draft prospects had been so uncertain just before the event, suddenly emerge as the dark horse during the draft? This is no mere 8th pick in a weak draft year, but rather a highly valuable selection in a bountiful draft class. We chose King because we firmly believe he possesses the immense potential to help rejuvenate the Trail Blazers. He unquestionably merits this lottery selection. Portland fans, let the celebrations commence. Since we are now family, the Trail Blazers decided to reveal the rationale behind their decision during the official signing ceremony for Wang Zilin. Comparing Wang Zilin with the newly crowned top draft pick Anthony Davis, in terms of height, wingspan, and strength, Wang surpasses the latter. Of course, Davis' superior athleticism utterly outshines Wang Zilin. Nevertheless, when General Manager Oldie disclosed every detail of Wang's trial performance with the team, the Trail Blazers fans who had been clamoring about the management's incompetence finally saw the light. With such physical gifts, Wang could hold his own against Davis. Here was a prodigious center worthy of a top 5, even top 3 draft pick, yet the team managed to secure him at 8th. Coupled with the 6th pick Damian Lillard and the team's cornerstone LaMarcus Aldridge, many fans began to grasp the vision. The 2 young talents drafted this year were undeniably brilliant. And more remarkably, their primary positions did not overlap with the all-star power forward Aldridge. This meant the Trail Blazers could build a championship-caliber roster around these 3 pillars. Glancing at the neighboring Thunder, the enlightened Trail Blazers faithful realized they were about to have their own big 3. Across the vast ocean, news of Wang Zilin being selected 8th by the Trail Blazers had reverberated throughout the basketball world. Almost instantly, dazzling headlines about another towering Chinese talent and the legacy of the Great Wall flooded the internet. With Yao Ming retired for nearly a year and Yi Jianlian's NBA career waning, Chinese basketball desperately needed a new beacon. Wang Zilin, this name became a fresh surge of excitement, electrifying the nerves of every basketball fan. CBA champion, CBA Finals MVP, the illustrious champion who has achieved the Grand Slam of CBA honors. Wang Zilin's numerous records set in the CBA have become increasingly recognized by the masses, with his fan base expanding exponentially. However, regardless of the current fervent discussions in the outside world, Wang Zilin's journey to the NBA has officially commenced its voyage. Chapter 41, Summer League. After lunch the following day, Wang Zilin's phone finally rang. "Uncle Joe, how did the contract negotiations go?" Wang Zilin eagerly answered the call, for it concerned his promising financial prospects. "The contract has been essentially finalized. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you shall don the Trail Blazers jersey for the next 4 seasons to compete in the league. Regarding the rookie contract, they are offering a 3-1 deal. First year, $3.04 million. Second year, $3.15 million. Third year, $3.30 million. Fourth year, $4.15 million. Team option. Additionally, There are numerous incentive clauses awaiting your activation. As for Damian Lillard's exact salary, though I haven't obtained precise details. Based on General Manager Neil Alshi's remarks, the discrepancy between your earnings and his should not exceed $1 million. Very well, thank you for your efforts, Uncle Joe. If there are no objections to this contract, arrange to report to the Trailblazers as soon as possible so we can formally sign the agreement. No problem, Uncle Joe. I'll come to Portland this afternoon with my parents to meet you. Good, I'll be waiting here. Though Wang Zealand had already encountered substantial contracts back in China, indeed. He was already a multi-millionaire. This was different. A multi-million-dollar contract denominated in U.S. currency made the young man from an ordinary family unconsciously lick his lips in anticipation. And this didn't even include off-court earnings. Zealand, have there been any updates? Wang Changhai could tell from Wang Zealand's incessant giggles over the phone that it must be good news. Indeed, the contract had been signed, a 4-year deal worth approximately $15 million. Dad, Mom, he exclaimed, soon your son will become a multi-millionaire, and in just a few more years, even a billionaire. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zealand eagerly shared the news with his parents standing behind him. A millionaire, a billionaire. This astronomical figure instantly left Wang Changhai and his wife dumbfounded. Although they knew playing in the NBA could be lucrative, they never imagined it would reach such staggering heights. At 3 p.m, Wang Zealand once again descended upon the familiar grounds of Portland. The same place, the same faces. This time, the protagonist has transformed into Wang Zealand, the king. I have long believed that you were destined to become a trailblazer. Welcome to our family. As Alshi saw Wang Zealand enter, he eagerly stepped forward to shake hands, his face brimming with joy. It is truly a pleasure to see you again, Mr. Alshi. I am honored to have the opportunity to contribute to the Trailblazers. Touched by the franchise's profound sincerity, Wang Zealand felt the inexplicable unease he once harbored toward Rip City gradually fade. King, I assure you, you will be the cornerstone of this team. The starting center position next season is yours without question. I will not let you down. Wang Zealand also appropriately expressed his loyalty in due time. Ultimately, in the office of Trailblazers general manager Neil Alshi, Wang Zealand signed his first NBA contract. A jersey primarily black with red and white accents, bearing the number 36, was officially unveiled to the world. After finalizing the contract, Wang spent the following days participating in a series of promotional photo shoots and various team activities for the Trailblazers. It wasn't until July 7th that he finally stepped onto the court at the Rose Garden Arena for his first team integration training session. Most of the players attending this session were rookies and bench players, as the primary objective was to prepare for the upcoming Summer League. Well, our 8th overall pick has arrived. King appears truly towering. Observe those Herculean arms, undoubtedly the most impressive bench press performer among recent rookie players. Our first opponent in the Summer League will be the Hornets featuring the newly crowned top draft pick Anthony Davis, promising to be quite intriguing. Both bench players and rookies have already witnessed Wang Zealand's formidable prowess early on, fully aware that he will be the Trailblazers' starting center this season. Consequently, none of the Klitsch confrontational dramas or provocations materialized. Standing at an imposing 2.16 meters, Wang Zealand's mere presence on the court commands awe. The most striking figure on the floor, Wang Zealand gazed at the unfamiliar faces around him and smiled faintly. It's a pleasure to meet you all. And I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Though he knew full well that many of these individuals might never cross paths with him again after the Summer League, that didn't diminish his respect for them. As the saying goes, though they may seem insignificant in the NBA on a global scale, they're undoubtedly among the few hundred most skilled basketball players in the world. If not for their dreams, if not for their pursuit of the NBA, the pinnacle of basketball, they could have easily sought livelihoods elsewhere. Deep down, they must firmly believe dreams are worth having, for what if, against all odds, they come true? Every dream chaser is worthy of respect. Wang Zealand never looks down upon others despite his formidable abilities. First meeting. This is just a small token of my sincerity. Please don't refuse. Before reporting to the team, he had already instructed Zhou Yang to prepare greeting gifts for his teammates. Oh, the latest Alice headphones from Gerda, valued at $558. It appears that some among them are audiophiles, deeply passionate about sound quality. As for his assist, Wang Zealand nodded with tears in his eyes. Your Majesty, this is far too precious a gift. This is our first encounter. Is it not rather inappropriate? As the attention of the crowd was successfully captured, Wang Zealand proceeded to elaborate. The situation is this: in a few days, I shall depart for London to integrate with our national men's basketball team. Consequently, I'll only participate in 2 matches during the upcoming summer league. The final 3 games will rest upon your shoulders. These modest gifts serve as tokens to compensate for my regret of not being able to stand alongside you till the very end. In the end, all the gifts were distributed, and Wang Zealand could distinctly sense a marked increase in warmth from his teammates. The initial aloofness now dissipated. One must admit, the tactic employed by the Fat Tiger proved remarkably effective. No wonder he's hailed as the NBA draft pick with the highest emotional intelligence since LeBron James. As a newcomer, Wang Zealand had already earned the recognition of both veteran and new players, even subtly being regarded with an air of leadership. This scene stirred a pang of envy in Damian Lillard, who stood nearby. Though naturally reserved in demeanor, it didn't mean he didn't yearn for such enthusiastic camaraderie. After all, wasn't I here first? Long time no see, Damian. You must have arrived much earlier than me, truly dedicated. Noticing Lillard standing there in a daze, observing everything, Wang Zealand quickly stepped forward and greeted him with effortless ease. Welcome aboard, my friend. Realizing the situation, Lillard warmly responded in kind. He never hesitates to offer his smile to those of formidable skill. You must have been training with them for quite some time now. How does it feel? Wang Zealand draped his arm around Lillard's shoulders and inquired about his thoughts on their current teammates. Their skills are passable, I suppose. Yet none can exert sufficient pressure upon me. A rather dissatisfying state of affairs, Lillard remarked coolly, his gaze sweeping indifferently over those nearby. Brother, have you considered the sheer magnitude of your own prowess? How could you possibly expect these reserves to challenge you? Facing Lillard's disdainful expression that seemed to mock the entire NBA, Wang Zealand couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Chapter 42. The first battle against the top scholar run. Run. Faster, even faster. You there? What's the matter? How can you be exhausted after just a few minutes? Inside the Rose Garden Arena, David Vanderpool, acting as the interim coach for the Summer League, was shouting loudly. After the pregame warm-up exercises, the players had been divided into red and blue teams for a scrimmage. Wang Zealand and Lillard, who were informed early on that they would be the starting lineup for the regular season, were naturally placed on the same team to foster their chemistry. As a senior with 3 full years of NCAA experience, Lillard knew exactly how to organize plays and unite his teammates. Wang Zealand simply had to position himself correctly to receive the ball smoothly. Facing a defender whose name he didn't even know, one who stood a full head shorter, Wang used his strength to push him aside effortlessly before scoring an easy layup. Wang and Lillard exchanged a quick high five. Beautiful. Well done. The might of the king is truly terrifying. Although the blue team was composed of last year's 2 rotation players and fringe members, they were still thoroughly outplayed inside and out by the red team featuring Wang Zealand and Lillard. On the next possession, Wang Zealand set a screen before sprinting from the right 45-degree angle along the baseline to the left corner, successfully shaking off the red team's interior defense. Lillard's passing precision and court vision were far superior to what his former CBA teammates could offer, and the ball found its way back into Wang Zealand's hands. Faced with such a wide-open 3-point opportunity, Wang Zealand didn't hesitate. He rose and fired. Swish. With a swift motion, the 3-point shot swished through the net. His 3-point ability now stands at a solid 62 points, reaching the NBA average level, barely qualifying him as a shooter, albeit only under wide-open circumstances. Witnessing this, David Vanderpool nodded with profound satisfaction. Who would have imagined that Wang Zealand, while possessing such formidable strength, could still maintain such exquisite finesse in his shooting? Simply extraordinary. After a 15-minute scrimmage, the red team led by Wang and Lee had secured a commanding 23-point lead over the blue team. King, it's truly astonishing to see someone of your stature execute such silky smooth jump shots, remarked Lillard, his gaze brimming with admiration and approval. Clearly, his teammate had devoted countless hours refining his fundamentals behind the scenes. Talent is one thing, but relentless dedication is another. Haha. You're no slouch either, always finding the perfect moment to deliver the ball right into my hands, Wang Zealand replied with a genuine smile, offering sincere praise. No interior player could resist the allure of such masterful playmaking, and truth be told, this was the first time he'd been fed so effortlessly. Lillard's passes could only be described as impeccable, each one arriving with flawless precision. The satisfaction of finishing those plays was downright addictive. It almost made him reluctant to put in extra work. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their unspoken camaraderie speaking volumes. Soon, the Summer League of 2012 arrived. There are 2 venues for the event, the Orlando Summer League and the Las Vegas Summer League. The former features 8 participating teams, while the latter boasts 24. The Summer League commenced on July 15th, with the Trail Blazers schedule as follows: July 15th, Hornets vs. Trail Blazers; July 17th, Trail Blazers vs. Rockets; July 19th, Trail Blazers vs. Hawks. A total of 5 games, starting on the 15th and concluding on the 22nd. Meanwhile, the Chinese national men's basketball team has already completed the first 4 legs of their warm-up matches, leaving only the game against Poland on the 21st. Wang Zilin, unwilling to miss this momentous encounter, decided to depart for Europe immediately after playing the first 2 Summer League games. The Trail Blazers' opening Summer League matchup pits them against the Hornets, led by the newly crowned number 1 draft pick, Anthony Davis. For a competition of this caliber, neither the media nor the players take it too seriously. The sole highlight of this game might be the clash between the top draft pick and the 6th and 8th selections. However, the Trail Blazers management is paying close attention. This marks the debut of their newly signed duo, Wang Zilin and Damian Lillard, offering a glimpse into their on-court chemistry. Listen up, boys. This is your first NBA game. Make it count. Especially you, King and Dame. Stay composed, play your game, and don't let the Hornets intimidate you. Interim coach David Vanderpool encouraged the 2 promising rookies after outlining the game plan in the locker room. Dame, we need to dominate this first game decisively, Wang Zilin declared. In his mind, Anthony Davis was destined to become the league's premier power forward, while he himself aimed to claim the title of the NBA's best center. This was the inaugural battle between the future's finest big men, and he was fully prepared. Don't worry, their perimeter defense won't stop me. I'll tear them apart, Lillard responded confidently. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2012-13 NBA Summer League. Tonight's matchup features the home team, the New Orleans Hornets, against the visiting Portland Trail Blazers. The spotlight, of course, falls on China's rising star, Wang Zilin, who will start at center, making him the 6th Chinese player to grace the NBA stage. The commentator on a domestic live stream announced excitedly, "Lao Wang, steady the camera. Zilin about to step onto the court. I want to capture every moment of his NBA debut." Wang Chonghai and his wife were seated in the VIP section of the stadium, witnessing their son's inaugural professional match at close quarters. Though merely a Summer League game, the packed stands spoke volumes about the extraordinary significance of this occasion. For the New Orleans locals, this game marked Anthony Davis' career debut, an event they naturally wouldn't miss. As for Wang Zilin, being a player of Chinese descent meant he commanded attention wherever he went. The Las Vegas Summer League arena was far smaller than the Rose Garden, accommodating only around 4,000 spectators. This actually suited Wang Zilin, who was accustomed to the domestic Zichang Gymnasium, leaving him without a trace of nervousness. Name: Anthony Davis. Team: New Orleans Hornets. Age: 19. Position: power forward. Center: height: 208 centimeters. Weight: 98 kilograms. Hidden physical attributes: lower body strength, 74 upper body strength, 76 speed, 81 explosiveness, 74 agility, 75 vertical leap, 91 defensive abilities, perimeter defense, 65 interior defense, 80 rebounding, 75 shot blocking, 78 steals, 68 overall rating, 77 starter. In his rookie season, the Brow averaged 13.5 points, 8.2 rebounds, and 1.8 blocks per game, though he was thoroughly outshone by Damian Lillard in the Rookie of the Year race. That didn't mean he was weak. On the contrary, Davis showcased formidable defensive prowess early on, even recording a career-high 8 blocks twice in a single season, quickly establishing himself as the Hornets' defensive anchor. Simply put, Davis was still too young, and unfortunately, he happened to share the Western Conference with Lillard, an older rookie already nearing his prime, which dashed his hopes for the Rookie of the Year title. Fortunately, through rigorous training, Wang Zilin had elevated his overall rating to 75, though still 2 points behind Davis. Both were now at the starter level, meaning the gap wasn't insurmountable. Davis' strength lay in defense, while Wang Zilin currently excelled in offense. This matchup could aptly be described as a clash between spear and shield. Chapter 43, 1 versus 68. The New Orleans Hornets will officially announce their rebranding as the New Orleans Pelicans in January next year. Currently, their most formidable player is shooting guard Eric Gordon, acquired last year through a trade with the Clippers. In the late 2011 transaction, the Hornets traded Chris Paul to the Clippers in exchange for Gordon, Chris Kaman, Al-Farouq Aminu, and a 2012 first-round draft pick. Notably, in his debut game for the Hornets, Gordon delivered a clutch shot with just 4.2 seconds remaining, securing an 85-84 victory over the Suns, etched as a defining moment in his NBA career. However, this game-winning shot bears an uncanny resemblance to Tracy McGrady's legendary 35-second, 13-point spectacle, both fleeting moments of brilliance that seemingly came at the cost of their careers. Over his 4 seasons with the Pelicans, Gordon failed to complete a single full regular season, plagued by persistent injuries that limited his availability to barely 50. In 2 words, cursed. Returning to the imminent commencement of the match, the Hornets' starting lineup comprised Austin Rivers, Greaves v. Squez, Aminu, Anthony Davis, and Robin Lopez. Among the quintet, the most formidable presence was undoubtedly the newly debuted Anthony Davis. During warm-ups, Wong Zealand's gaze was riveted upon Anthony Davis, whose slender frame at the time bore an uncanny resemblance to Kevin Durant during his rookie season, lean as a rail. Yet, his wingspan was nothing short of astonishing, evoking the ancient adage of arms extending past the knees. Noticing the scrutiny, Davis glanced back and, upon recognizing Wong Zealand, instinctively offered a bashful smile. Ha ha ha. Davis appeared rather unremarkable when expressionless, yet the moment he smiled, his eyebrows became irresistibly comical, like the long braids of a certain female classmate back in middle school, evoking an almost mischievous urge to set them aflame. Returning the smile, Wong Zealand resumed his warm-up. Beep, beep, beep with the referee's whistle. The game between the Hornets and the Trail Blazers officially commenced. As expected, the Hornets deployed the exceptionally gifted Davis as their center for the opening tip-off, while the Trail Blazers naturally countered with Wong Zealand. Though Davis far surpassed Wong in both leaping ability and speed, the latter's superior height and reach still secured the opening possession for Portland. Did he just anticipate my anticipation? Davis, who had virtually never lost a tip-off in NCAA games, stared in astonishment as Wong Zealand reacted with even swifter reflexes. When it comes to rebounding, physicality matters, but experience matters more. Otherwise, the Worm wouldn't have dominated the league's rebounding title even at the advanced age of 37. In the realm of rebounds, he was an absolute monopolist. Lillard swiftly advanced while his teammates swiftly positioned themselves. Wong Zealand's direct opponent was Robin Lopez, the younger brother of the renowned Lopez twins in the NBA. Although Robin had not achieved the same all-star caliber success as his older sibling, his skills were still sufficient to secure a starting center position on weaker teams. In the first 4 years of his career, Xiao Luo could only be considered a bench player for his team, consistently averaging around 5-3 stats. Moreover, this being his inaugural year with the Hornets, it was inevitable that he would be assigned to the Summer League to enhance his chemistry with the team. No one could have anticipated that this once peripheral role player would officially step into his prime starting this season, with his statistics doubling across the board compared to previous years. This season, Xiao Luo is set to play the entire regular season as a starter, averaging 10 points and 6 rebounds, earning a system rating of 72, making him the most evenly matched opponent Wong Zealand has faced in his position. After a few collisions with Xiao Luo, Wong Zealand quickly discerned that his opponent's strength, as the system indicated, met the baseline standard for an NBA big man. However, it still paled in comparison to his own, compounded by the height disparity. Confidently, Wong Zealand knew he could dominate the matchup. The ball. After securing his position, Wong Zealand reached out for the ball. Damian Lillard's passing instincts were impeccable. No sooner had the words been spoken than he seized the perfect moment to deliver the pass. Facing off against the smaller opponent, Wong executed a swift pivot, effortlessly shielding him aside. With an elegant extension of his long arms, he soared for a graceful dunk. 2 points secured. Exquisite. David Van der Poel shouted excitedly at Wong Zealand. Seeing this scene, Hornets interim coach Harris felt uneasy inside. That opposing number 36 was scoring far too effortlessly. Now it depended on whether someone from his own team could step up and respond. Subconsciously, his gaze fell upon the broad-shouldered young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, clad in jersey number 23. Soon enough, Anthony Davis would show the world exactly why he was the first overall draft pick. Establishing position in the low post, he cleanly received the entry pass. Facing the 2.05 meter tall Hickson, Davis decisively chose to drive past him. Swish, swish. Davis executed a swift crossover dribble before feinting left with a lightning-quick hesitation move. As Hickson's body shifted in response, Davis spun gracefully on his pivot foot, effortlessly gliding past the defender. He charged down the lane like a runaway train. Undeterred by Wong Zealand's desperate attempt to contest, finishing with a delicate reverse hook shot that kissed the glass before dropping through the net. The entire sequence unfolded with breathtaking speed, leaving opponents frozen in his wake. Standing at 6 feet 10 inches, yet moving with the agility of a point guard. Combined with his velvet soft touch around the rim, Davis operated in the paint with surgical precision. Watching those spring-loaded legs propel him, Wong couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Truth be told, Davis' eventual evolution into a defensive player of the year caliber anchor, capable of genuinely guarding all 5 positions, stemmed from his extraordinary athletic gifts, beyond his fragility concerns. Once Davis acclimated to NBA tempo, he became virtually unstoppable. After a momentary lapse, Wong quickly regained his composure. While acknowledging Davis' superior quickness, he took stock of his own formidable strengths. Where you possess speed, I wield power. Let's see who can hold out till the end. Both the top pick and the 8th selection have already made their appearances, so naturally it's time for the 6th pick to take the stage. Receiving the pass from Wong Zealand, Lillard suddenly accelerated down the court at full speed. Oh no! Davis, who had just retreated to the half-court, clearly sensed something amiss. With lightning speed, he sprinted from behind in pursuit. Could this truly be a 6 feet 10 inches giant? His velocity was simply astonishing. Sensing the ominous gust of wind approaching from behind, Lillard casually glanced over his shoulder, only to spot the newly crowned champion Davis towering above the rest. But alas, with a mischievous grin, as the distance between the two players rapidly closed, Lillard abruptly shifted gears again, leaving Davis in his wake with nothing but exhaust fumes. A speed of 94 already placed him in the top tier among point guards in the current league. Few could rival Lillard's velocity. Crossing the three-point line, he launched into a 3-step approach, soaring into the air from 2 strides beyond the free throw line. Boom. What an ethereal one-handed glide and dunk. How infuriating to narrowly miss the block by a hair's breadth. Next possession, I shall reclaim my dignity without fail. Davis, who failed to chase down the defense, picked up the ball with his head down and went out of bounds to inbound it. The Hornets attacked again, and this time it was still Davis who drove into the paint off the pick and roll. Seeing Wong Zealand sliding over, he didn't slow down at all and charged straight ahead. Is this a challenge to face off directly? If you want to fight, then a fight you shall have. Wong Zealand stood firmly in place, calculating the distance between them. As their figures gradually drew closer, he suddenly bent his knees and leapt. Based on past experience, Davis' shooting space was now completely enveloped by him. A block party was about to commence. Then poof, Wong Zealand distinctly sensed that his swinging right hand made no contact with anything whatsoever. In other words, he had punched at thin air. Chapter 44. The empty-handed leader emerges at the very last moment before the collision. Davis executed a swift crossover to evade Wong Zealand's block, effortlessly laying the ball into the basket. A crossover from a 6 feet 10 inches giant, utterly surreal. Witnessing this, everyone around exchanged bewildered glances. Another Kevin Durant in the making? Davis' movements just now truly resembled those of the current NBA superstar Kevin Durant. However, Davis paid no heed to such comparisons. After scoring, he raised his arms and roared triumphantly at the Trailblazers players. His usually comical eyebrows twisted into a fearsome expression in that instant. Well, our number 1 draft pick has consecutively answered the Trailblazers' offensive efforts with these 2 magnificent shots. He's demonstrating to the world precisely why he was chosen as the top pick over all others. AD. Amid the commentators' fervent narration, an increasing number of fans began chanting Davis' nickname. This fellow truly possesses remarkable skills. Feeling the agility of Davis' playing style firsthand, Wong Zealand was still somewhat shaken. Then let's push him to his limits. Lillard responded with an indifferent expression. Subsequently, Wong Zealand and Coach Lillard executed one of the NBA's classic plays, the pick and roll. The pick and roll, as the name suggests, is a fundamental basketball tactic involving a screen set by one player to create space for a teammate to drive toward the basket. It stands as one of the most potent offensive strategies in basketball, yet mastering its nuances is no simple feat. The most iconic example remains the legendary duo of Karl Malone and John Stockton during the Utah Jazz's golden era. Similarly, Wong Zealand and Lillard, both possessing reliable shooting, playmaking, and formidable one-on-one skills in their respective positions, bear a striking resemblance to that historic Jazz partnership. Most crucially, they are team-oriented players who prioritize victory above all, aligning perfectly with the inside-out dynamics of an effective pick-and-roll. Despite having practiced the play for just over a week, Wong and Lillard had already developed a commendable chemistry. As the game resumed, Lillard advanced the ball to the front court, where Wong abandoned his position to set a high screen, marking their first pick-and-roll attempt of the match. Wong successfully sealed off Austin Rivers, who had been trailing Lillard. Sensing an opening, Lillard prepared to slash toward the rim, only for Anthony Davis to step up and cut off his driving lane. Having emerged from the same NCAA pedigree of stardom, Davis was well acquainted with Lillard's tendencies, the pull-up jumper after the screen or the sudden three-point dagger. "You won't score that easily. I've got you figured out." Yet Lillard, unfazed by the stifled drive, calmly raised the ball overhead with his right hand before whipping a no-look pass behind his head. To the post? No. To the perimeter. Wong Zealand positioned himself one step beyond the three-point line, poised and ready to receive the pass with practiced anticipation. At this moment, Wong Zealand found himself completely open. After steadily receiving Lillard's pass, he took a deep breath, raised the ball above his head, bent his wrist slightly, and released the shot swiftly. The first three-point attempt in actual gameplay felt perfect. Bang! Swish! The ball swished through the net. His positioning completely caught Little Lopez off guard. Shouldn't a center dominate the paint under the basket? What kind of play is this, venturing out to shoot? The opposing number 36 actually possesses shooting capabilities? This is a big man who can shoot. Under the astonished gazes of the Hornets players and coaching staff, Wong Zealand exhaled onto his right palm before playfully mimicking a pistol gesture toward them. "Joke's on you. Why would I charge headlong into your defensive encirclement in the paint? Robin, that guy can shoot. Keep an eye on him." The Hornets coach cautioned Lopez Jr. "Got it," Lopez replied, though uncertain he gnawed at him. A true inside-out center was still a rarity in today's NBA, making such players notoriously difficult to defend. The Hornets' offense once again ran through Davis, but this time, his attempt faltered. After Hickson repeatedly failed to contain him, Wong Zealand shifted his focus, positioning himself to cut off Davis' driving lane the next time he broke through. Recognizing the danger, Davis swiftly dished the ball out, only for the sharp-eyed Lillard to intercept the pass mid-flight. Unselfish as ever, Lillard launched a long outlet pass to Barton, who had sprinted ahead of the pack. Barton, a scoring-oriented swingman drafted by the team that year, had entered the league as the 40th pick, far less heralded than Lillard or Wong. Though wiry and lacking physicality, his athleticism and explosive first step were undeniable. Seizing this rare spotlight, the practice dunk artist treated the crowd to a windmill slam over the Hornets' undefended rim. The Las Vegas arena erupted once more in awe. Now that's a proper energy boost. The pick-and-roll coordination between Paul, King, and Damian is already showing promising results. It appears our top draft pick is about to suffer his first defeat on his NBA journey. Inside an opulent luxury box, Trail Blazers general manager Neil Oldie and team owner Paul Allen are both intently watching this game. After observing these few exchanges, Oldie has essentially concluded that the opposing Hornets stand no chance against their own squad. Victory is now within effortless reach. Ha ha ha, King and Damian indeed performed quite well. Let us hope they can maintain this winning momentum into the regular season. After all, it's merely the Summer League. Had it not been for the three highly anticipated rookie prospects in this game, Paul Allen wouldn't have bothered to attend. Hee. I trust they won't disappoint the fans. The game continued, yet our top draft pick and the Hornets he led were destined for tragedy today. Even the mightiest fists cannot prevail against four hands. This refers to the outstanding performance of Anthony Davis in this game. With an impressive stat line of 33 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks, Davis has utterly captivated everyone in attendance. Indeed, this young man possesses extraordinary talent. Yet the Hornets still lost, and by a staggering 13-point margin. The unstoppable Damian Lillard dominated the perimeter, leading his team with 26 points and 9 assists, narrowly missing a 25-10 stat line. Making his NBA debut, Wong Zealand showcased remarkable efficiency, hitting 9 of 14 shots, including a perfect 1 from beyond the arc, delivering 19 points and 12 rebounds without even factoring in free throws. Just shy of a 20-10 performance. Though merely a summer league game, this display undeniably cements his status as a Tier 1 talent among his rookie peers. Wong Zealand proves he stands shoulder to shoulder with his American counterparts. This fact filled domestic media with immense pride, prompting extensive coverage immediately after the match. It's particularly noteworthy that 5 of Lillard's 9 assists directly benefited his teammate, showcasing their remarkable chemistry. In today's battle, the Trail Blazers dynamic duo combined for 45 points, leaving the top draft pick's impressive 30-point, 15-rebound double-double in bitter defeat. Watching Anthony Davis' dejected expression after the loss, Wong Zealand could barely resist adding insult to injury. "My friend, your tenure as the empty stats king has only just begun on its first day. You've got a long road ahead." However, captivated by those comically expressive eyebrows, Wang Zilan ultimately decided to ease off the accelerator. Chapter 45. Rendezvous in Poland 2 days later. The Trailblazers encountered their second opponent in the Summer League, the Houston Mosaics. The Mosaic team is currently in a rebuilding phase, having failed to secure any promising talents in this year's draft, particularly lacking interior players who could challenge Wang Zilan. His teammates understand this marks Wang Zilan's final Summer League game of his rookie season before joining the national team. Thus, head coach David Vanderpool granted him full autonomy over his playing time, while teammates actively set him up for scoring opportunities. After all, those earlier gifts weren't for nothing. With perfect timing, favorable conditions, and unwavering support, today was destined to be a massacre. In his second career game, Wang Zilan launched an astonishing 28 attempts, sinking 15 of 22 pointers and a dismal 1 of 8 from beyond the arc, along with 4 free throws, culminating in a career-high 37 points, complemented by 11 rebounds and 2 blocks. The sheer volume of three-point attempts, 8, alone speaks volumes about how exhilarated he was, though the 12.5 accuracy was admittedly awkward. Still, it hardly detracted from his overall dominance. The game's second biggest beneficiary, Damian Lillard, recorded 15 points and a career-high 18 assists. Wang Zilan logged nearly 40 minutes, a feat only possible in the Summer League's lower-intensity environment, as his 68-rated stamina would never endure such exertion in the NBA regular season. This all-out battle revealed his physical limits. In a regular season game, expending energy at this rate would likely leave him gassed after just 2.5 quarters. Stamina has become his most pressing issue. Originally inheriting only 64 stamina points from JaVale McGee, he has painstakingly raised it to 68 over 2 months. During this rapid development phase, 2 months of grueling training yielded a mere 4-point improvement. Indeed, hard work is merely supplementary. Pay to win remains the true path to dominance. Wang Zilan shifted his gaze to the accumulated fan points that had been untouched for months, now exceeding 7 million. Ultimately, he decided to wait a little longer, until reaching 10 million, to make one grand move. Starting from the 18th, the Chinese men's basketball team would embark on their Olympic journey, with their first stop being Poland. There, they would play their final 2 warm-up matches before the London Olympics, after which they would fly directly to London to participate in the opening ceremony. The Polish Basketball Federation officially scheduled the 2 warm-up matches for 5:00 p.m. local time on the 21st and 3:30 p.m. on the 22nd, giving Wang Zilan ample time to adjust to the time difference. According to the FIBA rankings for Olympic warm-up matches, the Chinese men's basketball team's record stood at 3 wins and 3 losses, barely surpassing the 50 mark. However, compared to previous Olympic warm-up tournaments, this edition was undoubtedly one of the lowest quality. Why is that so? This year has witnessed a groundbreaking transformation. FIBA has officially abolished the Diamond Cup. The Diamond Cup has traditionally been a pre-Olympic tournament where participating nations fielded their full-strength Olympic squads. During the Sydney, Athens, and Kyoto Olympics 4 years ago, China's national basketball team competed against complete rosters in the Diamond Cup, gaining valuable insights into their opponents' true capabilities. However, with this year's cancellation of the Diamond Cup, the Chinese team faced Russia, Serbia, and Australia in matches where their opponents primarily fielded youth teams. The level of competition was incomparable to that of the actual Olympic Games. Even the so-called American All-Star team hyped by the media at the outset, the majority of players on that team couldn't even secure a spot in the NBA G League. What is there to be proud of defeating such opponents? This warm-up match was undoubtedly a failure for the Chinese men's basketball team. As the ancients wisely stated, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Yet this time, the team couldn't even grasp their opponent's capabilities. No wonder they suffered 5 consecutive humiliating defeats at the Olympics, marking an unprecedented disgrace in 2 decades. On the afternoon of July 18th at 3 p.m., Wang Zilan arrived in Poland, located in Central Europe, accompanied by his parents, and successfully reported to the men's basketball training center. "King, you finally arrived. Do you know how long I've been waiting for you? The flowers are wilting with anticipation," exclaimed the portly Deng Huada with overwhelming enthusiasm upon seeing Wang's arrival. "Coach Deng, please restrain yourself. This is highly inappropriate," Wang Zilan retorted, deftly pushing Deng into Yao Ming's embrace. It takes a stout man to conquer another stout man. It had been some time since we last saw Yao Ming, and his weight was visibly increasing at a noticeable pace. He no longer possessed the physique of his athletic days, gradually evolving into the portly figure we now recognize. After the brief exchange of pleasantries and the initial reporting formalities, The first order of business was a medical examination, not the rigorous physical assessments of an athlete, but rather a routine checkup concerning general health. Of course, these formalities were merely procedural. Everyone knew they were just for show. The true significance lay in the press conference scheduled for the following day at 10:30 a.m., where Wang Zhilin's official return to the national team would be announced. At the press conference, Wang Zhilin, the 8th overall pick in this year's NBA draft, announced his return, which significantly strengthens the national team. The main attendees were Wang Zhilin, team leader Yao Ming, and head coach Deng Huada. The reporters here were much more amiable compared to those in the U.S., asking considerate questions that maintained harmony, quite tactful indeed. By the time the press conference concluded, 2 hours had elapsed, when Wang Zilin and Yao Ming returned to the National Basketball Training Center. They fortuitously arrived just in time for lunch and proceeded directly to the arena's dining hall. My goodness. The spread was nearly as sumptuous as a Chinese New Year's Eve banquet. Fish, meat, and even lobster. But is indulging in such delicacies truly advisable? Watching Sun Dashing devouring a large chicken leg, Wang Zilin fell into deep contemplation. I recall during our domestic training sessions, the dietary regimen was rather stringent. How did it come to this? Noticing Wang Zilin's astonishment, Chairman Yao patted him on the shoulder and remarked, "The higher-ups always advocate that athletes must not endure hardship before competitions, you understand." "Very well. I suppose this is what they call adapting to national circumstances. Now I comprehend." Wang Zilin shook his head and signaled his ever-present trainer Tom Bruce to start preparing lunch. However, with each bite, the meal seemed increasingly flavorless and unpalatable, as he observed his teammates devouring their food with gusto. The ambitious confidence he had carried upon arriving in Poland now felt utterly worthless. Could his presence truly affect any meaningful change for this struggling national basketball team before him? The upcoming London Olympics will witness the Chinese men's basketball team suffering 5 consecutive defeats with a staggering 132-point deficit. The root cause being the abrupt retirement of the golden generation from 2008, particularly with the departure of their core player Yao Ming, whose exit stripped the team of a superstar capable of competing against world powerhouses. This sudden void left the players, accustomed to tactics revolving around Yao, utterly disoriented on the court. Truth be told, in the years following Yao's unexpected retirement, the national team's performance in international competitions was nothing short of dismal. Wang Zhilin, uncertain of his ability to make an impact in the upcoming London Games, found himself grappling with the immense pressure. Still too young and lacking Yao's dominant presence from 2008. All he could do was roll up his sleeves and strive forward, pushing his limits as far as possible. Alas, what a formidable challenge. "Zilin, why are you dining alone here so quietly?" Suddenly, a deep voice tinged with a Cantonese accent emerged from behind. Chapter 46, The Worst of Times. The Best of Yi Jianlian. "Brother Yi, Diji." Wang Zilin looked up and saw Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhiji approaching. "What's the matter? Feeling a bit out of place?" After sitting down, Wang Zhiji raised the chicken breast in his hand. Wang Zilin suddenly noticed that Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhiji's plates contained not the lavish dishes enjoyed by Sun Yu and others, but rather nutritional meals quite similar to his own. Get used to it. This is just how they are. Even Yao Ming back in the day couldn't change anything. "We just have to do our best," Wang Zhiji remarked with a resigned smile, shaking his head slightly. Yi Jianlian, on the other hand, remained silent, his focus fixed on the vegetable salad before him. As Wang Zhiji had said, he had long grown accustomed to such circumstances. Came the quiet acknowledgement. Gazing upon Wang Zhiji and Yi Jianlian before him, Wang Zilin finally understood he was not alone in his path. At least their presence lent some meaning to his perseverance. By July 21st, the Chinese men's basketball team would face Poland in their inaugural match. Having returned from the United States, Wang Zilin naturally assumed the starting center position without hesitation. The most formidable player on the Polish squad was undoubtedly their white center, Marcin Gortat, the very Polish hammer as fans affectionately called him. The previous season with the Phoenix Suns, he had averaged an impressive 15 points, 10 rebounds, and 1.5 blocks per game. As a second-round 27th pick in the NBA draft, the immense dedication and perseverance Gobert must have exerted to achieve his current stature is truly remarkable. However, as the saying goes, one man's hero is another man's villain. Setting aside other considerations, the stark divergence in national stances alone compels Wang Zilin to exert his utmost efforts to secure this victory. A rating of 77 indeed presents a worthy adversary. Through the system interface, Wang swiftly discerned Gortat's capabilities and technical attributes. His strengths lie in exceptional mobility, proficiency in pick-and-roll cuts, and a reliable mid-range shooting ability, rendering him a formidable offensive presence. However, his limitations are equally pronounced, physical deficiencies being the most glaring, which relegated him to a mid-second-round draft selection. This is a skilled big man whose game leans heavily toward offense rather than defense, granting Wang full confidence in overpowering him physically. The starting lineup for Team China features Wang Zilin, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fangyu, Wang Shipeng, and Chen Jianghua. This quintet arguably represents the nation's most formidable basketball ensemble at present. Among them, Liu Wei and Zhu Fangyu are seasoned veterans with nearly a decade of national team service, and this London campaign marks their Olympic swan song. As for Chen Jianghua, these games serve as both his crowning performance and final flicker of brilliance. Fortunately, Wang has also stumbled upon an unforeseen revelation. The host embarks on his national team journey. Due to FIBA's differing regulations, his abilities will undergo recalibration. International court ratings as follows. Name: Wang Zilin. Affiliation: Chinese national men's basketball team, NBA Portland Trail Blazers. Age: 18. Position: center. Height: 216 centimeters. Weight: 130 kilograms. Overall rating: 84. Wang Zilin never anticipated his international rating would surpass his NBA evaluation by 9 points, 75 to 84, nearly leaping 2 entire tiers. Several skills have seen marked improvement. Long-range shooting ascended from 62 to 68. My interior defense has improved from 68 to 80. My blocking ability has surged from 58 to 70. His rebounding prowess skyrocketed most dramatically, leaping directly from 65 to 85. This sudden surge in ability filled him with greater confidence to face the opponents in the upcoming Olympic main event. After reviewing his new ratings under FIBA rules, Wang Zilin glanced at the ratings of his national teammates. Wang Zhizhi, 75. Wang Shipeng, 69. Chen Jianghua, 68. Zhu Fangyu, 67. Liu Wei, 66. Ding Jinhui, 65. Sun Yu, 62. Every player on the Chinese men's basketball team exceeded a rating of 60 in international competitions, with the highest-rated ones being the standout performers of the London Olympics. The lowest rating, surprisingly, belonged to the once-celebrated prodigy, Sun Yu. Recalling Sun Yu's performance in the 2012 Olympics, Wang Zilin sighed in resignation. Injuries and lack of discipline had stripped this former golden boy of his former glory. But what truly astonished him was Yi Jianlian's overall rating. Name: Yi Jianlian. Team: Chinese men's basketball national team. Age: 28. Position: power forward. Center. Height: 213 centimeters. Weight: 114 kilograms. Post up: 75. Layup: 90. Mid-range shot: 80. Long-range shot: 67. Dunk: 82. Perimeter defense: 45. Interior defense: 62. Rebounding: 90. Block: 64. Overall rating: 88. Talent skills: only activates in international competitions. Finisher: silver. When attempting layups or dunks, movements are less likely to be disrupted, reducing interference from physical contact by 10. Sharpshooter: silver. Within 3 seconds of receiving a pass, the difficulty of shooting decreases by 5. You've got to be kidding me. At this moment, Wang Zilin could scarcely believe what he was witnessing before his very eyes. Yi Jianlian's capabilities under international regulations had astonishingly reached an 88 rating, accompanied by 2 innate skills, albeit the most basic silver-tier ones. Particularly the first skill, finisher, was practically divine for an inside player. How he wished it were his own. Yet upon deeper reflection, he inexplicably felt that perhaps even an 88 rating might be an underestimation. During Yi Jianlian's tenure in the CBA, his consistent averages of 20 points and 10 rebounds per game had seemed merely ordinary at the time. However, when competing in international tournaments, Yi Jianlian consistently maintains an impressive average of 20 points and 10 rebounds per game. Ultimately, it is on the international stage where a player's true caliber is most rigorously tested. To be perfectly candid, Yi Jianlian's statistics in international competitions are undoubtedly of superstar caliber. Even Yao Ming might hesitate to claim he could surpass those numbers. During the World Championships 2 years prior, he delivered an impressive average of 20 points and 10 rebounds per game, not only securing the title of rebounding leader, but also earning a spot in the tournament's all-star lineup. He became the first Chinese player to achieve such remarkable averages in a major global competition. At the London Olympics this year, he elevated his performance even further, particularly in the match against Spain, where he delivered the finest game of his international career, 30 points and 12 rebounds. Yet he managed to score over the towering Gasol brothers and the league's elite interior defender Ibaka. In the post-Yao Ming era, Yi Jianlian stood as the Chinese national basketball team's most reliable three-point shooter, defensive anchor, mid-range marksman, and interior scoring threat on the international stage. He served as both the originator and finisher of every offensive scheme. Later generations would lament, "Our fortune was having Yi Jianlian. Our misfortune was having only Yi Jianlian." For Wang Zilin, it was a stroke of misfortune to arrive during Chinese basketball's darkest era, yet simultaneously a blessing to witness the brilliance of Yi Jianlian at his peak. Chapter 47. Moving into the Olympic Village, the warm-up match commenced as the two centers met at midcourt for the opening tip-off. Wang Zilin effortlessly outmaneuvered the Polish hammer, securing the first possession for Team China. Liu Wei swiftly dribbled the ball downcourt, calling out, "Here." Wang Shipong sprinted into an open position, raising his hands to demand the ball. Without hesitation, Liu Wei delivered the pass. The recipient caught it and decisively took the shot, only for the ball to clang off the rim. The rebound. Oh. Before Zhu Fengyu could finish his sentence, the horrifying scene before him left him utterly dumbfounded. Wang Zilin had already anticipated that Wang Shipong's shot would likely miss, positioning himself early to charge for the rebound. "I actually couldn't budge him?" The Polish hammer beside him attempted to shove Wang Zilin aside with his body, yet the latter stood as immovable as a mountain, unwavering. "If I were to be pushed aside so easily, that bastard Mahone would surely leap all the way from the States to finish me off." A faint smile curled at the corners of Wang Zilin's lips as he timed his leap perfectly the moment the basketball bounced off the rim. With a single-handed grab of the offensive rebound, he gathered the ball mid-air with both hands before slamming it through the hoop with tremendous force. The unfortunate Polish hammer beneath him was sent sprawling across the court by this sudden, overwhelming power. "Give it up, foolish Poles. Victory shall not be yours." Wang Zilin uttered coldly without sparing another glance at the fallen Polish hammer, striding swiftly toward the center of the court. Any delay would likely invite a beating. The arena froze as if time had stood still for several seconds before Polish fans erupted in horrified shrieks. "Murder. This is murder. Referee, swiftly banish this executioner beyond the boundaries." Marcin Gortat, a man capable of securing a starting position in the NBA while averaging 15 points and 10 rebounds per game, also holds the distinction of being the first Polish player to reach the finals with the Orlando Magic. Undoubtedly the greatest figure in Polish basketball history. His status among Polish fans is nothing short of divine, akin to Yao Ming's revered position among Chinese basketball enthusiasts. Yet now, this deity in their hearts has been unceremoniously dunked upon by an unknown nobody. Such an indignity would be unbearable for any devoted follower. What? How should we proceed? The three referees on the sidelines exchanged bewildered glances, their wide eyes locked in an awkward silence. By both basketball regulations and entertainment standards, it was undeniably a spectacular play, yet, fortunately, the Polish officials retained some semblance of dignity, their whistles remaining tightly clenched between teeth, never sounding the call. Oh dear, they actually displayed more sportsmanship than the so-called Great Cold Peninsula, which is commendable. Then let us swiftly put an end to this agony for you. As expected, the Polish men's basketball team suffered a crushing defeat, losing to China by a staggering score of 108-77. Wang Zilin dominated the game with an impressive performance, scoring a game-high 33 points, grabbing 15 rebounds, and blocking 4 shots. Since Yao Ming's retirement, the Chinese men's basketball team has rarely achieved such an overwhelming and exhilarating victory. Yet as Liu Wei and the others gazed upon Wang Zilin standing proudly on the court, they seemed to catch glimpses of that legendary figure who once donned the crimson number 13 jersey. This surreal moment felt like a dream, utterly exhilarating. "Brother Yao, I won't be playing in tomorrow's warm-up match. I'm afraid if I continue, the Polish fans might storm the court to take me out." Although Wang Zilin's words carried a hint of exaggeration, Yao Ming glanced at the small group of red-eyed fans by the sidelines who already viewed Wang as if he had murdered their fathers, and silently nodded in agreement. Wang Zilin wasn't truly afraid of being attacked. In truth, he wanted to assess the national team's strength without him, allowing him to better gauge the level of their upcoming Olympic opponents. "You played way too aggressively, kid. After all, this is their home turf. You should have left them some dignity." Nevertheless, Yi Jianlian's face was brimming with exhilaration. Ever since Yao Ming's retirement, he had braced himself for the worst scenarios, yet unexpectedly found a glimmer of hope in the direst circumstances. Though he didn't take many shots in this game, he still managed an efficient 6 of 11 from the field, including 1 of 2 from beyond the arc, securing an economical double-double of 13 points and 10 rebounds. All right, brother E. You've been grinning nonstop. Quit pretending, Wang Zhilin teased with feigned indifference. Ha. This time, he didn't retort, but simply chuckled foolishly. His mind already wandering to visions of the future, how he and Wang Zhilin might uphold the glory of the 08 golden generation on the international stage in the coming years. The next day, Wang Zhilin indeed didn't play, yet the men's basketball team still clinched a victory, albeit a nail-biter. 3 players from the Chinese squad scored in double digits. Core player Yi Jianlian with 22 points, 10 rebounds, 3 assists, and 3 steals, Qin Zhonghua with 14 points, 4 rebounds, and 3 steals, and Wang Zhizhi contributing 10 points. Off the bench, Sun Yu added 8 points and 3 assists, while Lu Wei chipped in 5 points and 2 rebounds. With just 9.5 seconds left, the score was deadlocked at 74-74. It was veteran Lu Wei who stepped up to the free throw line, sinking one of 2 attempts to edge ahead by a single point. In the final moments, Poland's inbound pass was intercepted by Zhou Ping in a game-sealing steal, extinguishing their hopes of victory. Ultimately, China triumphed over Poland, 75-74. That night, head coach Bob Dunwald quietly slipped into Yao Ming's room, seemingly deep in discussion. Yao, I never realized how pivotal King is to this current squad. Without him, it's like an entirely different team, Dunwald mused. The Chinese team struggle against Poland, a squad that hadn't even secured an Olympic berth. Without Wang Zhilin was something Dunwald hadn't anticipated, stirring unease about the upcoming Olympic campaign. Sigh. Truthfully, part of the blame lies with my abrupt retirement. It robbed Yi and the others of crucial years to mature. Yao Ming, deeply dissatisfied with the team's performance, couldn't help but shoulder some responsibility. In his prime, Poland had been nothing more than a footnote. Fortunately, your country promptly produced a Wang Zhilin to inherit your position. Otherwise, the path for Chinese men's basketball would have narrowed significantly. Indeed, we desperately needed him. On July 22, 2012, Wang Zhilin joined the Chinese national basketball team to assemble with the entire sports delegation before heading straight to London. This marked his first Olympic experience across both lifetimes, overwhelming him with indescribable excitement. The sensation of wearing his nation's colors was utterly magnificent. Brother Alien, what was your experience like when you first participated in the Olympic Games? Were you nervous? Or perhaps exhilarated? Do you feel somewhat at a loss? After arriving in London, the Chinese sports delegation settled into the Olympic Village. Unable to contain his excitement, Wang Zhilin asked Yi Jianlian about his first experience competing for the nation at the Olympics. If memory serves, Yi's Olympic debut was at the 2004 Athens Games. 8 long years have passed since then. I was also in Europe for my first Olympics back then. He reminisced with a chuckle. I knew nothing and was quite nervous, but thankfully Yao Ming and the others guided me through it. Seeing the young man's enthusiasm, he cheerfully shared tales of his past. Since you've been to Europe before, Brother E, why not show me around? The opening ceremony is still 5 days away. All right then. Observing Wang Zhilin's restless eagerness, Yi Jianlian recalled his own intense curiosity when he first arrived in Europe and thus acquiesced. This so-called stroll was merely an aimless wandering within the Olympic Village, after all. Known for his reserved demeanor, Yi Jianlian was equally unfamiliar with these surroundings and dared not let Wang venture too far. Yet this was no ordinary village. Rather than a mere village, it is more akin to a city within a city, comprising 818 apartment buildings that house approximately 17,000 athletes and officials from over 200 countries and regions. The complex boasts a grand dining hall capable of accommodating 5,000 people, offering an extensive array of culinary delights ranging from fresh fruits to crispy fries, featuring both international delicacies and traditional British cuisine. Additional amenities include cinemas, supermarkets, banks, post offices, internet cafes, medical facilities, and state-of-the-art fitness centers, all supported by 8,000 dedicated volunteers catering to the athletes' needs. Most notably, the organizing committee has planned to distribute around 150,000 condoms to participants. After all, it's perfectly natural for athletes to possess abundant energy. Mutual understanding prevails. Chapter 48. Dunking over the Little Gasol on July 28, 2012, at 4:00 a.m. The grand opening ceremony of the London Olympics commenced. Beneath the night sky, the resonant chime of the colossal bell suspended within the main stadium echoed gracefully, as if extending a warm welcome to the world's finest athletes. The theme of this magnificent event, Isles of Wonder. The focus is on showcasing the history, culture, and modern societal charm of the British Isles. It must be acknowledged that hosting the Olympics in peacetime is undoubtedly a significant symbol of a nation's grandeur. Since London, the capital of England, defeated Paris in 2005 to become the host city for the 30th Summer Olympic Games, the entire country and its people have been preparing in various ways for this grand ceremony. From July 2005 onwards, whether in newspapers, radio, television, or online, there was an almost daily bombardment of Olympic-related sports news. At such a pivotal moment, everyone and everything had to make way for it. Wang Zilin, dressed in a tracksuit embroidered with the national flag, joined the formation alongside all the national team athletes. The Olympic flame was reignited in London, and his heart swelled with exhilaration. As a member of the Chinese sports delegation, standing amidst the grandeur of the opening ceremony filled Wang Zilin's soul with profound pride and fervor. Playing in the NBA fulfilled his personal basketball aspirations, yet competing in the Olympics carried the weight of representing his motherland. The distinction between these experiences was truly incomparable. Now, Wang Zilin is beginning to comprehend why Yao Ming never declined a national team call-up in his era, and why Yi Jianlian endured countless mockeries and humiliations while carrying the weight of Chinese men's basketball for over a decade. Only when one ascends to a certain altitude within their own domain do they profoundly realize the word nation sometimes truly outweighs all else. Wang Zilin's heart swelled with emotion as he gazed upon Yi Jianlian, clad in a crimson blazer and pristine white trousers, proudly bearing the five-starred flag at the forefront of the Chinese sports delegation. In this sublime moment, he was overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of national pride. The Olympic men's basketball schedule this year lacks the buffer days seen in the 2008 edition. The opening ceremony falls on the 28th, followed immediately by the first basketball match against Spain, the strongest team in Group B, on the 29th. Compared to 4 years ago, the Spanish squad has grown even more formidable. Their interior boasts NBA stars like the Gasol brothers and Ibaka, while the perimeter is fortified by NBA-caliber players such as Navarro, Fernandez, and Calderon. Across the Olympic basketball landscape, Spain in its golden era remains the most capable challenger to the American Dream Team. In stark contrast, China's national team has regressed over these 4 years. Not only have they lost Yao Ming, but their veteran core Wang Zhizhi, now 35, retains offensive prowess yet struggles defensively. The new cornerstone, Yi Jianlian, has been relegated to a bench role in the NBA. Though the post-Yao Chinese team clinched victories at the Guangzhou Asian Games and Wuhan Asian Championships, the perilous journey left fans uneasy. As for the much-hyped rising star Wang Zilin, regrettably, Yi Jianlian was selected as the 6th overall pick back then, while Wang Zilin, merely ranked 8th. How could one possibly place high expectations upon you? Thus, after the magnificent opening ceremony concluded, Wang Zilin could distinctly sense the palpable tension among his teammates that very evening. Although figures like Yao Ming and head coach Deng Huada had emphasized that the match against Spain was primarily for training purposes, with the team's main adversaries being Australia and the host nation, Great Britain, in the subsequent games. Placed in Group B, the Chinese men's basketball team was slated to compete against Spain, Russia, Australia, Brazil, and the host country, Great Britain. To advance from the group stage, they would need to secure victories over the relatively weaker opponents, Australia and Great Britain. This was the benchmark set by the higher-ups for the Chinese team to break into the top 8. Yet the undeniable truth remains that even the renowned coach Gong Luming openly admitted before the match it would be challenging for the men's basketball team to break into the top 8 this time, with a top 10 finish representing their expected performance level. This statement ignited a fire within every player's heart when fighting for their nation's honor. Who wouldn't burn with the desire to emerge victorious? On the evening of the 29th, the Chinese men's basketball team faced Spain, the tournament favorites second only to the American Dream Team, in their Olympic debut. The starting lineup for China featured Wang Zilin, Yi Jianlian, Zhu Fengyu, Wang Shipeng, and Liu Wei. Wang Zilin stood on the court, surveying the opposing players, the towering 96-rated Pau Gasol, the formidable 92-rated Marc Gasol, the elusive 76-rated Spanish dagger Rudy Fernandez, the crafty 78-rated Josh Calderon, the agile 75-rated Sergio Yui, and the imposing 80-rated Serge Ibaka resting on the bench. How were they supposed to compete against this? The Spanish men's basketball team's roster left Wang Zilin utterly spellbound. Could this truly be the legendary golden generation that narrowly lost to Team USA by merely 7 points in the finals? He vividly recalled in his previous life, when he genuinely faced such an overwhelmingly dominant Spanish team. Against all odds and expectations, he led the Chinese men's basketball team to fiercely battle through 3 quarters before succumbing to defeat. Individually, he delivered an impressive double-double of 30 points and 12 rebounds. Truly, the captain demonstrated why he was the undisputed leader. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to China Sports Channel's live broadcast of the first men's basketball match at the London Olympics between our national team and the Spanish squad. Let's examine the starting lineups of both teams. As commentators Zhang and Yu provide their analysis, the players from both sides have gathered around the center circle. The jump ball will be contested between our promising young talent Wang Zilin and Spain's NBA All-Star center Marc Gasol. Excellent work by Wang Zilin, securing the opening possession for Team China. Wang Zilin out-jumped Marc Gasol for the opening tip, directing the ball to Liu Wei. Following pre-game tactical instructions, Liu deliberately slowed the tempo to initiate a half-court offense. By the time he crossed midcourt, both teams had already established their positions. Under FIBA rules where defensive 3-second violations don't exist, the advantage for interior players becomes profoundly magnified, with the Gasol brothers camping in the paint like twin polar bears. Compounded by Wang Zilin's even more imposing frame towering over them, the entire restricted area became utterly congested. Beyond the three-point line, Liu Wei passed the ball to Zhu Fengyu on the right flank before initiating an off-ball movement around the half-court. The moment Zhu received the pass, he found himself tightly marked by Fernandez. As seasoned veterans of international competitions, Zhu and Wang, with their lethal three-point shooting prowess, commanded relentless defensive attention from opponents. Recognizing no immediate opportunity, Zhu Fengyu exercised caution, dribbling twice with measured control before swiftly dishing the ball to Wang Zilin in the low post on the right. Seizing the chance for an isolation play, Yi Jianlian promptly vacated the paint, successfully drawing Gasol out of position, both due to Yi's credible perimeter threat and Gasol's unwavering confidence in his younger brother's ability to single-handedly stifle any international frontcourt player. With an 86 lower body strength and 84 upper body strength, already elite tier by NBA standards, Marc Gasol was formidable. Yet, fate pit him against Wang Zilin, who had inherited the sheer force of Shaq. The instant Wang secured the ball, Marc Gasol bodied him up. Undeterred, Wang wasted no time, bulldozing his way inside with unyielding physicality. Whoosh, 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 thud, thud. The clash between the interior players was destined to be brimming with masculine intensity. The heavy panting and thunderous collisions of muscle against muscle reverberating through everyone's psyche. An even more astonishing spectacle unfolded. Wang Zilin, the young prodigy from China, was actually forcing the all-star center behind him to retreat step by step through sheer post-up dominance. The sheer power of this kid, while inwardly stunned, Marc Gasol distinctly felt Wang's elbow persistently lodged against his chest the moment they made contact. With every exertion of force from Wang, his elbow would invariably, and seemingly inadvertently, grind against Gasol in what could only be described as an aggressive display of affection to the spectators and referees nearby. These maneuvers appeared entirely within the bounds of normal play. Yet, Gasol alone bore the silent torment, unable to voice his grievances. Wang's performance evoked in Gasol memories of his own teammate, the Black Bear Zach Randolph. Is this kid truly just a 19-year-old? Gasol wondered. Where on earth did he learn these old-school tricks? At last, Wang Zilin arrived in the paint, the Dunk Emperor mode activated. With a swift spin move, he nudged Gasol aside and soared toward the rim. His legs lifted naturally, denying Gasol any chance to reposition, before slamming it down right over his opponent. Ayah! After completing the dunk, Wang Zilin couldn't help but roar at Gasol. Chapter 49. Reflections on Sanjiang. We are about to be featured on Sanjiang. We are about to be featured on Sanjiang. We are about to be featured on Sanjiang. Important words must be repeated 3 times. As an inexperienced newcomer, I unexpectedly received the opportunity for Sanjiang recommendation. To be honest, it was quite astonishing. This is my second novel, and compared to the first one, the difference is like heaven and earth. I have many emotions, but don't know where to begin. After receiving the news yesterday, I was excited all day and only managed to write a little over 1,000 words. Truthfully, I went to play basketball with my roommate. A proper way to relax. I hope everyone understands. I am. First and foremost, my deepest gratitude goes to the most dashing editor of our esteemed literary group, the incomparable Spicy Noodle, for securing the coveted Triple River recommendation spot for Golden Boy. My sincerest thanks, profound appreciation, boundless gratitude. At the same time, I am profoundly grateful to all the readers who have supported this book. The achievements it has attained thus far would not have been possible without your unwavering encouragement and patronage. My deepest appreciation. Tomorrow, April 4th at 2 p.m., marks the commencement of a week-long Sanjiang recommendation period, followed by another week of strong promotion before the official release. This happens to be the sole sports competition novel featured in this edition of Sanjiang, and I sincerely hope for your generous support. During the Sanjiang period, your frequent clicks and recommendation votes would be immensely appreciated. As for monthly votes, while deeply coveted, they shall remain entirely at your discretion, bestowed or withheld according to your will. Following the Sanjiang promotion comes the official release, whose particulars shall be elaborated in the release statement. Allow me but a brief mention here. The time has come again to make solemn vows. On the inaugural day of release, barring unforeseen calamities, expect explosive updates. Though my fingers may lack dexterity, this auspicious beginning must be seized, for we Chinese all cherish favorable omens to herald future fortune. Rest assured. Additional chapters shall reward your monthly votes and generous donations, all meticulously recorded in the author's backend, to be repaid through bountiful updates upon release. In the blink of an eye, Jinzai has turned 22. Nearly a year has passed since my boisterous entry into the web novel realm. What began as a humble endeavor to supplement university expenses has seen this minor struggler evolve into a more seasoned one. For this transformation, I offer my profound gratitude for your steadfast support. Under the vast literary sky, where sports narratives intertwine with human drama, allow me to illuminate several celestial bodies that have graced our firmament. The venerable A-Ball's Purpose has recently unveiled his latest masterpiece. Reincarnated Yuming dominates the basketball world. This luminary's work served as the celestial muse that guided my own journey into the realm of basketball reincarnation literature during those contemplative pandemic days. Other constellations in this brilliant galaxy include The Star Next Door by Whispering Bard, Abyssal Archbishop by Lord of Sports Trinity, The Bouldering Stone of Basketball by Backboard Bulldozer, Pride Before the Fall by Elder Wong, Signing the NBA Court, Forging an Invincible Vanguard by Fading Glory. The Art of Perfect Shooting by Shaoxiang Prodigy. The Pantheon further includes luminous talents like Silent Waters, Eggplant Sage, Microphone Virtuoso, and Beloved Coach, celestial beings whose brilliance needs no herald, yet deserve honorable mention in our cosmic chronicle. After all, our sports channel belongs to a rather niche category. Let's encourage each other and hope our sports section continues to improve and thrive. Well, that's all for now. I must return to my writing duties, still 2 days short of delivering the promised holiday triple updates. What a melancholic predicament. Chapter 50. Never lose to Australia again. Panting heavily after suffering a covert setback, Xiao Jia clenched his fists tightly, only to release them moments later. Just you wait, humph, he muttered under his breath. According to FIFA regulations, accumulating 5 fouls mandates an immediate ejection from the match. Reckless infractions would prove severely detrimental to one's national team. He must swallow his pride and endure this humiliation, even if it means gritting his teeth and bearing the unbearable. TCH, failing to provoke his opponent. Wang Zealand ceased his persistent taunts. Mark, is that youngster truly formidable? You actually couldn't defend against him. The elder brother approached his younger sibling, his eyes brimming with bewilderment. That number 20 player from the Chinese national basketball team possesses terrifying strength, and his playing style is remarkably flashy. I underestimated him, the younger brother admitted, rubbing his still-throbbing chest. Who would have thought that barely a year after Yao Ming's retirement, his successor would emerge? Their country truly produces an abundance of prodigies. Upon hearing his younger brother's high praise for the opponent, Pau Gasol couldn't help but feel a tinge of emotion. On the Chinese team's side, Wang Jilin's thunderous dunk over a defender successfully secured their first points of the match. Yet joyous moments are always fleeting. No sooner had Wang Jilin scored an impressive basket than Pau, burning with the desire to avenge his brother, received the ball in the front court and immediately isolated himself against Yi Jianlian. With a graceful spin into a step-back jumper, he answered in kind. 2-2. Both Yi Jianlian and Wang Jilin's defensive capabilities could only be described as average at this stage, leaving the Chinese interior defense struggling against the Gasol brothers. Similarly, the Spanish team temporarily found themselves unable to contain the offensive surges from Yi and Wang. The next possession saw Yi retaliate with a smooth mid-range jumper, showcasing the leadership expected of the national team's star. The entire first half unfolded as a tightly contested battle, with neither side able to establish a decisive lead. The resilience and tenacity of the Chinese men's basketball team exceeded everyone's expectations. However, the turning point arrived in the second half. After switching sides at the start of the third quarter, Zhu Fengyu, the Guangxi Wolf soldier, drew a foul on Ibaka in the paint and calmly sank both free throws, narrowing the gap to 52-55. It must be said that the fundamentals of this Chinese team were remarkably solid, at least in free throw accuracy. Rarely disappointing, unlike later iterations of the national squad, which would become a source of frustration. Yet when the Spanish team deliberately intensified their defensive pressure and actively sought physical confrontations, the Chinese team's chronic weakness resurfaced: exhaustion. Especially for Wang Zilin, encountering such a formidable opponent for the first time, the physical toll was most severe. By halftime, Wang had repeatedly overpowered his way to the basket, successfully securing 11 points and 6 rebounds, second only to Yi Jianlian's 13 points. It was precisely due to their outstanding performances that the point difference was stubbornly kept within 5 points. As the clock ticked to the 5-minute mark of the fourth quarter, the score stood at 62-76, with the gap dangerously close to 15 points. By then, Wang had amassed an impressive 17 points and 10 rebounds, emerging as the most vital support to Yi Jianlian on the court. But at this moment, he had already been benched due to exhaustion, forced to watch helplessly as Spain widened their lead. Damn it, 68 stamina is still too fragile. After the Olympics, I must find a way to improve it. His teammates were fighting desperately on the court, while Wang Zilin, confined to the bench, seethed with frustration and resentment. Once again, he cursed his wretched endurance. Yet, what could he do? The gap in strength between the two teams was undeniable. Spain, with superior stamina and deeper reserves, ultimately triumphed 93-82 over Team China, securing their first Olympic victory. Truthfully, the outcome of this match had been predetermined from the start. Everyone expected Team China to lose. The only question was by how much. However, when the final buzzer sounded, the other teams in their group regarded them with newfound seriousness. Many had assumed that after Yao Ming's retirement, Team China would suffer a catastrophic decline. Yet against all expectations, they had battled Spain fiercely for 3 quarters, only succumbing in the fourth due to exhaustion. Particularly noteworthy was the Olympic debut of young star Wang Zilin, who delivered an impressive 17 points and 10 rebounds. His outstanding performance against Spain rekindled hope for Team China's resurgence. Truly, the younger generation inspires awe. On July 31st at 1600 hours, the highly anticipated match between the Chinese men's basketball team and the Russian squad commenced. Both Yao Ming and coach Deng Huada harbored great expectations for this encounter. While the initial defeat against Spain was anticipated, the indomitable spirit displayed by the national team had already brought considerable solace. Since their triumphant European Championship victory in 2007, Russia has maintained consistent performances in international tournaments, securing 7th place in both the previous Kyoto Olympics and the 2010 World Championships. Though this formidable European powerhouse outclassed the Chinese team, the margin wasn't insurmountable, leaving room for a potential upset. Regrettably, the hopes of Yao Ming and others ultimately dissipated. During the match, only 2 Chinese players achieved double-digit scores: Yi Jianlian with 16 points and 7 rebounds, and Wang Zilin contributing 11 points and 5 boards, while the remainder of the squad delivered lackluster performances. In stark contrast, Russia's AK-47 Andrei Kirilenko seemed to reclaim his prime form, dominating with a game-high 19 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 blocks. The former NBA defensive stalwart single-handedly anchored his team's defense with terrifying help-side rotations, thoroughly stifling both Wang Zilin and Yi Jianlian in the paint while completely neutralizing China's perimeter players. This marked Wang Zilin's first experience against such suffocating defensive pressure. Additionally, Russia's forward Count added 13 points and 6 rebounds, while guard Shved chipped in 14 points and 6 assists, pivotal contributions that sealed their victory. However, it must be acknowledged that the Chinese men's basketball team's defeat today stemmed from their own shortcomings. The glaring defensive vulnerabilities were repeatedly exploited by Russian players through backdoor cuts, culminating in a 64-73 loss against Russia, marking their second consecutive group stage defeat. With this pair of losses, the team's prospects of advancing from the group stage have grown increasingly precarious, placing immense pressure on head coach Bob Dunwald. As an outsider, should he fail to meet the higher-ups' expectations, he will inevitably become the primary scapegoat when accountability is demanded. Tomorrow evening at 1800 hours, the Chinese team will face their third group opponent, Australia. There is, at least, one silver lining. Australia's NBA top draft pick, Andrew Bogut, did not join the squad for this tournament, and their new core player, Patty Mills, has underperformed in the first two matches. Though Mills scored 20 points with 4 assists in the opening game, his shooting efficiency was dismal, 9 for 24 from the field, including a woeful 1 for 9 from beyond the arc. In the second game against Spain, he managed only 11 points on 5 for 16 shooting, barely surpassing a 30 conversion rate. Consequently, under his leadership, Australia shares the same winless record as China, having lost both of their initial matches. From a psychological standpoint, at least, the pressure on the Chinese team won't be as overwhelming as in their previous two encounters, making this arguably their most winnable game thus far. As for Wang Zilin, he must fight with every ounce of his strength in this match, even without Bogut in the lineup, given the despicable actions Australia has committed in the past. The Chinese team must not, under any circumstances, allow themselves to lose to them. Chapter 51. I'll take the lead. On August 2nd at 18:15, the Group B match between the Chinese men's basketball team and the Australian men's basketball team commenced as scheduled. Although Bogut did not accompany the team, he still made provocative remarks from afar, vowing to defeat the Chinese team by a margin of 20 points. This brazen act was utterly outrageous. Yet since the match hadn't commenced, Wang Zilin and his comrades couldn't be bothered to retaliate. The majority of Chinese people prefer to launch a ferocious counterattack only when fully prepared. When striking back, one must do so thoroughly, leaving no room for the opponent to retaliate. Though the Australian contingent paled in comparison to the elite European teams in terms of both tactical discipline and individual technical skills, they compensated with sheer reckless audacity. It was once jestingly remarked that while other nations' teams came to play the game, only the land of kangaroos arrived to play the players. Indeed, in the previous life's match between the Chinese national basketball team and the Australian team, star player Yi Jianlian suffered a severe injury and had to withdraw. Zhu Fengyu's eyebrow bone was split open by an opponent, and Sun Yu was knocked to the ground, aggravating his shoulder injury. In one fell swoop, 3 key players of the Chinese team were incapacitated. The Australian starting lineup consisted of Mills, Ingles, Dellavedova, David Anderson, and Nelson. Undoubtedly, the strongest duo was Mills and Anderson in the front court. Wang Zilin remembered Mills well. He had previously played in the CBA for the Xinjiang team, appearing in 12 games. Starting in 9 of them, he averaged 34.5 minutes per game, scoring 26.5 points, grabbing 3, 82 rebounds, dishing out 3, 75 assists, and making 25 steals. Currently rated at 83, the Chinese backcourt would likely struggle to contain him, making the battle in the paint crucial for this game. As for their interior anchor, David Anderson, many Chinese fans were familiar with him, not because of his overwhelming prowess, but quite the opposite. He was merely a fringe player in the NBA. The reason he stood out was his stint with the Houston Rockets during Yao Ming's era, though he never secured a significant role and even faced periods of inactivity. Chinese fans, out of affection for the Rockets, remembered this benchwarmer and labeled him as a former Rocket. This Anderson was only rated at 84, far inferior to China's interior players. It seemed that the 20-point blowout against the Chinese team in the past was achieved through means beyond the rules. After reviewing the opposing players' ratings, Wang Zilin gained clarity and heightened his vigilance. I hope you play fair. I hate to resort to Bowen's signature moves so soon. Zilin, it's time to take the court. What are you spacing out for? Zhu Ba noticed Wang Zilin had once again slipped into what he called the sage mode, instantly causing dark lines to appear on his forehead. Here we go again. Wang Zilin quickened his pace and approached Zhu Ba. With a hint of concern in his heart, he couldn't help but say, "Brother, you, be careful later. This match is likely to get bloody, and the one bleeding will be you." Of course, these words remained unspoken by Wang Zilin. Rest assured, after years of conflict with the Kangaroo Nation, we understand their true nature far better than you do. Just focus on playing your best game without any hesitation. If they dare to make you bleed, I won't hesitate to take their lives. That's the kind of bold statement one would expect from Zhu Ba. It appears President Zhu misunderstood Wang Zilin's intention, mistakenly assuming his young compatriot was intimidated by the competitive atmosphere of Australian courts. With a resolute thump to his chest, the senior leader immediately assumed a protective elder brother stance. Though Zhu Fenyu ignored his warning, Wang Zilin was still moved by his words and went along with it. This match was crucial for both teams, who fielded their strongest lineups. Team China's starters were Liu Wei, Wang Shipeng, Sun Yu, Yi Jianlian, and Wang Zilin. Though Sun Yu currently had the lowest rating, his defensive prowess and physical attributes remained unparalleled among perimeter players. He was the only Chinese player with an exterior defense rating above 70. This game was destined to be a defensive battle, and Sun Yu's contribution would be vital for Team China's perimeter defense. From the opening tip, Wang Zilin secured possession for Team China for the third consecutive game. This had gradually become the most reassuring aspect for Chinese fans, who firmly believed that apart from the U.S. Dream Team, Wang Zilin could outjump anyone. His dominant jump ball ability unexpectedly earned him a surge of fan support. Fans were always endearing. Just a glimpse of brilliance from their team could ignite boundless enthusiasm. After the opening minutes, Team China led 10-2, forcing an early timeout from their opponents. Yi Jianlian and Wang Zilin scored consecutive layups for 4 points, followed by Wang Shipong sinking 2 3-pointers, prompting another timeout from Australia. Team China had secured an excellent start. Upon resumption, Australia made no substitutions, while Team China replaced Wang Zilin with the 35-year-old veteran Wang Zhizhi. Many were baffled by head coach Deng Huada's decision, benching Wang Zilin, a key player. In such a decisive match seemed reckless. The pressure now fell on Wang Zhizhi. During the substitution, Wang Zilin gave Wang Zhizhi a pat on the backside. After observing 2 matches, everyone recognized that Wang Zilin's ability to dominate under the basket was unparalleled within this national team, even ranking among the elite interior players in the entire Olympics. The only drawback was his stamina limitations. Consequently, after discussions with the coaching staff, head coach Deng Huada decided to allocate Wang Zilin's primary playing time to the third and fourth quarters. The team would have to withstand the pressure and keep the score close in the first 2 quarters, awaiting the return of their dominant force. Initially, the coaching staff considered the younger and more robust Han Dijuan for the role, not expecting offensive contributions, but relying on his sheer size for defensive stability. However, when one player stepped forward and volunteered, all objections ceased. "Let me handle it. I should be able to hold my ground." Wang Zilin still vividly remembers the words Wang Zhizhi spoke to everyone last night. The most honorable end for a veteran warrior should be to perish on the battlefield wrapped in horsehide, not to wither away waiting for death in bed. Clearly, this once fleet-footed youth had no intention of fading into lonely obscurity. He yearned to dedicate his final embers to his beloved motherland. Most importantly, not just he himself, but everyone remained steadfast in their conviction. Wang Zhizhi undoubtedly possessed the capability. This was precisely the adjustment Deng Huada and Yao Ming made after learning from the previous 2 matches' lessons. "Rest assured, I haven't aged to the point of immobility yet. Thinking you can simply take my position? Not so easy." Wang Zhizhi chuckled softly as he tapped Wang Zilin's chest with a light fist. Beep, beep, beep. The match resumed. Upon their return, the Australian men's basketball team noticeably intensified their defensive maneuvers, momentarily unsettling the Chinese squad and capitalizing with a 10-3 scoring run. Just as the point gap threatened to widen, Wang Shipong once again rose to the occasion, receiving a precise pass from Wang Zhizhi in the left corner. He executed a flawless 3-pointer with effortless precision. This marked his 3rd successful 3-point shot of the game. At 29 years old, Wang Shipong was in transcendent form this match, nothing short of extraordinary. At the conclusion of the first quarter, the Chinese national team maintained a modest yet significant 4-point advantage over their opponents with a scoreline of 22-18. Chapter 52, First Olympic Victory. As the second quarter commenced, Wang Shipong, who had been on fire earlier, found himself relentlessly marked by the Australian men's basketball team, making every shot attempt an arduous challenge. Throughout the entire quarter, he scarcely had any opportunities to take aim. Meanwhile, the physicality of the Australian squad dragged the Chinese team into a grueling, low-scoring battle. Both sides contributed to what could only be described as a symphony of missed shots. Fortunately, Wang Zhizhi, coming off the bench, lived up to expectations. Though age had diminished his ability to defend against the opposing big man, his consistent scoring provided much-needed relief for the Chinese team. By halftime, despite the struggles, the Chinese men's basketball team managed to keep the deficit within reach, trailing only 34-41, a mere 7-point gap. Huff, huff, damn, those bastards are truly despicable. If it weren't for the Olympics where fighting would disqualify us, I would have already beaten them to a pulp. Back on the bench, during an offensive play in the second quarter, Zhu Fengyu, just as in the original timeline, was struck by Anderson's elbow, splitting his brow open as blood streamed down. In that instant, Wang Zilan could clearly see that whether it was Zhou Peng and Yi Li on the bench or Sun Yu and Yi Jinlian on the court, they all rushed toward the Australian players almost simultaneously. The scene ignited Wang Zilan's fury, and he was about to charge in with bared fangs and brandished claws when Yao Ming, leaping from his seat, pinned him firmly to the ground. The sheer weight of the nearly 400-pound giant left Wang Zilan with no room to resist. Just as the brawl was about to erupt, no one expected it would be Zhu Fengyu, the victim himself, who held his teammates back. His reasoning was simple. This isn't home turf. We absolutely cannot fight here. If both sides throw hands, the outcome is obvious: disqualification. Zhu Fengyu's words calmed his teammates. As he said, they had fought too hard to get here. They couldn't afford to throw it all away so recklessly. Fortunately, the wound wasn't as severe as before. So after a quick patch-up from the team doctor, Zhu returned to the court. Seeing the potential disaster averted, the three British referees on the sidelines exhaled in relief. After all, both the Australian and Chinese men's basketball teams were internationally notorious for their ferocity. Once fists flew, the consequences would be unthinkable. Thankfully, British composure prevailed. In the end, Zhu Fengyu paid the price of a split brow to force Anderson, Australia's core big man, into his fourth foul, forcing their coaching staff to bench him temporarily. Just wait and see. If I don't crush their front court into pulp later, I'll write my surname Wang upside down. For this hard-earned victory, the Chinese men's basketball team gave their all. Wang Zilan refused to let anyone down. Thus, he made a resolute decision to elevate his silver-level dunk emperor ability to gold tier. The silver-level lottery system harbored far too much unpredictability. Enhancing his innate talents represented the most viable path toward tangible improvement of his capabilities at present. Currently, Wang Zilan's fan count has reached 47 million, merely 5 million short of the golden tier lottery threshold. Originally, he intended to accumulate 10 million before proceeding, but his patience has worn thin. The most crucial aspect is that Dunk Overlord can replenish teammate stamina upon activation. This is the pivotal factor. The Chinese men's basketball team is notoriously deficient in endurance reserves. After some adjustments, Dunk Overlord has ascended from silver to golden tier. Dunk Overlord, golden tier, when engaging in physical contact with an opposing player within the 3-second zone. Forcibly driving through for a dunk significantly increases the success rate. Dunking, leaping, and vertical acceleration each receive a 7 boost for 5 seconds. If the player completes the dunk, it inspires teammates, restoring 7 of their stamina. Only 7? Why not 10? Wang Zilan was deeply dissatisfied with this situation. He had initially assumed that upgrading his dunking deity skill to gold level would double its motivational effect, only to discover it had merely increased by 2. Executing dunks in official NBA games is no simple feat. On the NBA's all-time dunk leaderboard, Shaquille O'Neal reigns supreme with 250 dunks, more than the combined totals of Dwight Howard and DeAndre Jordan, who ranks second and third. While this number appears impressive when divided by O'Neal's 207 career games, it averages to just 3 dunks per game. The crux of the matter lies in activating the skill's motivational effect. It requires physical contact with the opposing player. If Wang Zilan attempts a dunk with no defenders nearby, the dunking deity talent remains dormant. Thus, when certain foolish netizens claimed the skill was overpowered and demanded nerfs, Wang Zilan could only respond with a wry smile. You're still too young, too naive. Executing a dunk in an official match is not only an exceptionally challenging feat, but also tremendously physically demanding, particularly when attempting to slam amidst physical confrontation. In essence, this so-called upgrade appears somewhat hastily implemented. Damn it. The evidence proved that the strategies devised by Deng Huada and Yao Ming bore fruit. Apart from the initial jump ball and a single layup, Wang Zilan spent nearly 2 entire quarters resting on the bench. Bursting with energy upon his return, he proceeded to dominate the paint mercilessly, turning the Australian interior defense into mere sieves. By the end of the third quarter, the Australian team had no choice but to prematurely deploy Anderson in a desperate attempt to contain Wang's relentless post-attacks. Yet to everyone's astonishment, within 2 minutes of Anderson's appearance, Wang posterized him with a brutal face-to-face dunk while drawing an and-1 foul for the accompanying slap on the wrist. Meanwhile, Anderson received his 5th foul of the match and was successfully ejected from the game. If only David Anderson could have been swapped for Bogut, the Australian team might have slightly contained Wang Zilan's dominance. Alas, such a substitution was impossible. From that moment onward, the Australian interior defense had no one left who could withstand Wang Zilan's onslaught. In the end, The Chinese men's basketball team triumphed over the formidable Australian squad by a 13-point margin, securing their first victory in the group stage. After coming off the bench in the second half, Wang Zealand delivered an outstanding performance with 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks, emerging as the pivotal force behind the team's remarkable comeback. However, the honor of player of the game was rightfully bestowed upon Wang Shipong, whose stellar display left everyone in awe. With an impressive 9 three-pointers made out of 15 attempts, he amassed a total of 27 points, along with 2 rebounds and 2 assists. If Wang Zealand was the hero of the second half, then Wang Shipong undoubtedly carried the team throughout the entire match. With Wang Zealand dominating the paint in the latter half, the opposing Australian players could no longer recklessly double-team Wang Shipong, allowing him to capitalize on the opportunity. He sank 4 out of 10 three-point attempts in the second half. We've triumphed. We've conquered. We've finally claimed victory. For the sake of victory in this match, Sun Yu fought until his shoulder injury recurred. Now, disregarding his physical pain, he smiles like a child and leaps into Wang Zealand's embrace. Indeed, we have finally won. Wang Zealand gently patted Sun Yu's head, then turned to gaze at Wang Shipong beside him, whose eyes were bloodshot and brimming with unshed tears. With profound emotion, he remarked, "In our previous life." Wang Shipong's 7 three-pointers in this match were astonishing enough, yet this time he's managed an even more unbelievable 9. However, such an extraordinary feat wouldn't have been possible without my successfully activating the encouragement effect twice, restoring 14 of our teammates' stamina. Otherwise, how could Wang Shipong possibly have had the energy to attempt 15 three-point shots throughout the game? Repeated shooting is, after all, an exhausting endeavor. Viewed in this light, upgrading the Dunk Emperor skill to gold tier doesn't seem like such a bad investment after all. Truly splendid. The twilight of the veterans and the dazzling performance of the newcomers finally brought an invaluable victory to the Chinese men's basketball team. Is it nearly reaching 10 million again? Upon awakening the following morning, Wang Zealand was astonished to discover that his fan count, which had previously dwindled to a mere 3 million, had suddenly surged to over 7 million. However, the reason for this dramatic increase soon became apparent. The Chinese men's basketball team had secured their first victory at the London Olympics. Such is the ruthless nature of athletic competition. The victor shall claim all glory while the defeated are inevitably swept into the dustbin of history. A single triumph has already swelled my fan base by over 4 million. Imagine the possibilities should I secure another victory. Wang Zealand was brimming with anticipation for the upcoming match against the Brazilian team. Chapter 53, A Battle of Honor and Dignity, 1-3, on the evening of August 4th. The Chinese men's basketball team faced their fourth opponent in the group stage, the formidable Brazilian squad. The Brazilian team boasted an impressive lineup, featuring renowned NBA players such as Anderson Varejão, Leandro Barbosa, and Nunn, whose dominance on the court was undeniable. In terms of sheer strength, Brazil far surpassed Australia, solidifying their position as the undisputed second-best team in Group B. Once again, the Chinese team employed the same strategy as their previous match against Australia, holding back Wang Zealand until the latter half of the game. However, perhaps due to the exhaustion from their hard-fought battle against Australia, the Chinese players underperformed across the board. Barbosa single-handedly dismantled their defense, forcing Wang Zealand to enter the game midway through the second quarter. Unfortunately, his stamina waned in the final quarter, diminishing his impact. From start to finish, Brazil never allowed China to close the gap within 10 points, ultimately securing a decisive 95-71 victory. Now, China's only hope of advancing hinged on defeating their final group stage opponent, the host nation, Great Britain. While British football reigned supreme, their men's basketball team struggled. Anchored by NBA player Oldie, yet still winless after 3 consecutive losses, languishing at the bottom of the group. For China, a victory here would keep their slim chances of qualification alive. For Britain, this was a battle to salvage dignity. A 4th straight loss on home soil would humiliate them before their compatriots and likely spell the end for this squad. Despite Britain's winless record, the odds slightly favored them, 6-4, over China. The reason was simple. Britain had narrowly lost to powerhouse Spain by just 1 point, and to Brazil by only 5. Compared to China's lopsided defeats, it was hard not to lean toward the host team. On the night of August 6th, the two teams clashed, one fighting to avoid utter disgrace, the other chasing the glory of the quarterfinals. Britain's starting lineup: Clark, Oldie, Freeland, Ranking, and Sullivan. This time, China abandoned caution, reinstating Wang Zealand as a starter from the opening whistle. In short, it was time to fight. At the onset of the match, The Chinese men's basketball team swiftly found their rhythm. Yi Jianlian gracefully maneuvered into the paint for an effortless layup, securing the inaugural points. Subsequently, Liu Wei executed a flawless drive and jump shot, while Wang Shipong elegantly drained a three-pointer from the left wing. The Chinese squad commenced with a dazzling 7-0 run against their British counterparts. Yet, the devoted Chinese spectators observing the game exhibited no trace of exhilaration, for it has become universally acknowledged that such ferocious starts have evolved into a customary pattern for the national team. In this arena, only endurance reigns supreme as the true hallmark of excellence. As expected, the concerns of Chinese basketball fans swiftly materialized, witnessing the Chinese men's basketball team's scorching perimeter shooting. The British team promptly intensified their outside defense with notable effectiveness. First, their star player Oldie intercepted a pass from Liu Wei intended for Yi Jianlian, then assisted Ryan Gold for a three-pointer, finally breaking their scoring drought. The game continued with Sun Yu advancing the ball, guarded closely by Oldie. Against Ding's defense, Sun Yu found no advantage, struggling to make progress. Fortunately, Yi Jianlian swiftly set a screen, allowing Sun Yu to take a quick shot off the pick. Clang! The rim denied Sun Yu, and Sullivan secured the rebound. At that moment, Wang Zhilin keenly noticed Sun Yu unconsciously rubbing his shoulder after the shot. Clearly, his shoulder injury was significantly affecting his performance. Sullivan swiftly passed the ball to Oldie, who charged down the court and launched an unexpected three-pointer, catching the Chinese team off guard. Swish! Oldie sank the three-pointer, narrowing the gap between the two teams to merely a single point. After all, Ding is a formidable player capable of securing a starting position in the NBA, averaging an impressive 15 points, 6.5 rebounds, and 2.9 assists per game. Compared to the perimeter players of our national team, his performance shines like that of a superstar. Sun, cease your solo offensive attempts. Pass the ball to Yi or King instead. On the sidelines, Deng Huada shouted at Sun Yu. In the next possession, following the coach's instructions, Sun Yu successfully passed the ball to Wang Zhilin. Facing Sullivan's defense, Wang Zhilin exerted continuous force, dribbled several times, and gradually drove deeper into the paint. With a series of pivots under the basket, he destabilized the defender's balance and seized the moment for a reverse layup. Score, 9-6. Truth be told, Wang Zhilin had the opportunity to dunk, but for the sake of conserving energy, he opted for the more effortless layup. He must now learn to better allocate his stamina. Oldie understood that their team's strength lay in perimeter play, while the Chinese men's basketball team dominated the interior. Thus, they deliberately accelerated the tempo, aiming to exhaust Wang Zhilin and his teammates more quickly. By the end of the third quarter, the game remained fiercely contested, with neither side able to establish a decisive lead. At the start of the crucial fourth quarter, the sharpshooting duo of Wang Shipong and Zhu Fangyu suddenly unleashed a barrage of three-pointers, each sinking one to extend their team's lead to 62-54, an 8-point advantage over the British squad. The largest margin of the game thus far arrived abruptly, catching the British team off guard. Panicked, they too began gambling on three-point attempts. Unfortunately, impatience not only failed to resolve their offensive struggles but also exacerbated their predicament. The British team's shots clanged off the rim in succession, while the Chinese squad deliberately slowed the pace, prioritizing efficiency. Even if a shot didn't fall, they ensured the full offensive duration was exhausted. The Chinese lineup now featured one big and four smalls: Wang Zhiji at center, flanked by Chen Jianghua, Wang Shipong, Zhu Fangyu, and Ding Jinhui. As for Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhilin, the former was forced to the bench due to foul trouble, while the latter once again succumbed to exhaustion. All the pressure now rested on Wang Zhiji's shoulders. Fortunately, Wang Zhiji, could always be trusted. He first displayed nimble footwork under the basket, deftly evading two defenders before executing a graceful underhand layup. Clark, pass me the ball. Just past the halfway mark. Oldie extended his hand to demand the ball. Time was running out for the British team. Seeing their tactics falter, Ding resolved to break the deadlock through sheer individual prowess. For the dignity of England, this match must not be lost. Though his shooting touch was off, he still carved through defenses to draw fouls, creating scoring opportunities to shatter the stalemate. Wang Shipong and Zhu Fangyu took turns defending him, yet none could contain Ding's relentless onslaught. As the score narrowed to 64-58, Yao Ming on the sidelines shook his head in dismay. The gap in strength between the two sides remained vast. No one in China's perimeter defense could stop Oldie. Perhaps Sun Yu might have slightly contained him earlier, but unfortunately, his shoulder injury had flared up again. just as coach Bob Dunwald prepared to substitute Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhilin for a desperate push. Wang Zhizhi on the court waved his hand, signaling to halt the substitution. This left Dunwald momentarily awkward. Wait a little longer, he thought. I still believe in Zhizhi. Yao Ming's light-hearted remark clearly conveyed his stance. Very well, since the big boss had made his stance clear. Deng Huata had no choice but to lower his hand, though he appeared to be the head coach of the national basketball team. The true authority still rested with the portly gentleman standing before him. Chapter 54, Gratitude for the British Comrades' Assistance 2-3, it was the Chinese team's offensive possession. And the basketball was once again entrusted to their most reliable player, Wang Zhizhi. The moment Wang received the pass, he executed a swift spin move, leaving the British substitute center, Mensah, utterly bewildered. Driving to the basket, he then muscled through the help defense of Luol Deng, managing to score despite the tough contest. This sequence of moves was astonishing for a 35-year-old veteran. What a play! Wang Zhizhi magnificent. Absolutely brilliant. The teammates on the sidelines, witnessing Wang Zhizhi living up to expectations by widening the lead once more, waved towels and stomped benches in exhilaration. Each expressed their fervent encouragement for Wang Zhizhi in their own passionate manner. The piercing whistle echoed through the arena. The head coach of the British team, seeing his squad trapped in a vicious cycle, hastily called for a timeout. Little did he know, this pause also granted the Chinese men's basketball team a much-needed respite. Upon resuming the game, both teams made personnel adjustments. The Chinese team substituted in Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhilin, the former focusing on offense, the latter anchoring the defense. Even though Wang Zhilin could no longer contribute effectively on the offensive end, his sheer physical presence in the paint remained an intimidating deterrent. Meanwhile, the British side reverted to their full starting lineup, signaling their desperate last stand. The final minutes unfolded as a brutal clash of attrition, with both sides exhausting every ounce of effort. Yet, the tone of the match had been set early in the fourth quarter when the Chinese team sank 2 consecutive three-pointers. The deficit proved too vast to overcome, no matter how valiantly the British team fought back. In the end, the Chinese men's basketball team triumphed over the host nation with a score of 73-68, securing their second victory in the group stage. As the defeated Luol Deng watched the jubilant celebrations of the opposing team, a profound desolation settled in his heart. Despite pouring every last drop of effort into the game, he had still failed to deliver victory for his team. What a disgrace! Since the establishment of the British national men's basketball team, they have participated in the Olympics only twice, the 1948 London Games and this year's event. Were it not for the privilege of being the host nation, the British squad would not have qualified for Olympic competition. After waiting over half a century, London finally welcomed its second opportunity to host the Games. As the leader of this year's team, Luol Deng hoped to break the embarrassing record of 0 victories in Olympic basketball history and bring honor to his homeland before the home crowd. Unfortunately, he still suffered defeat. Now the British team has only one final group stage match remaining against Australia. Luol Deng silently vowed to himself, this last hope must be seized, and he would surely bring victory to his nation. Meanwhile, the Chinese men's basketball team has completed all its group stage matches. Yet they dare not relax in the slightest. Although they won 2 matches in the group phase, theoretically giving them at least an 80% chance of advancing. Until all matches among the 6 teams in the group are concluded, nothing can be taken for granted. Currently, only one final match remains in Group B, a showdown between Britain and Australia, scheduled for the early hours of the morning. After suffering 3 consecutive defeats against Brazil, Spain, and China, the Australian team, humiliated yet galvanized, erupted with astonishing ferocity to overpower Russia, securing their first victory in the group stage. Should Australia triumph in this match, a scenario would emerge where China, Australia, and Russia would each hold 2 wins, necessitating a tiebreaker based on points conceded during the group stage to determine qualification. The so-called points comparison involves evaluating which team conceded fewer points throughout the group matches, the one with fewer advances, while the other bows out. This scenario would place China's men's basketball team at a significant disadvantage. Conversely, if Britain prevails, Australia and Britain would both be left with a single victory, naturally relegating them to the bottom of Group B. In that case, China and Russia, each holding 2 wins, would successfully advance to the quarterfinals. Thus, this match is of paramount importance. Indeed, one might say the hope of progression now lies in the hands of others. Just last game, China and Britain were locked in a life-or-death struggle as opponents. Yet now China finds itself fervently hoping for a British victory. The irony of this shift is rather remarkable. As the match between Britain and Australia commenced, both the Chinese and Russian teams, as if by unspoken agreement, appeared in the spectator stands. Yao Ming, the Chinese team leader, cast a radiant smile toward the Russian contingent, to which Andrei Kirilenko, Russia's captain and leader, responded with an awkward yet dignified grin. The unspoken understanding speaks volumes. From every conceivable perspective, the ultimate victor of this match is highly likely to be the Kangaroo Nation. As for the British team aspiring to secure their first Olympic victory in history, the pivotal factor lies with their core player Luol Deng. Entrust the ball to me in this game, and I shall guide us home. Luol Deng uttered a classic NBA catchphrase with effortless cool before striding onto the court, leaving his bewildered teammates exchanging puzzled glances behind him. Captain, why return home? This court is our home. The words sounded pleasant, but once the match began, the British team found themselves overwhelmed by the determined Australians, who surged ahead with a 15-8 lead in the first quarter. By the second quarter, both sides had rotated their lineups, yet the tempo remained defensively rigid. No matter what, neither side would allow easy scoring. If I can't score, so be it, but you won't either. Regardless of how ugly or disjointed the game became, victory was all that mattered. At halftime, Australia led Britain 32-21, a daunting 11-point gap. Luol Deng understood all too well. If this rhythm persisted, defeat was inevitable. And indeed, the Chinese and Russian teams on the sidelines shared the same grim outlook. The tension was palpable, especially for Kirilenko and Yao Ming, who shed their jackets in agitation, as if itching to step onto the court and play for Britain themselves. No more tactics. To hell with tactics, just let me take over. Yes, let me take over. I am the tactic. With the last vestiges of his unyielding spirit, Luol Deng donned his armor and stepped onto the battlefield once more. The facts proved his decision was correct. As he stepped onto the court this time, Luol Deng felt a profound energy accumulating deep within his body. He couldn't help but close his eyes, reminiscing about his childhood basketball training, his arduous journey across mountains and oceans, and his relentless pursuit of the American basketball dream thousands of miles away. When he reopened his eyes, they sparkled with overflowing confidence, his hair nearly standing on end. Super Luol Deng had arrived. The second half became Luol Deng's one-man showcase. Whether driving to the basket or shooting from outside, he performed with divine inspiration, delivering a performance that rivaled any elite international perimeter player. In the end, Luol Deng erupted for a staggering 42 points, 7 rebounds, 3 steals, and 0 assists. Luol Deng! Luol Deng! Amidst the thunderous cheers of the spectators, Luol Deng triumphantly surpassed the 41-point record set by Guerrero, captain of the 1976 Mexican basketball team, securing the 4th position in the Olympic men's basketball individual single-game scoring rankings. It is worth noting that Yao Ming also achieved 39 points against New Zealand during the 2004 Athens Olympics, placing 7th on the same prestigious list. Yet these statistics pale in significance compared to the greater triumph. Both China and Russia have successfully advanced to the next stage. Hail Team GB! Hail Luol Deng! The players from both teams watching from the sidelines leapt up in exhilaration. One might have mistaken them for scoring 42 points themselves in a single game. When the match concluded, the Chinese and Russian basketball teams immediately rose to their feet in applause, expressing gratitude to the British and Australian teams for delivering such a spectacular performance. Truly a journey well worth making. Chapter 55. Ending as 8th once more, 3-3, the unexpected victory of the British team over Australia, while somewhat surprising, was not entirely inconceivable. 2 years prior during the World Championships, even Spain, widely regarded as the second strongest basketball team in the world after the United States, had suffered an unforeseen defeat against Russia. If a powerhouse like Spain could falter, what significance did a mere Australian team hold? The basketball is round. Anything can happen. We've advanced. We're in the top 8. Reviewing the rising stars of this Olympic group stage, the future of Chinese men's basketball shines bright. Nothing can hinder the unstoppable rise of our national team. Yao Ming may be gone, but we still have Wang Zilin. Yao Ming, whose name can be playfully split into female and Sun Moon characters, I'm still right here. At the crack of dawn, news of England's unexpected victory over Australia and the advancement of China and Russia into the top 8 had already spread like wildfire across the globe. For Chinese football enthusiasts, the roller coaster of emotions was utterly exhilarating. When the group stage draw placed them in Group B, many lamented yet another group of death scenario. After a hard-fought battle against the Spanish men's basketball team that lasted 3 quarters before succumbing to defeat, many once again proclaimed the undeniable prowess of our national team. Yet this fleeting optimism was swiftly followed by a string of losses. A triumphant victory over the formidable Australian squad succeeded by defeat against evenly matched Russia. Now, against all expectations, our team has miraculously advanced from the group stage, achieving the historic feat of reaching the Olympic quarterfinals for only the 3rd time. These dramatic fluctuations test even the most steadfast fans' cardiac endurance. Truly, joy lends wings to the human spirit. On this joyous occasion, the Chinese men's basketball team, which had not conducted a single media interview since the group stage began, unprecedentedly held a press conference. Wherever Chinese players go, they never lack attention. When the interview time was announced, international media outlets descended upon the venue like sharks drawn to the scent of fresh blood. Yao, many are saying your national team merely got lucky to make it to the Olympic quarterfinals. What are your thoughts on such claims? Yao cast a fleeting glance and murmured, so it's someone from the frigid peninsula. Yao, I implored, answer my question. Have we indeed guessed correctly? What a piece of work. Trying to drag everyone else into this mess. How utterly brainless. Only you could ask such inappropriate questions on such a joyous occasion. In an instant, journalists from Britain, France, Germany, and other nations instinctively took a step back from this Korean female reporter. What do you mean by undeserved? I absolutely reject such a notion. In my view, this achievement is rightfully earned, the crystallization of relentless effort by every member of Team China's basketball squad. I will not tolerate anyone tarnishing its sanctity. Faced with the notoriously shameless behavior of South Korea, even Yao Ming's typically gentle demeanor vanished as he delivered a powerful and unyielding rebuttal. I believe none of the distinguished individuals present here would entertain such absurd notions as your country does. The time has come to take a stand. And the foreign journalists present have shown admirable courtesy. Of course not. The Chinese men's basketball team's advancement to the top 8 was fundamentally due to their formidable strength. Even if they were to coast, they'd still need the capability to make the Olympic roster, unlike certain countries that can't even break through in Asia. Apart from Koreans believing the universe belongs to them, no nation internationally would risk offending China to support Korea. Even Japan, another Asian country, offers nothing more than moral support, verbally, let alone physically. Well, physically might be negotiable. The Korean female reporter clearly didn't expect such a swift betrayal from her own allies. All right, security, please escort this lady out to cool off. She must not have slept well last night. Let her go home and catch up on her beauty rest. With a wave of his hand, Yao Ming issued the dismissal. Once the troublemaker was gone, order quickly returned to the venue. Yao Ming dazzled with his wit, and the atmosphere between host and guests became warm and convivial. After the press conference came the internal commendation ceremony for the men's basketball team. On the podium, a rotund official from the Basketball Administration Center droned on with a lengthy speech, reminiscent of school principals during opening ceremonies, equally tedious and long-winded. Most players yawned, dozed off, or scrolled through their phones. Only Yao Ming, Wang Zhizhi, and Zhu Fengyu sat upright on their stools, listening attentively. Truly, these were the veterans who later transitioned into management or even took charge of the national team, admirable indeed. As for Wang Zhilin, he initially tried to be a model student, paying close attention. But when he realized the official was just regurgitating the same platitudes, he gave up. Better stay a slacker. Politics clearly isn't my path. On August 7th, the quarterfinal matchups were announced. Apart from the Chinese men's basketball team, the remaining 7 teams all hoped to face them. After all, China was considered the easiest opponent. Even the typically arrogant U.S. Dream Team shared this sentiment, viewing an early matchup with China as a chance to rest. This time, everyone unanimously agreed. The Chinese team's Olympic journey would end here. The quarterfinal pairings were revealed: Russia versus Lithuania, France versus Spain, Brazil versus Argentina, USA versus China. Dream Team roster. Point guards: Chris Paul, Russell Westbrook, Darren Williams. Shooting guards: Kobe Bryant, James Harden. Forwards: Carmelo Anthony, Kevin Durant, Andre Iguodala, LeBron James. Centers: Tyson Chandler, Blake Griffin, Kevin Love. Having narrowly defeated Australia to reach the top 8, the Chinese team now faced the overwhelming might of the Dream Team, a battle with no room for resistance. In truth, even when facing the other 6 teams, it was merely a matter of how much we would lose by. A crushing defeat of 66-103, the Chinese men's basketball team fell to the Dream Team by a staggering 37-point margin. Is this truly the caliber of the Dream Team? This is utterly absurd. Facing an opponent where even the lowest-rated players were above 85, let alone superstars like Kobe, LeBron, Durant, and Anthony all rated 95, Wang Zilin felt utterly speechless. One truly wonders what kind of bizarre tactics Larry Brown employed during the 2004 Athens Olympics to allow Dream Team 6 to lose to Argentina. While the Argentinian squad, led by the bald eagle of the Pampas, was formidable, everyone knew that the Dream Team's downfall in Athens stemmed more from internal issues than anything else. Though Team China still lost this match, Wang Zilin emerged as the brightest star on the court. While Li Jianlian struggled under the Dream Team's suffocating defense, managing only 8 points and 5 rebounds, the young Wang Zilin dominated against even Tyson Chandler, finishing with an impressive double-double of 15 points and 12 rebounds. As for Griffin and Love, well, everyone knows those two aren't exactly defensive stalwarts. During the post-game embrace with the Dream Team, despite it being their first meeting, LeBron warmly clapped Wang Zilin on the shoulder and said, "Hey man, I'm LeBron. You were incredible out there. The Cavaliers really missed out by not drafting you. Hope we get to play together someday. Oh, and I heard your nickname is King too? What a coincidence. So is mine. With you ruling the paint and me dominating the perimeter, it seems like we were made for each other. Hi. We seem rather unacquainted, my friend. To behave this way upon our first meeting, does this not betray the trust of brother Saibang Wei? It seems Wei didn't participate this time. As I expected, after successfully advancing from the group stage, the Chinese men's basketball team failed to win any matches against the other 7 top-ranked opponents in the ranking rounds, ultimately finishing 8th and concluding their journey at the London Olympics. At the post-Olympics press conference, the national team's starting point guard Liu Wei, along with Wang Shipeng and Zhu Fangyu, the veteran forward guard duo who had gallantly represented the country on the international stage for nearly a decade, officially announced they would no longer participate in any future World Championships or Olympic Games. Wang Zhizhi initially shared the same intention, but for reasons unknown, he retracted his decision at the last moment. Chapter 56. Charging towards the spark. Wang Zilin had long understood that every athlete must eventually face retirement. Yet when a teammate who had fought alongside him mere days ago announced his departure from the basketball court, an undeniable melancholy settled in his heart. Among the current roster, Sun Yu could still contribute a few blocks on the court, but his recurring shoulder injuries cast doubt on how much of his current prowess would remain by the World Championships 2 years later. Then there was Chen Zhonghua, who had repeatedly scored double digits in single games during this Olympics. So much hope had been placed upon him. Fans dreamed he would become China's answer to Allen Iverson, the nation's first world-class guard. Had it not been for that cursed injury, with time and refinement, perhaps all of it could have come true. Alas, this Olympics became his final resurgence. Afterward, Chen Zhonghua never received another call-up to the national team. He was only 23, as the golden generation of 2008 gradually fades away. With only Yi Jianlian still holding the fort, the mere thought of teammates like Guo Ailuan and Shou Qi joining the national team feels rather disheartening. At London International Airport, Wang Zilin was bidding farewell to his teammates one by one. His parents rarely traveled abroad and wished to tour Britain for a few days, so Wang naturally stayed behind to accompany them. Once the NBA season commenced, and with his parents unwilling to settle in America, opportunities for reunion would become scarce indeed. Brother Peng, you're only 29. Why not play a few more years? I was planning to bring you along to chase medals at the Rio Olympics 4 years from now. After embracing Wang Qi and Zhu Ba, Wang Zilin couldn't help but advise, come now, we're no longer in our prime years. Spare us this time. Besides, with a Li Yin and Hua Zi by your side, surely the national team won't lack for talent. Wang Zilin's words were met with Zhu Fangyu's taciturn silence, yet the resolute undertones of refusal remained palpable. Very well then. May you have smooth sailing on your journey. Great sage, remember to take good care of your health. In the World Championships, 2 years from now, we'll still be counting on you for perimeter defense. And Hua Zi, after you return, make sure to focus on strength training. With your current physique, attempting a breakthrough playstyle would be tantamount to courting death. Wang Zilin's instructions were met with a perfunctory acknowledgement from Sun Yu as he boarded the plane, while Chen Zhonghua pondered more earnestly. Is it really necessary? Building strength means gaining muscle, and I'm concerned it might affect my speed. Chen Zhonghua expressed his reluctance. How can it be unnecessary? I know Allen Iverson is your idol, but he initially played football. Beyond speed, his physique was formidable. You only have speed. Emulating Iverson's drives is like wielding a double-edged sword, harming yourself before your opponent. All right then, thanks to Wang Zealand's phenomenal performance in his Olympic debut with the national team. All his teammates tacitly acknowledged his immense potential and his status as the second most promising player after Yi Jianlian. This was precisely why Chun Zhenghua placed such importance on his words. Get lost. See you next time. If you don't come back noticeably stronger, I'll make sure Brother Yao kicks you off the national team. All right. I'll go train, okay? See you. Chun Zhenghua also knew that Wang Zealand was just teasing him, and boarded the plane with a chuckle. If only you would truly listen. After speaking at length with Chun Zhenghua, it was entirely out of the belief that at merely 23 years old, the young man still had a chance at redemption. Whether he chose to train or not was ultimately his own affair. Wang Zealand had already done his part, having bid farewell to Yi Jianlian and Wang Zhizhi. Wang Zealand returned with his parents to begin planning their 7-day itinerary for a trip to the UK. The summer had passed, yet melancholy lingered, unrelenting. Driving along the endless highway, he felt as though he were drifting away from himself. A song remained unsung, exhaustion leaving only dark circles beneath his eyes. It was already August 20th, the cusp between summer and autumn. More than 10 days had passed since the men's basketball competition. Wang Zealand had accompanied his parents on their travels until the 13th, staying to watch the Olympic closing ceremony before sending them back to their hometown in Fujian. This time, however, upon returning home, Wang Zealand handed over nearly all the money he had earned to his parents for them to buy a house. Yes, a house. In his past life, Wang Zealand had been nothing more than a reclusive homebody, without even a girlfriend to speak of. How could he have been expected to know much? But there was one thing he was absolutely certain of: real estate prices. Real estate is akin to pursuing romance. When you find the right one, seize the moment without hesitation. For hesitation may lead to watching prices soar beyond reach. Hence, the adage goes, the optimal time to purchase property was a decade ago, the second best is now. Moreover, Wang Zealand contemplated that if he didn't tread the political path like Yao Ming post-retirement, settling into the leisurely life of a landlord wouldn't be a bad alternative. Picture this: sipping fine wine, strolling with his hound, and occasionally nudging tenants for rent. A rather idyllic existence. Were it not for financial constraints, he'd have already invested in prime properties across Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. But no matter, after this season, he resolved to have Uncle Zhou secure more endorsements. Next year, he set his sights on acquiring land in Xiong'an. On August 24th, having concluded all commercial commitments, Wang Zealand and Tom Bruce boarded a flight straight to Portland, USA. Following the draft, Wang had instructed Zhou Yang to scout residences near the Rose Garden Arena. Upon landing, they headed directly to his new abode, a private villa, complete with a personal basketball court and a gym, perfectly accommodating his desire for occasional home training. By then, the 2012-13 NBA schedule had been unveiled in mid-July. The preseason would commence on October 10th, with the Trail Blazers' opening match against the newly assembled F4 super team, the Los Angeles Lakers. On August 11th, the Lakers had secured Dwight Howard and Steve Nash, heralding the rise of their new F4 era. Nash joined as a free agent, while Howard, the league's premier center, arrived via a blockbuster 14-team trade. Thus, the Lakers' formidable quartet, Nash, Kobe Bryant, Pau Gasol, and Howard, was born. Evidently, the Lakers' management sought to capitalize on Kobe Bryant's remaining prime years by assembling one final championship-caliber roster to contend for the title. This strategic maneuver by the Lakers indeed sparked boundless imagination, visions of the franchise's resurgence, dreams of Kobe hoisting the trophy once more, and aspirations of matching their archrivals, the Celtics. With a record 17 championships, only 3 years had passed since Dwight Howard single-handedly led his team to the finals, and in his athletic prime, Superman was indisputably the league's premier center. The thought of facing peak Dwight Howard filled Wang Zealand with nervous anticipation, yet above all, exhilaration. Others might not grasp the magnitude, but Wang Zealand understood all too well. Joining the Lakers marked a pivotal turning point in Dwight Howard's career. After a year in the City of Angels, he departed for Houston, and thereafter, the legend of Superman faded from the basketball world. In Wang Zealand's heart, a grand ambition burned. Rather than watch Howard relinquish his throne as the league's premier center due to injuries, he would seize it for himself. A crown unearned through blood and struggle is a crown without a soul. Perhaps Howard himself would prefer such a dramatic passing of the torch. With a full month and a half remaining before the preseason, Wang Zealand knew he had to make the most of this time. Gazing at the dazzling 17 million fan points within his system space, he brimmed with anticipation for his next evolution. So, Superman, is it? The so-called best center in the league? Well, your greatest challenger is coming. Chapter 57, Targeted Training Star Card. Sharif Abdurrahim, 2005 to 2006 season version. Team, Sacramento Kings. Age, 29. Position, power forward. Height, 206 centimeters. Weight, 104 kilograms. Hidden physical attributes: lower body strength, 68 upper body strength, 65 offensive abilities, post-up, 88 layup, 80 mid-range, 83 three-pointer, 60 dunk, 63 passing, 62 ball handling, 68 free throw, 86 driving, 65 defensive abilities, perimeter defense, 40 interior defense, 52 overall rating, 73 rotational core evaluation. The third overall pick in the 1996 draft. His mid-range shooting ranks among the elite for power forwards, with decent three-point range. One of the most fundamentally sound big men in NBA history. Relying on textbook footwork and finesse rather than brute force, a quintessential old-school power forward. Weaknesses: plagued by persistent injuries throughout his career, never proven himself in the playoffs. Neither a true forward nor center, offensive-minded with defensive limitations. Signature skill: paint dominator, silver, 4 to shooting attributes when posting up within the restricted area. As a former NBA All-Star power forward, Abdurrahim naturally possesses innate talents, though their potency has likely diminished in his twilight years. This star card was obtained by Wang Zilan at the cost of 10 million fan points. Truth be told, Wang believes his current offensive arsenal is already formidable. What he truly coveted was a defensive-oriented big man star card. The era of dominant interior forces has long passed. Quality big men have become exceedingly rare in today's NBA. If we were to tier current NBA centers, Dwight Howard undoubtedly occupies the top echelon as the league's premier center, followed by Marc Gasol, whom Wang faced in the Olympics, as second tier. Gasol's defensive prowess far surpasses his offensive game. In the upcoming season, he'll earn All-NBA second team and All-Defensive second team honors. Yet even at full stamina, Gasol could only contain, not completely stifle, Wang's interior assaults. This speaks volumes about the decline of modern post players. Hence Wang's burning desire for a golden-tier defensive anchors card. In his analysis, both offense and defense demand stamina, but the latter proves more physically taxing. Offense can occasionally rely on hot streaks, whereas defense requires relentless focus. A quality defender dare not lapse for even a moment when matched up. Furthermore, most cards Wang draws feature players in their declining years, leading him to conclude defensive specialists generally maintain better conditioning than offensive stars. Exceptions exist, of course. Freaks of nature like Wilt Chamberlain or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar operate by different rules. But now the system presents him with this outcome. Is this what they mean by the best defense is a good offense? He clearly aspired to become a versatile player excelling in both offense and defense, so why couldn't his wish be granted? Indeed. With O'Neal's innate physical gifts and the agility of JaVale McGee during his Warriors days, Wang Zilan could theoretically hone his defensive skills through sheer training. However, since these abilities were bestowed by the system, further elevating them beyond their original level would demand exponentially greater effort. To put it plainly, if the training difficulty for an average basketball player to improve defensively is rated at 1, Wang's challenge would be 1. 5. Had these talents been system acquired from the outset, the difficulty would asymptotically approach 0. Alas, the crux of the matter remains sheer indolence. Very well, I shall continue my training diligently. Perhaps only through one's own earnest efforts can one truly cherish the fruits of labor. Yes, precisely so. Realizing that relying on the system to enhance his defensive skills was futile, Wang Zilan had no choice but to diligently follow the training regimen meticulously designed for him by Tom Bruce. Upon reflection, Wang concluded that this particular lottery draw wasn't entirely a loss. The innate talent skill alone had already mitigated significant setbacks, not to mention inheriting Sharif Abdurrahim's masterful offensive techniques, skills others had spent decades refining, which he could assimilate within mere months. Indeed, premium quality justifies its price. Uncle Joe, could you gather game footage and training videos of Sharif Abdurrahim, the number 3 pick of the NBA's legendary 1996 draft class? Prioritize materials from his tenure with the Kings. Understood. I'll compile them as swiftly as possible. Excellent. After finally finishing O'Neal's film, Wang Zilan was then subjected to Rashid's footage. One wonders if the young lad could endure this second wave of torment. Scoring relies on talent, while defense demands dedication. This is a widely circulated saying on the basketball court. According to Tom Bruce, defense consists of 5 key elements: physical attributes, fundamental defensive skills, personal experience, and defensive determination. If one merely aspires to be a decent defender, relentless training can achieve that goal. However, to become an elite defender, extraordinary innate talent is indispensable. Coincidentally, Wong Zealand possesses precisely the kind of talent required to reach the pinnacle of defensive prowess. Wong Zealand boasts exceptional physical attributes, with astonishing strength and other advantageous traits such as an impressive wingspan, qualities that place him among the most physically gifted interior players. Moreover, he is a team-oriented athlete with an unyielding defensive mindset, willing to embrace the grueling, thankless tasks on the court. Tom Bruce believes his prot.G already fulfills all the prerequisites to evolve into an outstanding defensive player. At present, what Wong Zealand lacks are refined defensive fundamentals and experience. Over the next month and a half, his primary focus will be honing those defensive basics. In the NBA, no one epitomizes mastery of fundamentals better than Tim Duncan. The pursuit of perfecting fundamentals is an endless journey. Watch diligently, learn voraciously, practice relentlessly, and apply them consistently. By adhering to these 4 principles, one's foundational skills will steadily advance. As for experience, the fastest way to accumulate it is through real-game confrontations against NBA-caliber opponents on the hardwood. Beyond that, one must diligently study defensive theories and meticulously analyze game tapes of various offensive players across the league, observing each athlete's unique movement patterns. These efforts are equally indispensable. When Kobe Bryant devoted himself to studying Michael Jordan's game footage, it wasn't merely to replicate offensive techniques. He also refined his defensive skills to near perfection. In both offense and defense, Kobe pushed his physical capabilities to their absolute limits. This is precisely why he is universally acknowledged as the second greatest shooting guard in history, surpassed only by Michael Jordan himself. After listening to Tom Bruce's meticulously crafted training plan, Wong Zealand finally understood the sheer magnitude of work required to reach elite defensive levels. In the days ahead, Wong Zealand would focus on targeted training priorities: endurance, defense, and strength, the foundational pillars of his development. Before the new season arrived, he was determined to convert every ounce of his raw talent into tangible, formidable skill. Then, let my youth blaze forth. As the fresh leaves sprout and spring arrives, it marks the pinnacle of youth, the most vibrant moment of burning passion. Wong Zealand has gradually come to realize one truth: even a system might one day depart from him, but diligence is the one companion that will never betray a person. Chapter 58. The Rain in Portland at 4 a.m. At 8 o'clock the following morning, Tom Bruce began outlining the first phase of the training regimen to Wong Zealand. King, basketball is a sport that constantly demands formidable physical endurance. Presently, your greatest shortcoming lies precisely in your insufficient stamina. Therefore, we must commence with endurance training. Where shall we begin, then? Running? Forgive Wong Zealand's limited understanding of physical training. In his view, running constitutes the optimal form of physical conditioning. Well, your perspective isn't entirely incorrect, merely somewhat oversimplified. It appears I must first elucidate the fundamental concepts of physical. Rambling continues. After enduring Tom Bruce's lengthy exposition, Wong Zealand found himself utterly bewildered. While he recognized each individual word, their combined meaning eluded him completely. Damn it, even advanced mathematics hadn't seemed this incomprehensible. After all, mathematics is such a subject. If you don't comprehend it, no amount of urgency can conjure understanding. Tom Bruce's explanations only provided partial enlightenment, leaving him in that most uncomfortable state of half-knowledge. Sensing Wong Zealand's apparent disinterest in his theoretical discourse, Tom wisely concluded his scientific exposition. Sigh, another illiterate soul. Subsequently, Tom retrieved the notebook. Wong Zealand leaned in for a closer look. A training regimen. Upon further inspection, the pages were densely packed with scribbles that seemed to dance before his eyes. Wong promptly declared, "Brother, I entrust these 200-some pounds of mine to your expertise. Arrange them as you will. Let us commence the training without delay. In the morning, commence with aerobic exercises, followed by anaerobic training in the afternoon. While engaging in physical conditioning, strength training can be incorporated simultaneously, as there is minimal divergence between the two. The initial phase spans 6 days, serving as an adaptive training period. During this time, I shall meticulously observe the fluctuations in your various metrics. Upon concluding the first phase, appropriate adjustments will be made based on your body's assimilation capacity." Splendid. I've been eagerly awaiting those very words. Time flowed swiftly, and soon it was September 12th. Wang Zilin's training regimen had been underway for nearly half a month. But now it was time to temporarily suspend the program as he prepared to report to his team. The Trailblazers were a young squad that had made the playoffs for 3 consecutive seasons in recent years. Only last season, due to the injury of their core player LaMarcus Aldridge, did they miss the Western Conference playoffs. This year, not only had the team drafted 2 promising rookies, but Aldridge had also fully recovered. Naturally, the Trailblazers management harbored greater expectations for the upcoming season. As early as mid to late August, players returning from vacation had begun reporting back to the team in preparation for the preseason and regular season. However, because of his Olympic commitments and specialized training, Wang Zilin was among the last group to return. Very well, I hereby declare that the second phase of the special training program is officially concluded. The third phase will resume after you complete your team reporting, came the announcement. After Wang Ziming completed his final set of ankle-weighted calf raises for the day, Tom Bruce announced the conclusion of the second phase of the specialized training program. Huff, huff. After setting down the weights, Wang Zilin took a towel to wipe his sweat. You know, my friend, the speed of your progress and training efficiency undoubtedly rank among the top 5 of all athletes I've ever seen. Perhaps your physique inherently absorbs training effects faster than others. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that my training regimen is simply too perfect. Now can we? After a brief moment of seriousness, Tom Bruce's arrogant personality resurfaced once more. All right. I know you're the most outstanding trainer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought your help. Having recognized that this guy was the type who responded better to flattery than force, Wang Zilin chose to indulge him with compliance at such moments. Truth be told, I actually agree with him. Ignoring the fool, Wang Zilin packed up his belongings and prepared for a bath, hoping to get a good night's sleep. Tomorrow would mark his first meeting with his teammates, and he intended to be the first to arrive, while also experiencing Portland at 4 in the morning. Damn, for once, I was willing to wake up this early, only to be greeted by rain. Leaving home at the crack of dawn just to impress his teammates, to show them how hardworking Chinese players usually are, Wang Zilin found himself caught in a downpour halfway through his drive. He had nearly forgotten that Portland's climate bore Mediterranean and oceanic characteristics, with at least 155 rainy days a year. This sudden downpour reminded him of his university days in LPS City. That place was less of a cool capital and more of a foggy capital. For at least 12 or 13 days each month, thick fog would shroud the surroundings, lingering so persistently that one feared developing rheumatism from prolonged exposure. Apart from the 5 close companions in the dormitory and the twin ponytails of a junior female student, scarcely any pleasant memories remained of that place. Around 4:30 in the pre-dawn stillness, Wang Zilin finally arrived at the training facility of the Trailblazers, nestled within the hallowed halls of the Rose Garden Arena. The first sight that greeted him upon entry was the team's creed, its essence roughly translating to, "No one is born a champion. If you desire the crown, you must seize it through your own efforts." Advancing just a bit further, one could behold the Trailblazers' illustrious Wall of Honor, where prominently displayed was the franchise's sole NBA championship trophy, claimed in 1977 under Bill Walton's leadership during their maiden playoff appearance. Proceeding inward lay the locker rooms and basketball training facilities. Upon entering the locker area, he swiftly located LaMarcus Aldridge's designated spot, directly across from Damian Lillard's. "Oh, it appears Dame has been here for quite some time," he mused. These 2 players occupied the first lockers in their respective rows. As Wang Zilin hesitated between seating options, his gaze fell upon a solitary, unclaimed locker positioned precisely between the 2 rows. Above it hung a faded 3 placard, evidently the former station of Cat King Gerald Wallace from the previous season. Wang Zilin had initially been quite eager to befriend Gerald Wallace, as the Cat King had been selected for the NBA All-Defensive First Team just 2 years prior and was arguably the strongest defensive player on the Trailblazers roster. He had even planned to seek advice from him on defensive techniques. Unfortunately, in mid-March of that year, during a trade between the Trailblazers and the Nets, Wallace was sent to Brooklyn in exchange for Mehmet Okur, Sean Williams, and a protected 2012 first-round draft pick. However, after the Trailblazers signed J.J. Hickson, they also waived the injury-plagued former All-Star center Okur. This one was destined to be mine. Swiftly, Wang Zilin secured his locker position for the next 4 years, stepping forward to peel off the number 3 tag and replacing it with his own number 36. Once settled, he donned his gear and headed onto the court to warm up. Chapter 59, shooting him down in Aldridge's signature style during the period when his teammates hadn't yet arrived at the arena, Wang Zilan alternated between training and resting alone inside. He began with warm-up routines in the fitness hall, several sets of ligament stretches, shoulder presses, and prone leg curls. Once sufficiently warmed up, he moved to the court for mid-range shooting practice. His mid-range shooting ability, inherited from Shaquille O'Neal, originally stood at 74, decent, but far inferior to Sharif Abdurrahim's 83. According to the system's rating scale, an 83 in mid-range shooting already qualified as elite. Through relentless film study and intensive specialized training, he finally elevated his mid-range shot to 78. With just 2 points shy of the 80 threshold, he had to seize every moment to refine his skills before the regular season tipped off, aspiring to become a mid-range maestro. Among active NBA big men, aside from his teammate LaMarcus Aldridge, fewer than 10 could claim elite-level mid-range shooting. As for those who reached the godly 90-tier marksmanship, the entire league likely wouldn't exceed 5 players. Tim Duncan? Undoubtedly one. Dirk Nowitzki? Absolutely. Aldridge? Surely counted among them. Then he could recall no one else. After several more hours of practice, the clock struck 7:30 when at last the training grounds doors swung open. My word, old chap. How long have you been training here all by yourself? As the franchise player of the Trailblazers, Aldridge had already rejoined the team by late August. Last season's wretched injuries abruptly halted the team's 3-year playoff streak, leaving him profoundly discontented. This season, during discussions with general manager Oldie, they spoke of 2 promising rookies drafted by the team. He had already witnessed the prowess of Lillard on the perimeter. Not only was he an immediate impact player, but his hunger for victory was insatiable. Most strikingly, his demeanor and relentless spirit reminded Aldridge of his former teammate, Roy. And now, at long last, Aldridge had finally welcomed the arrival of the one he had been yearning for, Wang Zilan. Yes, yearning indeed, because he truly wished to avoid being pushed into the center position again. Hello there, LaMarcus. Turning around, Wang Zilan was slightly surprised to see the team's leader standing before him. He hadn't expected the first teammate he'd encounter in Portland to be LaMarcus Aldridge. Unlike fellow rookie Damian Lillard, Aldridge was already ascending toward the peak of his career, a formidable presence ranked among the top 5 power forwards in the NBA. As this millionaire all-star, whose annual earnings soared into the tens of millions, approached him, Wang Zilan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Hello, Wang. Or should I say, King. Call me whatever you like. I merely arrived a few hours earlier than you, just enough for a brief warm-up session. Truth be told, I'm actually 2 weeks behind schedule compared to everyone else. If I don't push myself harder in training, I fear my body might succumb to rust. Upon hearing Wang Zilan's words, Aldridge's lips curled into an appreciative smile. Although the true capabilities of this new teammate remain uncertain, his dedication to training and fervent desire for competition clearly indicate one thing. He is an excellent comrade to have by your side. My friend, welcome to Portland. Thank you for your warm greeting. I sincerely hope we'll have a pleasant and productive collaboration. Seeing Aldridge extend his goodwill, Wang Zilan reciprocated with ample courtesy. From later reputations, Wang knew Aldridge was one of the rare gentlemen in the league. Players, coaches, and fans who interacted with him universally praised him highly. He was a humble and courteous gentleman. However, after this brief interaction, he could distinctly sense that this leader was quite amiable, suggesting that the Trailblazers' locker room atmosphere must be fairly decent. It remains unclear what exactly transpired between Aldridge and Lillard later on, leading the former to depart for San Antonio. Perhaps it was due to leadership status, financial considerations, or the pursuit of a championship. Only speculation remains. With a skilled player, especially an interior presence, standing right beside him, Wang Zilan naturally wouldn't pass up the opportunity to broaden his horizons. Suddenly grinning, Wang Zilan turned to Aldridge and said, LaMarcus, what's up? Aldridge, who was about to change into his training gear, turned his head curiously. Nothing much. I just thought since we still have time, why don't we have a one-on-one? I'd love to experience firsthand the skills of an NBA elite player. Sure, no problem. Just give me a moment to warm up. Outwardly composed and amiable, yet inwardly sensitive and deeply concerned about others' perceptions, Aldridge initially interpreted Wang Zilan's words as a challenge to his leadership. His brow furrowed instantly. However, having been raised by a single mother who often reminded him that the eyes are the windows to the soul, they never lie, Aldridge instinctively searched Wang Zilan's gaze. Finding not a trace of provocation, but instead an intense thirst for knowledge and an unyielding desire to improve, he let go of the defensiveness that had momentarily surfaced. All right. 10 minutes later, Aldridge returned, his face slightly flushed and his breath slightly uneven. All right, buddy, You take the first move. Aldridge was not unaware that Wang Zealand had displayed formidable offensive prowess even against defensive stalwarts like Marc Gasol during the Olympics. Yet, his pride as the alpha male wouldn't permit him to make the first move. All right, American-style one-on-one. Best of 5 balls. You serious about this, mate? Having witnessed Wang Zealand's performance on the court, he was well aware of the latter's dominance through sheer physical prowess in the paint. Yet now, Wang Zealand was inexplicably abandoning his strengths, opting instead for the American-style one-on-one with its 10-second shot clock and 3-dribble limit. Of course, back when I wasn't this tall, I used to play as a guard, earning myself the nickname Stay-at-Home Jordan in my hometown. Although Ade's defense is considered decent among interior players, he is absolutely confident in completely shutting down his opponent. Isn't it just a matter of backing them down to the basket? That's practically child's play. Moreover, it would be rather impolite to immediately challenge the team's star player upon arrival. Thus, Wang Zealand approached this match with the mindset of broadening his horizons from the very beginning. Simultaneously, he sought to evaluate how his current shooting skills would fare against defenders of NBA-caliber opposition. The Gary and Jordan? There exists such a place. Seeing Wang Zealand's unwavering determination, Aldridge ceased his insistence. With a smile, he bounced the ball to Wang near the three-point line. The moment the ball touched his hands, Wang Zealand's entire demeanor transformed. His previous playful grin vanished without a trace. His knees bent slightly, his center of gravity lowered, his stance tightened, and he shielded the ball firmly at his right side. What a textbook triple threat stance. Aldridge's pupils constricted slightly as all traces of complacency vanished from his mind. Should he take the shot or drive past the defender? Since he remained motionless, I shall take the initiative to test the waters. As the defender, Aldridge was the first to shift his stance, executing a deceptive forward lean. The moment I've been anticipating. To Aldridge's astonishment, an unexpected scene unfolded before him. Wang Zealand adopted his most familiar shooting form and boldly rose for a pull-up jumper without hesitation. How audacious is this young man? Although Aldridge himself possessed a certain three-point shooting ability, his true forte and preference remained the mid-range jumper. He never anticipated that Wang Zealand, a traditional center, would dare to take a shot from beyond the arc. With his defensive focus initially set on preventing drives to the basket, he found himself momentarily caught off guard. Such audacity, impressive indeed. Swish. As expected, Aldridge didn't even need to turn around before hearing the crisp sound of the ball swishing through the net behind him. Success. Chapter 60. Mixed Fortunes. Excellent shot. A voice echoed from the entrance. There was actually a third party present. Wang Zealand and Aldridge simultaneously turned their gaze toward the entrance. Lillard. Brothers, you seem to be in high spirits, engaging in a game of bullfighting this early morning. Clearly, Lillard has arrived for several minutes already. But just now Wang Zealand and the other were too engrossed to notice. Please, carry on with your game. Don't mind me. Lillard strolled toward the bench with a grin. 1 o'clock. The game continued as Wang Zealand once again assumed the triple threat stance. Aldridge spread his arms wide, like an eagle swooping down, enveloping Wang Zealand. I dare you to attempt another pull-up jumper. This time, Wang Zealand executed a series of deceptive feints before forcefully driving down the left flank, spinning into a smooth mid-range jumper. Swish. The ball kissed the net with poetic grace. The ball rolled twice around the rim before finally dropping through the hoop. 2 o'clock. Wow. LaMarcus, if you don't get serious soon, you're going to get shut out. Now the ball is back in the hands of our number 36 player. What kind of offensive move will he choose this time? On the sidelines, Lillard couldn't stay idle either, casually dribbling a ball while serving as an impromptu commentator. This time, Aldridge adjusted his defensive stance, left foot slightly forward, right foot back, his gaze piercing like a sword locked onto Wang Zealand's eyes. He meant serious business now. After a swift drive, Wang Zealand pulled up for a floating jumper. Aldridge closed it fast, raising his right hand high to apply intense defensive pressure. Clang. The iron was unkind this time as Wang's shot rimmed out. Possession switched, and now the ball found its way to player number 12. Welcome to the showtime. As Lillard's commentary accelerated, Wang Zealand could actually detect a rhythmic cadence in his words. Such formidable racial talent. No wonder this man would later drop 4 singles in a single month, earning his title as the NBA's soulful crooner. Hey buddy, game's about to end. Your chances are slipping away, Aldridge taunted, eyes gleaming as he secured the ball. Bring it on then. Wang shot back. All right then. The ensuing moments unfolded precisely as Aldridge had proclaimed. Game over. Wang Zealand failed to defend successfully against his opponent even once. He realized that although Aldridge avoided physical confrontation, It didn't imply inferior athleticism. On the contrary, as the second overall draft pick, Aldridge possessed exceptional physical attributes alongside his precise shooting, with post-up plays being his specialty. Aldridge's post-up style contrasted sharply with Wong's. The former relied primarily on rhythmic variations to shake defenders, while the latter emphasized brute strength in direct clashes. Though Wong recognized Aldridge's approach as more energy-efficient, and perhaps something he might adopt when older, he currently preferred his own aggressive style. A true man meets his opponent head-on in bayonet combat, testing who can outlast the other in sheer toughness. This isn't to suggest Aldridge lacked fortitude, but rather highlights their differing philosophies and personal preferences in play style. A miraculous comeback unfolded as player number 12, trailing 0-2, staged an astonishing rally by winning 5 consecutive games to claim ultimate victory. Let us now hear his thoughts on this triumphant achievement. An overly dramatic Lillard, wielding a bottle of Gatorade as a makeshift microphone, approached Aldridge with theatrical flair. All right, enough clowning around. To think that the usually aloof and dignified Damian Lillard, akin to the legendary Guan Yu, could display such childlike innocence one day, leaving Wang Zhilin exclaiming, "One may know a person's face, but not their heart." This term seems somewhat inappropriate. Brothers, why don't you join me for a match? In intrigue, Lillard appeared eager to participate. Scram. Get lost. This time, Wang Zhilin and Oldie demonstrated remarkable unity against external challenges. Their burgeoning synergy has already begun to yield promising results. In the realm of one-on-one basketball duels, it is predominantly small forwards and guards who engage in such contests, as larger players often find themselves at a disadvantage, unless, of course, the matchup involves towering figures like Wang Zhilin or LaMarcus Aldridge. When Lillard made his remark, his intention to exploit an advantageous position was glaringly apparent. TSK. If he lacks the courage, so be it. I shall not press the matter. Observing the reluctance of the two to acquiesce, Lillard shook his head in mild disappointment and strode briskly toward the locker room. After all, he hadn't even changed out of his training attire yet. As time passed, the locker room gradually filled with more people. The French Pippin Nicolas Batum, the inspirational undrafted player Wesley Matthews, and the future Fujian team player J.J. Hickson. Without a doubt, the Trail Blazers starting lineup for the upcoming 2012-13 season would consist of Wang Zhilin, LaMarcus Aldridge, Wesley Matthews, Nicolas Batum, and Damian Lillard. Among this lineup, the eldest, Aldridge, was merely 27 years old, making this Trail Blazers squad undeniably one of the league's fresh-faced young guards. Most teammates extended goodwill toward Wang Zhilin, the rookie whom the team had clearly decided to nurture, except for his future Fujian teammate. That guy barged in with a scowl, as if someone owed him a fortune, and immediately shot Wang Zhilin a disdainful glare. As if anyone here lacked a temper. TCH. Wang Zhilin, whose warm gesture was met with cold indifference, felt a surge of suppressed anger rising in his chest. With a muffled grunt, he turned his face away. Wesley, has that fellow always been so foul-tempered? As they stepped out, Wang Zhilin casually draped his arm over Wesley Matthews' shoulder with an air of familiarity. Through Aldridge's earlier introduction, Wang had learned that this undrafted player who had clawed his way into a starting position through sheer perseverance was also known off-court as a genuinely good-natured man. What set Matthews apart from Aldridge, however, was his keen sense of when to display temper and when to unite teammates, coupled with an indomitable spirit that invariably inspired those around him. Certain NBA players naturally exude locker room leadership qualities. Wesley Matthews embodied this archetype perfectly. Glancing back at Hickson before eyeing Wang, who maintained close physical contact, Matthews hesitated momentarily before finally breaking the silence. During the offseason, Wang Hickson suffered substantial financial losses in Las Vegas. Moreover, his wife recently exposed his infidelity, resulting in further monetary compensation. Previously, he had been performing exceptionally well with the team. After being traded mid-season last year, he and LaMarcus became the undisputed starting power forward and center duo, delivering commendable statistics of 15 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists per game. Now that you've arrived, he will most likely be relegated to a backup role behind either you or LaMarcus, inevitably diminishing his numbers. It's hardly surprising he's in poor spirits. But what does any of this emotional turmoil have to do with me? Why should I concern myself with such matters? After comprehending the entire situation, Wang Zhilin's gaze toward Hickson was devoid of even a shred of compassion, instead brimming with profound disdain. Being demoted from the starting lineup due to inadequate skills. yet failing to engage in self-reflection and instead blaming others. No wonder he remained an eternal journeyman throughout his career. The affable Aldridge, the aloof Lillard, the seasoned Matthews, the ever-womanizing Batum, and the utterly detestable Hickson. These formed Wong Zealand's initial impressions of his new teammates. Clap, clap, clap. The sound echoed, halting all the Trailblazers players in their tracks as they turned their heads in unison toward the entrance. Standing there was none other than the team's head coach for the season, Terry Stotts. Chapter 61, the teammate scheme. Although Tristan Trotter was also new to the team, he carried a prestigious reputation that compelled every player to respect his opinions. Assistant offensive coach of the championship team. Although newly arrived, Tristanos quickly became the most coveted candidate among major team managements after serving as the primary offensive assistant coach for the Dallas Mavericks during their championship-winning season last year. For several consecutive years, the Trailblazers had made it to the playoffs, yet ultimately returned empty-handed, a situation that clearly fell short of Allen's expectations. Seeking transformation, he deliberately signed Terry Stotts, believing that as a protege of the renowned NBA coach Rick Carlisle, Stotts must have absorbed some genuine wisdom from his mentor. Once everyone had assembled, Coach Terry initiated restorative training. The initial phase of the camp focused on helping players regain their physical conditioning, ensuring they could reclaim their competitive form before delving into tactical drills for the new season. Tactics, at times, prove even more grueling than physical training, as they test one's intellect. The NBA, being the highest caliber and most widely followed basketball league in the world, naturally employs far more intricate strategies than what Wong Zealand had encountered during his CBA days. For role players, memorizing their specific assignments suffices. They need not master an overwhelming array of plays. However, for a star player, the tactical demands multiply. It's fair to say that among those who carve out a name for themselves in the NBA, very few lack sharp minds, barring a handful of exceptions. Compared to his peers, Wong Zealand was undeniably fortunate, perhaps owing to the player cards he inherited, particularly the superstar card of Shaquille O'Neal, his basketball comprehension sword, elevating his tactical acumen and grasp of plays far beyond that of his fellow rookies. Even Damian Lillard, with his 4 years of collegiate experience, couldn't he confidently claim superiority over Wong in tactical mastery. Thus, when Coach Terry explained and rehearsed the flow offense, the very system that propelled the Mavericks to a championship, Wong Zealand consistently grasped the concepts the fastest. Fortunately, aided by the stereotype of Chinese players as natural scholars in the eyes of foreigners, Wong didn't stand out excessively, merely unlocking a new badge, rare tactical genius. On October 8, 2012, the NBA preseason games commenced with fervent intensity. On the evening of the 11th, the Los Angeles Lakers from the Pacific Division hosted the Portland Trail Blazers from the Northwest Division at their home court. Notably, the Trail Blazers' first regular season opponent would also be the Lakers, though by then the matchup would shift to Portland's home arena, the Rose Garden. One might ponder how our esteemed league commissioner orchestrated such scheduling. Could it truly be mere coincidence? David Stern, the self-proclaimed ultimate connoisseur of fan desires, would undoubtedly protest. I most certainly did not arrange this deliberately. For the vast majority of teams in the league, preseason serves merely as an opportunity for starters to regain their rhythm and assess the caliber of newly acquired players. As for the Lakers, such minor occasions are utterly beneath their notice. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost to the obscure Golden State Warriors in their previous game. Tonight, their star player Kobe Bryant is absent due to injury. As for their other major acquisition, the seemingly boyish yet fiercely ambitious Superman, his interest in preseason games is practically non-existent. He has outright declared he won't participate in any of the Lakers' 5 preseason matchups. Currently, the Lakers are led by the Wind Warriors Steve Nash and Pau Gasol, with the newly renamed Metta World Peace supporting on the wing. However, judging by their combined playing time of less than 20 minutes in the last game, it's clear the team is prioritizing developing young talent. For Wong Zealand, this is actually a favorable situation, though he aspires to claim the throne as the league's top center. Challenging Dwight Howard, still in his prime with at least a 90-rated ability, would be unwise at this stage. This game's matchup suits him perfectly. Robert Saker, a 7-foot big man selected by the Lakers with the 30th pick in the second round, is the ideal opponent. Every year, countless promising talents enter the NBA only to have their confidence shattered by vastly superior adversaries, never recovering their potential. Against such an opponent, Wong is fully confident he can dominate during his minutes on the court. This kind of player exists solely to boost his confidence and marginally elevate his reputation. On the Trailblazers side, veterans like LaMarcus Aldridge, Nicholas Batum, and Wesley Matthews have already stated they'll only play a quarter or two, leaving the rest of the spotlight to him and Damian Lillard. What excellent teammates. Once again, Wang Zealand felt that joining the Trailblazers might not be such an unfortunate turn of events after all. Setting aside the infamous curse of the big men that had plagued Portland since the last century, this Trailblazers team was genuinely commendable. Not every franchise is blessed with a team leader who embodies such gentlemanly grace, exceptionally amiable and devoid of any inclination to suppress newcomers. As for the other core players, they were all vibrant young men in their mid-20s. Bonding came effortlessly, whether over shared passions like gaming, discussions about romance, or the universal allure of wealth. After all, the interests of youth are remarkably alike. Save for J. Hickson, whose dwindling playing time had understandably soured his disposition toward Wang. The rest of the Trailblazers roster had welcomed him with open arms. During the pre-game press conference, Wang Zealand, the league's sole Chinese national player, newly minted member of the national team, and starting center for China's men's basketball squad, naturally became the focal point of media attention. The clusters of reporters surrounding his teammates paled in comparison to the throng gathered around him. Look at Wang basking in the spotlight, one might muse. There are moments I catch myself wishing I, too, were a Chinese player. How splendid that would be. The Trailblazers currently have a staggering 19 players on their roster. However, once the new season begins, the roster must be trimmed down to 15, with 12 players making the active list for regular season games while the rest are relegated to the developmental league. Aside from the well-known starters who attract some media attention, the remaining players are largely insignificant figures in the league, scarcely warranting any interviews from journalists. Wang Zealand's treatment has left them murmuring in envy. No, not just them. Even seasoned players like Batum are practically drooling over it. Matthews turned to Batum beside him and whispered, "Hey man, if we win tonight's game, how about we invite Wang out for some fun later?" Is that really appropriate? Born in the city of romance, Batum was visibly moved. Yet he still stole a cautious glance at Coach Terry. "I heard Wang is still a virgin. As his brothers, I believe it's our duty to lend him a hand and help him shed that unfortunate label." Really? Wang is merely 19 years of age. Let us not forget that men from the Celestial Empire have always been rather innocent and chaste in matters of the heart. What say you to that? Wang Zealand could never have imagined that Matthews, who usually presented himself as a benevolent elder, would sink to such depravity. No problem. Upon hearing this, Batum slapped his thigh in excitement and immediately agreed. At that moment, Wang Zealand suddenly sensed an eerie, chilling aura emanating from behind him. An ominous premonition crept into his heart. Batum and his companion were quietly snickering, perhaps already envisioning the awkward scenario of Wang Zealand, the innocent virgin from the Celestial Empire, stepping into a nightclub for the first time. It is said that corrupting virtuous women and redeeming fallen ones are among men's greatest pleasures. For seasoned veterans like Batum, personally guiding a young boy into manhood also holds its own peculiar amusement. Wesley, what are you two laughing about? Is there something amusing? On the other side, Aldridge had long noticed his two teammates constantly chuckling together. Unable to resist his burning curiosity, he finally approached them. "LaMarcus, tonight we're planning to..." Batum revealed their scheme to Aldridge. You guys are truly unscrupulous. Count me in." After the interview concluded, Wang Zealand noticed his teammates behind him were all wearing forced, unnatural smiles. What's more unsettling was that they were all grinning in eerie unison. "What's going on with you guys?" he muttered under his breath. No, we were just reminiscing about some delightful moments." Wang Zealand grew increasingly perplexed. Chapter 62. Lillard did it too. After the warm-up, players from both teams settled onto the bench, awaiting the referee's signal to commence the match. "Damian, how many points are we planning to crush them by later?" "Whatever." Upon hearing Wang Zealand's words, Lillard absent-mindedly acknowledged with a grunt before suddenly realizing the implication. The Gatorade in his mouth sprayed out in shock. "Man, that's a back-to-back championship team you're talking about. Just because the Lakers got eliminated in the second round 2 years straight doesn't mean you should underestimate them like that. You're getting way too cocky." As Dirk Nowitzki once remarked, despite the Lakers being eliminated in the second round for 2 consecutive years, they remain the favored championship contender in the hearts of fans and media alike. Yet few acknowledge the caliber of teams that ousted them. The 2011 Dallas Mavericks, with the godlike performance of the German tank Dirk Nowitzki, shattered countless expectations. This year's Oklahoma City Thunder, though youthful, were finalists brimming with boundless potential. Though merely a preseason game, The Trailblazers treated it with the gravity of a playoff battle, the tension palpable even on the bench. I am well aware of the Lakers' formidable strength, but only at full roster capacity. Tonight, with neither Kobe Bryant nor Dwight Howard taking the court, I find it difficult to believe this diminished lineup poses any significant threat. Facing a depleted team and still failing to secure victory, doesn't that imply we're rather lackluster? During the warm-up, Wang Zealand had been discreetly assessing the overall ratings of players on both sides. Among the Lakers' starting five, the highest rated was Pau Gasol at 86, a full 10 points lower than his international rating, marking a two-tier decline, yet still formidable. Next came Steve Nash at 82. Meta World Peace, the self-proclaimed charitable good guy who never elbows, at 77, Jody Meeks at 68, and Robert Saker at 63. Particularly when Wang noticed that his direct matchup, Robert Saker, was rated a mere 63, his grin couldn't have been wider. On the Trailblazers side, the strongest was their leader, LaMarcus Aldridge. With an 88 rating, his deadliest weapon being his mid-range shot, graded at an elite 93. Following him was Damian Lillard at 82. After several months apart, Dame had grown slightly stronger. Then came Nicolas Batum, the French Pippin, at 78, the ever-dependable Wesley Matthews at 76, and J.J. Hickson at 75. As for Wang Zealand himself, his abilities had improved significantly since his Olympic debut. Player, Wang Zealand physical hidden attributes, lower body strength, 92 to 93 upper body strength, 88 to 90 speed, 65 explosiveness, 71 to 73 agility, 68 vertical leap, 78 jumping speed, 75 stamina, 68 to 73 offensive abilities, post-up, 70 to 80 layup, 86 mid-range shooting, 74 to 80 long-range shooting, 62 dunking, 70 passing, 62 ball handling, 61 to 68 free throw, 78 to 84 driving, 56 to 65 defensive abilities, perimeter defense, 50 to 55 interior defense, 70 to 72 rebounding, 70 to 76 shot blocking, 65 to 69 steals, 50 to 52 overall. Rating, 79, starter, evaluation, merely a step away from stardom. Innate abilities, natural superhuman strength, amethyst grade. This innate gift allows the host to attain max-level power attributes through dedicated training. Dunk overlord, gold grade. Within 3 seconds of physical contact with an opposing player, forcefully collide for a dunk, slightly increasing dunk success rate. Dunking, leaping, and vertical acceleration attributes each rise by 6 points for 3 seconds. Upon completing the dunk, it inspires teammates, restoring 7 of their stamina. Paint Dominator, silver grade. When executing post-up offense within the key, shooting ability increases by 4 points. 5 months. Do you have any idea how I endured these 5 months? Compared to his Olympic training days, Wang Zealand's defensive capabilities have shown significant improvement. And this progress can be largely attributed to his own relentless efforts. After months of rigorous training, his stamina has successfully increased from 68 to 73, further addressing his most glaring weakness. Although a stamina level of 73 is still somewhat insufficient for a heavyweight center like him, with proper management, it should allow him to play 30 to 35 minutes per game. Gazing at the likes of Aldridge and Lillard, both rated at 80, Wang Zealand's budding conviction grew stronger. With the formidable duo of Aldridge and Lillard holding the fort, he could afford to coast occasionally, right? According to the fusion timeline of the Golden Card, Sharif Abdurrahim's offensive skills are expected to be fully assimilated by the end of the year. That will mark the moment his rating surpasses 80, an opportune time for the Hidden Dragon to emerge. When comparing the two teams, whether in terms of overall strength or elite talent, the Trailblazers roster clearly outshines the Lakers, led by the F2 duo. As the saying goes, a phoenix in decline is no match for a chicken. If not now, then when? Strike while the iron is hot. Such a formidable opponent who could boost both confidence and reputation, Wang Zealand had no intention of letting them slip away easily. Damian. Coach Terry mentioned that key players like LaMarcus won't be playing much longer. If we want to win, it'll be up to us two brothers. With that, Wang Zealand shot him a knowing glance. How can I assist you? After a long silence, Lillard finally uttered the words Wang Zealand had been longing to hear. Well, it's actually quite simple. Wang Zealand pondered for a moment before earnestly stating, once LaMarcus and the others are off the court, pass me the ball whenever there's an opportunity. I guarantee I'll dominate that lanky 13-meter opponent. If there's no opening, feel free to take the shot yourself. Don't hold back. That way, it'll be easier for me to rack up rebounds. In our country, We believe in starting strong. As long as we work together seamlessly in this game, we're bound to put up impressive stats. Damian Lillard widened his eyes, staring blankly at Wang Zielin. Who would have thought this guy with such thick eyebrows and big eyes could talk about stat padding without even blushing? Brilliant, Lillard muttered. And you even want to collaborate with me on this? Of course, Wang Zielin replied with a grin. If you get the chance, pass it to me right away. I'll let you experience the thrill of scoring over a two-time regular season MVP, back-to-back, no less. With that, Wang Zielin pointed into the distance. Two-time regular season MVP. At those words, Lillard's gaze instantly locked on his Steve Nash on the opposing team. Since the turn of the century, Nash stood as the most decorated point guard in terms of individual accolades, a towering figure in the minds of younger players like Lillard. That actually doesn't sound too bad. Moreover, in the depths of my heart, Wang Zielin embraced Lillard's shoulder and spoke with utmost sincerity. Your potential may very well rival that of Steve Nash. No, I firmly believe that together, we shall claim the championship trophy, a glory even Nash himself never attained. This statement clearly carries an air of exaggeration, yet for someone as aloof as Lee the Second Master Rad, it proves remarkably gratifying. Deal. Damian, congratulations on making the right choice. After successfully dragging Lillard into the fray, Wang Zielin smiled with satisfaction. Bearing the burden together would always be easier than shouldering it alone. If questioned about potential score padding after the game, they could simply declare, "We both did it." Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to China Sports Channel. We are currently broadcasting the NBA 2012-13 preseason game between the home team, the Los Angeles Lakers, and the visiting Portland Trail Blazers. Now taking the court is our very own Wang Zielin, who will be starting tonight. Let us hope he finds his rhythm and delivers an outstanding performance. Across the vast ocean, with Wang Zielin now part of the Trail Blazers, Portland has naturally become another beloved team for Chinese basketball fans. The executives at China Sports Channel have also prioritized broadcasting the Trail Blazers games as part of their basketball programming. Chapter 63. The emergence of tacit understanding back in the United States. The game finally commenced. Wang Zielin and Robert Saker positioned themselves at center court, preparing for the tip-off. Contrary to Wang Zielin's earlier remark, Saker was by no means a mere skinny bamboo pole, standing at 2.13 meters with a solid 122-kilogram frame. His physique ranked among the top 5 in terms of sheer mass among this year's draft prospects. Yet, fate had pitted him against Wang Zielin, towering at 2.16 meters and weighing a formidable 130 kilograms. This stark contrast rendered the otherwise burly Saker noticeably diminutive in comparison. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, under the watchful eyes of the Staples Center crowd, Wang Zielin effortlessly secured the tip-off. Damian Lillard, seizing the ball, immediately shifted gears, propelling himself into a full-throttle sprint. A speed rating of 94 was nothing short of blistering, almost simultaneously crossing the halfway line with Batum. Lillard, while dribbling, surged ahead to the left arc beyond the three-point line. Nash did retreat swiftly in defense, yet being inherently weak at guarding and a step slower. He was effortlessly left behind by Lillard's explosive first step. Near the left free throw line, Gasol swiftly moved to help defend, attempting to double-team Nash alongside him. Lillard continued driving deep into the paint before abruptly halting at the free throw line, evading the defensive rotation and lofting the ball off the backboard. Wang Zielin was already in position, like a shark breaching the surface. Boom. Aerial alley-oop. On the CCTV commentary platform, the Lakers simply cannot afford to leave him unguarded like this. Have the defending players fallen asleep? A commentator from the National Sports Channel was mid-sentence when he suddenly felt his female co-host subtly nudge his foot under the table. Simultaneously, the head director's furious roar erupted through his earpiece. "You idiot. It's Wang Zielin who just scored. Can't you even commentate properly? Someone cover for him, quick." Without missing a beat, the female commentator smoothly took over. What a spectacular play. The Trail Blazers opened with a flawless alley-oop. The timing on that pass was impeccable, and Wang Zielin's off-ball movement is nothing short of elite. 2-0. Gorgeous assist, my friend. And what a finish. After scoring, Wang Zielin and Lillard exchanged high-fives while retreating on defense. On the Lakers' side, Meta World Peace glared intensely at the belated Robert Saker, seemingly reproaching him for his sluggish defensive return that left such a gaping opening for the opposing player. Saker promptly raised his hand, acknowledging his mistake. Yet in his heart swelled a tide of grievance. He was the 8th overall pick in the first round. While I'm merely a second-round selection, how could our physical attributes possibly compare? The momentum shifts as Thackeray passes the ball to Nash, barely crossing the half-court line. Nash finds himself confronted by an electrified Lillard, who immediately applies intense half-court pressure. Here stands the legendary two-time MVP Steve Nash, an icon revered by countless fans. But today, I, Damian Lillard, shall face my idol head-to-head. Watch as I lock him down completely. Gazing at Lillard's provocative stare, Nash merely smiled without responding. He had encountered far too many such upstarts in his career. If he were to utter "the future belongs to you" to every challenger, the repetition would surely drive him to distraction. With nimble and masterful footwork, Nash effortlessly evaded Lillard's defense, maintaining impeccable control of the ball. As Wong Zealand glanced at Nash's ratings, he was astonished to see a staggering 98 in ball handling, 2 points higher than Lillard's, just one shy of perfection at 99. Although Nash is already 38 years old, and his rating has declined from its peak to a mere 82, just slightly higher than Lillard's, he still possesses two innate talents. The first is the golden tier marksman. Upon receiving a pass from a teammate, the difficulty of his shooting motion decreases by 7 for 3 seconds. The second is an entirely new ability he has never encountered before, unlocking yet another dimension of his game. Team leader, Golden, after briefly handling the ball. All teammates' offensive capabilities increase by 5 points for 8 seconds. Following the Dunk Emperor, this is yet another group buff skill. The two-time regular season MVP indeed possesses elite skills. Leaving the defensively weak Lillard behind, Nash sprinted straight to the three-point line. The nearest defender Matthews decisively abandoned Jody Meeks and charged toward Nash. Though Nash's career scoring stats weren't particularly dazzling, everyone knew that when the wind child desired, he could transform into a first-class scorer in the league. Meeks wasn't foolish either. Seeing his defender leave, he swiftly cut toward the paint. Nash seized the opportunity and dished the ball to Meeks. Who would have thought the Lakers' first points would come from me, Meeks? He truly didn't expect to penetrate the Trail Blazers' defense so effortlessly. Exhilarated, he flicked his wrist and lofted the ball toward the hoop. Go in. Meeks' shot was mercilessly swatted out of bounds by Wong Zealand. Little meatball. The paint is my domain. This is no place for you. Successfully defending the rim, Wong Zealand cast a disdainful glance at Meeks' bald head. Meeks wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Weren't Chinese players supposed to be modest and humble? How come this guy bears no resemblance to his predecessors Yao and Yi at all? That shot instantly ignited the fighting spirit of the Trail Blazers players, with the bench crew wildly waving their towels in exhilaration. Alas, how pitiful these foreigners are, incapable of uttering our most expressive exclamations. The little bald head before him seemed lost in confusion, drawing a gaze of pity from Wong Zealand. Possession belonged to the Lakers, and the referee signaled for an inbound pass. Pau Gasol, tasked with the throw-in, masterfully solved this global conundrum by finding Nash, who had slipped free off a screen. With such a wide-open opportunity, Nash, guided by the familiar muscle memory of countless repetitions, launched a three-pointer. Swish. Effortless. 3, 2. Brother, your defense is utterly abysmal. You ought to return and train more rigorously. This time, Wong Zealand's sharp tongue was directed at his own teammate. My mistake, my fault. Lillard's face flushed crimson, the word awkward practically written across his features. Upon receiving the pass, he charged down the court as Nash assumed a textbook defensive stance. Alas, to no avail. As Nash lunged forward, Lillard swiftly turned his body to shield against the outstretched arm. After the physical contact, he deftly pulled the ball in the opposite direction and spun past his defender for a clean breakthrough. As he reached the free throw line, Damian Lillard glanced toward Wong Zealand on his left. Pau Gasol, concerned that Robert Saker couldn't hold the defense, shifted slightly to that side. Alas, it was a ruse. While Gasol believed he had deciphered Lillard's intentions, the guard had already ascended to a higher level of strategy. With a sudden motion, Lillard gathered the ball and lofted it toward the right side of the court, to LaMarcus Aldridge. At this moment, Gasol was already out of position, leaving Aldridge wide open in his most comfortable mid-range spot. With effortless grace, he released the shot and swished the two-pointer cleanly through the net. 4, 3. On the sidelines, Coach Terry instructed his assistant David Vanderpool to meticulously document the performances of the players on the court, particularly the two rookies, Wong Zealand and Lillard. Within just the opening 2 possessions, the trio of young talents designated as the core by the Trail Blazers management had already executed seamless coordination, an undeniably satisfying outcome. Though minor imperfections remained, such as Lillard's defensive shortcomings requiring refinement, these flaws hardly overshadowed their brilliance. The senior Lillard demonstrated exceptional court vision. Wang Zealand excelled in his roles to the basket and defensive efforts, and Aldridge's shooting remained as reliable as ever. The general manager and owner would undoubtedly be pleased with this report. Chapter 64, Preseason Opening Victory. Subsequently, Nash sought out the Lakers rookie Saker, granting him an opportunity to showcase his abilities. Saker's draft appeal lay in his decent physical conditioning and substantial bulk. Though technically raw with limited skills, he possessed the potential to develop into a serviceable role player. Regrettably, his so-called physical advantages proved utterly fragile when confronted by Wang Zealand. Saker attempted to overpower Wang in the post, but failed miserably. With the shot clock winding down, he resorted to an awkward turnaround jumper. Playing the unmistakable sound of iron reverberated, as if Saker were paying homage to the Black Mamba observing from the sidelines. Just as Wang Zealand pivoted to secure his rebound, a shadow darted past him. Lillard. My rebound. My rebound. Lillard paid no heed to such trivialities, swiftly grabbing the rebound and launching a fast break. Batum and Matthews flanked him with perfect synchronization, creating an overwhelming 3-on-1 advantage in the front court. Without resorting to elbows, Arteas stood no chance against this triple threat, wisely choosing to concede. Lillard delivered a pinpoint alley-oop assist to Batum, who executed a spectacular dunk that sent the crowd into raptures. The Trail Blazers opened the game with a dazzling 6-3 run. When did Portland become the city of alley-oops? It seems basketball fans across the league are in for a visual feast. The two commentators courtside at Staples Center were visibly stunned by the Trail Blazers' opening 2 alley-oop plays. Such spectacular visuals could easily rival their neighboring team, the Clippers, who always seem to be plotting to usurp the throne. After exchanging glances, the commentators nodded in silent agreement. Let the hype begin, and let it be extravagant. If the league could truly foster another Lob City, it might help divert some of the spotlight from the Clippers. Had it not been for Lillard's momentary lapse allowing Nash to slip free for that open three-pointer, the Lakers might well have been left scoreless. Yet their repeated offensive failures stung deeply enough as it was. Wang Zealand realized he had perhaps overestimated his opponents, or rather, underestimated his own teammates. After all, this was merely the preseason, where many franchise stars wouldn't even take the court, largely ceding opportunities to younger players. But Portland's roster was already brimming with youth, and their leader, Aldridge, fresh off an injury at the end of last season, understandably used these games to regain his rhythm. Thus, this depleted Lakers squad appeared woefully outmatched against a fully charged Trail Blazers lineup. By the end of the first quarter, Portland had unleashed wave after wave of offensive fury, surging to a commanding 31-17 lead over the Lakers, a 14-point advantage. Although Nash's defensive determination is commendable, it must be admitted that he remains a defensive liability on the court. As for Gasol's defense, it is quite solid, while Aldridge leans more towards an offensive style, creating a mutual offensive showdown between the two. The remaining 3 positions are all dominated by the Trail Blazers, making it difficult for the Lakers to avoid falling behind. Wang Zealand contributed 8 points and 3 rebounds, though 1 rebound was snatched away by someone. In the first quarter, Damian Lillard focused on orchestrating plays for his teammates, taking few shots himself and only sinking 1 three-pointer, yet he dished out 5 assists. LaMarcus Aldridge led the team with a game-high 10 points. The trio's efficient shooting propelled the Trail Blazers to a commanding lead. During the break, Coach Terry, who emphasizes mutual trust and reinforces winning principles, praised Wang Zealand, Aldridge, and Lillard for their stellar performances. Sometimes, having a passionate coach is far better than a dispassionate one, especially for young players. Youth is often marked by fiery enthusiasm, but also prone to setbacks, requiring guidance and encouragement from a seasoned mentor. Coach Terry was precisely that kind of exemplary leader, as evidenced by the glowing reviews from players and staff alike. LaMarcus, Damian, and King, you all played exceptionally well. Rest up now, you'll be back on the court soon, he said. Though the preseason carried more intensity than the summer league, the primary focus remained on team chemistry and tactical execution. Despite the trio's outstanding contributions, Coach Terry opted for extensive rotations. After the 3-minute intermission, both the Trail Blazers and the Lakers subbed in their bench units. Portland's second unit featured J.J. Hickson, Sasha Pavlovi, Nolan Smith, Will Barton, and Jared Rivers, with Hickson as the focal point. Though Hickson had initially greeted Wang with a scowl, Wang still respected his abilities. Averaging 12 points and 10 rebounds, Hickson possessed the caliber to contribute to any team, similar to E. Jianlian during his Nets tenure. The substitutes took the court with visible excitement, knowing this opportunity could secure their spot in the regular season roster. Those left on the bench wore expressions of resignation, already sensing their impending fate. Such was the harsh reality of professional sports. The capable rise, while the weak fade. Compared to the Summer League's chaotic, individual-driven play, the preseason demanded stricter adherence to systems. Refuse to run the offense? Fine, pack your bags and leave. With a substantial lead, Portland's reserves played with confidence, though the Lakers mounted occasional surges. The Blazers maintained a steady 10-point cushion. By the 9:45 mark of the second quarter, with the deficit stubbornly hovering beyond single digits, Lakers coach Mike Brown called a timeout, preparing to unleash his starters for a decisive push. 49-37. After the timeout, both teams fielded their full starting lineups again. Yet the Lakers suffered an even more devastating performance. By the end of the third quarter, the point differential had widened to a staggering 21 points, rendering the fourth quarter nothing more than meaningless garbage time. The star players from both teams were established figures in the league, naturally unwilling to participate during garbage time. Consequently, coaches Mike Brown and Terry made substitutions, leaving the rookies and fringe players to battle it out on the court. The Trailblazers kept 3 of their rookies on the floor: Wong Zealand, Lillard, and second-round pick Will Barton, a swingman. This delighted Wong Zealand, who seized the opportunity to dominate during garbage time. In the final quarter, he racked up 11 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 blocks, showcasing his relentless energy to everyone present. Though visibly exhausted, he was reluctant to leave the game. With only 5 minutes remaining and the Trailblazers leading the Lakers 97-62, Wong continued to dominate the paint, seemingly determined not to exit until he reached 30 points. Tom Bruce, watching from the sidelines, felt his eyelids twitch in exasperation. Enough, that kid has already played 36 minutes. It's time to pull him out before things escalate. After all, this was the Staples Center, the Lakers' home court. Some courtesy to the hosts was necessary, especially in a mere preseason game. When finally substituted, Wong had scored 25 points on 10 of 17 shooting, along with 5 of 6 free throws, and grabbed a game-high 15 rebounds, nearly achieving a 30-10 double-double. Though visibly reluctant to leave, one glance at Coach Terry's stern expression made him swiftly reconsider. Meanwhile, Lillard finished with a solid double-double of 18 points and 13 assists. "Damian, it's a shame you only played 2 minutes in the fourth quarter," Wong teased. "A few more minutes, and your stats could have been as impressive as mine. Get lost." Lillard shot back. Lillard disdainfully brushed off Wong Zealand's hand from his shoulder, his eyes brimming with contempt, embodying the proud refusal of unearned charity. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Wong Zealand shook his head and walked away. The current Lillard is still too young, too concerned with saving face, having yet to endure the harsh lessons of society. When the true king of the sewers finally lifts the manhole cover in the future, you'll realize that my data manipulation skills are still rather rudimentary." Chapter 65. Revelry after breaking the ice. Ultimately, the Trailblazers secured their first preseason victory with a commanding 107-88 win over the Lakers, leading by 19 points on the road. Following the game, Damian Lillard made a point of removing his jersey to seek an autograph from his idol, Steve Nash. After signing, Nash graciously offered a compliment as if bestowing a gift. "Young man, you're truly exceptional. The future belongs to you." Lillard. Fortunately, the matchup featured the Trailblazers and the Lakers, the former boasting Wong Zealand, a humanoid spectacle of attention, while the latter resides in the entertainment capital of the world, the City of Angels. The post-game press conference drew a considerable crowd, though upon closer inspection, nearly a third of the journalists and photographers hailed from the Celestial Empire. The Great Celestial Empire. Our numbers alone command awe. This match was truly spectacular, at least from the Trailblazers' perspective. "Your Majesty, you delivered an outstanding performance in the first preseason game with 25 points and 15 rebounds, surpassing both Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. What would you like to say to these 2 esteemed predecessors?" Wong Zealand glanced over and realized it was one of their own. No wonder the question was so amicable. Record books exist to be rewritten. As a Chinese basketball player, I carry the radiant legacy of countless predecessors upon my shoulders. I believe surpassing their previous achievements would be the most profound tribute one could pay to those Trailblazers. Observe how eloquently this sentiment is expressed. Truly masterful. Excellent. Thank you. Next question. Envy is an intrinsic part of human nature. Just look at the teammates on the other side, silently gnawing on lemons as they watch Wong Zealand surrounded by a dozen reporters. Damn, though the kid is admittedly exceptional, this media frenzy is simply excessive. Honestly, why doesn't anyone ever come to interview me? Among the crowd feeling envious, J.J. Hickson stood out the most. Through this match, he thoroughly realized the gap between himself and Wang Zilan, not just in superficial strength, but more so in potential. Now, he understands the team's strong support for Wang Zilan's rise, which is also one of the reasons he has managed to survive in the NBA. Though impulsive by nature, he possesses the wisdom to reflect on himself afterward. This time, Hickson gazed at Wang Zilan with eyes brimming with admiration, yet conspicuously devoid of the previous envy. After all, he was merely a wandering soul, scarcely noticed by others. Alas, at that moment, a journalist suddenly appeared before Hickson. "Hello, may I conduct an interview with you?" Hickson lowered his gaze to find a microphone thrust before him. Noticing the five-starred red flag emblem on the reporter's chest, clearly indicating his Chinese origin. "How would you evaluate your new teammate Wang Zilan?" "Very well." As expected of a Chinese journalist, unable to go 3 sentences without mentioning Wang Zilan, Hickson instantly felt rather awkward. For he could hardly admit that his relationship with Wang Zilan within the team was somewhat delicate. Wang is an exceptional teammate. Today, he achieved outstanding statistics from 2010 that I've never accomplished throughout my many years in the NBA, yet he managed it immediately upon arrival. I truly believe he can elevate our team to greater heights. Having come to terms with reality, Hickson ultimately offered a relatively objective assessment of Wang Zilan. Now, the second question, if given the opportunity, would you be willing to visit China? The journalist's second question was practically a freebie. Of course. The Celestial Empire is a land shrouded in profound history and mystique. If given the opportunity, I would be absolutely delighted to visit. I've heard the cuisine is nothing short of extraordinary, Hickson continued, steeling himself. Lastly, I'd like to ask, how would you describe your relationship with Wang Zilan within the team? We are the closest of companions. And Hickson is likewise an exceptionally gifted player. Just as Hickson was on the verge of excruciating embarrassment, Wang Zilan approached from behind, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder while flashing a confident thumbs up at the camera. "Indeed, we are the closest of friends," he declared with unwavering conviction. Having spent less than 4 years in the league yet already changing teams 3 times, Hickson was a true nomad of the NBA. He had long since seen through the fickleness of this world and grown accustomed to being traded like mere merchandise. But at this very moment, his heart had never felt such warmth before. How wonderful it feels to be respected. As for Wang Zilan, his willingness to assist Hickson stemmed entirely from the latter's performance on the court. When Aldridge left the game in the third quarter, Wang found himself partnered with Hickson in the paint. Initially, he assumed Hickson would be a liability and had no intention of coordinating plays with him. Yet, to his surprise, Hickson seemed to set aside their off-court friction. Not only did he fulfill his defensive duties diligently, but in one pivotal sequence, he even proactively boxed out, enabling Wang to secure an offensive rebound. A clear distinction between personal and professional matters. This is Wang Zilan's second evaluation of Hickson. He is beginning to believe in the saying, "Birds of a feather flock together." Within the Trail Blazers team atmosphere, even if there are 1 or 2 bad apples, the overall character wouldn't be too poor. That's precisely why this current scene unfolded. Just now. Thank you. After the press conference concluded, in the dimly lit players' tunnel, the usually reticent Hickson suddenly called out to Wang Zilan. "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." Wang Zilan inwardly rejoiced while deliberately feigning deafness on the surface, extending his long ears forward. "Huff. I was just saying thank you earlier." Jackson naively assumed Wang Zilan hadn't been paying attention while lost in thought, gritting his teeth as he once more uttered those 2 words that filled him with unbearable shame. "No problem. That you may be a wretched fellow off the court, on it you prove yourself a worthy comrade, playing with genuine dedication. For me, that suffices." Wang Zilan patted Jackson's shoulder before turning to depart. "A worthy comrade indeed. It feels rather splendid. King, wait for me." This time, Jackson jogged over and walked arm in arm with Wang Zilan toward the locker room. The previous tension between them suddenly melted away in that moment, as if they were longtime friends. The camaraderie between men can indeed be so simple at times. Returning to the locker room, the other players watched as Wang Zilan and Jackson entered the space, chatting and laughing merrily, arms draped casually over each other's shoulders. Their expressions a peculiar mixture of bewilderment and amusement. Good heavens! These 2 individuals were at each other's throats not long ago. Yet now they're as inseparable as 2 lumps of clay, nearly blending into one. Could this be the enigmatic power of the East? Wang, Jackson, you. Batum glanced at his close friend Matthews, their eyes meeting in silent understanding as they found the current scene utterly bizarre. Though there were some misunderstandings between us before, everything has been clarified now, right, King? Indeed, everything seems settled now. Earlier, you mentioned plans to go out and enjoy yourselves this evening. Are those plans still on? As he spoke, Wang Zealand's face brimmed with anticipation. A nightclub, having lived 2 lifetimes as a perpetual virgin. Wang Zealand had never experienced such pleasures before, leaving him utterly clueless about what sensations awaited. After the match concluded, Batum suggested that since they had achieved a resounding victory that evening, the entire team should hit the nightclubs to celebrate both their triumph and the spectacular debut performances of Wang Zealand and Lillard. Initially, Wang resisted the idea. But even his sole comrade in arms, Lillard, eventually switched allegiances, forcing him to reluctantly change his stance as well. Very well then. Tonight he would discover what true hedonistic indulgence felt like. In an instant, even Aldridge transformed into a seasoned veteran, his face brimming with mischievous glee. As the world-renowned entertainment capital, the nightscape of Angel City is extraordinarily vibrant and dazzling. After being ushered into the nightclub by these seasoned veterans, Wang Zealand was instantly swept up by the electrifying atmosphere, unable to suppress an inner exclamation, absolutely intoxicating. Tonight, I shall. Chapter 66. Regarding the fan value system, did you think this was another update? Hee, fooled you. Returning to our main narrative. The essence of this chapter is precisely as the title suggests. Let us delve into the intricate discussion regarding the fan value system of this literary work. In the beginning, I hadn't given it much thought. The fan value system was rather loosely defined. Allow me to elaborate now. Ahem, truth be told, I never anticipated this book would gain any traction at all. How careless of me. The 4 corresponding fan tiers generate the following fan points. Casual fans, 1 in 10, 1 fan point. These resemble so-called passerby fans, who may simply follow someone casually with mild appreciation. Devoted fans, 1 in 110 fan points. These are steadfast supporters of a particular type of figure. Take me for example. I personally follow actors like Hugh Jackman, Daniel Wu, and Takashi Kaneshiro. I suspect many male readers share similar preferences. If so, kindly indicate your branch location for headquarters records. Otherwise, I shall begin. Kylie's Takashi Kaneshiro, reporting for duty. If there are any female readers. Ahem, let's not indulge in wishful thinking. Die-hard fans, 1 in 1,000 fan points, devoted exclusively to a single star in a particular field. Once again, I'm being used as an example for the Chinese music scene. I'll always stand by Jay Chou. All because of my deep fondness for one of his songs, Double J. Lifelong fans, 1 in 10,000 fan points, as the saying goes. The peak witnesses false devotion, while dusk reveals the true believers. We can recall the dancing uncle who welcomed the Wolf King back to the Timberwolves. Or perhaps that male fan during LeBron's tenure at Heat University, who pleaded for his return to the Cavaliers upon his first game back in Cleveland. Each individual can only generate fandom points once per tier. Upon promotion, they produce the corresponding fandom value for the next tier, and so forth. That's all for now. Back to writing. Off I go. Chapter 67. The Grand Illusion of Life. That I could win. My head. Thank goodness I'm at home. Slowly opening his eyes, Wang Zealand felt as if his brain had been crushed by a door, his entire being dazed and lethargic, his lips unbearably parched. Rising to drink a glass of warm water, he finally regained some semblance of clarity. What on earth did I do last night? Rubbing his throbbing head, Wang Zealand began piecing together the fragmented memories of last night. Initially at the nightclub, he had adamantly refused alcohol, citing America's legal drinking age of 21 as his principled stance. Throughout the evening, while everyone else indulged in spirits, Wang stubbornly dragged his loyal companion Lillard into drinking milk with him. Yet inexplicably, that milk grew increasingly peculiar in flavor, unnaturally rich. He vaguely recalled Batum and the others summoning a bevy of scantily clad blondes, before his memory dissolved into darkness. Could it be? Was it possible? Surely not. A sudden ominous thought crossed his mind, prompting him to frantically search every nook and cranny of the room. Only after confirming there were no additional objects did he finally exhale in relief. Yet why did his heart harbor this inexplicable tinge of melancholy? In his previous life as a football fan, he had repeatedly criticized those star athletes who squandered their promising futures by frequenting nightclubs. Yet only after experiencing it firsthand did he comprehend how profoundly intoxicating and exhilarating such decadent pleasures could be. For these high-earning NBA players, the temptations beyond the court are as alluring and treacherous as opium. Once tasted, they seep insidiously into one's soul, forging an addiction difficult to break. Capitalism truly corrupts. Even an exemplary successor of socialism like himself nearly succumbed. That said, Those blonde women Batum and the others brought to the club last night, their figures were truly, well, let's just say, remarkable. This is akin to a fine vintage awaiting its unveiling. An opportunity to savor a few sips remains worth considering. At noon on the 13th, the Trail Blazers arrived in Phoenix, where their second opponent awaited, the Suns. Since the departure of the formidable duo, Amare Stoudemire and the maestro Steve Nash, who once elevated the Suns to the pinnacle of the league, the franchise has embarked on a prolonged journey of reconstruction. The Suns' current cornerstone is Goran Dragic, selected 45th overall by the Spurs in the 2008 draft before being traded to Phoenix. Hailed as Nash's successor, he carries the weight of expectation. Among the other starters, Wang Zealand left a notable impression. There was the Polish hammer, Marcin Gortat, a familiar face from their brief encounter. The former Rockets gem, Luis Scola, and Kevin Durant's close confidant, Michael Beasley. It is worth noting that Beasley himself was the second overall pick in that same 2008 draft. Yet now the Suns' focus rests on a once-overlooked second-rounder. One can only wonder what sentiments stir within him. Inside the Trail Blazers' makeshift training facility, each player refined their rhythm in their preferred manner, preparing to meet the evening's challenge in peak form. The feline was frolicking with a notebook in the basement when suddenly, Hickson bounded in with great excitement. "Lads, come quick. Our team's made the headlines." The crowd gathered to look. And the headline of today's match was none other than the Trail Blazers crushing the F2, leading Lakers by 19 points. The most eye-catching feat was the combined 43 points scored by the rookie duo, Wang Zealand and Lillard. Cool. Damian. I must treat the photographer who captured this shot to a lavish meal. Just look at this photograph. Its artistic merit towers at least 3 or 4 stories high. Wang Zealand pointed at the headline image on the cover of America's most renowned Sports Illustrated, depicting the very moment Lillard passed him the alley-oop at the game's opening. The photographer masterfully froze the exhilaration on Wang's face alongside the Lakers player's sheer panic. This deserves an extra drumstick, without question. The only flaw is that Damian was captured merely from behind. What a pity. But no matter, there will be countless opportunities ahead. Though he spoke casually, the trembling of his upper body betrayed him. The entire Trail Blazers team knew he was stifling laughter and struggling painfully to contain it. Damn it. Lillard understood that engaging now would only fuel Wang's relentless teasing. Without hesitation, he turned away to resume practice. How dull. No sense of humor at all. Take a look at this image. Wang Zealand turned around, and his teammates instantly scattered like startled birds, vanishing without a trace. The game against the Suns began shortly after, with both teams fielding their expected starting lineups. The Trail Blazers maintained the same starting 5 as their first game, while the Suns unveiled a new lineup centered around Goran Dragic. Each team had already played one preseason game, but with contrasting outcomes, the Trail Blazers secured their first victory, while the Suns suffered a defeat. Phoenix's previous opponent was the Kings, another team in the midst of a rebuild, resulting in a rather underwhelming display that could only be described as a battle of mediocrity. Despite the loss, Suns fans found some solace in the performance of their new cornerstone, Dragic. In just 15 minutes of play, he shot 4 for 6, contributing 9 points and 4 assists, though his 4 turnovers were undeniably glaring, a fatal flaw for any point guard. Fortunately, it was merely a preseason game, leaving ample room for Dragic to improve. For this matchup, Phoenix fans hoped he would deliver fresh highlights. But while others might not know, who understood better than Wang Zealand himself? Dragic continued his mediocre performance this season, with his true breakout coming the following year. It was then that he not only clinched the NBA's Most Improved Player award, but also secured a spot on the All-NBA third team. These achievements marked the pinnacle of his entire career. In the ensuing years, Dragic merely proved himself to be a standard NBA starter, at best, hovering around All-Star consideration. Coincidentally, Damian Lillard also earned his place on the All-NBA team during the 2013-14 season, sharing the third-team backcourt honors with Dragic as the first and second guards respectively. One was selected in his sophomore year, while the other only won over the media and fans in his 6th season by clinching the Most Improved Player award. As the game commenced, Damian Lillard immediately drained a three-pointer from beyond the arc, securing an early lead for the Trail Blazers. His prowess from long range has steadily earned the unwavering trust of his teammates. On the Suns' side, the newly acquired diamond rose to the occasion, showcasing his arsenal, dunks, layups, and three-pointers, in a dazzling display that propelled the team to a flawless 20-8 start. Naturally, LaMarcus Aldridge, the team's leader, refused to be outdone. Partnering with Wang Zealand in the paint, they swiftly narrowed the deficit to single digits. With the Suns' offense blazing, Michael Beasley erupted with 5 consecutive points, closing the first quarter with Phoenix leading 28-15. Though Beasley has faced unwelcome scrutiny in the league due to personal issues, his undeniable talent leaves no room for doubt. An 83 rating. This is the comprehensive rating the system assigned to Beasley, utterly disproportionate to what a player averaging around 10 points per game should possess. Yet this is the undeniable truth, for the NBA remains a realm where innate talent reigns supreme. Otherwise, how could Michael Beasley, merely in his 3rd professional season, already be averaging nearly 20 points within just 32 minutes of playtime through relentless isolation plays? The Suns' temporary lead has pleasantly surprised their home crowd, especially considering the Trailblazers they're facing had just demolished the NBA powerhouse Lakers by a staggering 19-point margin in their previous matchup. While Kobe and Howard were absent from that game, such details hardly concern the fans. What electrifies them now is witnessing their own team establishing a 13-point lead against the very Blazers who recently conquered the Lakers. Could this possibly signal an impending victory? Chapter 68, The Descent of Phoenix City's Lament, approaching 10,000 collections. Let's go. The facts have proven that the fans of Phoenix were truly overthinking. As the second quarter commenced, though Dragic swiftly scored a pick-and-roll 2-pointer to further widen the gap, the humiliated Trailblazers promptly launched a fierce counterattack. There was no reason to believe they could defeat the Lakers yet lose to a team evidently vying for the top draft pick this year. The Trailblazers inbound the ball, and as soon as Lillard crossed half-court, he passed it to Aldridge, who had already positioned himself. Aldridge surveyed his teammates' placements. Signaling Wang Zilin to clear out to the opposite side, he intended to isolate against Michael Beasley. Seeing Aldridge approach him, Michael Beasley brimmed with excitement. Both had been second overall picks. Yet while Aldridge flourished as a franchise cornerstone, Beasley had gradually dwindled into an obscure role player, scrambling for minutes. This gnawed him, for he had always been regarded as a prodigy. It's all those incompetent coaches and clueless management's fault, he seethed. They waste a talent like me while hyping up some second-round pick. Disgraceful. Even now, Beasley refused to acknowledge his own shortcomings. Blaming everyone else, no wonder he'd soon find himself relegated to the CBA. Aldridge glanced at Beasley as if regarding a mere novice, his expression impassive as he initiated his post-up. Years of defensive ineptitude left Beasley utterly helpless against Aldridge, forced to watch as the latter dominated him at will. The next possession, Beasley, desperate to redeem himself, forced a shot through a double team, only to clank it off the iron. Wang Zilin secured the defensive rebound, disrupting the Suns' offensive rhythm. Coach Gentry frowned on the sidelines before turning to his assistant, Rory. If Beasley keeps ignoring the playbook next time, bench him, he muttered, then added after a pause, unless he actually scores. Understood, sir, Assistant Rory nodded. When the Trailblazers regained possession, the ball once again found its way to Aldridge. This time, after a few probing jab steps, he abruptly exploded past a flat-footed Beasley, driving toward the paint. Beasley scrambled to recover, only to slam into an immovable screen. Helpless as Aldridge glided past. Using a screen? How cheap. Michael Beasley looked up in astonishment, only to find a towering Asian giant blocking his path. The pick came so abruptly that he hadn't noticed anyone stepping into his trajectory before the collision. Buddy, watch where you're going next time, or I might have to report you to traffic police for rear-ending. Wang Zilin teased the infamous NBA cautionary tale as he retreated after Aldridge's smooth layup. During his time in the CBA, Wang Zilin mostly interacted with players of similar ethnicity and wasn't particularly talkative. However, upon entering the unfamiliar environment of the NBA, he suddenly became quite loquacious. Perhaps this was his way of alleviating the melancholy of being a stranger in a foreign land. While most people tend to become more introverted in unfamiliar surroundings, Wang Zilin became one of the rare exceptions, gradually morphing into a chatterbox akin to Zhang Wei. The aloof demeanor of his past has vanished without a trace. Just as Michael Beasley was about to respond, he noticed that the young man wearing number 36 had already sprinted away. Damn it. The Trailblazers, now fully focused, left the Suns utterly disheartened. Narrowing the gap to within 5 points in just a single quarter, the Suns players gradually lost their composure, succumbing to the rhythm dictated by Aldridge and his teammates. Across the vast ocean, Wang Chanhai and his wife were also closely following the game. Wonderful, Lao Wang. Zilin and his team are now trailing the Suns 42-47. They're catching up quickly. As Wang Chanhai returned with freshly brewed tea, Lin Huiqing began recounting the game as progressed to her husband. How many points has Zilin scored now? With 6 points and 4 rebounds. The Trailblazers' possessions in this game were all dominated by that LaMarcus fellow. Aldridge never dreamed he'd unlock a new nickname like this. Goes by LaMarcus Aldridge, whose prowess in the NBA isn't far behind Yao Ming's in his prime. According to Zealand, the guy's got a decent temper and is quite easy to get along with. Wang Chonghai explained Aldridge's name to his wife with a resigned expression. Really? Comparable to Yao Ming? That's quite impressive. I wonder if he's married, though. Father Wang. At home, Father Wang and Mother Wang were engaged in casual conversation, while on the court, Wang Zealand's game was nearing its conclusion. As the third quarter commenced, Coach Terry decided to rest Aldridge, who had played the entire first half, substituting him for a breather. However, Wang Zealand, Lillard, and Batum, the team's core players, remained on the floor. Unexpectedly, the Suns opted to deploy their rotation lineup, with Coach Gentry seemingly signaling their surrender in this contest. Wang Zealand now found himself matched up against Solomon Jones, a player standing 8 centimeters shorter than him, a quintessential fringe NBA talent. Facing such an opponent, Wang Zealand showed no mercy. With Lillard's support, he deliberately intensified his attacks in the paint. By the end of the quarter, he had added 11 points to his tally, along with securing 3 rebounds. Apart from a slightly tense start, the second half devolved into nothing more than a glorified scrimmage, with both coaches experimenting with various tactical adjustments. When the fourth quarter began, despite Wang Zealand's burning desire to continue playing, Coach Terry denied his request to return. That reckless youngster, once unleashed, galloped like an untamed stallion, utterly unstoppable. The previous game against the Lakers served as a cautionary tale, and this time, Coach Terry was determined not to repeat the same mistake. As the final whistle echoed across the court, the Suns players seemed to hear celestial harmonies, exhaling in collective relief. At last, the relentless pounding had ceased. The scoreboard read 101-92, a mere 9-point difference, yet anyone who witnessed the entire game knew this was no closely contested match. From the second half onward, it transformed into a one-sided slaughter. Wang Zealand and Lillard both logged fewer than 30 minutes of playtime, less than in their first game, yet their performances remained remarkably efficient. Wang shot 7 of 9 from the field, adding 3 free throws for a total of 17 points and 7 rebounds, while Lillard dominated with 22 points and 8 assists. Notably, Lillard's three-point shooting was particularly lethal, converting 3 of his 5 attempts from beyond the arc. To outsiders, the Trailblazers appeared to have drafted 2 exceptionally talented youngsters, destined for a bright future. Among their draft class, aside from the Hornets' new cornerstone, Anthony Davis, and the Wizards' Bradley Beal, no other rookie averaged double-digit scoring. The Phoenix faithful couldn't help but feel disheartened watching their team fall short, yet they clung to faith in their management's wisdom, believing the Suns would rise again. Little did they know, the departures of Stoudemire and Nash had plunged the franchise into an abyss. Their rebuilding journey had only just begun, and the road ahead stretched long and arduous. Chapter 69, the influx of sneaker endorsements. 2 weeks had elapsed, and the Trailblazers had completed their remaining 4 preseason games against the Kings, Nuggets, Warriors, and Jazz. Over these matchups, the team secured 2 victories and suffered 2 defeats, falling to the Nuggets and the Jazz. If the loss to the Jazz could be attributed to underestimating their opponents, the defeat against the Nuggets was a testament to Denver's formidable collective strength. Following Carmelo Anthony's departure for the bright lights of New York, head coach George Karl seized absolute control of the team, molding them into a high IQ, selfless squad built on relentless motion and athleticism. Even without Anthony the previous season, the Nuggets had tenaciously clawed their way to the 6th seed in the Western Conference. As memory served, this season they would emerge as dark horses, surging to 3rd in the West with an impressive 57-25 record, a 69.5 win rate that ranked 5th league-wide. George Karl, riding the wave of this remarkable campaign, would claim the only Coach of the Year award of his storied career. Returning to the Trailblazers, after 6 preseason games, Wang Zealand averaged 28 for minutes per contest, posting 15 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists, and 1 block. His scoring ranked 3rd among rookies, while his rebounding led the class. Damian Lillard, logging 25 minutes per game, tallied 17, 5 points, 8 assists, and 2 steals, topping all first-year players in scoring. As for the top draft pick, Anthony Davis, he notched 16 points, 8 rebounds, and a rookie best 3 blocks per game during the preseason. His defensive prowess left spectators awestruck. Bradley Beal rounded out the quartet with 13 points and 3 assists. These 4 stood alone as the only rookies averaging double figures. Harrison Barnes, the much-hyped Black Falcon from North Carolina, disappointed with a meager 7 2 points and 4 rebounds despite ample playing time and touches. Consequently, both media and fans unanimously agreed the Rookie of the Year race would be contested solely among Wong, Lillard, Davis, and Beal. Others had effectively bowed out of contention. Following their final preseason game on the 23rd, the Trailblazers enjoyed a 7-day respite, their longest break before embarking on the grueling 82-game regular season. After reassuring his parents over the phone, Wang Zhilin utilized this window to deliberate his sneaker endorsement opportunities. As a Chinese athlete, the spotlight on Wang far eclipsed that of typical black players. At its core, this phenomenon stemmed from millions of Asians yearning to see someone of their complexion grace basketball's grandest stage, proof that their race could compete among the world's elite. This was more than fandom. It was spiritual sustenance. In the past, figures like Daji, Daba, Dayo, Jianlian, and Sun Yu were all bearers of such hopes. Wang Zhilin is no exception. This has led to phenomenal sales of his merchandise, with his jersey currently topping the team charts and breaking into the league's top 30. When Yao Ming successfully bulked up and began showcasing superstar dominance in the paint starting from the 2004 to 2005 season, his jersey sales skyrocketed to 13th in the league that very year. It's remarkable considering Yao was a center and an international player, no small feat. Among international players' jersey rankings, Yao even surpassed legends like Dirk Nowitzki and Pau Gasol to claim the top spot. During the Olympics, when Wang Zhilin delivered standout performances against NBA All-Star caliber big men like Marc Gasol and Tyson Chandler, sports giants Nike and Adidas took notice. Though the NBA has long perpetuated the notion that centers don't sell shoes, exceptions exist. As a Chinese player, Wang represents a promising investment, perhaps not as lucrative as perimeter stars, but his marketability ensures profitability. Yet Nike ultimately showed tepid interest in signing him. While they recognized Wang's commercial potential for a brand already monopolizing the league's top 5 superstars, he was merely an afterthought, neither essential nor expendable. The former league icon Kobe Bryant, the current face of the NBA LeBron James, the rising scoring phenom Kevin Durant. These household names of basketball royalty all belong to Nike's roster. After careful comparison, Nike executives unanimously concluded, Wang Zhilin is worth investing in, but not at premium prices. Among the sneaker endorsement offers received by agent Zhou Yang, Nike proposed a 2-year $6 million deal, while Adidas offered slightly more at $6 million over the same period. Adidas has always shown particular favor towards NBA big men. Legends like Duncan, Garnett, and Howard all represent their brand. Considering Wang's impressive Olympic performance, Adidas deemed him worthy of this valuation. Yet, this was their ceiling offer, not a penny more. Jordan Brand followed with a $2.8 million annual contract. Wang rejected them all, not out of caprice, but from genuine conviction that these offers undervalued him, treating him as merely another ordinary star. Long before preseason began, Wang's refusal of endorsements from these sneaker titans sparked heated league-wide discussions. As his preseason performances grew increasingly dominant, rather than fading, these debates intensified exponentially. What kind of contract does a big man expect? Do you truly fancy yourself the next Shaq? The rookie from the Celestial Empire has repeatedly turned down offers from 2 sports industry giants. Is it confidence or sheer foolishness? After the preseason concluded, as Wang Zhilin's popularity continued to soar, Nike and Adidas tacitly yet substantially increased their offers, one proposing $8 million over 2 years, the other $2 million for the same duration. In their eyes, such an investment was already an act of great benevolence. To them, Wang Zhilin was merely an inexperienced novice at best. This substantial sum of money would surely make him cling to their legs in gratitude, addressing them as benefactors. While Nike and Adidas maintained an aloof stance, anticipating Wang Zhilin to beg for their endorsement deals, Ta took the initiative by dispatching senior executives from China to travel thousands of miles to the United States for negotiations. Meanwhile, Li Ning, as the domestic industry leader, naturally wouldn't sit idly by and watch its competitors grow unchecked. Upon learning that Wang Zhilin had rejected Nike and Adidas, they immediately dispatched emissaries overnight. Speaking of the Li Ning brand, one cannot overlook its founder, the Prince of Gymnastics Li Ning himself. His legacy has cemented the brand's dominance in China's sports industry, with its footwear quality being exceptionally commendable. However, years of unchallenged supremacy bred complacency within Li Ning's management, leading to negligence in the basketball market. This oversight allowed Ta, a younger rival, to emerge. By the time Li Ning awoke to this reality, Ta had already grown into a formidable force. in an effort to reclaim its share of the domestic basketball shoe market. Li Ning secured NBA superstar Dwayne Wade with a staggering contract this year. Wade's signing reinforced Li Ning's confidence in widening the gap with its upstart competitor, Anta. As for Wang Zilin's endorsement, securing him would be ideal, but even if unsuccessful, Li Ning aimed to disrupt Anta's pursuit, ensuring they wouldn't obtain him easily. Not to be outdone. Peak Sports also joined the fray, sending representatives to the United States in pursuit of the rising star. Chapter 70. Never Stop. On the morning of the 24th, representatives from 3 domestic sports brands, Anta, Li Ning, and Peak, arrived in Portland. In a hotel conference room, the 3 companies engaged in fierce competition over the endorsement contract for Wang Zilin's basketball shoes. After a series of negotiations, Wang Zilin could clearly sense the differences. Anta demonstrated genuine sincerity, Peak was earnest but lacked strong financial backing, while Li Ning gave off the impression of being a disruptive presence. From a financial standpoint, the final choice would likely come down to either Li Ning or Anta. Anta's management couldn't help but feel anxious upon hearing that their industry leader, Li Ning, had invested heavily to sign Dwayne Wade. Although Anta had secured Kevin Garnett shortly after his championship win in 2010, boosting their domestic reputation, Garnett was now aging. While Wade had just claimed his 2nd career title, their popularity was no longer comparable. Thus, securing Wang Zilin's endorsement became crucial, at least in the domestic market. Anta was confident that landing Wang Zilin would allow them to surpass Li Ning in basketball shoe dominance and claim the top spot. After several rounds of intense bidding, the final pricing remained unsettled. Matters involving financial interests were best left to professional agents for negotiation, lest Wang Zilin appear overly fixated on money. Since agents specialized in such dealings, Wang Zilin merely observed from the sidelines, silently witnessing this battle waged without smoke or fire. Zilin, give me some insight. Who are you leaning toward? Zhou Yang approached Wang Zilin and inquired softly. If I had to choose one, it would undoubtedly be Anta or Peak, as both are hometown enterprises. However, the former seems somewhat lacking in strength. Given the same investment, I would still prefer Anta. As for Li Ning, I can't shake the feeling that they're not here to negotiate seriously, more like they're here to cause trouble. This was Wang Zilin's genuine sentiment. Most importantly, Li Ning had already secured Dwayne Wade as their flagship NBA endorser. No one would believe that a rookie fresh out of the draft could rival a superstar still in his prime. Anta, on the other hand, was different. Their previous lead endorser, Kevin Garnett, was gradually aging. If Wang Zilin signed with them, he stood a real chance of rising to prominence. Time would later prove that Li Ning, once the undisputed leader of China's sports industry, had grown complacent. Meanwhile, Anta's revenue that year would soar to 762 billion yuan, solidifying its position as the top domestic sportswear brand. In the future, Anta would further cement its dominance by signing NBA stars like Klay Thompson and Gordon Hayward. As for Peak, it was clear to everyone that in the previous rounds of negotiations, their financial constraints had already forced them to retreat. And no, it certainly wasn't because Li Ning later signed Xiao Yan's father as an endorser that Wang Zilin lost interest in them. Indeed, Mr. Li, Mr. Ding, Mr. Su, I observe your endless disputes lead nowhere. Perhaps we should settle this through a demonstration of financial prowess. Let us each declare our figures. After consulting Wang Zilin's opinion, Zhou Yang stepped forward to deliver the final ultimatum. The representatives from the 3 families found themselves momentarily speechless. All present understood that whoever spoke first would be at a strategic disadvantage. I offer 100 million. In the end, it was the Li Ning team that presented their final offer. US dollars? Zhou Yang inquired with palpable excitement. Ahem. Renminbi, came the reply. Li Ning's representative replied with evident disappointment. Ah, what a futile excitement, utterly squandering my emotions. So, Mr. Ding, may I inquire about your team? Wang Zilin turned his expectant gaze towards Anta on the other side. Mr. Wang, Mr. Zhou, this is the finalized contract I've drafted after consulting with the chairman. Please review it. The Anta delegation confidently presented the contract with an air of assured victory, as if they already knew they had us in their grasp. Oh, Wang Zilin suddenly became intrigued. Previously, Anta and Li Ning had negotiated extensively, yet the final contract amount stubbornly hovered around 12 million. Li Ning's latest offer was 100 million renminbi, roughly 15 million when converted. How much higher could Anta possibly go? Good heavens, 20 million. After perusing the contract, Wang Zilin immediately noticed the signing amount. He was thoroughly satisfied. Uncle Zhou, I've chosen Anta. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm heading to practice now. Just call me when it's time to sign." With that, Wang Zilan departed, leaving Zhou Yang alone to announce the final decision to the 3 delegation teams. Through Zhou Yang's persistent negotiations, Wang Zilan's signing amount had risen from the initial 20 million to 32 million. Correspondingly, the contract duration was extended to 3 years. After all, 2 years was simply too short. It wouldn't make sense for advertisements to be filmed and shoes released only for the contract to be nearing its expiration. Additionally, the contract included incentive clauses. Should Wang Zilan achieve milestones such as Rookie of the Year, All-Star selections, statistical leaderboards, or other accolades, Anta would provide additional bonuses. Naturally, upon the contract's expiration after 3 years, Anta would retain the first right of refusal for Wang Zilan's shoe endorsement under equivalent terms. This was a complex, long-term collaboration agreement, far from something that could be summarized in a few words, involving legal, financial, and contractual intricacies. After 3 days of meticulous deliberation, Zhou Yang and Wang Zilan's legal team meticulously verified every clause of the endorsement details. Ultimately, Wang Zilan successfully signed his first professional shoe contract with Anta, officially becoming one of their NBA-endorsed athletes. When the news broke, it marked yet another milestone victory for Anta Sports. Not only was Wang Zilan a homegrown Chinese talent with immense appeal among the nation's youth, but his dazzling performances in the NBA also ensured heightened visibility for the brand. Anta, keep moving. This is Anta's advertising slogan, which has left a profound impression on many people. Regarding this phrase, Wang Zilan was also extremely satisfied. Hence, he didn't consider any other slogans for his endorsement. When the 3-year, 32 million sneaker contract was announced, many exclaimed that Anta had gone mad. Wang Zilan was merely a center. He hadn't even played a single regular season game yet. What justified such a deal? No matter what, the fire of fame has undoubtedly ignited. This sparked a fleeting thought in his mind. Perhaps Anta should pay him some endorsement fees. But of course, that was merely a jest. As a sports star, Wang Zilan knows his true appeal lies in performance, unlike those later generation idols who cling to relevance through tabloid headlines and tearful reality show appearances despite lacking achievements. Once the sneaker contract saga concluded, no matter how fervently it was discussed off-court, Wang swiftly refocused on training. Delivering brilliance on the hardwood remains his foundation. On November 1st, the Trail Blazers will host the newly assembled Lakers F4 at home. To the outside world, the Lakers appear invincible, the season's top championship contenders, while the Blazers are, at best, a team scrambling for a playoff berth. Yet, as he often declares, this season's opening victory is his to claim. Not even divine intervention could stop him. Chapter 71. Is it truly victory without a 20-point lead? On November 1st, 7 days later, Wang Zilan and his Portland Trail Blazers would face the formidable Los Angeles Lakers, a team famously dubbed as failure if not champions, on their home court at the Rose Garden. This marked Wang Zilan's true debut with the Trail Blazers, and Portland fans fervently hoped their team could secure a victory on home soil. Though many acknowledged the daunting challenge, a flicker of hope still lingered in their hearts. The reason was simple. The Lakers management had assembled a galactic battleship that stunned the entire league. Boasting the league's top shooting guard, the premier center, a point guard and power forward both ranked within the top 5, alongside the still formidable defensive stalwart Meta World Peace, as well as sixth-man caliber bench scorers like Jody Meeks and Chris Duhon. Whether assessing the starting lineup or the rotation, the Lakers' overwhelming strength struck fear into every opponent. As dusk descended and city lights emerged, the atmosphere outside the Trail Blazers' home court, the Rose Garden Arena, buzzed with excitement, punctuated by occasional sharp car horns. The dazzling illumination transformed the scene into a spectacle as bright as daylight. All this fervor stemmed from the arrival of one man and his team, the Black Mamba, and his Lakers in their iconic purple and gold. True to their status as one of the NBA's 2 legendary dynasties alongside the Celtics, the Lakers commanded a nationwide following, with devoted supporters even in opposing arenas. The moment the Lakers stepped off their team bus, they were swarmed by a throng of journalists, rendering the parking lot impassable. Wherever reporters gather, sensational narratives inevitably follow. Even in the most inconsequential games, they conjure up exaggerated controversies, let alone a high-profile matchup like this. The press might as well have challenged, if we don't stir up drama, who's going to pay our bills? After relentless insistence, Lakers head coach Mike Brown reluctantly arranged an impromptu press conference. However, at Kobe's request, only 3 questions would be answered. Instantly, The assembled fans and journalists erupted in excitement, never expecting such an unexpected delight after the prolonged wait. A reporter from the New York Times fought his way through the crowd and finally reached Kobe. "Hello, Kobe. This game marks the first time you, Dwight, Steve, and Paul have played together. In your opinion, by how many points must the Lakers defeat the Trailblazers for it to be considered a true victory?" Good heavens. Such a sharp question right off the bat. What exactly constitutes a victory in terms of points scored? This clearly demonstrates utter disregard for the Trailblazers. The surrounding journalists never anticipated the first question to be so explosive, hastily retrieving their notepads to document the moment. Undoubtedly, this single inquiry alone would overshadow the next two. As expected from the New York Times, where every individual is remarkably talented, articulate, and, most importantly, utterly unafraid of stirring controversy, maintaining a composed facade while internally seething. Kobe feigned contemplation before preparing to respond, only for Howard to abruptly lean in, flashing a triumphant V sign at the camera. During the preseason, didn't the Trailblazers beat us by 19 points? But I say those 19 points mean nothing. In this game, we're going to crush them by 20. We'll show them what it truly means to be the strongest team in the league. Don't you agree, Kobe? Howard's words may sound harsh, yet no one finds them inappropriate. At this early stage of the season, the Lakers' Fab Four could intimidate opponents with their reputation alone, as few had yet realized they were merely paper tigers. Though they suffered an unexpected loss to the Dallas Mavericks in their previous game, most observers simply attributed it to the team needing time to gel, especially since the Mavericks were among the league's elite squads. Today's opponent, the Portland Trailblazers, was a youthful team built around a 27-year-old cornerstone. For the Lakers, defeating them should be effortless. While Dwight Howard's behavior had occasionally overstepped boundaries, his words resonated with Kobe Bryant. Though Howard's lackadaisical practice habits frustrated Bryant, evoking memories of the Big Diesel, there was no denying he was the most dominant center Bryant had partnered with since Shaquille O'Neal. Yes, just as Dwight declared, this game would be won by at least 20 points. At this time, the honeymoon phase between the two had not yet ended. The young wife would occasionally throw tantrums, but the Black Mamba could still display remarkable magnanimity. Their life together had just begun. If he didn't support his young wife wholeheartedly now, when would there be hope for the child's nourishment? After Kobe and Howard explicitly declared they would win this game by 20 points, did the subsequent two questions even matter anymore? They were utterly insignificant. Everyone is practically itching for the Lakers and Trailblazers to clash in a literal sense. Dear viewers, welcome to our live broadcast of the 12-13 NBA season. This match marks the season opener for the Portland Trailblazers and the debut regular season game for our very own Chinese player, Wang Zilan. Their formidable opponent? None other than the Los Angeles Lakers, led by the legendary Kobe Bryant. In the latest championship predictions, the Lakers, boasting their formidable F4 lineup, sit comfortably at the top of the rankings. For Wang Zilan, this game presents an immense challenge, as he faces off against the league's current premier center. The difficulty of this matchup rivals that of Yao Ming's first encounter with a still dominant Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. The online commentators are electrified, silently praising David Stern for his uncanny understanding of the fans. What a masterstroke of scheduling. Today's viewership ratings are bound to skyrocket. With nearly half an hour remaining before the match commences, players from both teams have taken to the field for pregame warm-ups. Kobe's gaze is swiftly captivated by a towering, golden-skinned youth. Could you perhaps be the next Yao? At the Olympics, Wang Zilan achieved a double-double against the Dream Team. A fleeting yet dazzling performance that truly marked his meteoric rise to fame. As the team commenced preseason training, Kobe Bryant even made a point to inquire about Wang Zilan's specific performance during the match against the Spanish team. Pau Gasol also bestowed high praise upon Wang Zilan, a terrifying beast in the paint, reminiscent of the legendary Shaq in his prime. This further intensified Kobe Bryant's fascination with Wang Zilan. On the other side, the moment the Lakers entered the court, Wang Zilan immediately fixed his gaze upon Kobe Bryant. Many have longed to witness the prime Kobe before 2013. Today, he stands before them. His physique is formidable, his eyes sharp as lightning, his unstoppable fadeaway, lethal and mesmerizing. Beside such a legend, how could one not envision the presence of devoted companions? Don't ask Nash, just know we've been bosom buddies for a decade. Player, Kobe Bryant. Speed, 82, explosiveness, 84. Offensive capabilities post-up, 95, layup, 96, mid-range, 99, long-range, 80. Defensive capabilities perimeter defense, 92, interior defense, 66. Overall rating, 97. Legendary all-time great. Evaluation. The final pinnacle of a generation's legend. Innate abilities. Marksman, amethyst. Closer, amethyst. Ice veins, amethyst. Paint dominator, gold. Stamina virtuoso, gold. Quick trigger, gold. Though rated 1 point lower than the London Olympics benchmark, his prowess remains utterly transcendent. With this dazzling configuration of 3 gold and 3 amethyst talents, the 97-rated megastar's dominance is nothing short of awe-inspiring. Truly the embodiment of offensive mastery in the basketball realm. During the off-season, Kobe Bryant made a special trip to Germany for platelet-rich plasma therapy, which yielded remarkably effective results. At least on the offensive end, the Black Mamba seemed to have rediscovered his venomous prime, as evidenced by his 50 dunks in the upcoming season. To put this into perspective, in recent seasons, the Black Mamba had barely surpassed 30 dunks, with the previous season hitting a career low of 28. Who would have believed this was the same high-flying little flying warrior of old? The last time he surpassed 50 dunks in a single season was back in the 2008 to 2009 season. The 2012 to 13 season, often regarded as the Black Mamba's final peak, was no mere exaggeration. In the final 5 minutes before the game, inside the Trail Blazers locker room, Coach Terry delivered his last motivational speech. The media underestimates us, the Lakers look down on us, and everyone says they'll beat us by 20 points or more. So tell me, what should we do? Then we fight. These fiery young men, their blood boiling with righteous fury, let out thunderous roars that threatened to shake the very foundations of the locker room. Indeed, the time has come for us to showcase the indomitable spirit of a new team, to make the fans of Portland proud to call us their own. The Lakers hold no true terror. With 8 consecutive preseason losses, they too have their vulnerabilities and frailties. Seize upon these weaknesses, and victory shall be ours. Now take to the court, lads, and show those aging Lakers that their era has passed. The future belongs to you. Coach Terry's impassioned speech resonated through every corner of the locker room, successfully unlocking the inner world of these young players before him. Each face bore the marks of intense, labored breathing, resembling a pack of ravenous wolves deprived of sustenance for 3 days and nights, poised to embrace a baptism of blood. Chapter 72. Discord within the F4 in the NBA. There exists no rigid protocol dictating the sequence of player introductions, yet an unspoken hierarchy inevitably emerges whenever individuals congregate. The home team maintains certain ceremonial traditions, an integral facet of the league's distinctive basketball culture. For the Trailblazers, their franchise cornerstone LaMarcus Aldridge naturally assumes the final spotlight, both to electrify the atmosphere and to reaffirm his alpha status for the fans. Naturally, exceptions exist for figurehead leaders like the ineffectual Wong Lewin from Watermargin. Among the remaining players, the introduction order follows discernible patterns. Benchwarmers and role players typically emerge first, followed by the starting 5, though veteran 6th men with substantial clout occasionally secure later slots. The arena DJ modulates his vocal crescendos accordingly, calibrating the fanfare to each athlete's standing. As the visiting Lakers concluded their roster announcements, Portland's turn commenced. Reserve rotation players, Nolan Smith, Ronnie Price, J.J. Hickson, were heralded first. Then came the starting quintet, Wesley Matthews, Nicholas Batum, Damian Lillard, Wong Zealand, and finally Aldridge. Lillard and Wong's third-to-last and penultimate placements during regular season introductions spoke volumes about their organizational esteem. Herein lies the advantage of a youthful roster. When talent transcends tenure, respect follows organically, rendering seniority irrelevant. Having witnessed the rookies' prowess firsthand, veterans Matthews and Batum offered no protest to this arrangement. That Celestial Empire rookie commands startling prominence, second only to Aldridge, mused Nash aloud. Unbeknownst to him, this casual observation struck Howard like a dagger. Are you implying some freshman surpasses me? Howard's expression suddenly took on a subtle nuance, his words laced with simmering anger. Currently, the Lakers lineup order has Kobe as the grand finale, with Gasol and Nash positioned second and third from the end respectively, while the youngest Howard is placed fourth from the last. To the outside world, this arrangement seems perfectly reasonable. Kobe is the team's undisputed leader, Gasol a pivotal contributor to their back-to-back championships, and Nash a former league superstar and seasoned veteran. Though Howard's prowess may only be second to Kobe's, he is, after all, a newcomer and still young. Yielding to these 3 30-something veterans should be a given. However, Mr. Superman himself does not see it that way. Howard distinctly recalls Lakers general manager Mitch Kupchak promising him that upon joining the Lakers, he would unquestionably be the heir apparent to Kobe's leadership mantle. Moreover, the Lakers have a storied tradition of welcoming dominant centers into their fold, a tradition that played no small part in Howard's decision to sign with the franchise. Most importantly, Orlando, where he had played for nearly a decade, was practically a backwater compared to Los Angeles. Among the myriad reasons for his transfer, there was also a tinge of envy for the glamour of the City of Angels. In Howard's simplistic view, having joined the Lakers with assurances from the management, he naturally assumed he would be the team's second-in-command, or at the very least, third. Pau Gasol, after all, had helped the Lakers secure back-to-back championships. Yielding to him seemed only fair. Yet, to his dismay, upon joining the Lakers, he found himself relegated to fourth in the team hierarchy. This left him seething with indignation. How could Steve Nash, an aging veteran who had never even reached the finals, possibly rank above him? Thus, during team scrimmages, he stubbornly refused to heed Coach Mike Brown's advice to run pick-and-roll plays with Nash. Deep down, he knew their pick-and-roll synergy would far surpass that of the so-called Amare Stoudemire. But his pride as a superstar in his prime wouldn't allow it. If Nash wanted to run the play, the old man would have to come begging first. Kobe and Nash likely never imagined that Howard's refusal to execute the pick-and-roll stemmed from something so childish and absurd. Sigh. What on earth is this kid throwing a tantrum about now? Nash was utterly dumbfounded. He had not even mentioned Howard in his words. Yet the latter reacted with such intensity. The referee's whistle resounded, signaling the players to enter the field. Let us proceed, gentlemen. Tonight, victory must be ours. The Black Mamba immediately rose to his feet, gathering his teammates in a huddle to declare their unyielding vow of victory. An 8-game preseason losing streak could still be attributed to team chemistry, and a defeat against the Mavericks was not entirely unacceptable. But if they were to lose again to the youthful Trailblazers, the Lakers would truly be stripped of all dignity. The applause and adulation showered upon the Lakers at this very moment demanded corresponding achievements on the court. Should they fail to deliver, the abyss of disgrace would become their ultimate fate. The higher one stands, the more devastating the fall. On the Trailblazers' side, from the moment the players stepped onto the court, Portland fans have been igniting everyone's spirit with their passion. The thunderous applause and cheers in the Rose Garden never ceased. A preseason record of 4 wins and 2 losses has filled the fans with anticipation for their team's new season. Roll up our sleeves and cheer them on. We are the team's ultimate backbone. This is the message Portland fans wish to convey to their home team players. Take the court. Very well, coach. 5. The Trailblazers maintained their usual starting lineup of 5 players. As for the Lakers, they were led by the formidable F4, accompanied by Metta World Peace. Player, Dwight Howard. Height, 211 centimeters. Wingspan, 224 centimeters. Physical attributes: lower body strength, 87 upper body strength, 95 speed, 84 explosiveness, 92 stamina, 93 offensive abilities: post-up, 63 layup, 90 mid-range shooting, 54 dunk, 92 defensive abilities: perimeter defense, 76 interior defense, 95 rebounding, 96 shot blocking, 92 steals, 62 overall rating, 94 superstar evaluation, an exceedingly rare defensive juggernaut at the superstar level. One who once possessed the potential to contend for the title of the greatest defensive center in history, were it not for the cruel hand of injuries. Signature skills: defensive anchor, purple diamond; iron warrior, purple diamond; impenetrable wall, gold; finisher, gold. A configuration of 2 gold and 2 purple tier skills, with 3 leaning heavily toward defense. 2-time blocks leader, 3-time defensive player of the year, 4-time rebounding champion. And in Wong Zealand's recollection, during the 2012-13 season, Howard would claim his 5th consecutive rebounding title. This is the opponent Wong Zealand faces tonight: Dwight Howard, a league superstar whose foundation is built purely upon defense. Alas, this is no longer the Orlando-era Howard, whose overall rating undoubtedly soared above 95, placing him among the pantheon of all-time greats. Without question, Howard stands as the most formidable same-position adversary Wong Zealand has ever encountered, surpassing him by a staggering 2 tiers in sheer dominance. Fortunately, the present-day Howard has yet to develop a reliable jump shot. Close-range 2-pointers account for 59. 4 of his attempts, mid-range for 27. 2. And long twos for a mere 13. 4. His 3-point ability remains non-existent. Wong Zealand contemplates emulating the strategy once employed by the legendary Yao Ming, luring the beast out of the paint with his own burgeoning mid-range threat, even if it means a high-stakes 1-for-1 trade. So long as this beast is drawn beyond the restricted area, his teammates will find themselves with far superior offensive opportunities. At that point, his mission would be accomplished. Moreover, Howard's lower body strength, rated at a modest 87, could very well become the linchpin of Wang Zilin's game plan. Chapter 73. Disorganized system. The referee tossed the ball into the air, and the home crowd witnessed Wang Zilin uncharacteristically losing the jump ball. However, considering his opponent was the man nicknamed Superman, Dwight Howard, they quickly reconciled with the outcome. When faced with their child's shortcomings, parents always find it effortless to conjure excuses for forgiveness. Right from the opening play, Kobe Bryant showcased the explosive scoring instincts befitting the league's premier shooting guard. Confronted with the aggressive defense of Francis Pippen, he stubbornly powered through the opponent to sink a two-pointer, nearly drawing a foul in the process. Right from the opening play, it was a brutal psychological blow. Damn. Wang Zilin gasped in disbelief. How dare he take that shot? And yet it actually went in. It was as if the defense was non-existent. Batum, the Trail Blazers' best perimeter defender with an elite-level defensive rating of 83, was naturally assigned by Coach Terry to guard Kobe. If the 193-meter Batum had been tasked with defending him, there was no doubt Kobe would have shredded him to pieces. Yet, right from the opening play, Coach Terry found himself drenched in the venom of the Mamba. Effortlessly, the Lakers took an early 2-0 lead. When the Trail Blazers advanced the ball, Nash struggled defensively against the young and explosive Lillard. With Wang Zilin setting a solid screen, Lillard swiftly curled to the right and slashed inward. The Lakers scrambled to collapse their defense, leaving Aldridge wide open. Under the converging pressure from Gasol and Nash, Lillard managed to dish the ball to Aldridge at his favorite spot, the left mid-range. Catch, aim, release. The fluid motion, honed through years of muscle memory, made Aldridge resemble a cold, precise machine executing its programmed command. The ball sailed through the air under the gaze of the entire arena and dropped cleanly through the net. 2-2. After scoring, Aldridge suddenly glanced at Kobe, as if conveying a silent message. This is my turf. From the very beginning, we witnessed an exhilarating showdown between the team leaders. LaMarcus gradually mastered the art of becoming an exceptional captain. The home commentators shouted excitedly. Though the two players weren't in the same position, that didn't prevent their long-range duel. Unfortunately, the home crowd seemed unimpressed by their team's star player, as only sparse, scattered applause briefly echoed through the arena. Kobe simply smiled without responding, quietly moving into position on the offensive end. Nash, renowned in the NBA as a maestro of tempo, controlled the pace unhurriedly, searching for weaknesses in the opposing defense. After a few crisp passes, Kobe found himself wide open in the corner, sinking a three-pointer with ease. Since the Lakers formed their F4 lineup, the changes in their interior game weren't immediately apparent, but the transformation on the perimeter was striking, particularly with their core player, Kobe, who had consciously adjusted his playing style, incorporating more off-ball movement and backdoor cuts. And indeed, the results proved that Kobe could thrive without the ball in his hands. What he truly needed was shot opportunities, not just ball dominance. Moreover, after executing seamless coordination with Nash, Kobe's offensive efficiency in off-ball mode became utterly terrifying. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 30-26. The Lakers performed decently. Kobe made 2 out of 3 shots, Howard 2 out of 4, Gasol 3 out of 5, and Nash a perfect 1 for 1, each showcasing their individual prowess with remarkable efficiency. Yet, mysteriously, it was the Trail Blazers who held the lead. How utterly perplexing. While Aldridge's 12-point quarter certainly played a role, Wang Zilin couldn't shake the feeling that their opponents were playing strangely. For a team of NBA caliber, one with championship aspirations, to display so little coordination in an entire quarter, relying solely on star players to carry the load. How far could such a team truly go? As the second quarter commenced, both teams rotated their lineups, and the Lakers' performance deteriorated further. It's worth noting that their bench boasted Anton Jamison, a former two-time All-Star reserve with multiple seasons averaging over 20 points per game, who had delivered 17 points per game just last season as a super sixth man. Additionally, they had Jody Meeks, who was a starter for the 76ers the previous season. Yet, despite this talent, their offense was utterly abysmal. While the first quarter saw the Lakers masking their lack of team chemistry and tactical depth with the individual brilliance of their F4, the second quarter exposed their disjointed rotations, frequent turnovers, and chaotic play, leaving the Trail Blazers coaching staff bewildered. Their meticulously studied opponents turned out to be this underwhelming. Forced into action, Mike Brown called a timeout at the 7:21 mark of the second quarter, scrambling to reinsert his starters. By then, the score stood at 47-33, with the Trailblazers leading by a commanding 14 points. Wong, is this team in front of us truly a championship favorite? Aldridge, who scored the highest 17 points and 3 rebounds in the game, had an expression of sheer disbelief on his face. This is undoubtedly the top contender for this year's championship. I'm uncertain. Damian, what about you? Wong Zealand shook his head, his eyes brimming with astonishment. In his recollection, although the Lakers had indeed performed dismally at the start of this season, he truly hadn't anticipated their deterioration to such an extent. Moreover, within the system, Wong Zealand had distinctly observed Howard's interior defense attributes soaring at 95, with blocks at a formidable 92. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the prowess Howard displayed on the court barely scratched 80 at best. The system, however, was infallible. Otherwise, how could he possess his current formidable abilities? Thus, only one plausible explanation remained. Howard had transformed. No longer inclined to toil at the grueling labor of defense, he now sought to validate himself through offense. Surveying the lineage of the league's premier centers before Howard, each had been an offensive juggernaut, the very axis of their team's attack. Perhaps Howard aspired to align himself with these legends, yearning to prove, particularly to the ever-dismissive Shaquille O'Neal, that his offensive capabilities had merely been eclipsed by the sheer dominance of his defensive prowess. Oh, what was it you were asking earlier? Very well. The young man namely seems to have been so startled by the Lakers' performance that his mind has short-circuited. Just 2 minutes into the game, the Lakers suffered a devastating blow. Their starting point guard and one of the F4 stars, Steve Nash, collided with his knee during a defensive play. He collapsed onto the Rose Garden court in agony, writhing in pain. As if misfortune wasn't enough, calamity struck in succession. Only the second game of the new season, and already a starting player is injured, coupled with Pau Gasol, who just returned from surgery and shouldn't play too much. Lakers head coach Mike Brown is utterly bewildered. What on earth should be done now? Without Nash, the Lakers lost their only decent perimeter coordination, plunging the entire team into a state of collective anxiety. Fortunately, Kobe stepped up in time, relentlessly scoring 11 points through sheer isolation plays to barely stabilize the Lakers' situation. By halftime, the score stood at 51-43, with the Lakers trailing by 8 points as they headed into the second half. During the break, the locker room was shrouded in silence, all awaiting the injury report on Steve Nash. Finally, the team physician emerged. Kobe swiftly rose to his feet and inquired, "Gary, how's Steve's condition? Will it affect the upcoming games?" At present, no significant issues have been detected. However, as a precautionary measure, Nash should not continue playing in this game. After all, he is a veteran approaching 40. We must await tomorrow's MRI scan to obtain precise results. Gary Vitti, a seasoned team physician who has served the Lakers for over 2 decades, holds immense prestige within the organization. It was he who first detected the HIV virus in Magic Johnson all those years ago. Thus, Gary Vitti's words carry considerable weight. Even Kobe Bryant had to weigh them carefully. Understood, Kobe murmured. Let Steve rest properly. As Gary Vitti departed, an unspoken tension descended upon the locker room, its temperature seemingly dropping by degrees. And at the heart of this chilling silence sat the Black Mamba himself, motionless in his seat, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 74. The old should step aside for the young as the second half commenced. Howard defied his back injury to deliver 11 points and 6 rebounds in the third quarter, while Kobe relentlessly attacked, pouring in 14 points, exuding an air of inevitable triumph. Yet despite their efforts, the Lakers failed to withstand the Trail Blazers' ferocious offensive onslaught. The Lakers' bizarre performance in the first half had convinced Portland that this was a team devoid of coherent strategy or defensive discipline. Emboldened, Aldridge led the rotation unit with growing confidence, while the Lakers' morale waned as the deficit steadily widened. At the start of the final quarter, Jamison from the Lakers bench erupted with unexpected ferocity, spearheading an 8-0 surge. Lakers 73, Trail Blazers 85. As the lead was about to shrink to single digits, Coach Terry promptly reinserted Wong Zealand and Lillard into the game. From the opening tip until now, Aldridge had already logged nearly 40 minutes of playing time while leading the team with 25 points, but his stamina was visibly waning, causing his offensive efficiency to decline. The Trail Blazers still maintained a 12-point advantage over the Lakers, and the coach had faith that Wong Zealand and Lillard wouldn't let the team down. Meanwhile, the Lakers adjusted their lineup to Howard, Jackson, Metta World Peace, Kobe, and Steve Blake. With just over 7 minutes remaining in the game, they still had a fighting chance. Damian, hold off this Lakers counterattack. Countless accolades, thunderous applause, and enduring fame will all be within our grasp. What do you say? Are you confident? After resting for more than half a quarter, Damian Lillard and Wang Zilin immediately stood up, shedding their sweat-soaked thermal jackets. What do you think? Lillard responded with a smile. The two excitedly high-fived, and all the cameras captured this moment on the Trail Blazers bench. Wow, our dynamic duo from the 2012 draft is back on the court. So far, Damian has 17 points, 6 assists, and 1 steal, while King has contributed 13 points and 8 rebounds. Let's see what they bring next. The commentators' enthusiasm grew, drawing the crowd's attention to this young pair. Just some rookie. Watch me dominate him later, Howard muttered disdainfully, curling his lip. He currently led his team with 23 points and 10 rebounds, outshining Wang Zilin in both scoring and rebounding. All right, let's make the most of the remaining time. We still have a chance to turn this around, Kobe said. While the other three remained unfazed, Howard briefly showed impatience before masking it. He might disregard Nash, but never Kobe. Even now, Howard vividly remembered the ferocity Kobe displayed during their finals clash against the Lakers. As play resumed, the Trail Blazers took possession. With Aldridge resting, the offensive burden fell on the two rookies, and the fans erupted, chanting the names of Wang Zilin and Lillard. Wang Zilin set a solid screen at the high post to free up Damian Lillard, while J.J. Hickson swiftly vacated the paint to create driving lanes. Steve Blake got pinned down by Wang's excellent pick on the opposite side, allowing Lillard to pull up without hesitation and drain a three-pointer. Dwight Howard's late closeout from behind Wang proved futile as Lillard converted the three-point play. 88-73. This was Lillard's most proficient and beloved scoring method during his college years. Etched into Weber State University's history with a record-breaking 246 three-pointers, it stands as a testament to how terrifying his pick-and-roll three-pointers could be. Just one defensive stop against the Lakers in this possession, and the Trail Blazers would have another opportunity to widen their lead. Stay alert. Howard saw the score widening again and couldn't help roaring at Blake. Understood. The sudden reprimand from the team's fourth leader left Blake at a loss, forcing him to lower his head in apology. Seemingly quite pleased with his display of leadership, Howard turned around with a radiant smile and strode away. At this moment, Howard remained an unadulterated joyful beast, yet untouched by the baptism of another pre-dawn titan. Upon reaching the front court, Blake passed the ball to Howard, intending merely for him to facilitate the play before executing an off-ball movement strategy. Yet unexpectedly, Howard initiated a direct post-up play against Wang Zilin, despite having already scored over 20 points. Howard had seldom taken charge with aggressive ball-handling plays. Over 80% of his points came either from cutting inside to receive passes or from putbacks after securing offensive rebounds. Is he really preparing to take me on with the ball in his hands? Wang Zilin was taken aback momentarily before being overwhelmed with exhilaration. With Coach Wa's measly 63-point post-up skills, let's be serious here. The moment Dwight Howard made physical contact with Wang Zilin, the cameras beneath the backboard abruptly found their frames dominated solely by the latter's towering presence. Where had our so-called Superman vanished to? Utterly dominated by Wang Zilin. To be honest, Dwight Howard's 211 centimeters height and shoes still isn't particularly outstanding for a center position. As a certain basketball commentator once remarked, Howard was merely fortunate to be born in the right era. His actual abilities don't quite match the impressive statistics. With his physique, Howard can only dominate in this current era where true giants are scarce. When compared to Wang Zilin's barefoot 216 centimeters and shoe-wearing 220 centimeters massive center frame, the shortcomings become glaringly apparent. How remarkably similar in physique this young man of yellow complexion appears to that massive fellow. I simply cannot believe he could possibly possess comparable strength to that behemoth. Howard continued to aggressively attack Wang Zilin, desperately driving inward, only to find the latter standing firm and unmoved. At that moment, Kobe had already sprinted into position, signaling for the pass. Just as Howard prepared to deliver the ball, a teasing voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Mr. Superman, is this really the extent of your strength?" Wang Zilin's mockery provoked Howard's displeasure. That damned Chinese kid actually dares to ridicule me? Pass my ass. Burning with fury, Howard summoned an even more ferocious strength, forcefully driving another step inward until he reached the paint. Pivoting and leaping, his eyes locked solely on the basket. "I'll dunk you into oblivion," he roared. At this moment, Sparks made no attempt to conceal the disdain on his face, utterly unconvinced that some mere Asian center could possibly stop him. Yet just as he brought the ball down with both hands, a black dot suddenly appeared in Howard's field of vision, rapidly expanding in size. This was a hand. The hand of Trail Blazers number 36. With the running and jumping prowess akin to McGee, Wong Zealand's dynamic physical attributes already surpassed the majority of centers in the league. While he may not yet rival Dwight Howard's elite athleticism, one must not overlook that Wong stands 5 centimeters taller than Howard, with an even more impressive 6 centimeters advantage in wingspan. Such extraordinary stature? Unbelievable. The yellow-skinned palm drew ever closer, causing Howard's eyes to widen abruptly as his complexion changed in an instant. Under Howard's incredulous gaze, Wong Zealand's right hand ultimately made contact with the rapidly descending basketball. Smack. The ball was violently swatted out of bounds. A clean block. Our rookie actually stuffed the league's top center with a massive rejection. The home crowd first gasped in shock, then erupted into thunderous cheers that instantly electrified the entire stadium. Mr. Superman appears to have aged considerably, since he's grown old. Perhaps he should retire gracefully instead of obstructing the rise of younger talents. Gazing at Howard's utterly dumbfounded expression, Wong Zealand gnawed on his mouthguard, his teasing voice once again reverberating in the former's ears. Damn it, I'm only 27, and you dare call me old? I am furious. I am absolutely livid. Chapter 75. The Lakers aren't that formidable. It was time for Pau Gasol to inbound the ball once more. This time, he paid no heed to Howard's expression and passed it directly to Kobe. The Lakers had a mere 4 seconds left on the shot clock, but for Kobe, that was more than enough. He was long accustomed to these last-second bailout plays. A swift crossover, a sudden stop, then a leap into his signature fadeaway. Bang! Of course, he had grown accustomed to the rhythm. Kobe, after all, was mortal, not divine. It was impossible for him to sink every last-second shot. This time, Wong Zealand reacted swiftly, securing the rebound and cradling it while surveying the court before passing it to Lillard. With one hand, Lillard dribbled unhurriedly, advancing with measured control, while the other directed his teammates into position. There was no need for haste now. All that mattered was maintaining efficiency. Matthews found himself open in the corner, and Lillard swiftly delivered the pass. But as he prepared to release the shot, Meta World Peace, that relentless beast, lunged forward. The opportunity had already slipped away. The ball, a familiar voice echoed from within. Matthews smiled faintly as he lofted the ball into the penalty area. Upon receiving the pass, Wong Zealand showed not a moment's hesitation. He shielded Howard with his body, executed an exquisite pirouette, and swiftly darted toward the baseline. Arriving beneath the basket, Wong raised the ball as if to lay it in, prompting Howard behind him to leap eagerly in anticipation of a block. Alas, it was but a feint. Howard grasped at empty air. At the very instant of release, Wong abruptly withdrew his upraised right hand, pivoted in the opposite direction, and with a graceful hook shot, banked the ball off the glass and through the net. An 18-point lead. King's footwork under the basket resembles that of his predecessor Yao. The fundamental skills of Chinese big men are always so awe-inspiring. The home commentator observed Wong Zealand's fluid and seamless movements, then glanced back at Howard's awkward post-up play from the previous possession, unable to suppress a chuckle. What are you staring at? Trying to learn something? Dream on, for dreams hold everything. Facing Howard's expression that seemed ready to devour him, Wong Zealand responded with a classic shrug. The next possession saw Howard demanding the ball again for a one-on-one against Wong. This time, he established deep position, receiving the pass without needing any dribble moves, just a direct leap from his spot. It must be said, even with the lingering effects of his back injury, Howard's athleticism remained explosively dominant. This attack caught Wong off guard as Howard rose like a sudden eruption and dunked right over him. First career posterized achievement, unlocked. Yellow-skinned brat. Where is your arrogance now? What happened to all that bravado you had just moments ago? At last, he managed a powerful dunk right over Wong Zealand, and Dwight Howard could barely contain his exhilaration. Upon landing, he tore at his jersey and roared defiantly. Humph, anyone can dunk standing still. Such a trivial trick devoid of any technical sophistication actually being flaunted fills me with profound pity for you. Howard had anticipated his opponent would react with humiliated fury, or at the very least display some subtle change in expression, yet what greeted him was this utterly indifferent response. Especially when he caught sight of the trace of pity on Wong Zealand's face. Howard bristled like a cat with its tail stepped on, dark veins bulging across his swarthy countenance. The game between the two teams pressed on, yet only the final 3.5 minutes remained in the fourth quarter. Kobe could no longer remain seated, immediately reverting to his familiar ball-dominant mode, disregarding his teammates' pleas for possession. In those dwindling moments, he launched 7 shots, sinking 4, along with 2 additional free throws, clawing his way to a hard-earned 10 points. Yet, to his dismay, the Lakers could not escape the bitter taste of defeat. 103-89, the Lakers stumbled into their second consecutive loss at the dawn of the new season. Before the match, the so-called Galactic Battleship boasted about crushing the Trail Blazers by 20 points to claim victory. Yet, they ended up suffering a humiliating 14-point defeat. Is this still the same Lakers team? Why can't I ever seem to win? After the game, Kobe stood motionless on the court, gazing blankly at the scoreboard overhead, his heart brimming with uncertainty and confusion about the future. Hey, old man, what are you still standing there for? Waiting for me to sign an autograph for you? An unfamiliar voice echoed from behind. Kobe turned his head to see Wang Zilan, who had already removed his jersey, standing before him. If you don't mind, could you sign this for me? After all, I was once one of the 600 million Kobe fans. Kobe took the jersey and pin, then asked casually with his head slightly lowered, why once? What about now? Now we stand upon the same battlefield, adversaries locked in combat. Wang Zilan gazed at Kobe and spoke his mind without hesitation. Is that so? Then you'll have to win 5 championships before saying those words to me. Kobe spread his right palm and gestured expressionlessly. That day will come. But before that, I'd rather you keep those old legs from rusting. I'll be waiting for you in the playoffs. After receiving the jersey and pin, Wang Zilan exchanged a brief embrace with Kobe, then cast a thoughtful glance toward the Achilles tendon on Kobe's left calf. You bastard, I'm not old yet. Kobe didn't dwell on it. And after exchanging a few more casual words, the two went their separate ways. The undisputed hero of this game for the Trail Blazers was undoubtedly their leader, LaMarcus Aldridge. In 36 minutes of play, Aldridge shot 11 of 20 from the field, along with a perfect 3-4-3 from the free throw line, finishing with a team-high 25 points and 6 rebounds. The second highest scorer for the team was Damian Lillard, who logged 40 minutes and contributed 21 points and 9 assists. Following him was Wang Zilan, who played 31 minutes and delivered 18 points, 11 rebounds, and 2 blocks. For the opposing Lakers, their star player Kobe Bryant played 38 minutes, shooting 14 of 25 from the field and 6 of 7 from the free throw line, amassing 38 points. Dwight Howard, in 41 minutes of action, 111 for 19 from the field and 7 for 13 from the line, finishing with 29 points, 14 rebounds, and 3 blocks. Judging purely by shooting percentages, the Lakers actually outperformed the Trail Blazers in this game, 51 compared to 49-3. So why did they still lose? The star players acted independently, barely executing any decent teamwork. The lack of natural cohesion within the squad inevitably led to a dramatic surge in errors. The Lakers committed a staggering 24 turnovers in this game, a full 9 more than their opponents. Secondly, Nash's sudden injury plunged the team into disarray and dealt a heavy blow to their morale. Lastly, the entire squad failed to establish an effective defensive system, allowing the Trail Blazers to capitalize with 11 fast break opportunities. This season, the Lakers have been under an intense spotlight, with every move scrutinized and dissected by the American media. A major city offers its advantages, greater exposure, and a faster path to stardom, but it also carries the potential to swiftly dismantle even the most promising of talents. With such immense attention comes inevitable backlash. An 8-game losing streak in the preseason could still be dismissed as growing pains. But 2 consecutive losses to start the regular season have shattered the illusion of invincibility surrounding this newly assembled super team, including today's defeat. The Lakers have now suffered 10 straight losses, leaving no room for excuses to placate the media and fans. Moreover, this losing streak has exposed the Lakers' vulnerabilities to the front offices and coaching staffs of the other 29 teams in the league. Combined with the franchise's past experience assembling an ill-fated super team in the early 2000s, every championship contender has now begun dissecting the weaknesses of this Los Angeles squad. After all, the unknown is what humanity fears most. When the initial veil of mystery surrounding the Lakers was pierced at the start of the season, it became evident to all that the crude accumulation of star players does not necessarily guarantee smooth sailing. The Lakers, far from being as formidable as they appeared on the surface. Following this battle, the once effusive praises from major media outlets swiftly transformed into sharp, accusatory blades. The New York Times is notorious for its indiscriminate attacks, sacrificing even its own allies for the sake of traffic. Yet the Los Angeles Times is no better. All crows are equally black under the sun. 2 consecutive defeats right from the start. This is not the purple and gold dynasty we once knew. Los Angeles times the same star-studded quartet. The same disappointing outcome? Is it truly impossible for Kobe, Howard, Nash, and Gasol to secure a single victory? Good heavens, this is utterly dreadful. The Los Angeles Lakers have utterly disgraced themselves. The New York Times' scathing remark about losing all sense of dignity bears striking resemblance to the infamous Boston Tea Party incident of yore. A single remark stirred up a storm. As overwhelming public pressure descended upon the Los Angeles Lakers like a tidal wave. Chapter 76. The King in the Stratosphere. Under immense pressure, the Lakers faced their city rivals. The Clippers, at home on November 3rd. Once dismissed as an insignificant little brother, the Clippers had undergone a dazzling transformation into Lob City since acquiring their captain, Chris Paul, the previous season. With Paul, Griffin, and Jordan at the core, the Clippers were no longer the underdogs they once were. Having surged to 5th place in the Western Conference the prior year, this season, as the elder brother Lakers seemed to falter, the Clippers saw their golden opportunity to usurp the throne. For both teams, this game held extraordinary significance. Unfortunately, without Steve Nash, the Lakers' offense lacked cohesion. Kobe fought valiantly alone but failed to orchestrate the team. In contrast, the Clippers thrived under Paul's masterful playmaking. 15 assists led to 5 players scoring in double digits. Sixth man Jamal Crawford erupted for a team-high 21 points, along with 3 rebounds, 3 steals, and an assist, single-handedly dismantling the Lakers' supposedly deeper bench. Kobe poured his heart into 43 minutes, shooting an elite 60 from the field, 14 of 23. Including 2 of 3 from beyond the arc and a perfect 10 of 10 from the line, for a staggering 40 points. Yet, even his heroic effort couldn't reverse the tide. The Lakers had fallen to a 3rd straight defeat. This time, the Lakers faced not veiled sarcasm, but direct, unadulterated, and blatant mockery. Major mainstream media outlets have successively launched special programs with strikingly similar themes, featuring particularly poignant headlines such as "When will the Lakers secure their first victory this season?" None of this has much to do with the Trailblazers. After feasting on gossip all evening, everyone's had their fill. Tomorrow night, the team will head to Sacramento to face the Kings of the Pacific Division. Speaking of the Kings, one can't help but marvel at their front office's peculiar logic. They had already struck gold in the 2009 draft by selecting a celestial-level rookie, Tyreke Evans, who burst onto the scene averaging 20-5-5, a stat line rivaling even LeBron James' debut in 2003. Evans' playstyle and attributes earned him the moniker Point Guard LeBron. With explosive athleticism, a domineering approach, relentless aggression, unshakable confidence, elite playmaking, and maturity beyond his years, all packed into a 6 feet 6 inches frame, he was an absolute anomaly at the point guard position. Any discerning observer could see that the Kings had stumbled upon a franchise cornerstone through sheer cosmic luck. All they needed to do was build a competitive roster around Evans, and the path to revival seemed imminent. Yet, operating under the delusion of being ahead of the curve, the Kings front office proceeded with baffling maneuvers. What kind of twisted reasoning would lead them to shift a once-in-a-generation phenom? Only the 4th rookie in NBA history to average 20-5-5 to shooting guard in his sophomore season. In the 3rd year, the situation became even more absurd, directly shifting him to the small forward position. The Kings' bewildering maneuvers single-handedly dismantled a prodigious talent who could have rivaled legends like Oscar Robertson, Michael Jordan, and LeBron James. Regardless of which team's star point guard he faced in the league, rookie year Evans could always deliver performances on par with, and often surpassing, his opponents. The most memorable instance was his first encounter with his college senior Derrick Rose, where Evans effortlessly posted 20 points and 4 rebounds, while Rose struggled with a dismal 2-4-12 shooting, barely reaching double digits thanks to free throws. Unlike the lamented 2003 second pick Darko Milicic or the 2007 top pick Greg Oden, Evans had already proven himself, dominating the point guard position in his very first year. Now in his 4th NBA season, though he still averaged 5 points, 6 rebounds, 5 assists, and 3 steals per game last season, everyone knew this once promising prodigy had lost his former brilliance, his once uncapped potential now brutally diminished. At the time, the Kings' new cornerstone was DeMarcus Cousins, selected 5th overall in the 2010 draft. In the original timeline, this infamous boogie would rise as the league's premier center after Dwight Howard's injury-driven decline. Last season, Cousins already averaged 18 points and 11 rebounds in just 30 minutes per game, showing growth in scoring, rebounding, and shooting efficiency. though his 4 fouls per game remained unchanged. Now hailed as the top young center in the league, Cousins was the benchmark until Wang Zhilin debuted with an 18 and 11 stat line in his very first game, eerily matching Cousins' previous season averages. After the Trailblazers handed the Lakers back-to-back losses, Wang Zhilin, as the starting center, held his own against Dwight Howard, the league's reigning top big man, posting another 18 and 11 performance, a feat that quickly became the talk of the league. While Wang had previously gained attention mainly due to his Chinese heritage, this time, he earned recognition purely through his skill. This matchup between the Kings and the Trailblazers was billed as a clash of the league's next-generation elite centers. Cousins was undoubtedly Wang Zhilin's fiercest rival in the race for the title of the NBA's best center, and Wang had prepared meticulously for this battle. Yet when he arrived at the Kings Sleep Train Arena, he suddenly realized he didn't need to worry about Cousins at all, because the man wasn't even playing. Cousins' indefinite suspension was still in effect. This traces back to a preseason game where DeMarcus Cousins had a heated altercation with the coaching staff, resulting in the Kings organization announcing his indefinite suspension. However, everyone understood this so-called indefinite suspension was merely rhetoric. Once the temperamental center issued a public apology, the team would inevitably lift the ban. During warm-ups, Wang Zhilin couldn't help but shake his head ruefully at the sight of Cousins, suited and solemn, relegated to the far end of the bench. DeMarcus Cousins' physical gifts and interior skills stand in a league of their own among recent rookie centers, though occasionally lacking emotional control. His emergence has been a revitalizing force for traditional big men as the league's supply of classic centers dwindles. Yet his skill set is almost too refined. This behemoth who could dominate the paint like a crab stubbornly prefers guard-like play styles, frequently driving from the perimeter. With his sheer mass and frame, such recklessness was an injury waiting to happen. At 8 p.m. on the 4th, the Trailblazers faced the Kings, opposing a rebuilding squad led by a temperamental franchise player who single-handedly crippled half the team's potential. The outcome was predictable. Sacramento was thoroughly outclassed without a shred of resistance. Damian Lillard scorched the Nets, shooting 7 of 10, 5 of 6 from deep, with 3 of 4 free throws for a game-high 22 points. LaMarcus Aldridge delivered a modest 16 points on 6 of 14 shooting 4 of 4 FTs. Wang Zhilin posted 17 points and 10 boards, maintaining his 18 and 10 averages. As for Tyreke Evans, the once promising phenom compared to rookie LeBron James, he managed only 10 points, 4 of 8, 4 assists, and 1 rebound, a shadow of his former self. By the fourth quarter, the Kings had checked out mentally. Portland cruised with a steady 15-point cushion, sealing a dominant 103-86 victory. Chapter 77. The time has come for publication. The moment of truth arrives. The customary ritual of sharing our journey begins. Ahem. Note: I've refined the tone to be more elegant while maintaining the original meanings, removing informal elements like which doesn't translate directly, but implies a self-deprecating or exaggerated appeal for sympathy. The structure is now more polished while preserving the chapter's transitional nature. First and foremost, I must express my deepest gratitude to our esteemed editor Spicy Stripe for the continuous recommendations since signing the contract. Your unwavering support for this humble writer is profoundly appreciated. My heartfelt thanks also extend to all cherished readers who have accompanied me on this literary journey. Your presence and engagement through comments and interactions mean the world to me. I pride myself on being among those authors who maintain frequent and meaningful exchanges with their audience. Now, regarding the much-anticipated update schedule, debut day, minimum 6 chapters, at least 12,000 words. Following 4 days, daily updates of 8,000 words. This intensive update period will span 5 days in total. Post this special event, regular updates will resume with standard daily minimum 2 chapters, holidays, barring unforeseen circumstances, minimum 3 chapters, while I shall endeavor to challenge myself with daily outputs of 6,000 to 9,000 words. For dreams must be nurtured. Who knows when they might blossom into reality? Bonus chapter criteria. Every cumulative 5,000 recommendation votes shall merit an additional chapter. For every cumulative 200 monthly votes, an additional chapter shall be released. Upon reaching 10,000 collections, another installment will be added. Furthermore, amassing 10,000 in donations will likewise grant an extra update. Leader, never mind, I won't indulge in wishful thinking. In any case, as long as the work's metrics reach certain milestones, additional updates will follow accordingly. As of today, the author dashboard shows 000 recommendation votes, 500 monthly votes, approximately 12,000 collections, around 11,000 in total donations. Once again, my deepest gratitude for your unwavering support. This means that on the first day of the official release, there will be 5 extra chapters on top of the guaranteed 6, totaling 11 chapters. It's going to be the death of this slow-typing author, so please, don't forget to subscribe on day 1. A quick note, I don't rigidly confine each chapter to exactly 2,000 words. Sometimes, when the writing flows, the word count naturally expands. Apologies in advance for any inconsistency. Now, for the customary mutual recommendation segment, Old 1S, am I proud of cheating? Master TS, The Abyss, Bishop, both are exceptional new releases from the same batch, showcasing remarkable prose and quality. They're also set for official release on the 16th. Do check them out if they pique your interest. A brief personal note, Gene here is a sophomore, not a full-time writer. Time is scarce, with plotlines mulled over during the day and actual writing squeezed into evenings back at the dorm. Regarding typos, while I strive to minimize them, oversights happen. Rest assured, any pointed out will be promptly corrected. This book's performance has far surpassed my debut, achieving in its first week what the previous one took 3 months to reach. For every recommendation vote, monthly vote, donation, and all forms of support, please accept my heartfelt thanks. Your support means everything. Thank you. In the end, I sincerely hope everyone remembers the importance of initial subscriptions, as the first day's subscription data significantly impacts a work's performance. I completely understand those reading on other platforms, having once relied on unofficial sources myself during student days. Nevertheless, I genuinely wish you'd consider subscribing officially. Currently, there's an offer where watching a 15-second advertisement grants 10 bonus points, essentially allowing continued reading at no cost. The sports genre typically maintains favorable subscription ratios. While I dare not expect the stellar 3:1 or 4:1 ratios of renowned authors, achieving the baseline 10:1 standard would suffice. With approximately 12,000 collections, meeting the 10:1 benchmark would translate to around 1,200 subscriptions. Should we meet or exceed this expectation, I pledge to deliver additional chapters, even if it means working tirelessly through the night. Almighty readers, bestow upon me your subscriptions and support. Let us reconvene tomorrow at noon. Chapter 78, The Harlem Duo. The game concluded just before 11 p.m. Returning to the away team hotel, Wang Zilan, unsatisfied with his performance, headed straight to the weight room for additional training. He had anticipated facing off against his rival center in tonight's matchup, eager to test whether the gap truly existed between himself and the so-called top young center of this generation. Yet, what awaited him was an anticlimactic encounter, leaving his fervor unfulfilled. Rather than waste the momentum, he decided to channel his energy into strength training while his body remained warmed up. However, since his previous encounter with Dwight Howard's 95 upper body strength, Wang Zilan's once self-satisfied power attributes now seemed inadequate. While his 93 lower body strength and 90 upper body strength ranked among the league's top 3, it was far from enough. Blessed with the innate talent of divine strength, Wang Zilan knew that, given time, he could push both his upper and lower body strength to the pinnacle of 99. If he were to strive, he would settle for nothing less than supremacy. The next matchup against the Lakers is scheduled for mid-February. By then, Howard's clumsy post-up game won't stand a chance against him. Who's putting in extra practice? Arriving at the entrance of the strength training room, Wang Zilan was astonished to hear the commotion emanating from within. It is futile to compare one individual to another. Take Kobe Bryant as an example. What truly astonished coaches and fellow players about the Black Mamba wasn't merely his diligence or self-discipline, but rather his body's remarkable capacity to endure and thrive under the most grueling training regimens without breaking down. This extraordinary resilience commands profound admiration. Most NBA players tailor their training programs according to their personal limits and recovery capabilities. Only a rare few, like Kobe or Russell Westbrook, push their bodies to such extreme thresholds. Consider Shaquille O'Neal, while many jest about his training habits. Few ponder what would happen if his 300-pound frame were subjected to Kobe's punishing routine. The outcome, without question, it would spell disaster. As for Wang Zilan, he was an anomaly who defied conventional logic. Ever since acquiring the system, Wang Zilan gradually discovered something extraordinary whenever he inherited a new ability. As long as his attributes hadn't reached their potential ceiling, no amount of intense training could inflict physical damage on him. The most extreme exertion would only leave him utterly exhausted, yet a single night's rest would restore him completely. However, if he pushed himself into a state of extreme fatigue, like the time he overindulged in alcohol, mere sleep wouldn't suffice for recovery. His body would have to heal naturally. This phenomenon even astonished seasoned trainers like Tom Bruce, who, after extensive research with no conclusive results, ultimately categorized Wang Zilin's resilience as an innate gift akin to Kobe Bryant's legendary durability. Upon entering, the weight room was already brightly lit. Shedding his upper garments, Wang Zilin strode toward the source of the noise, only to find Damian Lillard in the midst of his workout. The individuals engaged in training within abruptly turned their heads upon hearing the sound emanating from behind. It was him. It was truly him. Damian Lillard never anticipated encountering Wang Zilin during his additional training session. For a moment, the two shirtless giants stood frozen, exchanging awkward glances in mutual surprise. Damian, you're here too. Wang, you came. I never expected to find you here. Nor did I anticipate your arrival. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two resumed their respective training sessions. 50 minutes later, Lillard had already completed his routine. Just as he was about to call for Wang Zilin to join him, he noticed the latter still engaged in an intense workout. Doesn't he ever tire? Lillard was filled with bewilderment. How much time had passed since the game just now? Yet Wang Zilin's physique could still endure such an intense training regimen. How did he achieve this? It defies all logic. As Wang Zilin completed another set of weighted squats with the barbell behind his neck, Lillard couldn't help but advise, "King, you should moderate your training intensity. Excessive workouts can easily break your body down." Wang Zilin paused momentarily, quickly noticing the curiosity on his teammate's face. "It's all right. I've long been accustomed to this training regimen. During the off-season, I train like this every single day." Lillard nearly collapsed to the ground. "Does your body not feel discomfort? Has your trainer not advised you against this?" After suffering a profound emotional wound, a torrent of questions erupted like machine gun fire. They had already examined you thoroughly and found nothing seriously wrong. Normally after training, all I needed was a good night's sleep. And by the next morning, I'd be fine again. Listen to yourself. How can you call this being fine after some sleep? What kind of heartless nonsense is this? With abilities like yours, I would have long since bested the blacksmiths of the West Coast and triumphed over the nobles of the Southeast. Damian, are you quite all right? Wang Zilin noticed Lillard's complexion had turned rather pale, assuming he might have overtrained. "I'm fine. I just need some quiet time to myself." Dame staggered out of the weight room, pausing at the threshold to cast one last glance behind him. Another soul had already begun their next grueling session. How cruel the comparisons between men can be. Upon introspection, Damian Lillard's daily training regimen ranks among the most intensive even by NBA standards. Players like Wang Zilin who push themselves relentlessly have attempted similar routines, only to end up bedridden for days upon trying. Awakening refreshed. The exhaustion from the previous night had completely dissipated. Though barely past 6 a.m., ample time remained before the team's departure to the Toyota Sports Arena for their showdown with the Rockets. As some irreverent netizens have quipped, weightlifting becomes an addictive pursuit, one that ultimately proves impossible to abandon. Wang Zilin now experienced such sensations. Without an invigorating morning workout upon rising, his entire day would be plagued by discomfort. After breakfast, he instructed the hotel staff to keep the weight room accessible until noon when all his teammates had gathered, concluding his training session. Today, the team would face their first back-to-back game against the Houston Rockets. The Rockets management has secured a 5-year, $78.5 million contract with the Thunder's super sixth man James Harden, building their roster around him as the cornerstone. To preserve the Chinese cultural atmosphere from the Yao Ming era, they also signed last season's Linsanity Jeremy Lin, forming the formidable Harden-Lin duo. The Rockets' regular season opener concluded against the Detroit Pistons. Harden dominated with 35 points, 12 assists, and 6 rebounds, while Lin contributed 12 points and 8 assists. With their stellar performances, the Rockets unleashed a decisive 10-0 run in the final quarter, overturning the Pistons to claim a triumphant season debut. This historic game also cemented Harden's legacy as the first player in NBA history to record at least 30 points and 12 assists in his debut after switching teams. The future elite shooting guard proved himself worthy of the title the Beard of Houston, earning the admiration of fans and media alike. Chapter 79. My temper is flaring 2-6. As noon arrived, Damian Lillard, J.J. Hickson, and Wang Zilin, 3 of the closest teammates, gathered for lunch. Though Wang had extended invitations to LaMarcus Aldridge and Nicholas Batum, the former declined without hesitation, while Batum opted to dine with his close friend Wesley Matthews instead. King. I heard Houston showed you tremendous sincerity right before the draft. Why did you turn them down? Indeed. I've heard the Houston Mosaics have always held a special place in the hearts of Chinese basketball players, especially with Yao Ming having played there for 8 glorious years. You'd undoubtedly receive exceptional nurturing there. After dinner, the trio leaned back in their chairs, discussing tonight's opponents. Gradually, Hickson brought up how Houston had once been so eager to acquire Wang Zilan. Their owner is far too stingy. I truly dislike that. Wang Zilan did not elaborate further, bluntly stating his dislike for Alexander. Indeed, even during Hakeem Olajuwon's back-to-back championship era, Alexander refused to pay the luxury tax even once. His stinginess was truly excessive. Upon hearing this, Damian Lillard nodded in profound agreement. As the saying goes, to discern whether an owner genuinely cares for his team, one need only observe his willingness to invest. But enough of such matters. Isn't it splendid that we're playing together now? Wang Zilan hastily changed the subject. At 3 p.m., they proceeded with the routine pre-game tactical training. The Rockets' strength lies in their perimeter offense, and Coach Terry conducted targeted drills for the players accordingly. Based on preseason games and the regular season match 2 days ago, the Rockets are clearly an offensive-oriented team, with their spearhead being the new core player James Harden, who possesses star-caliber scoring prowess. But let's not forget, the opposing team has only one star player, whereas our squad boasts 3. At this point, Coach Terry paused, and all teammates turned their gaze towards Aldridge, Wang Zilan, and Lillard standing at the center. Within the Trailblazers team, the other players were utterly convinced that these 3 possessed star-caliber abilities. Our offensive strength surpasses the Rockets, and defensively, they can't match us either. For this game, as long as we shut down James Harden on the perimeter, and LaMarcus, you 3 suppress their scoring momentum, the victory will be ours. All right, let's start practicing. Inside the Toyota Center, players from both teams had already taken to the court for warm-ups. Wang Zilan surveyed the arena with a determined gaze, resolved to leave an indelible impression on the Rockets fans that evening. Just then, Jeremy Lin, another fellow Asian player, approached him and called out, "Li Hao King, I am Jamie Lin. It is a genuine pleasure to make your acquaintance." When Jeremy Lin first arrived, Wang Zilan was filled with anticipation. For here was the only player in the NBA who shared his same yellow complexion. Yet reality came crashing down the moment Lin opened his mouth. That excruciatingly awkward pronunciation was reminiscent of the time Shaquille O'Neal desperately tried greeting people at an event, only to be met with silence. "Hello, Linsanity. Your performance last year won over countless fans, myself included." Although Jeremy Lin's Mandarin was still lacking, Wang Zilan could sense the palpable excitement and exhilaration in his voice. Encountering another player of Asian descent was a rare and profoundly encouraging moment for Lin, who had been navigating the league in solitude. As they drew closer, under the gaze of countless cameras and journalists, the NBA's only 2 Asian players embraced, a heartwarming scene that fans would undoubtedly cherish. Inevitably, years from now, this photograph would become an indelible memory for a generation of basketball enthusiasts. On the Portland Trail Blazers side, number 36 Wang Zilan, number 12 LaMarcus Aldridge, number 88 Nicholas Batum, number 2 Wesley Matthews, and number 0 Damian Lillard. For the Houston Rockets, number 3 Omer Asik, number 25 Chandler Parsons, number 54 Patrick Patterson, number 13 James Harden, and number 7 Jeremy Lin. Undoubtedly, the most formidable player was Harden, rated at 87. Since departing the Thunder and being anointed as Houston's cornerstone, he had flourished like a fish returning to the sea or a dragon ascending to the heavens. His scoring, assists, rebounds, and advanced metrics all soared to career highs. This season, Harden would not only make his first All-Star appearance but also secure a spot on the All-NBA third team, single-handedly reviving the Rockets' playoff aspirations after a 3-year drought. Harden's deadliest weapon was his 90-rated mid-range jumper, a skill he wielded masterfully before the influence of Mike D'Antoni's analytics-driven philosophy. His three-point shooting was no slouch either, boasting an 82 rating. Among the remaining starters, Patterson stood at 80, Lin at 78, Asik at 76, and Parsons at 69. Once again, Portland's number 36 secured possession. From preseason to now, this young phenom had only lost the opening tip to Dwight Howard, proof that his potential knew no bounds. Amid the passionate commentary of the Toyota Center announcer, the game between the home team and the Trail Blazers has commenced. During the jump ball, Wang Zilan effortlessly outmaneuvered Asik. Asik, a defensive-minded Caucasian center, boasts an interior defense rating as high as 89, making him the second most formidable defender Wong has encountered, surpassed only by Howard. However, standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 255 pounds, Asik excels more in utilizing his mobility, frame, and defensive instincts rather than sheer physicality, which limits his potential to ascend into the elite tier of defenders with ratings above 90. From the very outset of the match, Wong Zealand displayed an aggressive offensive intent. As soon as Lillard brought the ball up, Wong extended his hand, demanding possession. On the opposite side, Aldridge also prepared to call for the ball, but noticed Wong had already beaten him to it. A brief moment of hesitation flickered across Aldridge's face before he quickly regained composure and continued his off-ball movement. Upon receiving the pass, Wong Zealand immediately powered his way backward with a forceful post-up. Despite Asik's desperate efforts to hold his ground, the disparity in their strength levels was glaring. After absorbing two powerful bumps, Asik found himself slightly off balance, struggling to maintain his defensive stance. Wong Zealand suddenly shifted his weight to the left, forcefully pushing his back against Asker, causing the latter to stagger and nearly collapse. Then, with a mighty leap, he soared into the air and slammed the ball through the hoop with both hands. "Aya, you cowardly weakling, come and defend against me." Wong Zealand's sudden outburst caught Asik off guard, but the latter quickly retaliated, their heads colliding fiercely. Despite possessing relatively mediocre physical attributes, Asik has tenaciously established himself as one of the league's rare elite defensive big men, known for his ferocity on the court and explosive temper. The heated exchange between Wong Zealand and Asik erupted immediately at the start, startling teammates from both sides who rushed in to separate the two. Fortunately, the conflict was as brief as it was intense, and after some hesitation, the referees decided against issuing any penalties, signaling for the game to continue. That was undoubtedly a clean play, and disrupting the game's flow over such a minor incident didn't align with the commissioner's vision. Besides, what young athlete doesn't have a bit of fire in them? Trash talk has always been an unspoken staple of the NBA. If you can't handle it, retaliate. If you can't respond, that's on you for lacking the skill. Empty bravado means little, though I did emphasize ramping up the aggression before the game. This kid's temper seems particularly fiery today. Coach Terry on the sidelines instinctively stroked his chin as he witnessed the scene. It wasn't just him. Many could tell Wong Zealand was playing with palpable fury today. Has this new generation of rookies always been this temperamental? He mused. Yao's fellow countryman is absolutely ferocious. Outside, Harden watched his teammates being mercilessly dominated in the paint. Glancing at Wong Zealand, his eyelids involuntarily twitched. Forget it, he thought. Better play conservatively this game. Avoid driving into the lane if possible. As if haunted by unpleasant memories, a searing pain throbbed at his temples. Buddy, you're playing a bit too aggressively today. During the defensive retreat, Lillard was visibly shaken by Wong Zealand's aggressive playstyle today. Pass me the ball more often. I'm absolutely furious right now, Wong Zealand replied without turning his head. Chapter 80. Harden Under Pressure Defense, 3-6. As the Rockets' offensive possession began, Jeremy Lin swiftly advanced the ball past half-court before immediately dishing it to James Harden. Witnessing this, Wong Zealand understood that Lin's dissatisfaction with the Rockets mirrored his previous life's experience. Both Lin and Harden were inherently ball-dominant players, their playing styles fundamentally incompatible, necessitating sacrifice from one party. Unsurprisingly, the coaching staff had assigned this role to the less dominant force, Lin. Upon receiving the ball, Harden, as in the previous game, signaled his teammates to clear out. This was his isolation moment. Freed from Oklahoma City's constraints, Harden resembled an unbridled stallion, his scoring instincts unleashed, reveling in his Houston liberation. As the Rockets' offensive spearhead, Harden found himself matched against the Trailblazers' perimeter stalwart, Nicholas Batum. Confronted by Batum's extraordinary wingspan and relentless defensive intensity, Harden initially felt the pressure, only to channel it into determination. Though he had spent his early Thunder years as a sixth man, Harden, destined to become the league's premier shooting guard, had already honed his offensive arsenal to perfection. With a rapid crossover, he scanned the court, tracking both teammates' movements and defensive shifts. Suddenly, he exploded left, forcing Batum into retreat, then abruptly halted, stepping back to create separation before releasing a smooth mid-range jumper. Swish. Compared to the step-back three-pointer, the step-back two-pointer is in some ways even more unpredictable and harder to defend against. Currently, James Harden's signature moves are precisely the step-back two-pointer and his explosively powerful physique for a shooting guard. As the third overall pick, Harden's rookie combine measurements were actually superior to those of his teammate Russell Westbrook. However, due to various reasons later in his career. His playing style gradually shifted toward a more ground-based approach, causing people to overlook his originally explosive athleticism. James Harden, a graceful step-back jumper. Our new leader swiftly responded to the opponent, heralding the resurgence of Space City. This offensive play subtly showcased Harden's future unstoppable isolation skills. After the Rockets scored, the Trail Blazers quickly launched a counterattack. Lillard once again fed the ball to Wang Zilin, who had muscled his way into the paint. However, this time, instead of forcing a shot inside, he acted as a pivot, swiftly dishing it out to Matthews, left open in the corner. Harden hustled over from the weak side to contest the shot. Though he didn't block it, his defensive presence forced Matthews to slightly adjust his form at the last moment, disrupting the fluidity of his motion. A disrupted rhythm inevitably led to a missed shot. Asik fixed his gaze intently upon the rebound soaring through the azure sky, his powerful legs coiling like springs before propelling him upward in a vertical leap. Yet from the periphery, a lengthy arm materialized as if conjured from thin air, intercepting the ball mere moments before Asik could claim it, deftly redirecting the spherical prize back into the basket's embrace. My apologies, the gesture seemed to say. This treasure belongs to me. Wang Zilin gazed down at Asik with a faint, mocking smile. The third rebound. Asik's expression darkened instantly, his skills clearly outmatched. With a muffled grunt, he brushed past Wang Zilin and swiftly retrieved the ball. Having already dunked twice, Wang Zilin's temper had cooled considerably, and he refrained from further confrontation. However, as he retreated on defense, his gaze flickered with surprise toward Harden on the opposite side. Who would have thought? Here was Harden, before the Kardashian debacle, still willing to grind through the thankless toil of defense. What a promising young man he had been, before everything changed. The game's tempo was blistering, with both teams trading blows, each possession resolved in roughly 13 or 14 seconds. Wang Zilin's role on the court was straightforward: set screens for teammates to facilitate ball movement, anchor the paint defensively, and capitalize on scoring opportunities near the rim whenever they arose. By the midway point of the second quarter, the Trail Blazers' advantage had snowballed, the gap widening to 35-27. Wang Zilin had already logged 16 consecutive minutes without rest, the longest stretch of his NBA career thus far. Fatigue was setting in, but the rewards were equally substantial. 17 points, 8 rebounds, 2 blocks, and 2 fouls. These were the numbers Wang Zilin had amassed in just a half of play, matching the efficiency of an entire game prior. His form today was exceptional, his hunger for dominance palpable. No one knew why, nor did they need to. All that mattered was that Wang Zilin had delivered a stellar performance. As for those 2 fouls, hardly worth a second thought. Come now. Such trifling matters pale in comparison to that impressive string of statistics. Isn't it true that youth is often prone to errors? They still possess ample time for rectification and advancement. Wang, your performance today was truly magnificent at certain moments. I even glimpsed the nascent brilliance of a future league-leading center. On the bench, Coach Terry patted Wang Zilin's shoulder with admiration gleaming in his eyes. Huff, huff. After taking several deep breaths, Wang Zilin wiped the sweat from his brow and looked up, saying, "Thank you for your praise, sir. But I believe I can still do better." "Ha ha ha. Ambition is a fine thing," came the reply, "but your stamina seems slightly depleted now. What you need is to trust your teammates. I'll give you more playing time in the third quarter. All right? All right." Wang Zilin certainly understood that the coach had his best interests at heart, swiftly donning the thermal suit. After Wang Zilin left the court due to exhaustion, the Trail Blazers reverted to their frequently used interior duo from last season, Aldridge and Hickson. Since most of the offensive plays in the first quarter had been dominated by Wang Zilin and Lillard, Aldridge had remained relatively inactive, preserving his energy. Though missing a formidable player, the Rockets still lagged behind the Trail Blazers in overall team strength. The roster assembled by the management for Harden might have been capable of reaching the playoffs, but advancing further remained an elusive goal. The game resumed, with the Trail Blazers' offense now primarily orchestrated by the dynamic inside-outside duo of Aldridge and Lillard. The interior duo of the Rockets, whether Parsons or Asik, were no match for Aldridge. In my memory, Aldridge's peak playoff performance had the Rockets as his backdrop. As for Jeremy Lin, he desperately tried to contain Lillard on defense, but the gap was simply too vast. Their only advantage was James Harden. Overuse inevitably leads to fatigue. When the Rockets' offense relied solely on the beard, his stamina rapidly declined, and his efficiency gradually waned. At this point, Harden had yet to face the suffocating defense of the Kardashians, freshly arrived in Space City. He brimmed with lofty aspirations and fiery determination, yearning to become a two-way superstar like his idol, Kobe Bryant. Thus, in this game, Harden not only had to excel offensively but also serve as the defensive anchor on the perimeter. The defensive skills he honed during his sixth-man days in Oklahoma City had not faded. If anything, they showed signs of improvement. By the third quarter, fatigue took its toll. The Rockets starters struggled mightily. Harden shot 2 of 6, Parsons 1 of 3, and Lin 0 of 2. Only Asik held his ground inside, contributing 6 points through putbacks, with the bench barely pushing their total to 19. In today's NBA pace, most teams consider 30 points per quarter fluid offense, 25 the norm, below 20 inefficient, and under 15 outright anemic. The Houston Rockets, an offensive-minded squad, typically averaged 26 to 27 points per game, yet their third-quarter collapse laid bare their dismal scoring woes. Chapter 81. 5 consecutive victories for 6. By the end of the third quarter, the score stood at 65-77, with the Rockets trailing the Trail Blazers by 12 points. Inside the home locker room, Harden's expression was grim. Just the previous game, he had earned roaring applause with his stellar December 6, 37 performance, and he had been determined to carry that momentum into this match for back-to-back victories. Yet, to his dismay, within just 3 quarters, his team had been thoroughly outplayed. In his mind, even if they were to lose, it should have been against formidable opponents like the Grizzlies, the Spurs, or the Lakers. Were the Trail Blazers truly that strong? It appears they failed to qualify for the playoffs last season. Harden seethed with barely contained fury, his face clouded with doubt. Meanwhile, the Trail Blazers exuded an air of jubilant confidence. "Wong, I want you to unleash yourself in the paint," the coach commanded. "Asik is off the court. This is your moment to shine." He then outlined a series of straightforward plays. "Everyone, I want relentless aggression. Push the lead to 20 points as quickly as possible. Leave them no room to breathe." Perhaps future generations will always criticize Coach Terry for his lack of adaptability in crucial moments, rigid tactics, and insufficient defensive strategies. However, given that he served as an offensive assistant for a championship-winning team, at least in terms of offense, he is by no means inferior to any renowned coach in the league. His ability to orchestrate and motivate players on the offensive end is truly remarkable. As the final quarter commenced, both teams engaged in an all-out offensive showdown. The Rockets, left with no alternative, had no choice but to adopt this desperate strategy, while the Trail Blazers, holding the lead, had no reason to fear their opponent's offensive onslaught. If they wish to challenge us in a battle of firepower, then let us see who could endure the longest. Currently, the ball possession in Mosaic is predominantly entrusted to Harden's discretion. Whether to isolate or orchestrate plays lies entirely within his judgment. Evidently, Harden remains steadfast in his aspiration to emulate his idol Kobe, determined to single-handedly conclude the battle through sheer individual prowess. With a swift feint, he effortlessly sheds his defender and penetrates the paint. Confronted by Wong Zealand's help defense, rather than forcing a contested attempt, he executes a sudden hop step to his left before abruptly halting. Duong. Harden, who must balance both offense and defense, has seen his stamina gradually wane. From the opening tip-off until now, he has scarcely rested, and his weary body can no longer sustain efficient attacks. Damn it! With a roar of frustration, Harden swiftly sprang up the moment he landed, his hands nearly grasping the basketball. Yet once again, Wong Zealand leaped into action, thwarting Harden's attempt for a second offensive play. His 9th rebound of the game was secured. He gracefully flicked the ball to Lillard mid-air, who then delivered a precise long pass to Hickson charging into the paint for an effortless layup. 65-79. Less than 30 seconds into the fourth quarter, the Rockets' interior defense crumbled once more. "Surrender now, bearded one. From the opening tip of this match, your defeat was foreordained." Wong Zealand cast a cold glance at Harden, who was fuming with anger, and spoke icily. Yet Harden seemed oblivious, sprinting swiftly back to his own half to receive the ball. As time slipped away, the Rockets' offense once again ground to a halt. No matter how unwilling Harden was to concede, he could only watch helplessly as the score gap gradually widened. Gazing upon that yellow-skinned colossus dominating the paint at will, Harden suddenly comprehended the profound sentiment experienced by the Answer and the OK duo after their epical battle. "I require reinforcement. I abhor defeat. I yearn for a Titan by my side." After the match, an intense yearning surged within Harden's heart. The Trail Blazers' overwhelming 77-112 victory over the Rockets at the Toyota Center by a staggering 35-point margin would undoubtedly leave an indelible scar on Harden's Houston career. Unless one day, Harden could deliver an equally devastating retaliation at the Rose Garden Arena. Wang Zilin dominated the game with 37 points, 15 rebounds, and 3 blocks, all career highs. Statistics befitting only a transcendent center. His 20-point fourth-quarter performance shattered multiple franchise and NBA records, making him eagerly anticipate another surge in his fan following. At that night's press conference, neither Aldridge nor Lillard attended, leaving only Coach Terry and Wang Zilin to face the barrage of questions and flashing cameras. Fortunately, Wang was accustomed to superstar treatment since his CBA days, having routinely faced nearly 100 journalists during the Olympics. His complexion transitioned from flushed to ashen before settling into composed neutrality. Moreover, the Trail Blazers PR team was far from incompetent, having meticulously prepared players with strategies to handle media scrutiny. Much like high school mathematics, mastering fundamental knowledge and common tactics may not guarantee top scores, but it ensures at least a respectable passing grade. Wang, what drove your exceptional performance on the court today? Could you kindly elaborate in detail for all of us? This is the very arena where my predecessor Yao Ming once showcased his talents. Upon stepping into the Toyota Center, I could immediately sense the lingering crimson aura he left behind. These elements ignited within me an exhilarating desire to demonstrate my prowess before him. The outcome, quite satisfactory, I succeeded. Such grandiose declarations could be effortlessly spun by Wang Zilin even with his eyes shut, another classic homage segment. But was it merely excitement? At the outset, what you displayed was far beyond mere excitement. These uncrowned kings are notoriously astute. The slightest hint of anything amiss, and they would instantly transform into ravenous beasts, lunging toward the scent of blood. Ahem, basketball is, after all, a sport fueled by passion, and the young men on the court are at the peak of their impulsiveness. Occasionally, an excess of fervor is not entirely unacceptable. Coach Terry, standing nearby, grew concerned that Wang Zilin might misspeak and deftly deflected with a diplomatic chuckle. 3,715. The young warrior of the Celestial Empire sets his sights on the title of top rookie. Under the open-air stands, beneath the luminous full moon or amidst fleeting shooting stars. He still has a long journey ahead to claim the throne as the king of the center position. TNT was astonished to discover that the true architect of the Trail Blazers' winning streak wasn't even the team's star player. On the second morning, after perusing the headlines across major media outlets, Wang Zilin finally understood why so many people found ESPN utterly repulsive, devoid of any ethical boundaries. They seemed determined to fabricate controversies even when none existed. In contrast, TNT's coverage struck a more balanced tone. Wang himself acknowledged he still needed time to solidify his position as the league's premier center. In the ensuing days, benefiting from a favorable schedule against weaker opponents, the Trail Blazers successively triumphed over the Suns and the Timberwolves. The 2012-13 regular season saw Portland quietly ascend to the top of the league with an undefeated 5-0 start, sending shockwaves throughout the NBA. What truly unsettled observers was their average margin of victory, 11 points per game, a testament to their effortless dominance. Analysts noted that Portland's early opponents were either mired in rebuilding phases or grappling with internal turmoil. Take the Lakers' much-hyped F4 super team, for instance. After a disastrous 0-3 start, they'd only managed 2 wins in 5 games, one against the rebuilding Pistons, essentially a charitable handout, and another against the lowly Warriors, hardly more impressive. Perhaps the coaching change played a role, but against moderately competent teams like the Clippers and Jazz, the Lakers collapsed entirely. Their preseason aura of invincibility had evaporated, leaving them humbled. If we exclude the struggling Lakers, arguably the strongest among Portland's first 5 opponents, the remaining teams were outright bottom feeders, none having made the playoffs the previous season. Yet for an NBA-caliber squad to consistently lose by double digits to the Trail Blazers spoke volumes. This young Portland roster clearly possessed something special this season. Chapter 82. The TNT team's wager, 5-6. During this 5-game winning streak, Wang Zilin averaged an impressive 21 points and 11 rebounds per game, securing his position as the team's leading scorer and rebounder. His outstanding performance against the Rockets, 37 points and 15 rebounds, propelled his scoring average beyond the 20-point mark, surpassing LaMarcus Aldridge's 25 points per game to claim the top spot on the team. Aldridge himself maintained solid contributions with averages of 25 points, 7 rebounds, and 6 assists per game. As a skilled shooting big man, his field goal percentage remained consistently above 50. Damian Lillard, meanwhile, averaged 17, 6 points and 8 assists, slightly lower in scoring compared to his previous 19-point average due to fewer shot attempts, but his assists surged by a full 1.5 per game over his prior 6.5 average. Nicholas Batum chipped in with 13 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists per game, while Wesley Matthews added 14 points, 2 rebounds, and 2 assists. Off the bench, J.J. Hicks improved reliable with 10 points and 7 rebounds per contest. Remarkably, the Trail Blazers boasted 6 players averaging double-digit scoring, including 2 surpassing 20 points per game. What truly unsettled opposing teams was the youth and depth of this roster. Following their victory over the Timberwolves, Portland's 5-game winning streak once again dominated American sports media, becoming a trending topic across social platforms. Fans and analysts alike eagerly debated, just how long could this remarkable streak continue? What is the true worth of a 5-game winning streak? Could the Trail Blazers emerge as the next Thunder? The heated discussions instantly overshadowed the news of the Lakers' 3 consecutive losses. Los Angelinos gave tearful likes. At 10 a.m. on the 9th, TNT Television launched its special program counting down the league's young guns. The TNT crew, composed of Shaquille O'Neal, Charles Barkley, Kenny Smith, and Reggie Miller, served as the hosts for this program. Once recording began, O'Neal made no secret of his admiration for Wong Zealand, repeatedly calling him by his nickname King to express his fondness for this rising star. King is undoubtedly the most dominant traditional center of the new generation. Just look at his Olympic and regular season performances. No matter the opponent, he consistently delivers outstanding statistics. Numbers don't lie, and we must acknowledge his excellence. After retiring, the only traditional center Shaquille O'Neal truly acknowledged was Yao Ming. That so-called Superman Dwight Howard never earned his respect, merely an overhyped role player devoid of technical sophistication, undeserving of the superhero moniker. After Yao Ming retired, Shaquille O'Neal initially believed the league no longer had room for traditional centers. Yet unexpectedly, a fellow countryman of Yao emerged to carry the torch of classic post play, particularly when O'Neal witnessed Wang Zhilin executing thunderous poster dunks in the paint. An inexplicable warmth would flood his heart, evoking memories of his own glorious prime. With age comes nostalgia, and with it the yearning to find reflections of one's former self in the younger generation. For every voice singing praises, there naturally exists another ready to criticize. Under such circumstances, the host must never present a united front, for how else would conflicts arise? How could the ratings possibly be elevated? How does wealth gracefully find its way into one's pockets? The obvious candidate to play the villain is none other than Sir Charles Barkley, a regular on Inside the NBA. Shaq, I'll admit the young center you're calling king has potential, Barkley retorted immediately after O'Neal finished speaking. But the stats he's putting up right now, along with his team's record, are inflated. Just look at the data on the screen. The opponents they've faced lack credibility. I have every reason to believe the Trail Blazers' current 5-game winning streak has a hefty dose of luck behind it. As he spoke, a comparative stat sheet flashed on the screen behind them, detailing the opponents Portland had faced during those 5 games. Then how do you explain Wong dropping 18 points and 11 rebounds against Dwight? Countered another voice. You can't deny Dwight is the league's top center right now, especially defensively. That performance has to count for something, doesn't it? On Barkley's left, his perennial partner Kenneth Smith promptly interjected to counter him. The so-called best center in the league. Only in this era, I suppose. Back in the day, at the far right, upon hearing Kenny Smith's assessment of Howard, O'Neal's face twisted into undisguised contempt. For once, Barkley found himself aligned with the very man he loathed, the rotund giant, nodding noncommittally in rare agreement. Yet swiftly, he resumed fortifying his argument. Nonsense. Where was Howard's defense in that game? Consult the advanced metrics before spouting nonsense. His defensive efficiency that night paled in comparison to his Orlando days, and the turnover rate was downright abysmal. With a mocking chuckle, he added, "Seems our Superman has forgotten his bread and butter, moonlighting as an offensive specialist now." After a prolonged silence, Reggie Miller couldn't help but chuckle. He simply didn't possess that innate talent. O'Neal struck another verbal blow. In a grand villa in Los Angeles, a devilishly muscular man hurled his phone at the television with such force that it left a gaping hole. "Enough, you fat bastard. Aside from a regular season MVP, 3 All-Star Game MVPs, a 3-peat championship run, and 3 consecutive Finals MVPs, what else do you have to boast about? Was it really necessary to criticize me so harshly?" Sigh. For some inexplicable reason, someone's voice gradually faded into a whisper. Meanwhile, over at TNT, the heated discussion about the Trail Blazers' 5-game winning streak continued unabated. At this point, O'Neal had already draped himself over Barkley's shoulders, assuming the posture of a physical exorcism. That's enough, Shaquille. Below, Barkley suddenly let out a furious roar, startling O'Neal into leaping to his feet. Was this brute truly preparing to throw hands? Does he not realize this is merely for theatrical effect? Back in the league, Barkley was notoriously known as a tough enforcer. The self-proclaimed gentleman O'Neal didn't believe he could overpower him. Though like Kobe, he never backed down from a fight. After straightening his clothes and rising to his feet, Barkley glanced at the hefty figure beside him, pondered the fortune soon to be his, and unclenched his tightly balled right fist. Since neither of you can convince the other, perhaps I should offer a suggestion. After Kenneth Smith observed the two mischievous children returning to normal, he continued, first and foremost, we must acknowledge that the Trail Blazers' early season schedule has indeed been favorable for them. You can't dispute that, Shaquille. No. O'Neal finished the bottle of oral solution in front of him and nodded. The Trail Blazers' next 5 opponents are the Thunder, Mavericks, Clippers, Spurs, and Hawks, undeniably playoff caliber teams, even championship contenders. Why don't we make a bet on these upcoming 5 games? Upon hearing the word bet, Barkley beside them was instantly reminded of some rather unpleasant memories. Count me out, he said. This wager is between you and Shaquille. What do you think? Any ideas? No way. I absolutely refuse to let this guy kiss my ass. Before Barkley could even respond, O'Neal immediately slammed the table in refusal, his expression clearly conveying, don't you dare come near me. Damn it, the game hasn't even started yet, and you're already acting like you've won? You're so full of yourself. Barkley, who initially wanted no part of this mess, couldn't let O'Neal's arrogance slide. It doesn't have to be kissing the ass. This bet is about whether the Trail Blazers can maintain a win rate above 50 in their next 5 games. The stakes are up to you too. With that, Kenny Smith leaned back, crossing his legs, watching O'Neal and Barkley's reactions with amusement. Reggie Miller, sitting nearby, did the same. These two cunning old foxes were convinced O'Neal and Barkley, longtime rivals, would undoubtedly take the bait. Now, all they eagerly awaited was to find out what the wager would be. Chapter 83. Topping the rookie rankings, 6-6. Before long, Barkley steeled himself and spoke up first. Shaquille, haven't you always boasted about your musical talent and dancing prowess? So what if I have? The wager this time is, the loser must perform a striptease while singing on TNT television, and it will be broadcast live nationwide. Upon witnessing Barkley's move, the photographers gripping their cameras nearby couldn't help but feel their hearts skip a beat, their hands nearly fumbling. This guy is absolutely ruthless. Fuck. Upon hearing this, O'Neal's eyelid twitched uncontrollably. Yet at this moment, he knew he absolutely couldn't back down. Otherwise, where would the entertainment value come from? Fine. Then I'll wager the Trail Blazers win rate exceeds 50. What about you? I bet they won't make it past that. Barkley agreed without hesitation. Ahem, my friends. To be perfectly honest, I feel that this might be a tad excessive. Perhaps we should reconsider? Reggie Miller desperately covered his mouth, struggling to contain his radiant smile. Me too, he managed to utter. On the other side, Kenneth Smith raised his right hand in agreement. Oh, come on. Laugh if you want to. No one's going to devour you, O'Neal remarked nonchalantly, folding his arms across his chest. Ha ha. I truly didn't anticipate they would dare to play like this. It's absolutely hilarious. The same old story. There will be quite a spectacle to behold by month's end. Kenny Smith and Reggie Miller collapsed onto the floor in an instant, clutching their stomachs in exaggerated fits of laughter. Amidst the uproarious mirth, this special episode officially concluded its recording. Back in his Portland home, having watched the entire program, Wong Zealand's mind could conjure only 3 words. City folks sure know how to have fun. One was a nearly 400-pound behemoth, while the other wasn't far behind, tipping the scales at around 300 pounds. This pair of corpulent figures, regardless of which one attempted pole dancing, would undoubtedly deliver an overwhelming spectacle for any onlooker. Yet why does this prospect fill me with such inexplicable exhilaration? Yet deep within, there lingers a faint glimmer of anticipation. Such a wildly sensational bet successfully boosted TNT's ratings today, delighting the network executives who gleefully awarded O'Neal and his 3 colleagues generous bonuses. They even promised on the spot that regardless of who ultimately fulfills this wager by month's end, the loser would receive an exceptionally lavish bonus. With ratings already soaring from merely setting the bet, imagine the skyrocketing viewership when the actual pole dance performance airs. Shaquille O'Neal and Charles Barkley, I am eternally and profoundly grateful. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Wong Zealand had just returned home from the training center and finished showering, preparing to have a meal when Jo Young burst in excitedly. Zealand, wonderful news, absolutely splendid news. Uncle Joe, what brings you here? What's the good news that has you so exhilarated? Wang Zealand inquired with bemusement, observing Zhou Yang's breathless state, instinctively offering his half-finished skim milk. After several moments of panting, Zhou Yang downed the milk in one gulp before grumbling, "It's all your fault for not answering the phone. I had to rush to the training center first, only to hear from the guard that you'd already returned, so I sprinted back here in a frenzy." Uncle Zhou, you're well aware that I usually keep my phone switched off during training sessions. After powering on the device resting on the coffee table, I noticed 7 or 8 missed calls displayed on the screen. By the way, don't you have a car at your disposal? The car had a flat tire halfway, but fortunately the Rose Garden isn't far from here. This location wasn't chosen in vain after all. Utterly exasperated, he sighed. Well, might as well treat it as exercise. Take a look at this. Zhou Yang pulled a fax from his briefcase and handed it to Wang Zealand. It was a promotional shoot for Antab basketball shoes. Wang Zealand glanced over and inquired with confusion. But I have a game against the Thunder tomorrow evening. How could I possibly find time to shoot a commercial? Surely you wouldn't consider flying directly back home? Are you unaware that Portland is globally renowned as the holy grail of sneaker culture? Not only do Nike and Adidas employ thousands of workers here, but even our domestic brand Li-Ning relocated its headquarters to Portland back in 2007. Through Zhou Yang's explanation, Wang Zealand learned that Anta also has a branch office here, with plans to establish its headquarters in Portland within the next few years. Therefore, he wouldn't need to fly back to China at all. Well, it seems my knowledge was rather limited. I initially assumed it was merely a moniker, the rending. By the way, congratulations on securing the top position in the latest rookie rankings. Zhou Yang abruptly dropped such astonishing news, yet unexpectedly. He did not hear the latter's words of gratitude. Am I truly the top-ranked newcomer? Surely you must have seen the headlines? Indeed. Here is the latest update on the NBA rookie rankings, freshly released at 2:30. You have surpassed Anthony Davis and Damian Lillard, finally breaking free from the perpetual third-place position. Since the preseason opening on Monday, October 8th, the NBA has been releasing weekly rookie rankings, and we are now on the 6th edition. In the previous 5 rankings, Damian Lillard led with averages of 18 points and 7.2 assists per game, while Anthony Davis followed closely with 16 points, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Wang Zealand held the third spot with 16 points and 9 rebounds. Though Wang's performance was no less impressive than Davis's, and his team had a better record, the latest rankings have shifted. The NBA has now discarded preseason statistics, relying solely on regular season data to evaluate rookies. With an outstanding average of 21 for points and 11 rebounds over the first 5 regular season games, Wang Zealand has claimed the top spot for the first time, a position even the most skeptical critics cannot dispute. Damian Lillard follows in second place with 17.6 points and 8.4 assists, while Anthony Davis settles into third. Notably, Davis made a statement in his very first regular season game, facing Tim Duncan in the formidable San Antonio Spurs. He dropped 21 points and grabbed 7 rebounds against the legendary number 21, leading the New Orleans Pelicans to a narrow 94-99 loss, a mere 5-point deficit. This debut performance served as a bold declaration, establishing Davis' prowess against Duncan and the Spurs. Alas, after a brief moment of glory, he suffered a rather unfortunate injury in the second game, missing subsequent matches against the Bulls and the 76ers. It wasn't until last night's game against the Bobcats that he made his triumphant return, immediately delivering an impressive stat line of 21 points, 11 rebounds, and 5 blocks, thus storming back into the upper echelons of the rookie rankings. Many fans have expressed regret on his behalf, musing that if not for the untimely injury, perhaps Davis would currently be dominating the leaderboard. Of course, these voices remain in the minority, as the majority recognize the undeniable brilliance of Wang Zealand's 20-10 performance. For an interior player to achieve such numbers, not just among this year's rookie class, but throughout NBA history, is exceedingly rare. Since the turn of the century, only 2 rookies have debuted with 20-10 stats. Blake Griffin, 22, 5 points, 12, 1 rebounds, 3.8 assists, now one of the league's marquee stars, and the illustrious Captain Elton Brand, 20, 1 points, 10 rebounds, 9 blocks. Interestingly, both once played for the Clippers. Rewinding further to the 90s, only 3 rookies managed the feat. The 97 number 1 pick, Tim Duncan, 21, 1 points, 11, 9 rebounds, 5 blocks. The 92 number 1 pick, Shaquille O'Neal, 23, For points, 13. 9 rebounds, 1. 9 blocks. And the same draft's number 2 pick, Alonzo Mourning, 21 points, 10. 3 rebounds, 1 block, in the past 2 decades. Any big man who has achieved such numbers has invariably become a franchise cornerstone, with a floor of at least all-star caliber. Now, Wong Zealand has the opportunity to join this elite group as the third 20-10 rookie of the 21st century. The only question is whether he can sustain it. Chapter 84. The Battle of the Strongest Young Team at 7 p.m. Wong Zealand returned to the team's training facility for shooting practice. After all, public resources didn't cost him a dime. Why not make the most of them? Johnny, the 51-year-old security guard at the entrance, was no longer surprised by Wong's extra training sessions. He greeted him warmly. Wong, back for more drills? You players from the Celestial Empire really are hardworking. Ha ha ha. Uncle Johnny, I told you long ago that you should make a spare key for me. That way you could go home earlier to accompany Aunt Sophia. I promise I'll lock up properly after training, Wong Zealand replied with a chuckle. An NBA team is composed of many personnel. Beyond the players and coaching staff, individuals like security guards are often overlooked. Yet their loyalty is no less than that of most fans. Some of the older guards, in particular, have come to regard the team as their second home, fervently hoping for its success. Ah, forget it. This is my duty. And I've been doing it for 22 years now. Sophia and the kids are used to it by now. Wong Zealand's words instantly turned Johnny into a stubborn old man, who refused sternly with a serious expression. All right then, I'll head in first. See you later. Train hard and take care of yourself. I truly hope you can bring Portland its second championship. The last time I saw a victory parade was 35 years ago back then. I was even younger than you are now. Don't worry, that day will come. Raising his right hand in a wave, Wong Zealand strode inside without looking back. Half an hour later, Damian Lillard arrived at the arena entrance. Uncle Johnny, has King arrived yet? Oh, Damian, the King has already been here for half an hour. Uncle Johnny lazily replied, removing his hat as he leaned back in the chair. Got it. Lillard swiftly pushed open the door, muttering under his breath. That damn kid lied to me again. We agreed to meet at the entrance at 7:30, yet he arrived so early. Ah, youth is truly wonderful. Portland's second championship trophy might just be within reach. After watching Lillard head inside, Johnny pulled his cap back down and began humming an aimless little tune. Following a string of away games, the Trailblazers finally returned to their home court, this time facing last season's runner-up, the Oklahoma City Thunder. As the coaches submitted their starting lineups, players from both teams took to the court for warm-ups. Recognized as the two most promising young squads in the league, the matchup between the Thunder and the Trailblazers naturally drew heavy media attention and scouts from across the league. Dubbed the Battle of the Elite Young Guns, the game received star treatment from TNT, which deployed its marquee commentary duo, Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith. Known for their witty and entertaining banter, the pair had long been beloved by fans. Barkley, in particular, once famously wagered that Yao Ming wouldn't score 19 points in a single game during his rookie season, or else he'd kiss Smith's backside. As a result, Yao Ming successfully scored over 19 points. True to the wager, Charles Barkley indeed kissed a donkey's posterior live on air, one amusingly named after Kenny Smith. Hey darling, look, Yao's countryman is taking the court, Smith remarked cheerfully upon seeing Wang Zealand's entrance, giving Barkley a playful kick. I noticed earlier, his performance far surpasses Yao's early days. Barkley responded while fastidiously adjusting his tie with exaggerated seriousness, as if some enchanting beauty demanded his sartorial perfection. Now do you remember? Let's pause that. Perhaps we should first examine both teams' starting lineups. Barkley interjected abruptly, swiftly abandoning his tie to snatch up the dossier before him. This comically hurried transition drew knowing smiles from viewers, though none bothered to comment on his rather artless topic diversion. On the court, two players approached the center circle. Sergey, long time no see. You too, Wong. Recently, you've made quite a name for yourself. A fleeting encounter at the Olympics. Though Wong Zealand and Ibaka could hardly be called friends, they were at least passing acquaintances. This marked their first meeting in the NBA, inevitably leading to an embrace. As they say, fans adore such moments. The victory will still be mine, Ibaka remarked, understanding the principle of courtesy before confrontation. No sooner had the pleasantries ended than the verbal sparring began. That remains to be seen. My teammates this time are no pushovers, Wong Zealand replied, his ever-present smile unwavering. See you on the court. With that, Ibaka turned and strode toward his teammates. As Ibaka's figure receded, Wang Zielin's smile vanished, replaced by a grave expression. Having assessed the Thunder's full strength, he was inwardly stunned. Kevin Durant, with a staggering 95 overall rating, boasted dazzling offensive attributes, 94 mid-range shooting, 87 three-point shooting, 92 layups, 83 dunks, and more. Defensively, his perimeter defense stood at 87, interior defense at 72, with blocks and steals both surpassing 70. While LeBron James was often hailed as one of the most versatile players in NBA history, Durant was no less complete. Not a single one of his 23 individual ratings dipped below 65. Clearly, this was a Durant already approaching the peak of his career. Yet Wang Zielin was certain the best was yet to come. The evidence lay in his 3 purple and 2 gold talent skills, nearly all enhancing his shooting prowess, purple tier deadeye, quick draw, and post dominator, alongside gold tier finisher and clutch performer. Meanwhile, Russell Westbrook's terrifying 91 rating had also breached the superstar threshold, something Wang Zielin hadn't anticipated. His rim attacking attributes bordered on perfection, complemented by a talent-skill configuration of 3 gold and 1 purple. The purple tier ability? Posterizer. A sobering thought. Given that Wang Zielin's own equivalent skill remained merely gold, he aspires to ascend to the amethyst diamond tier, which demands a staggering 50 million fan points. In addition, there are 3 golden tier talent skills: the Terminator, Elite Breakthrough, and Physical Specialist. Coupled with Kevin Martin's 82 rated machine gun accuracy, Serge Ibaka's 81 rated defensive fortress, and Kendrick Perkins' 71 rated pure interior defense, this match is going to be challenging. In the live broadcast studio, Barkley seemed to have discovered something astonishing and began exclaiming loudly, "Oh my God, Kenny. I just realized that the Trail Blazers' current 5-game winning streak is their best season opening in the new century, surpassing the 4-game streak from the 1999 to 2000 season. It's only second to the franchise's historic 8-game streak in the 1992 to 93 season and the 11-game streak in 1990 to 91. Is that so? Let me see." Kenny Smith seamlessly played along with Barkley's theatrics, taking the report and gasping in feigned surprise. "It really is. So the Trail Blazers have achieved an opening streak unseen in the past 2 decades. It seems the other powerhouses in the league should take notice. A rising star is ascending." In the Thunder's locker room, upon hearing the exaggerated tones of Barkley and Kenny Smith, Kevin Durant, who was scrolling through his phone with a look of disdain, remarked, "Such trivial and bizarre little records are hardly worth all this fuss. How utterly ridiculous. Boasting should at least be about my record as the youngest scoring champion in history. KD. Actually, our team's best season opening was also a 5-game winning streak, the very one you led us to achieve last season. Have you forgotten?" Beside him, Westbrook noticed Durant was in a rather pleasant mood, a rare occasion when he wasn't smashing his phone, and thoughtfully reminded him with warmth, "Oh, is that so? It appears this record is truly remarkable." Durant chuckled awkwardly, while Ibaka, tying his shoelaces nearby, oblivious to the context, joined in with laughter. Unexpectedly, this spontaneous mirth quickly drew the attention of surrounding teammates. Though utterly perplexed, witnessing their leader and third-in-command laughing, the others promptly followed suit. The Thunder's locker room momentarily transformed into an ocean of laughter, leaving Westbrook alone with his wide, bewildered eyes, frozen in place, neither standing nor sitting comfortably. "Who am I? Where am I?